Yi, a time traveler whose name itself eclipses generations, emerges into this realm. By an unforeseen twist of fate, he descends upon the primeval wilderness bearing 6 divine abilities. With sheer force of will, he single-handedly hinders the progress of the entire primordial world. From the very outset, he witnesses the remarkable tale of Pangu and the 3,000 heroes. He unexpectedly acquires the essence of Pangu's heart's blood, becoming his legitimate eldest son. Henceforth, he is recognized as the preeminent leader of the witch clan, embarking upon a path of becoming beyond humanity. During the initial calamity of the Dragon-Han era, he seizes the merits from Hongjun, while during the demonic wars, the intricate schemes devised by Hongjun are upended. While Hongjun is preoccupied with expounding his teachings, Yi stands firm with his companions in their resolve. He schemes against Hongjun, appropriates merits, claims heads, deceives the 3 pure ones, plunders the feathers of the golden crows, and recruits others into his faction. Chapter 1. The Emergence of Pangu. The primordial chaos fractures, and a mix of chaos begins to unfold. In this dim and nebulous chaotic realm, everything appears indistinct and unclear. The embryo of heaven and earth remains unseparated, with chaotic energy pervading the atmosphere like a dense fog, enveloping all existence within. The chaotic energy harbors boundless power, interweaving and colliding, producing a deep, resonant roar. It is akin to the breath of countless colossal beasts in slumber, causing the very fabric of space to tremble slightly. At the heart of the chaos, a massive egg quietly hovers. This egg radiates a faint luminescence, imbued with an aura both mysterious and ancient, as though it embodies the sole order within this chaotic world. The surface flows with chaotic energy, merging seamlessly with the surrounding tumult, yet it possesses its own unique rules and rhythm. At this moment, a delicate crack suddenly appears on the surface of the egg. This fissure resembles a lightning bolt cleaving through chaos, instantly captivating the tumultuous essence of the entire chaotic realm. The chaotic energy surges forth like a roaring tide, ceaselessly converging towards the crack. As time ticks away, the fissure on the egg's surface continues to expand and deepen. The chaotic energy whirls frantically around the crack, colliding and rubbing against one another, producing a deafening cacophony. At long last, with a cataclysmic roar, the immense egg shatters completely. This sound reverberates like a cosmic explosion, causing the entire chaotic world to tremble. Countless chaotic energies erupt from the egg like a volcanic eruption, manifesting a tempest of ferocity. This storm sweeps across the chaotic expanse, turning the chaotic energy into a maelstrom of upheaval. At the heart of the tempest, a figure gradually rises. This figure is the giant Pangu, towering at an unimaginable height, his physique as majestic as a mountain. His muscles are as unyielding as primordial iron, each sinew brimming with boundless strength. Pangu's visage is chiseled as if sculpted by the finest craftsmen, with lines that are resolute yet exude a sense of authority. His gaze burns like an inferno, revealing an unparalleled dominance. Above his head hovers a creation jade disk, emitting a gentle luminescence. It harbors the most profound truths of the universe, compelling one to seek its mysteries. In his grasp, he holds a colossal axe, its blade glimmering with a chilling light, capable of instilling terror in the hearts of many. The axe handle is inscribed with ancient runes, akin to the cosmic codes of the universe, concealing immeasurable power. His feet are firmly planted upon a 36-petal blue lotus, as exquisite as if carved from jade. The petals are crystal clear, exuding a subtle fragrance that has the power to purify the soul. At the heart of the lotus radiates a soft glow, resembling the purest source of energy, continuously bestowing strength upon Pangu. Standing at the center of chaos, Pangu tilts his head back and lets out a long, thunderous roar. Today I, Pangu, emerge into the world. His voice reverberates through the chaotic realm like a clap of thunder. The chaotic energies seem to be tamed by his roar, beginning to swirl gently around him. After his emergence, Pangu surveys his surroundings, taking in a hazy panorama of the chaotic world. Here, there are no sun, moon, or stars, no mountains or rivers, only the ceaseless churn of chaotic energies. Without uttering a word, he silently lifts the creation jade disc above him, gently closes his eyes, and begins to contemplate. The jade disc in his hands glows softly, guiding him to unravel the mysteries of chaos. As time flows, Pangu's mind grows increasingly tranquil, his thoughts darting through the chaos like lightning. He gradually comprehends the significance of his existence. Just as Pangu is immersed in his cultivation, other divine entities begin to emerge from the chaotic world. The space deity, Yangmei, moves with an elegance that seems to ripple through space, his eyes reflecting an absolute mastery over it. The destruction deity, Luo, who radiates an aura of annihilation, igniting the chaotic energies around him. The time deity, Shi is surrounded by the flow of time. His presence embodies the endlessness and unpredictability of time, as if the birth and demise of all things hinge on his whims. These divine beings emerge from the chaos, each wielding formidable power. After an indeterminate time, Pangu finally stirs. Slowly opening his eyes, a flash of brilliance ignites within them. It seems as though he can pierce through the mists of chaos, discerning the essence of this chaotic world. Today, I feel the incompleteness of chaos, the disorder of existence, and the obscurity of life. Guided by the great Tao, I shall carve the heavens and attain enlightenment. Pangu's voice echoes like thunder in the chaotic realm, lingering long after. As his words fade, he abruptly raises the axe of creation, its blade flashing with a cold light, seemingly imbued with boundless might. Without hesitation, he swings forward, a motion imbued with tremendous power that stirs the chaotic energies, causing the chaotic world to tremble violently. With this swing, the chaotic energies become even more frenzied. The pure energies begin to rise gradually, drawn by an invisible force, converging towards the heavens. In contrast, the turbid energies sink downwards, as if attracted by gravity, descending towards the earth. The chaotic world, once shrouded in ambiguity, resembles a colossal chaotic egg. Pangu stands in the center of this chaotic world, his immense form akin to a mountain. With his giant axe in hand, he strikes with a force that shakes the very heavens. The chaotic realm appears to be cleaved in twain by this blow. As Pangu continues to wield his axe, the heavens and earth begin to take shape. The boundaries between the sky and the earth grow increasingly distinct, while the chaotic energies start to dissipate. However, the other divine beings are reluctant to witness Pangu's creation of the heavens. They believe Pangu's actions disrupt the balance of the chaotic world, prompting 3,000 chaotic deities to surge forth from all directions. Each showcases their formidable powers in an attempt to thwart Pangu's celestial endeavor. These divine beings possess immense strength, some binding Pangu with spatial forces, while others assault him with destructive energies or disrupt his movements with temporal powers. Yet, in the face of these assaults, Pangu shows no sign of retreat. Armed with the laws of strength, his power amplifies exponentially. Pangu wields his colossal axe, each swing conjuring a tempest. This gale, akin to a hurricane, disperses the attacks of those divine beings one by one. The might of Pangu's axe is astounding. A single strike cleaves dozens of divine beings in half. Under the weight of Pangu's celestial axe, they are as fragile as paper, utterly incapable of resisting his onslaught. Within that chaotic realm, only the chaotic monkey dares to withstand Pangu's 2 strikes, enduring to be split into 4 parts, thus becoming the legendary 4 great chaotic monkeys of later generations. In comparison, the other divine beings appear utterly feeble against Pangu's relentless might. Chapter 2. The Opening of Heaven and Earth. In the face of such formidable power, the demon gods appeared as mere ants, effortlessly cleaved in two with a single swing of the axe, utterly incapable of resisting Pangu's divine might. After vanquishing the 3,000 demon gods, Pangu continued to wield the axe of creation, each descent of the axe rendering the once chaotic world increasingly distinct. The boundaries between heaven and earth gradually solidified with each stroke. The pure and turbid energies, once intertwined, began to separate under Pangu's grand creation. At the convergence of these 2 energies, the 4 primordial elements, wind, fire, water, and earth, came into being, infusing this nascent world with newfound order. Finally, after Pangu's last mighty swing of the axe, the chaotic realm was utterly cleaved apart. Heaven and earth were forever separated. The pure energy ascended, coalescing into the skies, while the turbid energy descended, forming the solid ground below. Standing amidst this newly forged realm, Pangu beheld a vibrant earth beneath his feet and an expansive sky above his head. As the initial chaos of creation dissipated, it was replaced by a flourishing vitality, heralding the birth and hope of this new world. Mountains and rivers began to reveal their contours, while flowers, grass, and trees took root and sprouted across the land. In the heart of this revitalized world, Pangu gazed upon it with a warm smile, reminiscent of a father who has created life, filled with love as he watched over his children. As he slowly surveyed this newborn world, his eyes glimmered with tenderness and anticipation, softly proclaiming, "This world shall henceforth be known as the Primordial Wilderness." In that very instant, upon uttering the name, the entire new world began to tremble violently. The earth quaked, mountains swayed, rivers surged, and flora danced precariously in the tempest. An invisible force silently tugged at everything within heaven and earth. As time passed, this force grew increasingly potent, as if an unseen hand sought to draw the realms together. The pure energy gradually sank, while the turbid energy slowly rose, threatening to revert the newly formed world back into chaos. Pangu's expression turned grave. Without intervention, this fledgling world risked plunging once more into disorder, rendering all his efforts futile. Without a moment's hesitation, Pangu swiftly produced the creation jade disc and cast it towards the heavens. The disc shimmered with a gentle radiance as it ascended, ultimately stabilizing the descending pure energy. The 36-petaled azure lotus beneath him emitted a brilliant glow, pressing firmly against the ground, its light surging forth like a torrent, suppressing the rising turbid energy. In that moment, the tremors between heaven and earth momentarily ceased. The pure and turbid energies held in a tenuous equilibrium. They no longer clashed, but formed a relatively stable space. Pangu exhaled in relief, knowing that the crisis had been averted, at least for now. However, despite the seemingly limitless divine power of the creation jade disc and the 36-petaled azure lotus, they began to show signs of strain under the immense pressure. The once resplendent radiance of the creation jade disc began to dim, as if shrouded by a veil of shadow. Tiny cracks appeared on its mirror-like surface. Simultaneously, the petals of the 36-petaled azure lotus began to fracture. The once powerful aura it exuded waned, as though it too could shatter at any moment. Pangu's countenance darkened, his gaze fixated on the two treasures buckling under the tremendous strain. Ultimately, the creation jade disc and the 36-petaled azure lotus could no longer withstand the overwhelming force. With a sharp crack, both treasures shattered simultaneously, countless fragments scattering like meteors, dispersing throughout every corner of the realms. These shards transformed into myriad innate spiritual treasures. Some gleamed like swords of cold light, others shimmered like soft pearls, and still others exuded an imposing aura reminiscent of divine artifacts, radiating an overwhelming presence capable of subduing all. These innate spiritual treasures were the earliest treasures born from the universe. At this juncture, Pangu had no time to dwell on these treasures, his gaze firmly locked onto the encroaching heavens and earth. As the distance between them diminished, he understood that hesitation was not an option. Steeling himself, he firmly planted his feet on the ground and stood resolutely between the realms. Pangu's form loomed like a majestic mountain, his physique grand and imposing. As the heavens and earth continued to shift, Pangu's body underwent astonishing transformations, growing at an incredible rate, changing 9 times a day, each metamorphosis rendering him taller and stronger. His muscles hardened like steel, his bones stout as mountains. His physique seemed boundless, perpetually in a state of growth. Pangu pressed his hands against the sky and grounded his feet into the earth, as though he sought to anchor the very ground into the abyss. His body became the pillar between heaven and earth, bearing the weight of the entire world. Each day, the heavens rose a foot, the earth thickened by a foot, and Pangu's stature grew in parallel. Uncertain how much time had passed, the sky ceased its descent, and the earth halted its ascent. A stable space formed between heaven and earth. Pangu's growth finally came to a standstill. As his gaze swept across the newly birthed world, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Though this primordial realm still bore traces of desolation and decay, signs of life were beginning to emerge. With the stabilization of heaven and earth, all manner of beings were on the verge of manifestation, and this world was poised to embrace new vitality. Yet, as the realms gradually settled, Pangu's expression became increasingly complex. Surveying his surroundings, he witnessed fierce winds howling and raging fires rampant. Cracks marred the fabric of this newborn world. Chaotic energies roamed wildly, infusing the entire primordial realm with a sense of peril and uncertainty. Pangu's brow furrowed slightly. The axe of creation in his hand seemed to resonate with his unease, trembling slightly. In that fleeting moment, The acts of creation disassembled, transforming into three innate supreme treasures. The axe's back morphed into the Taiji diagram, a harmonious interplay of black and white radiating profound balancing power. The blade transfigured into the Pangu flag, encircled by chaotic energies, exuding boundless might. The axe handle coalesced into the chaotic bell, ancient and dignified, emanating a steady aura. With a flicker of thought, Pangu summoned the Taiji diagram. Chapter 3. Pangu and the 3,000 Great Men Must Tell Their Story. The Taiji diagram instantaneously morphed into a golden bridge, spanning the heavens, intertwining black and white, perpetually spinning. The golden bridge hovered above the primordial wilderness, the dual energies of yin and yang flowing incessantly, gradually guiding the rampant chaotic forces into a balanced trajectory, preventing heaven and earth from plunging back into disorder due to uncontrolled power. Pangu grasped the chaotic bell and gently struck it. Instantly, the sound of the great Tao resonated across the expanse, its ethereal yet profound tone possessing supreme magical power, instantly stilling the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. As the bell's sound reverberated, the turbulence of the primordial world gradually subsided, soothed by the power of the chaotic bell. At this moment, Pangu stood between heaven and earth, wielding the Pangu banner. With each flourish of the banner, he unleashed a myriad of chaotic sword energies, each stroke cleaving through the primordial chaos like a bolt of lightning. These sword energies forcibly parted the chaos, revealing a pristine new expanse. As Pangu continued to wave the banner, the primordial world expanded incessantly. The pure and turbid energies became distinctly segregated, with the pure ascending to form the heavens and the turbid descending to create the earth. The elements of earth, water, fire, and wind continually emerged and evolved under the influence of the Pangu banner, as if imbued with consciousness, each returning to its rightful place, thereby rendering the distribution of power between heaven and earth increasingly rational and further averting the possibility of their reclosure. The slain bodies of the chaotic demons were carelessly cast into the primordial world by him. These bodies transformed into nourishing sustenance, fostering the burgeoning realm. Their existence infused vitality into this formerly desolate world, gradually breathing life into it. Those chaotic demons, yet to be completely vanquished, sensed Pangu's overwhelming might, and they could no longer remain passive. Filled with trepidation and unrest, they were uncertain of how Pangu would treat them next. Aware that there was no escape from Pangu's prowess, they swiftly made the decision to abandon their corporeal forms, leaving only their primordial spirits to frantically flee into the primordial world, hoping to find a glimmer of survival in this new domain. Just as Pangu was wholly engrossed in stabilizing the primordial world, a peculiar soul suddenly materialized from a rift in space. This soul belonged to none other than Yi, who had traversed from a later era. Upon his arrival in this world, Yi had yet to acclimatize to his surroundings when he witnessed the magnificent spectacle of Pangu creating the heavens and stabilizing the primordial realm. This sight was so profoundly shocking that he involuntarily gaped and exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this the legendary tale of Pangu and the 3,000 heroes?" Unbeknownst to Yi, this exclamation drew Pangu's attention. Pangu seemed to sense his presence, his gaze striking like lightning, instantly locking onto Yi's location. At that moment, Yi felt an overwhelming, invisible pressure bearing down on him, enveloping him entirely. Under this immense weight, he felt as though he were a mere, transparent entity, devoid of secrets before Pangu's all-seeing eyes. A flicker of curiosity passed through Pangu's eyes, as if he discerned Yi's uniqueness, and he smiled. Good. Pangu then struck his broad chest, causing a drop of heart's blood to emerge. This blood radiated with golden light, and with a casual toss, a droplet shot toward Yi. Before Yi could comprehend the situation, the droplet enveloped him entirely. To Yi, this blood felt like an infinite sea of crimson, and the overwhelming surge of energy rendered him unconscious. After accomplishing the monumental task of creating the heavens and stabilizing the primordial realm, Pangu could no longer sustain himself. His once mighty form, akin to a mountain, began to collapse as if all strength had been extracted from him. As he descended, his eyes flickered with brilliance one last time before closing. They transformed into the sun and moon in the sky, subsequently bringing light and the cycle of day and night to the world. Pangu's hair scattered like countless strands of light, intertwining in the air until they morphed into a canopy of stars, embellishing the vast night sky. These stars twinkled faintly, though diminutive, they would never extinguish, becoming eternal beacons of brilliance. His backbone, soaring into the heavens, became the mighty Buzhou mountain, steadfastly propping up the sky to prevent the heavens and earth from converging once more. Pangu's skull solidified into a grand and solemn palace, standing resolutely atop Buzhou mountain, suppressing the malevolent energies of the cosmos and safeguarding the tranquility of this realm. Pangu's veins detached from his massive body, slithering through the expanse like animated serpents. These veins gradually coalesced into colossal dragons, their immense forms soaring through the skies, wielding control over wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, becoming the spiritual beasts of heaven and earth, upholding the balance and order of this world. The tainted blood from his navel surged together, ultimately forming a vast and boundless sea of blood. This blood sea roiled with tumult, its metallic scent pervading the air. With the transformation of Pangu's physical being, he completely metamorphosed into all things, merging his essence with the world. Every cell, every breath was intricately entwined with this realm, becoming an integral part of it. At that moment, the eye of the Tao manifested, resembling a resplendent pearl in the cosmos, radiating boundless light. It seemed to affirm and respond to Pangu's monumental achievements, bearing witness to this extraordinary moment. As golden light erupted across the horizon, akin to the sun's ascent, countless energies of profound yellow converged from all directions. Like rivers returning to their source, a tremendous merit of creation emerged, an immeasurable bounty representing Pangu's supreme contribution to this world. Within this endless merit, two layers of creation's virtue intertwined with the energies of profound yellow, merging as seamlessly as water and milk. Over time, they gradually crystallized into a tower and a measuring tool. The tower exhibited an exquisite hue of profound yellow, emanating a brilliant light, its surface inscribed with intricate runes that shimmered with mysterious luminescence. This tower was the heavenly profound yellow Linglong Tower, possessing unparalleled defensive and suppressive power rooted in the primordial realm. Chapter 4. The 9 Transformations of the Profound Origin. The measuring tool radiated a gentle glow. Its body is translucent as amethyst. This tool was named the Hongmeng Measuring Tool, endowed with the supreme capability to measure the heavens and earth, possessing the power to create and destroy, and most notably, a function that allowed for the taking of life without incurring karmic retribution. As the heavenly profound yellow Linglong Tower and the Hongmeng Measuring Tool came into existence, 3 streams of pure energy darted across the sky like shooting stars. These streams whisked away 20% of the creation's merit. When one of the streams attempted to seize the heavenly profound yellow Linglong Tower, the tower trembled, releasing a formidable aura that repelled the pure energy. A colossal force surged forth from the tower. Simultaneously, a wondrous resonance seemed to occur between the heavenly profound yellow Linglong Tower and the Hongmeng Measuring Tool. They responded to each other, as if long-lost friends finally reunited. And soon, the tower and measuring tool shot through the sky like meteors, racing toward the largest droplet of essence. This droplet, a product of Pangu's divine blood, contained boundless power, and the largest droplet alone encompassed a layer of creation's merit, along with the treasures of the heavenly profound yellow Linglong Tower and the Hongmeng Measuring Tool. As for the remaining 12 drops of essence, they collectively shared the 3 layers of creation's merit. These drops, imbued with the power of merit, resembled 12 radiant meteors, streaking across the heavens and soaring directly towards Mount Buzhou. The 3 wisps of pure energy, having failed to completely seize the merit, were evidently reluctant to concede. However, they were left with no recourse but to depart, bearing a tinge of regret, much like a lost dog, as they flew towards Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain, revered as the ancestral vein of heaven and earth, naturally holds an esteemed position, destined to become one of the most significant sanctuaries in the cosmos. Meanwhile, the other 2 layers of creation's merit fell softly upon the primordial land, akin to gentle spring rain nurturing the earth, bestowing boundless vitality upon this vast world. Within the grand hall, an immense blood pool lay quietly, resembling a slumbering behemoth. The liquid within the pool exhibited a strange dark red hue, emanating a potent aura of savagery. This atmosphere was both rugged and primal, reminiscent of the wilderness from a bygone era, brimming with the tension of life and untamed spirit. At the center of the blood pool floated a colossal heart alongside 13 blood cocoons. The heart, akin to a diminutive mountain peak, pulsated with such force that it caused the blood pool to tremble violently, releasing a significant amount of blood energy. This energy diffused above the pool, generating powerful waves of energy that ceaselessly impacted the surrounding space. These waves seemed to be the very essence of life, continually infusing vitality into everything nearby. The 13 blood cocoons eagerly absorbed the surrounding blood energy, patiently awaiting the moment of their emergence. Among these cocoons, the largest one stood out remarkably. Its size dwarfed the others, exuding an unsettling aura. Suspended above this particular cocoon was a 9-tiered tower. The tower radiated a mysterious yellowish light, acting as an enigmatic barrier that enveloped the entire cocoon. This 9-tiered tower appeared to be the guardian of the cocoon, providing it with formidable protection and energy. Each tier of the tower shimmered with a faint glow, intertwining to form a complex and mysterious rune pattern, evoking a sense of curiosity about the secrets it contained. Indeed, it was the celestial tower of mysteries, emanating a soft golden light. Each tier was etched with enigmatic runes, instilling a sense of solemnity. Surrounding the tower was an aura of profound mystery, akin to a sentinel quietly safeguarding the blood cocoon. Nearby, a ruler floated serenely, exuding a gentle purple aura. On its surface, profound light flowed like a stream. This ruler was the primordial measuring ruler, rotating slowly and steadily around the blood cocoon. With each rotation, it released waves of potent energy, rippling through the air and intertwining with the blood energy in the pool, creating a peculiar equilibrium. As time slipped by unnoticed, the soul within the cocoon began to awaken, nourished by this enigmatic power. The soul of Yi, nestled within one of the cocoons, was the first to sense a flicker of consciousness. It felt as if a powerful force was abruptly pulling it from the depths of chaos, slowly surfacing. Yi perceived an overwhelming influx of information flooding his mind, akin to a tidal wave crashing upon his fragile thoughts. Countless images and fragments of memory flashed through his mind, inducing an agonizing headache that was nearly unbearable. He could not suppress a pained gasp, feeling as if his brain was expanding painfully. Clutching his head tightly, he thought perhaps this would alleviate some of the torment. Yet, the torrent of information showed no signs of abating, continuously flooding his consciousness. Gritting his teeth, Yi endured the excruciating pain, shaking his head vigorously in an attempt to dispel the discomfort. As his awareness gradually sharpened, he realized that the information was the cultivation method bestowed upon him by the primordial deity Pangu, the 9 transformations of mystical origin. This method was divided into 2 parts. One focused on the physical body, the 9 transformations of the golden body, and the other concentrated on the primordial spirit, the 9 transformations of spirit refinement. The cultivation path comprised 9 tiers: the true immortal, the profound immortal, the golden immortal, the supreme golden immortal, the great Luo golden immortal, the quasi-saint, the primordial supreme golden immortal, and the primordial infinite great Luo golden immortal, along with the comprehension of the laws of strength and the complete formation of the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons array. He had reincarnated as the 13th ancestral shaman of the witch clan. Reflecting on his past, he recalled being a pitiful beast, ruthlessly exploited by capitalists, enduring a dismal existence of working from 9 to 9, 6 days a week, devoid of personal time and freedom. Now, he had become the ancestral shaman of the witch clan. Having read numerous tales of the primordial era, he wondered if this knowledge would prove beneficial. Recalling his 12 younger siblings, Emperor Jiang, the space ancestral shaman, with his 6 limbs and 4 wings, commanded space and speed with unmatched swiftness, Zhu Jiuyin. The time ancestral shaman, with a human head and dragon body, manipulated time and governed the cycles of day and night, Zhu Meng, the wood ancestral shaman, possessing a bird's body and a human face, oversaw the growth of trees, presiding over spring, Zhurong, the fire ancestral shaman, with a beast's head and human form, clad in red scales, wielded the flames of the world, Gong Gong, the water ancestral shaman, with a python's head and human body, commanded floods, Ru Shou, the gold ancestral shaman, with a human face and tiger body, governed autumn harvests, Xian Ming, the rain ancestral shaman, with a human face and beastly form, controlled ice and rain, Ho Tu, the earth ancestral shaman, with a human body and serpent tail and 7 hands on his back, cultivated yin and yang, nurturing all as the mother of earth, Tian Wu, the wind ancestral shaman, with 8 heads and a tiger's body, ruled the winds, Chang Liang, the thunder ancestral shaman, possessed a python's hands and human body, governed thunder, Shi Zi, the electricity ancestral shaman, with a bird's face and human body, wielded a sword in one hand and a serpent in the other, controlling electricity, and Shi Bai, the poison ancestral shaman, with a human face and beast ears, governed all poisons. Except for Ho Tu, who was confined in the underworld, all others met their untimely demise. Particularly, the memory of Zhurong and Gong Gong being manipulated into turning against each other, culminating in Gong Gong's furious charge against Mount Buzhou, which inflicted a heavy blow on the witch clan, stoked a rising fury within Yi. The more he reflected, the more indignant he became, silently cursing, "Those 2 fools. Once I escape, I shall teach them a lesson, ensuring they taste the bitterness of betrayal and think twice before allowing themselves to be so easily incited." As Yi seethed internally, he continued to brood over these thoughts. It seemed as though his wrath had been sensed. The 2 figures encased in blood cocoons outside suddenly shivered in unison. These unfortunate souls were still in a gestational state, devoid of consciousness, yet unbeknownst to them. They had already attracted the attention of Yi, having just organized the vast array of martial arts information in his mind. He was immersed in a preliminary contemplation of his own strength. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation stirred deep within his consciousness, akin to a gentle caress upon his nerves. He furrowed his brow, concentrating intently as he meticulously scanned every corner of his mind, seeking the source of this anomaly. This strange feeling was exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible, making it elusive to grasp. After considerable effort, Yi finally detected a flicker of light deep within his consciousness, so weak that, had it not been for his keen awareness, he might have entirely overlooked its existence. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was a delicate little hammer, quietly hovering in a corner of his mind. This hammer appeared exquisitely crafted, shimmering faintly, as if composed of some mysterious material. Why was everything being crammed into his mind? He couldn't help but silently scoff at the absurdity of it all. Perplexed, he pondered the reason for this diminutive hammer's presence in his consciousness. Nevertheless, having discovered it, Yi resolved to ascertain precisely what this object was. Carefully controlling his awareness, he cautiously approached the hammer, preparing to observe it closely. Just as his focus settled upon the hammer, it suddenly sprang to life, hurtling towards him with an almost otherworldly speed. The velocity was such that Yi could not react. The tiny hammer struck his head like a bolt of lightning. The entire occurrence transpired so abruptly that he was caught entirely off guard, leaving him dazed and disoriented from the unexpected blow. Without warning, he found himself engulfed in a boundless darkness once more. This marked the second time in a short span that he had been rendered unconscious by this inexplicable force. And facing such relentless assaults, he felt a mix of helplessness and absurdity. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until he finally stirred awake from the darkness with great difficulty. His head remained foggy, and as he concentrated, he distinctly sensed a new presence within his mind. These entities swirled around in his consciousness, leaving him momentarily bewildered. As he gradually calmed his thoughts and began to process this influx of information, a sly grin crept across his face, a devilish smirk that spoke of mischief. To his astonishment, he realized the mysterious little hammer was connected to his life prior to his transmigration. Before this transformation, Yi had been an avid gamer, particularly enamored with a game called Dungeon. In pursuit of top-tier equipment, he had tirelessly farmed the Abyss dungeons for 4 consecutive months. Finally, fortune smiled upon him, and he successfully obtained a coveted weapon during one of his runs. Just as he prepared to seize his prize, an unforeseen calamity struck. The internet connection faltered. In that instant, it felt as though his mind was about to shatter. An indescribable fury surged within him like a volcanic eruption, threatening to consume his reason. Unable to accept the outcome, he found himself shouting in a blind rage. Damn it all! With a fierce swing of his fist, he struck the computer before him. The moment his fist collided with the device, a powerful surge of electricity coursed through his body, leaving him no time to utter a scream before he was struck dead on the spot. Just as his consciousness began to fade, a mysterious force enveloped his soul tightly, transporting him to the Primordial World. It was precisely the tale of Pangu's creation and the valiant warriors he encountered. Reflecting on all of this, Yi could not help but feel a profound sense of wonder. The very act of transmigration was surreal enough. But even more astonishing was the fact that the game had come along for the ride. However, much of its content had undergone a transformation during the journey through the fabric of time, with most features disappearing entirely. What remained were merely the character panel, a disassembler, a few key skills, and that evolving hammer. With these essential skills, he possessed enough power to ensure the survival of the Wu clan. The 6th chapter began with Pangu, rebellious child. When I awaken, I shall strip you bare. These skills included purification, removes all negative states and curses within the same realm. Effectiveness decreases by 30 for each higher realm. Guardian badge grants all allied members a shield of the current realm, capable of withstanding all damage. Duration is unlimited until broken. Honor blessing amplifies all attributes of allied forces tenfold, regardless of realm. Source of life enhances healing effects by 30 and grants resurrection upon death, with a cooldown of 1,000 years. Divine wind of healing heals all injuries of allies within the same realm, with effectiveness decreasing by 30 for each higher realm. Life's tribute significantly boosts the power of allies, stackable with honor blessing. With these 6 skills combined with his law of strength, he was indeed a quintessential 6-dimensional warrior, truly perfect. Furthermore, there were 2 additional vital items. Disassembler, capable of breaking down anything to obtain law crystals and raw materials. Hammer of Holy Light inflicts stunning attacks and can evolve indefinitely alongside its master as cultivation. Yi's gaze fixated intently on the Guardian badge, his brow furrowing slightly as he fell into contemplation, memories of the Wu ancestors flooding his mind. The Wu clan did not inherently lack a primordial spirit. Rather, it was due to their cultivation practices that they absorbed vast amounts of innate malevolence and turbid energy. While this method rapidly augmented their physical strength, it bore severe consequences. Their primordial spirits were compressed, making formation nearly impossible. Moreover, the malevolent and turbid energies exerted a corrosive effect on their spirits. This led to their inherently volatile temperaments, often resorting to brute force to resolve conflicts. Such character flaws ultimately rendered them vulnerable to manipulation, resulting in tragic outcomes. Given that the Guardian badge could withstand all forms of damage, could I not encase my siblings' primordial spirits in a protective shield as soon as they gained consciousness? This thought struck Yi like a bolt of lightning, quickening his heartbeat. Though daring, this notion was not entirely implausible. If realized, the Wu clan might escape the fate of being eroded by malevolent and turbid energies, achieving a complete primordial spirit, thus altering their destinies. In this way, not only would their absorption of turbid energy for physical enhancement remain unimpeded, but it would also bestow upon them a primordial spirit. Good heavens, this was simply too perfect. Moreover, with my foresight into the general trajectory of future developments, I shall subsequently lead them to reap the harvest of virtue a few more times. Once these virtuous deeds coalesce into a golden wheel, the implications will be nothing short of extraordinary. Should anyone dare to lay a hand upon us, a mere display of this virtuous golden wheel will surely render them utterly powerless. The more Yi contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. As if he could already envision the resplendent panorama of his future, he began meticulously devising plans for his destiny. In the presence of others, I shall adopt the guise of a supportive role, bolstering my companion's defenses and administering healing where necessary. In this manner, others will undoubtedly perceive me as an inconspicuous support, devoid of any threat. Yet, when they approach with the intent to strike, they shall be utterly unprepared for the fact that I am, in reality, a formidable warrior wielding the most unparalleled laws of strength. The more Yi pondered, the more prideful he grew, unable to restrain a chuckle of delight. When they mistakenly believe they have grasped my strength and let their guard down, I will suddenly unleash 2 amplifications of power, catching them off guard. Haha. This is akin to a sow donning a bra, an exquisite surprise indeed. I can hardly wait to witness their astonishment and potential collapse. Lost in these thoughts, a glimmer of excitement sparkled in Yi's eyes, and he grinned foolishly like an infatuated fool. Without hesitation, he commenced his actions. Focusing his mind, Yi released a protective emblem upon his primordial spirit, encasing it within a layer of shielding. He then cautiously guided a faint wisp of malevolent energy, allowing it to slither towards his primordial spirit like a nimble serpent. Each step was executed with utmost caution, as any miscalculation could lead to catastrophic harm to his consciousness. Just as the malevolent energy was about to make contact with the primordial spirit, a transparent shield unexpectedly materialized between them, acting as an impenetrable barrier that halted the malevolent energy in its tracks. Upon contact, the malevolent energy emitted a sizzling sound. Ultimately, the shield successfully withstood the malevolent energy's onslaught, preventing it from advancing further. As the malevolent energy gradually dissipated, Yi scrutinized the protective shield with astonishment. He discovered that the shield appeared only slightly dimmed from the confrontation, showing no signs of rupture whatsoever. More importantly, his primordial spirit remained unscathed, untouched by any harm. In disbelief, Yi exclaimed, "Incredible." It held firm. "I've succeeded." His elation surged, and he could hardly contain his excitement, erupting into a jubilant shout. This modest success illuminated a glimmer of hope, affirming the viability of his approach. However, Yi quickly composed himself. This was merely the first step in addressing the issue. Regardless, it marked a promising beginning, instilling him with confidence for the forthcoming endeavors. The next course of action was to enhance his own power before these naive younger siblings regained consciousness, ensuring that the shield's defensive capabilities would be sufficiently robust, thus alleviating any concerns regarding their potential vulnerability to malevolent energy. Alas, if only these younger siblings were to manifest from his very essence, they could collectively cultivate the 9 transformations of primordial mysticism. It begs the question, why must the Pangu Father God impose such a high threshold on bloodline cultivation techniques? Pangu, unfilial child, upon my awakening, I shall flay your skin. The primordial malevolent energy and turbid energy coalesced into swirling currents of darkness around his being. The innate spiritual energy within the great hall was assimilated by Yi, flowing into his body like a crystalline spring, merging harmoniously with the blood energy, malevolent energy, and turbid energy to create a state of perfect equilibrium. Within Yi, the operation of the 9 transformations of primordial mysticism greatly nourished his primordial spirit. The primordial spirit within the mud pill palace continuously expanded, its previously feeble form growing brighter under the nurturing influence of the primordial spiritual energy infused with a trace of chaotic essence. He could distinctly perceive the augmentation of his strength. His meridians became increasingly unimpeded, and his physical body enhanced geometrically. As his cultivation deepened, a mysterious radiance began to emanate from his exterior. This manifestation was an external display of the myriad energies within him, with the blood energy, malevolent energy, turbid energy, and spiritual energy forming a colossal vortex around him, perpetually being absorbed. Chapter 7. Early Stage of Hongjun Golden Immortal. This vortex spun ever faster, producing resonant roars. Although Yi Ye's rate of absorption was astonishing, it was but a mere fraction compared to the blood energy present in the hall, hardly worth mentioning. As Yi Ye's cultivation progressed, the speed of absorption accelerated, causing the energies surrounding the blood cocoon to begin liquefying. The 12 small blood cocoons nearby also began to thrive, instinctively absorbing the blood energy, as if they were aware of the immense benefits it conferred. Under the nurturing influence of the 9 transformations of primordial mysticism, Yi Ye's primordial spirit grew increasingly solid, almost taking on a corporeal form. He could clearly sense the deepening connection between his primordial spirit and the surrounding universe. This bond felt profoundly familiar and natural, gradually alleviating the sense of dissonance he had felt since traversing into this realm. Time slipped away unnoticed as Yi immersed himself fully in the realm of cultivation, oblivious to all external matters. His body became a vast vortex of energy, ceaselessly drawing in the energies around him and transmuting them into his own power. This force surged through him, nourishing both his body and primordial spirit, propelling his cultivation to new heights. As he delved deeper into his practice, Yi Ye's cultivation steadily ascended. From an initial frailty, he evolved into formidable strength, experiencing remarkable advancement. With each session of cultivation, he could feel his prowess augmenting, and this sensation only deepened his obsession with the practice. Finally, during an intense session of cultivation, Yi Ye's primordial spirit radiated a brilliant light. This luminescence, akin to a bolt of lightning, pierced through his mud pill palace. Yi felt a powerful force erupt from his primordial spirit, akin to a torrent that shattered the last barrier within him. This force surged violently, causing his body to tremble violently as he grasped it tightly, guiding it through his being. As the power coursed through him, Yi Ye's body gradually regained tranquility. And in that moment, his cultivation underwent a qualitative leap. Boom! With a resounding crash, Yi Ye's body jolted, his meridians seemingly reforged, becoming more resilient, while his flesh hardened like steel, unbreakable and indomitable. Simultaneously, his primordial spirit blazed forth like a torch, emanating a dazzling radiance. Yi slowly opened his eyes, a bright light glimmering within them. He could distinctly sense that his cultivation had reached an entirely new pinnacle, with the power within him flowing forth like an unstoppable flood. This sensation left him, a mere underdog from the 21st century, both exhilarated and awestruck, prompting him to exclaim, "Is this the power cultivated through the 9 transformations of primordial mysticism? Truly magnificent." Casting his gaze around, Yi was astonished to find that the blood energy, malevolent energy, turbid energy, and spiritual energy within the hall seemed undiminished by his cultivation. These energies still saturated the air, appearing boundless and inexhaustible. His attention then fell upon the 12 small blood cocoons, which, after absorbing substantial amounts of blood energy, had become smooth and glistening, resembling exquisite, translucent gemstones. As Yi gazed upon the blood cocoons, a wave of satisfaction surged within him. Over the past period, he had periodically awakened from his meditative state to check whether his younger siblings had attained consciousness, fearing that he might inadvertently overexert himself. Each time he observed the cocoons enlarging, a profound joy filled his heart. They had grown at least tenfold. Evidently, these little beings had absorbed a considerable amount of energy. Once their consciousness emerged, he could bestow upon them the protective badges to safeguard their primordial spirits, he mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. He closed his eyes once more, immersing himself in his cultivation. His mind was as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any ripples. With the passage of time, his cultivation and comprehension of the laws approached a bottleneck. Yet, Yi felt no anxiety or despondency. He softly murmured, "It is time to emerge." This utterance seemed to act as a signal, and as he slowly opened his eyes, powerful waves of energy began to coalesce around his body. The energy roiled and roared. And under the impetus of this force, the blood cocoons began to show fine cracks. These fissures spread rapidly like a spider's web, culminating in a resounding explosion as they shattered completely. With a thunderous bang, the blood cocoons fragmented, their shards scattering like crimson meteors in all directions. Yi Ye's figure emerged from the shattered cocoons, exuding a formidable and oppressive aura that reverberated throughout the grand hall. The once tranquil blood pool ignited with fervor, violently churning as if stirred by an invisible force, forming surging waves of blood that crashed against the pool's walls, producing deep, resonant sounds. It was as if the pool rejoiced, welcoming the arrival of its new master. Ripples spread across the surface of the blood pool, radiating outward from Yi. The blood waves, propelled by these ripples, surged upward like a volcanic eruption, aiming for the ceiling of the hall. Just as the waves were about to crash against the roof, the powerful aura emanating from Yi acted as an invisible barrier, forcefully halting the tide. Under the pressure of his presence, the waves were compelled to retreat back into the pool, splashing up countless droplets of crimson. Simultaneously, the innate malevolent energy surrounding him felt the impact of Yi's emergence. Originally meandering in the corners of the hall, it suddenly seemed to be drawn by a potent gravitational force, converging towards the center. This innate malevolent energy gradually coalesced into visible streams, swirling around Yi and forming a colossal vortex. Sensing the tremendous power within him, Yi nodded in satisfaction. He moved his new body, relishing the contraction and expansion of each muscle and the fluid motion of every joint. This formidable strength instilled within him an unparalleled confidence. Yi closed his eyes, attempting to calculate how many years he had cultivated. However, after a while, he abruptly opened his eyes, muttering in frustration, "Damn it, that was a futile exercise. I reckon we are either in the era of the Three Races War or the Demonic Path conflict." It turned out that after much deliberation, Yi realized he had yet to learn how to perform such calculations. Thus, he could only roughly deduce that it was either the era of the Primordial Calamity or the Demonic Path conflict. Otherwise, his siblings would have emerged long ago. With a resigned shake of his head, Yi opened his character panel to examine his detailed information. Name: Yi. Bloodline: Heartblood of Pangu. Background: innate top-tier deity and demon. Cultivation: physical body, primordial spirit. Abilities: purification, guardian badge, honor blessing, source of life, sacred healing wind, life's ode to divine might. Treasures: sacred light hammer. A growing innate spiritual treasure with a built-in stunning effect, capable of infinite growth and evolution alongside its master-esque cultivation. Heavenly and earthly Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, Hongming measuring ruler. Special equipment: decomposition machine, capable of decomposing all things to obtain law crystals and raw materials. Chapter 8. Reaping the benefits from the Father God. Yi stared at the information displayed on the character panel, his heart racing with exhilaration. The realm of his physical body was astonishingly high. Upon his emergence, he had already attained the level of a Hongjun golden immortal. In this primordial world, such prowess was sufficient to deem him a formidable figure. Moreover, the power of his abilities and treasures surpassed all expectations, rendering his combat strength incomprehensible by ordinary standards. After calming his emotions, he decided to refine the Linglong Pagoda and the measuring ruler first. This would undoubtedly grant him an edge in future confrontations. Without hesitation, he retrieved the Linglong Pagoda and the measuring ruler, concentrating his energy to begin their refinement. Perhaps owing to their nature as companion treasures, Yi found the process remarkably smooth, successfully refining both artifacts in less than 10,000 years. Upon completion, he levitated the heavenly and earthly Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda high above his head. It radiated a gentle Xianhuang light, enveloping him like a warm shield. Meanwhile, he gripped the Hongmeng measuring ruler tightly in his hand, its surface emanating a faint purple aura that swirled around him. With these treasures in hand, he was assured a position of invincibility in future battles. His gaze gradually swept over the 12 small blood cocoons still quietly suspended in the air. It seems these little ones will require more time to awaken their consciousness, Yi murmured softly. However, that was fortuitous, as it provided him the opportunity to venture out and survey the current state of affairs. With that, he stepped forward and slowly exited the Pangu Hall. As he crossed the threshold, the scene before him unfolded like a painting, captivating him instantly. Painted across his face, for he had never encountered such towering trees. These giants reached toward the heavens, likely dwarfing anything found on his previous world, Blue Star, by countless magnitudes. Their trunks were fearsomely robust, and their expansive canopies resembled enormous, unfurled umbrellas, their leaves flourishing and casting shadows over the ground. Within this forest, various birds and beasts roamed freely. Their forms varied greatly. Some were as colossal as mountains, while others were diminutive and exquisitely delicate. These creatures either frolicked through the woods or foraged adorably. Each one exuded such charm that one couldn't help but be tempted to season them and prepare a feast. Moreover, this forest teemed with numerous celestial herbs and rare treasures. In the aftermath of the primordial rupture, These treasures would likely incite a frenzy among cultivators, who might even go so far as to fight one another for them. Yet here, they lay neglected like weeds by the roadside. Yi couldn't help but exclaim, I might as well put in some effort and gather them all. Leaving them here would be a waste. With that thought, he began to collect the celestial herbs and treasures. After finishing his collection, Yi returned to his senses. Contemplating his next course of action, he resolved to head towards the renowned Buzhou mountain. After all, it was a place not only rich in treasures and cultivation resources, but potentially the resting place of remnants of the Father God. Yi pondered to himself, as the blood of my divine father, I should rightfully be regarded as the legitimate firstborn. While it seems reasonable to leave some treasures for those illegitimate offspring, it is simply unacceptable to withhold good fortune from me, the rightful heir. Just as Yi stepped beyond the confines of the Pangu palace, he was suddenly enveloped by a tremendous pressure. This oppressive force weighed down upon him like a mountain, rendering him nearly breathless and on the verge of collapse. Alarmed, Yi quickly summoned the power of his bloodline, which alleviated his distress somewhat. Awash in astonishment at the sheer magnitude of this formidable pressure, he thought, were it not for the Pangu bloodline, even a great Luo golden immortal would be brought low here. The realization left him in awe. Goodness! If this is merely halfway up the mountain, how terrifying must the pressure be at the summit? Just how powerful was my divine father when he walked the earth? In novels, those celestial beings and profound immortals could ascend Mount Buzhou with ease. Yet if anyone dared to utter such words in my presence now, I would undoubtedly deliver a resounding slap. Despite a flicker of trepidation, Yi Ye's fighting spirit surged forth. How could he hope to plunder his father's resources without climbing the mountain? Surely, his divine father would not allow him to perish along the way. Gazing upward at the towering Mount Buzhou, which seemed to pierce the clouds like a celestial ladder connecting heaven and earth, he felt a mixture of trepidation and exhilaration. Shaking his head, he took a deep breath and commenced his ascent. Just as he was about to begin his climb in earnest, he suddenly sensed a powerful surge of spiritual energy. This energy was strikingly palpable, beckoning to him as if it were waving a hand. Intrigued, Yi immediately honed in on the source of this spiritual fluctuation and resolutely made his way toward it. Before long, a colossal intermediate-grade innate spiritual root, the dragon blood fruit tree, came into view. The tree radiated an unsettling crimson hue, as though it had been steeped in blood from a distance. It resembled a gigantic crimson giant. Its trunk was adorned with layers of hard scales, closely arranged like dragon scales. Yi Ye's gaze fell upon the tree, and a glimmer of excitement danced in his eyes as he murmured to himself, Indeed, a fortuitous beginning. I am truly the favored child of my divine father. A delightful treat for future indulgence. This dragon blood fruit tree bore fruit only once every 500 years, requiring another 500 years for maturation. For beings of lesser talent and ordinary origins, it was a coveted treasure, capable of enhancing their abilities and providing them a chance to embark on a higher path of cultivation. However, for someone like Yi, who possessed a top-tier innate divine demonic lineage, the tree's potential to elevate his talents was negligible. It could merely quench his thirst or serve as a gift. Surveying his surroundings, Yi noted that the dragon blood fruit tree thrived in a relatively open valley, surrounded by dense spiritual energy. Resolute in his decision, he approached the tree, plucked its fruits, and, not content with merely that, resolved to uproot the entire tree and transport it to his own domain for cultivation. Chapter 9. The 12th grade reincarnation Purple Lotus. Yi summoned the celestial yellow Linglong pagoda, his hands weaving intricate gestures. The pagoda ascended gracefully, hovering above the dragon blood fruit tree. With a commanding call, he channeled his energy into the pagoda, which erupted into brilliant light, enveloping the entire tree within its radiant embrace. Gradually, the pagoda descended, drawing the dragon blood fruit tree, roots and soil included, into its confines. Pleased with the acquisition of the tree, Yi stored the pagoda away. With this dragon blood fruit tree in his possession, he could continuously harvest dragon blood fruits in the future. Elated, he set forth on his journey toward the summit of Mount Buzhou. Along the way, Yi exemplified the essence of thoroughness, leaving no stone unturned in his quest for spiritual treasures. Whether it was innate spiritual roots, celestial herbs, or even weeds by the roadside, if they bore even a hint of spiritual energy, Yi would unhesitatingly gather them. Remarkably, he even collected soil imbued with the slightest trace of spiritual essence. The path he traversed was left barren in his wake. Despite his relentless pursuit of resources, all he gathered were inferior innate treasures. For Yi, who harbored an insatiable obsession for collecting, this was far from sufficient. Yet, he aspired to discover a supreme innate gourd. If he could find an innate gourd vine and refine it, it would be tantamount to acquiring 7 supreme innate spiritual treasures. Unfortunately, despite traversing a considerable distance, he had yet to encounter even a trace of a gourd, let alone the supreme innate gourd he sought. Time slipped away unnoticed as Yi remained engrossed in his resource-gathering endeavor, continuously ascending. Just as he was lost in his treasure hunt, an unusual sensation surged within him. It was a subtle feeling, as if the very fabric of the surrounding space had shifted, yet it eluded precise description. Yi's instincts alerted him that something was amiss. Thus, he halted his actions and turned his full attention to his surroundings. After a meticulous search, Yi finally pinpointed the source of the anomaly, an innate formation. The formation was cleverly concealed, and had it not been for his heightened perception, it would have been nearly impossible to detect its presence. His heart raced involuntarily. Typically, places guarded by innate formations concealed precious treasures. Standing before the formation, he felt the powerful energy fluctuations within, filled with anticipation. Yi scrutinized the operation of the innate formation, noting its distinctiveness from ordinary formations. This particular formation absorbed the surrounding innate energy in a spiral fashion, converting it into a formidable protective force. After careful study, he finally identified a weak point in the formation. Thrilled, he produced a hammer from his robes. With the hammer in hand, Yi aimed at the vulnerable spot, striking it relentlessly while muttering, 80, 80 with each blow. The energy fluctuations of the formation intensified, as if nearing a breaking point. At last, through his relentless efforts, the formation emitted a faint sound of strain before it was forcibly breached. Stepping into the formation, he prepared to uncover the treasures hidden within. Upon entering the space of the formation, a mysterious and exquisite purple lotus suddenly materialized before Yi's eyes. It emitted a gentle violet glow, its petals layered like a finely crafted work of art, prompting an astonished exclamation. My goodness! Is this not the fabled 12th grade reincarnation purple lotus? How could it possibly appear in Mount Buzhou? Even during the opening of reincarnation by Hutu, it was never seen. This 12th grade reincarnation purple lotus was no ordinary treasure. It was the manifestation of an immature lotus seed from the chaos green lotus. As an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, its defensive capabilities are extraordinarily formidable, making it exceedingly difficult for even innate spiritual treasures to breach its defenses. Furthermore, this 12th grade reincarnation purple lotus harbors the essence of reincarnation laws, enabling practitioners to expedite their comprehension of these laws, thereby enhancing their own prowess. It is also imbued with 48 innate prohibitions, which represent the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures. This 12th grade reincarnation purple lotus is indeed tailor-made for Hutu. Yet, it is curious that throughout the end of the law era, little has been heard of its existence. However, upon reflection, Yi comprehended the reason. Though Hutu is somewhat more composed than other ancestral witches, she is still rather naive and likely never undertook a thorough search of Mount Buzhou. Perhaps this 12th grade reincarnation purple lotus has been quietly concealed all along. With this thought, a faint smile crept upon Yi's lips as he swiftly retrieved a shimmering notebook from his bosom. He opened it to the page inscribed with Hutu's name and without hesitation drew a black line beneath it, murmuring to himself, "Humph. Failing to ascend Mount Buzhou is a profound disrespect to the Father God. Such insolence must be addressed." After completing his drawing, Yi nodded in satisfaction, evidently pleased with his actions. He then returned the notebook to his robe and turned to approach the 12th grade reincarnation purple lotus. The lotus stood serenely, emanating a soft violet glow. Each petal resembled transparent crystal, shimmering with a captivating and mysterious aura. As he drew closer to the lotus, he found himself irresistibly entranced by its breathtaking beauty. He could distinctly sense the formidable power contained within the lotus, particularly the essence of the reincarnation laws, which surged through him like a torrent. This truly is an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, Yi marveled inwardly. If Hutu were to acquire it, her endeavors in establishing reincarnation would undoubtedly yield remarkable results. He resolved to first secure this 12th grade reincarnation purple lotus within his possession, planning to present it to Hutu when the opportune moment arose. Consequently, he summoned his heavenly earth Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda. The pagoda radiated a brilliant light, and with a gentle wave of his hand, it swiftly ascended above the lotus, enveloping it within its embrace. Just as he prepared to absorb the 12th grade reincarnation purple lotus into the pagoda, the once tranquil lotus suddenly erupted in a dazzling display of violet light, as if provoked by some unseen force. The brilliance was so intense that Yi instinctively squinted his eyes. Simultaneously, the petals of the reincarnation purple lotus began to tremble violently, each exuding a potent force of reincarnation, akin to a deluge surging forth from the lotus, rushing directly towards the heavenly earth Xian Huang Linglong Pagoda. Alarmed by this unexpected turn of events, Yi quickly realized that the lotus's fierce resistance was a response to a perceived threat. With a thought, he released the aura of his Pangu bloodline. This essence spread around him like a slumbering giant awakened, permeating the air. Indeed, at the moment Yi unleashed the Pangu bloodline aura, the reincarnation purple lotus noticeably hesitated. The once tumultuous power of reincarnation seemed to suddenly lose its vigor and weaken considerably. The lotus appeared to detect a familiar scent within the Pangu bloodline aura. It paused momentarily and ceased its resistance. Furthermore, it seemed to recognize Yi's identity, promptly severing its root and transforming into a beam of violet light. Soaring towards him like a shooting star, the violet light approached with astonishing speed, circling around Yi with exuberance, reminiscent of a small dog joyfully greeting its master. Exuding endearment. Observing the reincarnation purple lotus before him, Yi felt a surge of joy within. He smiled and gently extended his hand, carefully cradling the lotus in his palm. The lotus gradually diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a petite and exquisite purple flower, resting quietly in his hand. After meticulously inspecting the reincarnation purple lotus and confirming its pristine condition, he flipped his palm and stored it within the heavenly earth Xianxiaaudiobooks pagoda. Once the reincarnation purple lotus was safely secured, he slowly turned his gaze towards the pond that nourished it. Upon closer examination, he was utterly astonished. Unable to contain his disbelief as he rubbed his eyes, as if struggling to accept the sight before him. "My goodness, is this not the three-light divine water?" he exclaimed, his voice brimming with incredulity. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the pond, a tempest of astonishment swirling within him. It is important to note that three-light divine water is an exceedingly rare treasure, usually measured in drops. Yet before him lay a pond brimming with this divine liquid. An immense treasure trove. Three-light divine water is a miraculous concoction formed by the fusion of three types of innate divine waters. The golden sunlight divine water can erode flesh and bone, the silver moonlight divine water can corrode the soul, and the purple starlight divine water can dissolve true spiritual consciousness. Each of these divine waters is perilously toxic when existing independently, but when combined, they transform into the wondrous three-light divine water. The efficacy of three-light divine water is remarkable. A mere drop can heal all wounds and even restore flesh to bones. Moreover, it serves as the nemesis to all poisons, capable of neutralizing countless toxins. Such a precious treasure now manifests before Yi in quantities measured by the ton. How could he not be astounded? Gazing at the softly glowing three-light divine water in the pond, he beheld it as a vibrant ocean, shimmering and resplendent. Resolutely, he summoned the heavenly earth Xianxiaaudiobooks pagoda, which slowly ascended and hovered above the pond. Its radiance caressed the three-light divine water like a gentle tendril. The divine water seemed to respond to the pagoda's summons, beginning to flow gently and gradually coalescing into a stream, cascading toward the pagoda's entrance. With unwavering focus, Yi meticulously controlled the pagoda, cautiously drawing in the three-light divine water bit by bit. He could feel the pure essence of the divine water within the pagoda filling him with an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. As time passed, the volume of three-light divine water in the pond diminished, its surface gradually lowering. Haha, I have truly struck gold this time. In future confrontations, I need only to take a mouthful of three-light divine water at the outset. Even in a brawl, I could grind my opponent to dust. He continued to concentrate on collecting the divine water, refusing to allow even a moment of laxity. Finally, when the pond was entirely depleted, with not a single drop remaining, he ceased his actions. Yi was not yet satisfied. He proceeded to extract the stone wall that had come into contact with the three-light divine water and packaged it for transport. He even ensured to gather the root left behind by the reincarnation purple lotus, taking it all into his possession. After meticulously checking twice to confirm that nothing was overlooked, he felt a sense of fulfillment and resumed his journey towards the summit of Mount Buzhou. This time, as Yi ascended, he unleashed the potent aura of his bloodline. Steadily climbing upward, during the ascent of Mount Buzhou, he activated the Pangu bloodline aura. This ethereal aura resembled a miraculous key, unlocking his extraordinary journey against the heavens. With each few steps, he would stumble upon treasures or spiritual roots, his luck bordering on the absurd. Though most of these artifacts were of the lowest grade, what truly delighted Yi was the discovery of a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Hongjun illustrated guide, nestled within a concealed valley. This artifact, devoid of offensive or defensive capabilities, possessed a unique ability, the power to manipulate time, accelerating the growth of spiritual roots and exotic beasts. Undoubtedly, this was a tremendous boon, allowing him to hasten the maturation of the spiritual roots he cultivated, thereby reaping a greater harvest of spiritual energy. More importantly, the Hongjun Illustrated Guide could absorb various spiritual energies and transmute them into chaotic spiritual energy, an invaluable treasure for both spiritual roots and practitioners. This Hongjun Illustrated Guide is practically tailored for me, Yi exclaimed with exhilaration, his eyes shimmering with possibilities. In the future, while others fought fiercely for a mere spiritual fruit, he would casually consume one and discard another. No, toss away two. The more he pondered, the more elated he became. Hastily transplanting the innate spiritual roots, soil, and the three luminaries' divine water from the Tower of Heaven and Earth into the Hongjun Illustrated Guide. As Yi continued his ascent towards the mountain peak, he observed the surrounding environment growing increasingly desolate. The once dense forest gradually thinned, replaced by a barren landscape. The oppressive force at the summit intensified, demanding considerable time to acclimate with each step. Struggling to lift his gaze towards the towering, unyielding mountain, its height was overwhelming, extending beyond sight and inducing a sense of trepidation. Chapter 11. Climbing Unyielding Mountain. Father God, why did you have to grow so tall? He sighed helplessly. Oh, but perhaps this is merely a form of tempering for me. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he prepared to forge ahead. Just as he was about to take the next step, a thought flashed through his mind. Divine power, honor, blessing. This skill could entirely disregard the limitations of realms, providing a tenfold enhancement to all attributes. Yi felt a spark of inspiration, believing this might alleviate the burdensome pressure weighing upon him. Without hesitation, he decided to bestow upon himself a buff, softly murmuring, honor, blessing. As he infused his divine power into his being, he felt a torrent surge within him. The moment this strength coursed through him, all aches and fatigue dissipated like mist before a gale, vanishing without a trace. Furthermore, his power, speed, and endurance experienced a remarkable enhancement. Wow, this effect is more exhilarating than a massage, Yi marveled, astonished by the might of this skill. The oppressive force that had once left him breathless now felt considerably lighter. He even believed that ascending 5 floors in one breath would pose no challenge. I'm sorry, everyone, but I'm about to unleash my hidden potential. With newfound vigor from the honor blessing, he ascended towards the mountain peak with remarkable ease. Each step feeling effortless, his speed significantly increased. Although the surrounding pressure remained formidable, it was no longer a concern under the dual enhancement of his Pangu bloodline and the honor blessing. After a strenuous climb up the steep slope, Yi was left utterly dumbfounded by the scene before him. His gaze was drawn to the chaotic and terrifying energy swirling around. A maelstrom of formidable forces clashing as if heralding the apocalypse. The first sight that struck him was the 9 dragons of heavenly thunder, roaring and surging through the sky like 9 furious dragons. Strikes of purple lightning flickered in the air, illuminating the landscape with a destructive radiance, each bolt threatening to rend the earth asunder. Following that, he beheld the 9 underworld flames, ghostly flames drifting ominously, emanating a chilling black-red glow. Wherever they passed, all vitality was swiftly consumed, leaving behind desolation and darkness. The frigid inferno ice formed colossal crystals, exuding an excruciating cold. These ice formations seemed to freeze both time and space, giving the impression that the entire world had been encased in ice. The celestial gale howled past, bearing blade-like winds that sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. The power of this divine wind was so immense that Yi felt as though his very body could be effortlessly torn apart by it. The heavenly thunder of the heavens rumbled with boundless might. Each thunderclap resonated with the potential for cataclysm, instilling dread in the hearts of all who heard it. Finally, the southern bright divine fire flickered with brilliant blue flames, so intense that even space began to warp. This fire consumed everything around it, reducing all matter to ashes. These terrifying forces intertwined, creating a perilous zone. Merely gazing upon this spectacle sent chills down Yi's spine, and he could hardly fathom what fate awaited him should he venture within. Goodness, this is utterly chaotic. Yi could not help but exclaim, his heart racing at the sight before him. The danger here was palpable. Without the strength of a quasi-saint or a primordial golden immortal, entering this realm would undoubtedly be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. With skepticism etched upon his face, Yi scrutinized the chaotic scene, an overwhelming urge to voice his thoughts bubbling within him. Is everyone else truly cultivating within a mythological system? How could a mere xianxian or jinxian ever ascend here? He mused, contemplating that he had only recently attained the early stage of the corporeal primordial golden immortal realm. Facing such a terrifying spectacle would undoubtedly be a daunting challenge. Just as he began to reconsider the wisdom of retreating for another opportunity, an unexpected wave of sorrow surged within him like a tide. He was startled to realize that it felt as though an invisible hand had tightly gripped his heart, inflicting unbearable pain. Instinctively, he clutched his chest, bewildered, muttering to himself. What is happening? Why do I feel so despondent? It seems that if I were to leave now, I would lose something exceedingly important. His gaze slowly scanned the vast horror before him, and involuntarily, memories from his past life flooded his mind. The days of servitude, flattering those above him. Dwelling in a dark, damp basement, enduring the relentless grind of a 996-work schedule, all those painful recollections flashed before him like scenes from a film. Just as Yi was lost in his reveries, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, determination glimmering within, and shouted, "Damn it! To be reborn in this life is already a windfall. Bearing the Pangu bloodline and possessing this innate recovery ability, what do I have to fear? Life and death are mere whims of fate. One does not perish for 10,000 years." In that pivotal moment of clarity, Yi felt an unseen force stirring within his primordial spirit realm. The once impenetrable barrier of his cultivation began to show signs of looseness. A surge of joy filled him. He dared not waste a moment, swiftly seating himself in a lotus position, regulating his breath and calming his mind, concentrating entirely on his primordial spirit. As he channeled his energy, the pinnacle barrier of the Daluo golden immortal realm shattered like a fragile spider's web, cracking under the pressure of his newfound strength. Witnessing this, Yi felt a renewed urgency and promptly activated his 9 transformations of spirit refinement. Guided by the subtle currents of the laws of power, an endless stream converged around Yi's primordial spirit. These fragments of law danced like spirited sprites, joyfully swirling about his essence. The previously indistinct patterns of force began to crystallize into clarity under the nurturing touch of this law's energy. Throughout this profound comprehension of the laws, Yi's primordial spirit felt as though it was being remade, continually refining, transcending, and growing ever more formidable. Simultaneously, within his sea of consciousness, the once tranquil chaos surged. Tumultuous waves rising violently. Yet, his primordial spirit stood resolute amidst this tempest, radiating a resplendent golden light that quelled the raging tides. At last, in a singular moment, his spirit trembled violently, as if breaking free from its final fetters, emitting a deep, resonant sound. Boom. This sound echoed in his mind like the reverberation of morning bells and evening drums. With this thunderous proclamation, Yi's primordial spirit successfully transcended the shackles of the great Luo Golden Immortal, stepping into the legendary realm of the Primordial Golden Immortal. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within, as if he could perceive the very essence of all things in the world. His spiritual realm had ascended to that of the Primordial Golden Immortal, signifying a monumental enhancement of his soul's power. His thoughts became more agile, and his understanding of the laws of heaven and earth deepened profoundly. Rising to his feet, he felt invigorated, as if every pore in his body rejoiced exuberantly. His mind was crystal clear, the worries and confusions of the past dissipating like mist blown away by the wind, vanishing without a trace. Redirecting his gaze toward the perilous terrain before him, he murmured, "Since I have come this far, it would be a pity not to take a look." As he stepped into this domain, it was as if a droplet of water had plunged into a cauldron of oil, causing an immediate eruption. All anomalous energies seemed to find a release, surging toward him. Yet, Yi refrained from utilizing any spiritual treasures. He seated himself and opted to channel the 9 turns profound Yuan technique, bracing himself with his physical form. The 9 dragons' thunder descended upon him like ferocious dragons, claws bared and fangs glinting. In an instant, violet lightning cascaded like torrential rain, crashing mercilessly upon him. The sheer force of the thunder was immense, as if it sought to rend him into shreds, leaving him no time to react before being struck by this terrifying power. His body was enveloped in a tempest of purple lightning, the powerful shockwave distorting the air around him into spirals. His skin darkened upon the impact of the thunder, as if scorched. Muscles convulsed violently under the strain of the immense electrical current, blood vessels ruptured under the pressure, and blood gushed from his pores, enveloping him in a crimson mist. His body trembled violently as if struck by countless bolts of lightning, completely losing control. Each tremor brought with it a jarring pain, as if every bone in his body were on the verge of shattering. However, this was not the most terrifying aspect. Just as Yi was being tormented by the 9 dragons' thunder, the 9 nether fiery flames lunged at him like ravenous wolves. The ghostly black-red flames, as if imbued with life, rapidly ensnared his body. Upon contact with his skin, the flames ignited fiercely. His skin began to peel away under the searing heat, revealing charred muscles beneath. These muscles displayed an eerie black hue, occasionally emitting wisps of green smoke, releasing a nauseating stench. Large areas of burns marred his body, deep enough to expose bone, revealing both white bones and writhing flesh beneath. The searing pain felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his body, rendering him in agony. Moreover, the 9 nether fiery flames possessed a potent corrosive quality. They not only scorched Yi's flesh, but began to erode his primordial spirit. He felt as though his very soul was being devoured by these flames, his consciousness fading into a haze, as if it could dissipate at any moment. Before he could fully recover from the onslaught of the frigid prison ice, colossal ice crystals descended upon him like cannonballs. They struck his body with astonishing speed and force. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold radiated from the point of impact, as if it sought to freeze him into a lifeless statue. His muscles lost all elasticity, becoming rigid and inflexible, making even the simplest movements exceedingly arduous. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The impact of the ice crystals was so tremendous that it shattered the layers of ice that had already formed on his body, exposing the bruised skin beneath. That skin took on a ghastly purplish hue, as if clawed by some malevolent spirit, a sight too horrifying to behold. This torment of ice and fire left Yi in excruciating pain, his body oscillating between extreme cold and scorching heat, as if it were to be torn asunder. Yet, he did not yield, gritting his teeth and fervently channeling his internal techniques, hoping to swiftly mend his injuries. However, just as he began to heal, the celestial wind surged forth like a pack of savage wolves. The cutting winds, sharp as blades, mercilessly sliced at Yi's body. The frostbitten skin, already ravaged, split open anew under the assault of the wind blades. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, dyeing his body a vivid crimson. His wounds were numerous, leaving almost no unscathed flesh. His form had become a grotesque tapestry of injuries. The ferocious wind blades tossed him about, rendering him nearly unable to maintain his balance, as if he could be swept away by this overwhelming force at any moment. At that moment, the celestial thunder rumbled down like an enraged beast, bearing immense power. Each bolt of lightning struck with the wrath of a thunder god, carrying the force to obliterate the heavens and earth, crashing down upon Yi. Struck by the lightning, he was propelled backward by the sheer force, the residual energy reverberating around him, rendering him temporarily immobile. Faced with such a barrage of attacks, his body sustained further grievous injuries. Realizing that the healing pace of his 9 turns profound Yuan technique was utterly insufficient to keep up with the destruction. Just as signs of healing began to appear, new assaults shattered his progress, leaving him a bloody mess, nearly unrecognizable. Without hesitation, Yi swallowed a mouthful of the 3 lights divine water, yet his unease remained unrelieved. The severity of his injuries suggested that mere reliance on the 3 lights divine water might not suffice for complete recovery. Thus, he made a swift decision to invoke his unique divine ability, the Holy Healing Wind. A brilliant, sacred light erupted from within Yi, akin to a clear spring, swiftly coalescing into a wondrous wind. This wind, seemingly alive, gently enveloped his form, acting as a protective barrier. The miraculous wind began to work its unique magic, caressing each of Yi's wounds with a tender touch. Every injury felt the soothing embrace of this wind, as if cells were infused with renewed vitality, accelerating their regeneration. The damaged tissues, under the influence of the wind, began to repair at a visibly remarkable pace. Despite the formidable assistance of the Holy Healing Wind and the miraculous endowment of the trisolar divine water, the damage inflicted upon Yi's body was overwhelmingly severe. His physique resembled a flower ravaged by a tempest, striving to mend itself, yet caught in an unending cycle of destruction and restoration. Chapter 13, Abakli. Amidst this seemingly interminable cycle, the Pangu heart's blood within him suddenly ignited as if set ablaze, surging forth with a fervent intensity. This warm current coursed through his meridians like a searing torrent, rapidly permeating his entire being. With the flow of this warmth, Yi underwent astonishing transformations. His muscles grew more resilient, brimming with power, while his bones became exceedingly sturdy, rivaling the hardness of the finest innate spiritual treasures. His skin, akin to that of a diamond, became impervious to harm, rendering any attacks futile. He distinctly sensed the remarkable enhancement of his corporeal strength at an extraordinary pace. The skin, once charred black by the 9 dragon heavenly thunder, now appeared to be under a spell, gradually regaining its former healthy hue. Moreover, the wounds inflicted by the 9 nether ghost fire were visibly mending at an astonishing rate. New skin emerged like tender shoots breaking through the earth, replacing the charred remnants of his past injuries. Not only that, even the frostbite from the frigid abyss began to thaw, revitalized by the potent force of the Pangu bloodline. The wounds carved by the heavenly gang divine wind, though still prominent, no longer oozed blood. Delicate new tissue began to sprout at the edges, as if narrating a miraculous tale of the body's self-repair. Though the onslaught of the heavenly divine thunder had momentarily numbed Yi's body, he could still feel his muscles rhythmically contracting, strength gradually returning. This sensation was akin to a long-dormant behemoth awakening, ready to showcase its might and prowess once more. Thus, Yi stood resolutely amid the tempestuous energies assaulting him, adapting to the ferocious impacts that besieged him. Each wave of energy struck like a heavy hammer, relentlessly battering his form. His wounds healed at a pace visible to the naked eye, muscles regenerated, and skin regained its elasticity. As time trickled by, Yi was oblivious to how long he had endured this torment, yet he persevered through gritted teeth. Ultimately, at a certain moment, those foreign energies that could once easily rend his flesh ceased to inflict any substantial harm upon him. Slowly rising to his feet, he stretched his stiff limbs. With each extension of his body, he distinctly felt his corporeal strength had multiplied manifold. Now, with merely a flick of his fingers, he could effortlessly send his former self flying. This was accomplished without the enhancement of the honor blessing. Indeed, as Strong Brother had asserted, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Yi felt a surge of pride within, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Sensing the formidable power within, he quipped, "I am terrifyingly strong now." Upon successfully traversing that perilous zone, he felt no relaxation in his heart, nor a fleeting thought of pausing. As he resolutely advanced towards the mountain's summit, as he drew closer to the peak, an overwhelming pressure enveloped him like a shadow. The nearer he approached the summit, the more potent this pressure became, as if intent on crushing him entirely. Under this immense weight, Yi trudged forward with great difficulty, each step growing increasingly laborious. It was unclear how long he had been journeying, but at last he beheld the mountaintop. However, he still stood less than 50 steps away. Yet, this mere 50 steps felt akin to a path of life and death, with each stride forward doubling the oppressive force bearing down upon him. The weight pressed heavily upon him, threatening to shatter his very being. Fortunately, Yi was no stranger to such trials. He swiftly invoked the honor blessing, a powerful force enveloping him, providing a brief respite. Bolstered by this blessing, he bravely endured the nearly suffocating pressure, staggeringly advancing another 30 steps. However, these 30 steps nearly drained all his strength. He had reached his limit. His muscles were taut as bowstrings, seemingly on the verge of snapping, while his bones creaked under the immense strain. Each rise and fall of his feet felt like a tug of war with death itself. A misstep could lead to his utter collapse beneath the immense pressure. At this moment, Yi felt his body relentlessly pounded, the blood and chi within him roiling as though on the brink of bursting forth. This sensation was agonizing. His internal organs felt as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, suffocating him and prompting existential doubts. Realizing his strength was dissipating at an alarming rate, akin to sand slipping through an hourglass, he harbored but one thought in this life and death moment: I must maintain my composure. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of his strength to expel a breath of stale air. Then, trembling, he extended his hand and with a sudden force, produced a crisp snap of his fingers. In that instant, the life's owed divine power within him was fully awakened. A pure, radiant light burst forth from within, illuminating the previously dim surroundings. This holy light pierced the darkness, illuminating Yi's sweat-drenched and blood-stained visage. With the radiance of this divine light, Yi underwent a remarkable transformation. His once broken body, now on the brink of collapse, seemed infused with newfound vitality and vigor, as a surge of power erupted from the depths of his soul, sweeping through him in an instant. Rising to his feet, he strode forth with urgency. Now just 3 steps from the summit, yet these 3 steps loomed as insurmountable mountains between him and his goal. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned all his strength and took another step forward. Just as his foot touched the ground, a terrifying pressure crashed down upon him like a landslide. Every pore in his body erupted with blood under the immense strain, crimson rivulets cascading down his skin in a shocking display. His body trembled violently, each cell enduring unimaginable torment, yet he did not falter. Gritting his teeth, he labored onward. His muscles felt as though they were being torn apart by an invisible force, flesh and blood mingling in a gruesome display, the wounds deep enough to expose bone, blood gushing forth like a fountain, accompanied by the tearing of muscle. A sickening crack echoed from his leg bones, succumbing to the relentless pressure. Chapter 14. Lao Deng, are you spying on me? His body jolted violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. Yet through sheer willpower, he endured the excruciating pain and steadied himself. At this moment, Yi was already at the end of his tether, yet his gaze remained unwaveringly resolute, fixed upon the summit, the target of his aspirations, with but one thought in his mind. Having come this far, I must ascend to see it. My eyes cannot close without doing so. Now, only one final step remained before him. For Yi, The present moment was undoubtedly akin to a formidable chasm, dragging his nearly disassembled body as he painstakingly moved his feet, inch by inch. With each minuscule advance, he endured excruciating agony, as if every bone in his body were being mercilessly ground to dust anew. At last, after an interminable and torturous struggle, Yi's foot crossed the final threshold. In the instant his foot touched the ground, the oppressive force that had weighed upon him receded like a receding tide, causing his body to collapse limply to the ground, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, as if he might expel his very lungs. He hastily controlled the primordial compendium, retrieving the 3 light divine water, and without hesitation, he took a large gulp. The refreshing divine liquid coursed down his throat, bringing a soothing relief to his torment. Simultaneously, he invoked the holy healing wind, which gently caressed his wounds, hastening their recovery. Under the dual treatment of the 3 light divine water and the holy healing wind, the once horrific wounds on Yi's body began to heal at a visibly miraculous pace, as if under a spell. The fractured bones of his legs swiftly mended, as if they had never suffered such grievous injury. As the wounds healed, his vitality gradually returned, and the debilitating pain that had rendered him nearly immobile dissipated, allowing him to slowly rise to a seated position. Gradually standing up, albeit unsteadily, atop the summit of Mount Bujo, he surveyed his surroundings. The view from the peak was a stark contrast to that below. Here, the violent energy and suffocating pressure were absent. Instead, tranquility and serenity enveloped him, as if this place were a forgotten corner of time. The air was thick with rich spiritual energy, wafting like delicate morning mist. Taking a deep breath, the pure spiritual essence flowed through his nostrils into his body, granting him an unprecedented sense of relief. It felt as though every cell within him rejoiced, greedily absorbing this ethereal essence. Finally, he had arrived. It had been no easy feat. Yi murmured, his voice laced with fatigue, yet predominantly infused with an ineffable sense of accomplishment. After enduring countless hardships, he had finally ascended to the legendary peak of Mount Bujo. Just as he reveled in this moment of triumph, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "Well done, young one. I did not choose unwisely." The voice sounded jarringly out of place amidst the serene mountaintop. Startled by the abrupt utterance, Yi jolted, nearly teetering off the summit. Upon hearing the voice, his heart raced, and he swiftly turned to face its source. When he beheld the figure before him, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "Pangu, the Father God." His voice brimmed with confusion and astonishment, as he had never anticipated encountering the legendary Pangu in this place. Once he confirmed that the figure before him was indeed Pangu, his skepticism was swiftly supplanted by overwhelming joy. Yi trembled with excitement, his voice quaking with enthusiasm. "Father God, it truly is you. You're not dead?" His words conveyed an indescribable elation. Pangu's ethereal form regarded Yi with a faint smile, yet it appeared to carry an undercurrent of helplessness. Gently shaking his head, he replied, "No, this is merely a remnant of my consciousness. Had you arrived any later, you would have missed me." Although Pangu's tone was calm, Yi could discern a profound sense of regret within. His heart tightened, and he pressed on, "Then, Father God, has your true self truly departed from this world?" This question had long haunted him, and now that he had the chance to inquire directly, he was determined not to let it slip away. Pangu remained silent for a moment before finally responding, "I do not know. I am but a fragment of consciousness. Whether my true self has truly perished is beyond my knowledge." His voice carried a note of uncertainty. Enough of this. Pangu's tone suddenly turned grave. "Child, close your eyes. I have something for you." Despite his confusion regarding the Father God's words, Yi obediently shut his eyes, silently speculating what treasure Pangu might bestow upon him. Could it be a spiritual treasure? Or perhaps a spiritual root? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Just as Yi closed his eyes, Pangu observed him, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if concealing an unspoken secret. Slowly, he raised his fist, as large as a cooking pot. The fist traced an arc through the air before descending with force upon Yi. A cacophony of sounds erupted, and Yi, caught entirely off guard, was struck, leaving him bruised and battered. The world spun around him, and he perceived a flurry of golden stars, as if the very fabric of reality were unraveling at that moment. Pangu, satisfied, retracted his fist, observing Yi's disheveled appearance with a tone of smugness. "Humph. You dare speak ill of me behind my back, believing I am unaware?" Yi stared blankly at Pangu, his expression one of grievance and confusion, feeling utterly wronged by this unwarranted assault. "Old Deng, were you spying on me?" Yi finally could not restrain himself from exclaiming. Pangu's lips curled into a delighted smile as he regarded Yi with a dismissive gaze. His voice dripping with disdain. "Spy on you? You overestimate yourself. This entire Pangu hall is a manifestation of my true essence. Do you think I need to spy on you to learn what I wish? Upon hearing Pangu's words, Yi felt as though struck by lightning, his mind going blank. He gazed at Pangu with disbelief, and the awe he once held for the great figure dissipated like smoke. In his mind, Pangu's majestic image crumbled like a skyscraper ravaged by a tempest. Yi's face adopted an expression of utmost grievance, akin to that of a scorned maiden, as he looked at Pangu with a pitiful gaze, seemingly attempting to salvage the remnants of his dignity. Pangu observed Yi's disconsolate demeanor and felt a shiver run down his spine. Unable to suppress a shudder, he waved his hand, conjuring a faintly glowing object that appeared in his palm. Chapter 15. Half-uttered words and a rotten rear. Pangu tossed the object before Yi as if discarding refuse, casually stating, "Enough of that repugnant expression, take this. It should aid in enhancing your strength." Yi's attention was instantly ensnared by the object. Upon closer inspection, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. It turned out to be an incredibly precious Pangu jade marrow. This marrow, derived from Pangu's bones, would significantly augment his physical capabilities. Trembling with excitement, Yi carefully stowed the jade marrow within his primordial compendium, fearful that it might vanish at any moment. Then, with a visage full of ingratiation, he gazed at Pangu, his smile broader than a blooming flower, and remarked, "Father God, might there be more treasures you could bestow upon me? I have 12 hungry siblings waiting for nourishment. I would never complain about more." The corners of Pangu's eyes twitched slightly as he regarded the shameless figure before him. A wave of regret surged within him, and he began to doubt whether his initial decision had indeed been the correct one. Suppressing the urge to strike him, he retorted with exasperation, "That's enough. The chunk of Pangu jade is sufficient for your use. With your strength, even if you absorb more, it would be of no consequence, as you would ultimately need to distribute it to others. You should take a moment to relish the sensation of having just been bested. It will greatly assist you in grasping the principles of enlightenment. Remember, young one, regardless of the myriad laws you may encounter, I shall single-handedly shatter them. The path has already been laid before you. It is up to you how you choose to traverse it." As soon as his words were uttered, Pangu's figure began to blur, as if swept away by a gust of wind, and then vanished entirely. Seeing this, Yi's heart raced with urgency, and he called out loudly, "Wait, Father God, what do you mean by path? Could you elucidate a bit more? Please don't leave me guessing. I have always despised riddles. Father God, are you still there?" No matter how fervently Yi shouted, Pangu's silhouette offered no further response. Ultimately, Pangu's form dissipated completely into the air, leaving Yi standing alone, anxiously stamping his feet in frustration and helplessness. This old man, speaking only halfway without fear of consequences. At that moment, a fist composed of spiritual energy suddenly coalesced in the sky and descended forcefully upon Yi. He was struck and sent flying, leaving an imprint of a character on the ground. Pangu's voice echoed from the heavens, "Get lost." Slowly, Yi rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his body while muttering, "This old man lacks martial ethics. I am, after all, the legitimate eldest son. How could he strike without a moment's hesitation, showing me no respect? However, he is quite generous. This Pangu jade is indeed a marvelous treasure." Yi retrieved the piece of Pangu jade from his inventory and examined it closely. The jade emitted a soft golden glow, taking on an irregular oval shape. Its surface as smooth as a mirror, seemingly capable of reflecting one's image. Inside the jade, a golden liquid appeared to flow, shimmering brilliantly under the light, reminiscent of liquid gold. Carefully, he extracted a small portion of the jade and stored the remainder away. Then, he squeezed out a drop from this small portion, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding to swallow it. After consuming this drop of jade, Yi felt no immediate changes. After waiting for a while, he still sensed nothing unusual within his body. Resolute, he swallowed the entirety of the remaining small portion of jade without hesitation. As seconds ticked by, Yi patiently awaited the jade's effects to manifest within him. However, after a considerable duration, he felt no reaction whatsoever. Growing restless, he began to scratch his head in confusion, muttering to himself, "What on earth is happening? Could it be that this old man has given me a counterfeit?" Just as the words escaped his lips, his eyes suddenly widened as if an unseen force had forcibly opened them, nearly causing his eyeballs to pop from their sockets. Simultaneously, an immensely powerful energy erupted from his abdomen, rampaging through his body with a devastating force. An overwhelming pain, akin to being pierced by 1,000 needles, coursed through Yi's entire being, rendering him nearly unbearable agony. His complexion turned pale as parchment, devoid of color, while beads of sweat the size of mung beans cascaded down his forehead like a string of pearls. Damn, I was reckless. I fell victim to ignorance. This old man didn't even give me a heads up. Yi could not help but curse aloud, filled with regret. Yet there was no time for lamentation, as the formidable energy wreaked havoc within him, threatening to inflict irreparable harm to his body if not controlled promptly. In a decisive moment, Yi sat cross-legged, closing his eyes tightly and focused intently on circulating the 9 transformations of the primordial essence to refine this chaotic energy. As his technique commenced, the previously erratic energy within him began to flow in harmony. The golden energy surged through his meridians like molten lava, forcibly widening them, while impurities clinging to the walls were washed away by this powerful force. Under the impact of this energy, Yi's meridians underwent a rebirth, constantly being reshaped and reinforced. They became remarkably resilient and expansive, capable of accommodating a greater torrent of energy. The flow of energy became increasingly smooth. With the violent onslaught of energy, seismic transformations occurred within Yi's body. His muscles began to swell and twist at an astonishing pace. Each muscle appeared to be infused with life, writhing vigorously as they intertwined, creating a breathtaking spectacle, as if countless golden serpents slithered beneath his skin. As time passed, the hue of his muscles gradually transformed. The once vivid crimson was now enveloped in a layer of golden radiance, the golden light coursing through the muscle tissue, imparting a dazzling brilliance. Under this metamorphosis, his muscles became exceptionally firm and powerful. Each contraction and relaxation of his muscles resembled a miniature explosion, unleashing a strength far surpassing that of before. His bones, too, were undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis. The golden energy flowed into his bones like an unending torrent, continuously fortifying them. With each reinforcement, the bones emitted crisp sounds, each crack signifying a strengthening of his skeletal structure, rendering Yi's physique increasingly impervious. The density and resilience of his bones underwent a qualitative leap. What was once impenetrable was now even more unyielding, as if each bone had been forged from the finest steel. Consequently, he could withstand greater forces without sustaining injury. The once bright red blood was gradually replaced by a resplendent golden hue, its texture becoming increasingly viscous, akin to liquid gold. As this golden blood coursed through his veins, it radiated a faint golden light, mesmerizing to behold. This golden blood contained immense energy, each drop resembling a miniature energy sphere, brimming with vitality and vigor. Yi's blood circulation accelerated dramatically. The golden blood surged like a raging torrent, continuously transporting vast amounts of energy to every corner of his body. This energy nourished every cell within him, revitalizing them with unparalleled vigor. As time progressed, the energy from the jade was gradually refined, and Yi's body absorbed and transformed this powerful energy. His physical strength escalated, every part of his being becoming more refined and potent. Even previously latent injuries were thoroughly resolved. He continued to extract the jade, refining it until it no longer enhanced his strength, at which point he ceased. Yi opened his character panel to check his information. Character panel. Name: Yi Bloodline. Pangu's Heartblood. Following footnotes: Junior Chaos Demon God. Cultivation level: Physical body. Late stage Hongjun Golden Immortal. Soul: Early stage Hongjun Golden Immortal. Laws: Law of Power. Divine abilities: Purification, Guardian Emblem, Honor Blessing, Source of Life. Holy Wind of Restoration, Life's Praise Divine Might. Magical Artifacts: Holy Light Hammer. A growth-type innate spiritual treasure that can evolve indefinitely with the owner's cultivation. Heaven and Earth Mystical Tower. Primordial Measuring Ruler. Primal Chaos Illustrated Guide. Supreme innate spiritual treasures capable of regulating time, accelerating the growth of spiritual roots and extraordinary beasts. Absorbing various spiritual energies to transform them into chaotic spiritual energy, and converting chaotic energy into innate spiritual energy. Spiritual Root. Mid-grade innate spiritual root, Dragon Blood Tree. Special class: Decomposition Machine. Capable of decomposing all things to obtain law crystals and raw materials. Yi gazed contentedly at his character panel, particularly pleased that his physical cultivation had reached the late stage of Hongjun Golden Immortal. In this time frame, he could be considered a formidable figure, a fact that delighted him immensely. After successfully absorbing the Pangu Jade essence to enhance his own strength, Yi decided to return to the Pangu Hall to check on those foolish ones. Upon stepping into the Grand Hall, he observed with astonishment that the 12 previously motionless blood cocoons had begun to tremble slightly, as if life was stirring within them. Realizing that these blood cocoons had birthed their own consciousness and souls, he noted that they seemed to be autonomously absorbing the innate malevolent and turbid energies in the hall for cultivation. With a wave of his hands, 12 beams of light shot forth like meteors towards the blood cocoons. Upon contact, these lights transformed into a transparent protective shield, enveloping the cocoons securely. This was the guardian emblem he employed, capable of isolating external disturbances and safeguarding the consciousness and souls within the cocoons from harm. Once this was accomplished, Yi let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest as he murmured, "That was close. Had I returned any later, all previous plans would have been in vain." His gaze remained fixed on the 12 blood cocoons, as if he could see the life developing within through the protective shield. "Even before birth, you already caused such concern," Yi lamented, shaking his head resignedly. "If you trouble me like this before your emergence, what will it be like once you are born? It seems I shall have to wield the hammer of love once you arrive." A mischievous smile graced his lips as he swiftly produced a hammer from his bosom, tenderly caressing it as if it were his most cherished treasure. His gaze fell affectionately upon the 12 blood cocoons, as if to say, "I await your arrival." The 12 blood cocoons seemed to sense his words, trembling in unison. Contemplating, Yi decided to transmit a message to the cocoons, urging them to fully absorb the innate malevolent and turbid energies for their cultivation. Focusing intently, he transformed his thoughts into a powerful intent that pierced through the surface of the cocoons, conveying his message to their consciousness. The blood cocoons appeared to comprehend his intentions, and their absorption speed suddenly accelerated. The previously sluggish flow of innate malevolent and turbid energies surged like a torrential flood, continuously devoured by the cocoons. Yi felt the changes within the cocoons and nodded inwardly. Utilizing his perception abilities once more, he meticulously examined the shield protecting the blood cocoons. After some calculations, he determined that, based on the varying cultivation levels and absorption rates of the cocoons, it would take approximately 3 yuan meetings to completely erode this protective shield. With this realization, he noted that now, while the heavenly Tao was incomplete and the outside world chaotic, was an opportune moment to take advantage of the turmoil. Standing up, he addressed the blood cocoons. "Dear little siblings, the world is vast, and I wish to explore it. Cultivate diligently, and I shall return to cherish you." Having said that, he turned and stepped slowly out of the Pangu hall, leaving the 12 blood cocoons to continue their silent cultivation, awaiting the day they would break free from their confines. As Yi stepped beyond the bounds of Buzhou Mountain, a heavy sense of oppression surged upon him like a tidal wave. Looking up, he noticed that the once clear sky was now shrouded in dark clouds, which loomed like a slumbering giant awakened, gathering rapidly and rolling ominously. It seemed intent on devouring the last vestiges of clarity in the world. At this moment, the heavenly secrets became obscure and veiled by a thick black curtain, rendering them inaccessible. The boundless calamity aura surged like an overwhelming tide of darkness, engulfing every corner of the primordial land. Wherever it spread, chaos reigned, suffusing the entire world with an oppressive and perilous atmosphere. Under the shadow of this calamity aura, the long-standing discord between the Dragon, Phoenix, and Xilan clans reached a boiling point, igniting a decisive battle for survival. The roars of dragons, the lamentations of phoenixes, and the cries of Qilins intertwined in the air, weaving a tragic battle hymn. Yi observed with keen eyes as colossal dragons writhed in the sky. Their immense bodies traversed the dark clouds, their scales glinting with a cold, fierce light, as if forged from countless stars. Chapter 17, The Brutal Battlefield. The thunderous roars of dragons echoed like ancient war songs, imbued with boundless strength. Each sweep of their tails and every spiral they made unleashed untold power, as if they sought to rend the very fabric of reality. Phoenixes soared through the skies, their forms resembling blazing flames, ardent and resplendent. Their magnificent feathers shimmered under the sunlight, sparkling like a multitude of embedded rubies. The feathers of the phoenix, as sharp as blades, summoned fierce winds with each flap, igniting torrents of flames that formed a massive wall of fire, ensnaring their foes within. The mournful cries of the phoenixes, though ethereal, carried an insatiable murderous intent, resonating with a haunting sharpness on this chaotic battlefield. This sound seemed capable of piercing the soul, sending chills down one's spine. Diving with the swiftness of lightning, the phoenixes clawed at their enemies with sharp talons. Each strike bore the weight of thunderous might, disintegrating foes into mere fragments in an instant. Meanwhile, the Qilins rampaged across the ground, their majestic forms akin to mountains, each step causing the earth to tremble. Wherever they trod, deep hoofprints were left behind, as if the land itself had been rent asunder. The roars of the Qilins resounded like thunderclaps, shaking the very ground beneath. This sound resembled the howls of the damned from the depths of hell, instilling dread in the hearts of all. Their horns gleamed like swords, each collision wielding the power to annihilate all in their path. The Qilins charged fiercely at their enemies, sending them sprawling before them, only to trample them mercilessly underfoot, reducing them to mere dust. The battles among the three clans were intensely fierce, akin to an unending feast of slaughter. The battlefield resembled a colossal grinding stone, mercilessly consuming countless lives. Blood sprayed like fountains, staining the earth crimson, while severed limbs and remnants flew in all directions. The air was thick with the stench of blood and the aura of death, rendering it suffocating. Yi stood at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. Feeling the turmoil of the battlefield surge within him, an indescribable sentiment welling up as he could not help but exclaim, "This is the cruelty of the primordial world." Even the mightiest of races cannot escape such calamities. As the essence of consciousness swept across the battlefield's tragic scene, a flicker of sympathy glimmered in Yi's eyes. Suddenly, his expression underwent a dramatic transformation. The once serious countenance morphed into a lewd grin. Chuckling to himself in a hushed tone, he mused, "But what does it matter to me? I care not for who triumphs or falters." A glint of cunning danced in his gaze as he contemplated. With the overwhelming majority of the three clans' combat prowess engaged in battle, their defensive capabilities at home must surely be relatively feeble. Ah, what a splendid opportunity to plunder. With this thought, a smirk crept across his lips. After careful deliberation, Yi resolved to venture forth to the ancestral grounds of the Qilan clan. After all, the ancestral grounds were in close proximity to Mount Buzhou, undoubtedly presenting a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He envisioned slipping into the ancestral domain while the Qilan's main force was absent, stealthily making off with the entirety of their treasure trove. The Qilan clan, the sovereign beasts of the primordial wilderness, surely possessed a trove that would not disappoint. If he could unearth even a few exceptional innate spiritual treasures from within, it would be a thrilling conquest indeed. The mere thought sent a surge of excitement coursing through Yi's veins. Without further ado, he summoned the power within, instantly transforming his form into a brilliant golden streak of light. Like a bolt of lightning, he raced toward the ancestral grounds of the Qilan clan, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Before long, he arrived at the ancestral grounds of the Qilan clan. Before him lay an expanse of boundless mountains, their peaks rising and falling in majestic waves, shrouded in swirling mists. The ancestral domain was enveloped by a formidable barrier, emanating a soft golden glow, akin to an impregnable fortress. Though the barrier was formidable, Yi regarded it as a mere trifle. "This poses little challenge for me," he confidently declared, forming intricate hand seals while murmuring incantations. A stream of light shot forth from his hands, summoning the celestial Huangling Tower. The tower radiated a gentle luminescence, enveloping Yi entirely. With the tower above him, he advanced step by step toward the barrier. As he drew closer, the light from the tower intertwined with that of the barrier, producing a series of melodious chimes. Observing this, Yi unhesitatingly activated the 9 turns Yuan Xiangong, channeling a continuous flow of power into the tower. The tower's light flared like a fire ignited, becoming dazzlingly bright. Under the onslaught of this formidable might, the barrier's glow began to wane, prompting him to increase the output of his power. Through relentless effort, the brilliance of the barrier weakened until, at last, a small aperture was successfully breached. A surge of elation filled Yi's heart as he seized the opportunity to step through the barrier, his form darting like lightning into the depths of the Qilan clan's ancestral grounds. Once inside, he discovered an array of ancient edifices and enigmatic formations. The architectural styles varied wildly. Some were grand and imposing, while others were delicate and intricate, and some appeared rather dilapidated. Yet, all exuded an unmistakable sense of the passage of time. Yi maneuvered through the formations like a slippery eel, aided by his keen perception, easily discerning the positions and movements of each guard. Like a phantom, he silently approached the sentinels, launching surprise attacks with precision. Though these guards possessed formidable strength, to Yi, they were but lambs awaiting slaughter. His strikes were as swift as lightning, each one landing with unerring accuracy, leaving the guards no time to react. Fortunately, most were merely great Luo Golden Immortals, with the strongest among them barely at the early stages of Hunyuan Golden Immortals. Had they been any more powerful, Yi would likely have found it far more challenging to ambush them. Indeed, the ancestral grounds of the Qilan clan were brimming with treasures. Yi felt a surge of excitement within. His gaze fell upon a plethora of precious spiritual roots, celestial herbs, and innate spiritual treasures, each radiating an alluring glow that made his eyes sparkle with delight. As he continued his exploration, he began to collect these treasures into his celestial Huangling Tower. However, he gradually realized a troubling fact. The majority of the treasures were low-grade innate spiritual treasures and spiritual roots, with mid-grade treasures being exceedingly rare. This cannot be the Qilan clan's treasure vault, Yi mused inwardly. There must be other repositories. He paused, meticulously scanning his surroundings for any clues. Continuing his thorough investigation, he left no corner unexamined, yet despite his exhaustive search, no signs of a treasure vault emerged. Puzzled, Yi scratched his head, muttering to himself, "How could there be none? Have all the treasures been taken to aid in the battle?" No, something feels amiss. The more he pondered, the more he sensed something was off, and his doubts deepened. Just then, a flash of insight struck him. The Qilin were the masters of the earth. Could it be that the treasure vault was hidden underground? With this thought, Yi sprang into action, commencing a meticulous search of the subterranean realm. After a grueling search, he finally stumbled upon an unremarkable stone tablet in a nondescript location. The tablet appeared ordinary, lacking any distinctive features, and there were no signs of spiritual energy fluctuations surrounding it. However, when Yi probed it with his essence of consciousness, he was astonished to discover that it was enveloped by a powerful restriction. This must be the Qilin clan's treasure vault, he surmised. That old rascal ancestor Qilin truly has an abundance of tricks. Faced with the restriction, Yi immediately summoned his treasured artifact, the Hongming Liang Tianqi. He transformed the artifact into a conical shape, continuously channeling potent energy into it. As the energy surged forth, the Liang Tianqi began to spin rapidly, generating intense friction against the restriction, producing a deafening roar. What seemed to be an impenetrable barrier gradually began to loosen under Yi Ye's relentless assault. At last, the seemingly indestructible restriction was successfully breached. Stepping into the treasure vault, he exclaimed in astonishment, "By the heavens, now this is more like it." The vault contained treasures of at least mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, with celestial herbs and spiritual roots, all scattered upon the ground rather than displayed on shelves. Quickly gathering these treasures into his celestial Huangling Tower, a gleam of greed sparkled in his eyes. This is a windfall. His face beamed with an uncontainable sense of pride. For having seldom tasted the finer things in life, he could hardly contain his excitement. Light on his feet, he continued further inside, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings, where he beheld a dazzling array of superior-grade, innate spiritual treasures, no fewer than several dozen. Without hesitation, he began to collect them one by one. However, as he ventured deeper, the number of treasures began to dwindle. Just as Yi felt a twinge of disappointment, a sudden realization struck him. His eyes lit up as he sprinted toward an inconspicuous corner, where a small, exquisite banner lay quietly. Excitedly grasping the small flag, he examined it closely, his lips murmuring incessantly, "Haha, indeed, this is one of the exquisite Central Wuji apricot yellow flags. A transformation of the lotus leaf after the fragmentation of the chaotic azure lotus. Not only does this flag stabilize the foundation and form a formidable earth-based defense, but it can also absorb and transmute the principles of the earth element." With a heart brimming with joy, he tucked the Central Wuji apricot yellow flag into his embrace and turned to the side, only to discover a delicate box placed nearby. Curiously, he opened the box and was instantly overjoyed, for it was filled to the brim with primordial Wu soil. It is worth noting that this primordial Wu soil is an exceedingly precious top-tier spiritual soil. Each grain is equivalent to a mountain in size, and this box contained no less than 100 grains. However, these soils had been subjected to the mustard seed shumi technique, allowing them to be contained within this petite box. Witnessing this, Yi hurriedly stored all the primordial Wu soil into his Honghuang illustrated encyclopedia. Perfectly in need of top-tier spiritual soil, with these high-quality materials, the spiritual roots planted in the encyclopedia would surely flourish, although they still fell slightly short of the essence of primordial Wu soil. Without the time to examine anything else in detail, he summoned his earthly mystical yellow luminous pagoda. As his thoughts surged, the pagoda suddenly expanded, emitting a powerful suction force. This force swept through the entire treasury like a tempest, drawing everything within into the pagoda without leaving a trace behind. Even a thief would depart in tears, satisfied with the now empty treasury. He declared triumphantly, "The treasury of the Qilin clan has been thoroughly plundered by me. I must make my swift exit. Should anyone return and catch me, it would spell great trouble." Glancing around to reconfirm that there was nothing left worth lingering for, he swiftly turned and exited the treasury. The moment he stepped out, a content smile graced his face, and under the cover of darkness, he vanished without arousing anyone's suspicion. With remarkable speed, he disappeared into the ancestral grounds of the Qilin clan in the blink of an eye. Not long after Yi Ye's departure, a thunderous roar erupted from the ancestral grounds of the Qilin clan. The reverberating sound shook the very heavens and earth. "Damnable thief, should I catch you, I shall surely skin you alive and use your soul to light the heavenly lantern." The furious roar brimmed with boundless wrath, clearly indicating that the Qilin clan had discovered the theft of their treasury. At that moment, Yi was flying at full speed towards the eastern sea, blissfully unaware of the commotion behind him. Even if he were aware, fear would not cross his mind. The heavenly secrets were obscure, rendering him unable to predict anything. His current objective was the Dragon clan's treasury. As the monarchs of the four seas, the Dragon clan possessed more primordial spiritual treasures and roots than the Qilin. which would enrich his collection even further. Yi's figure streaked through the sky like a meteor, hastening towards the Eastern Sea. As he raced onward, he was on the brink of reaching the Eastern Sea when two mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal Dragon Clan warriors suddenly blocked his path. These two dragon warriors were colossal, their bodies enveloped in hard dragon scales, exuding a formidable aura. One of the dragon warriors stood tall and proud, gazing at Yi with an air of superiority, loudly proclaiming, "This is the territory of the Dragon Clan. No creature may fly here or face the consequences." Before the creature could finish its warning, Yi, already impatient, disregarded them entirely, continuing to soar forward. As he brushed past the two dragon warriors, he spat, "Foolish creatures, do not obstruct my path." Before his words could fully dissipate, Yi abruptly raised his hand and, like a bolt of lightning, struck out with two slaps. The force of these blows was astounding, obliterating the heads of the two dragons, splattering blood and brain matter in all directions. Yi's speed was so swift that the dragon warriors had no time to react before meeting their demise. Nonchalantly, he seized their lifeless bodies and discarded them into the Hongjun Illustrated Encyclopedia as one would dispose of refuse, contemplating roasting the dragons for a meal at a later time. Having dealt with these troublesome foes, Yi's figure darted away like a shooting star, swiftly heading towards the Dragon Clan's treasury, leaving behind two pools of shocking blood that narrated the gruesome scene that had just unfolded. Before long, he arrived above the Eastern Sea, gazing down at the tumultuous waves and rolling surf, and couldn't help but muse, "Ah, the ocean. It is all water." With that, he dove headfirst into the sea, where the water surged around him like a raging tide, forming a colossal vortex that swallowed him whole in an instant. Moving swiftly through the water like a bolt of lightning, he sped directly towards the Dragon Clan's stronghold. Throughout his journey, Yi remained on high alert, skillfully evading the shrimp soldiers and crab generals to avoid drawing their attention. After all, he had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble at this juncture. Along the way, he encountered many bizarre creatures, one of which was a giant crab boasting 6 claws, each razor-sharp and glinting ominously. Yi merely cast a fleeting glance at the crab before continuing his relentless pursuit. He also spotted a pearl the size of Earth itself, lying serenely on the sandy seabed, radiating a soft glow. Its surface was as smooth as a mirror, crystal clear, evoking awe within him. However, what left the most profound impression on Yi was a fish adorned with thousands of eyes. This enormous fish had its eyes densely distributed across its body, creating an unsettling spectacle. At that moment, the three clans were embroiled in a chaotic struggle for the so-called title of Primordial Overlord, an utterly indistinguishable melee. As Yi ventured deeper into the Eastern Sea, he increasingly sensed the mounting aura of calamity, which had escalated to a visibly palpable degree. Time was of the essence. He had to hasten towards the Dragon Clan's treasury, thus accelerating his pace, slicing through the darkness of the deep sea like a streak of lightning. Yi's figure zipped through the waters, stirring the surrounding sea into a frenzy, as if an invisible force was agitating the water, creating towering waves. Throughout this rapid advance, he remained vigilant. With his formidable divine sense acting like a radar, he meticulously scanned his surroundings. He noticed that as he approached the Dragon Clan stronghold, the color of the water subtly shifted from light blue to deep blue, resembling an endless abyss of darkness, while the surrounding creatures became increasingly scarce. Just as Yi was fully focused on observing his environment, he suddenly sensed an unusual energy fluctuation not far ahead. His keen intuition urged him to halt his movements. Cautiously, he endeavored to make his actions as inconspicuous as possible, stealthily swimming towards the source of the energy disturbance, wary of attracting any unwanted attention. Before long, he stumbled upon a colossal underwater canyon. This canyon resembled a profound fissure stretching across the seabed. At the entrance of the canyon, a natural rock barrier stands like a formidable fortress, meticulously safeguarding the gorge as if it were a naturally formed shield. Standing at the edge of the canyon, my gaze sharpens, meticulously surveying the surrounding environment. I notice that the periphery of the canyon is adorned with several magical arrays arranged by the Dragon Clan, emitting a gentle blue luminescence. It appears that this is indeed the entrance to the dragon's treasury. These arrays possess formidable power. They serve not only as a warning, but also as a crucial means of defense against intruders. Cautiously approaching the arrays, I tread lightly, fearing to awaken the slumbering beings within this realm. As I draw nearer, I realize that while these arrays are powerful, they are not overly complex. Possibly because the Dragon Clan underestimated the audacity of any would-be thieves. A thought crosses my mind as I gently extend my palm, a soft glow emanating from my hand, carefully channeling this energy into the array to simulate a resonance with its essence. As I infuse my magical power, the blue light of the array begins to flicker, reminiscent of disturbed fireflies. To my delight, the array has not triggered an alarm. Elated, I recognize this as a sign that half of my plan has succeeded. Seizing the moment of the flickering light, I dart through the arrays with the swiftness of lightning, executing precise and rapid movements to deftly evade every critical node. My form weaves through the arrays like a wraith, moving with such velocity that it becomes a blur. Upon breaching the arrays, my surroundings suddenly open up to reveal a vast cavern. At the entrance of the cavern, two colossal stone dragon statues stand sentinel, vividly lifelike as if they were breathing entities. The eyes of the stone dragons glimmer with an ethereal blue light, akin to stars in the night sky, exuding an aura of mystery and majesty. Confronted by these statues, I advance without a moment's hesitation. Just as I am about to step into the cavern, an unforeseen event occurs. The eyes of the stone dragons ignite suddenly, as if kindled by flames, followed by a deafening roar that reverberates throughout the cavern. The sound resonates through my eardrums, startling me, yet my reflexes are swift. In an instant, I summon the magical power within me, channeling the force of the laws as I call out. Manifest the law of power. As my words fall, a torrent of formidable energy surges forth, coalescing into a shockwave that rushes towards the stone statues with astonishing speed. With a resounding crash, the stone dragons crumble before the might of the shockwave, shattering into countless fragments that scatter in all directions. Chapter 20. The Plunder of the Dragon Treasury. The entrance of the cavern is forcefully breached by this wave of power. Seizing this opportunity, I plunge into the cavern like a flash. Upon entering, I discover that the expanse is far greater than I had anticipated. The walls are adorned with an abundance of luminous pearls, casting a gentle glow that illuminates the cavern as brightly as day. With a gaze as keen as a hawk, I survey the cavern and am irresistibly drawn to a massive stone platform at its center. This platform towers towards the heavens, appearing to be the very heart of the cavern. It is heaped with a plethora of treasures. Among them are spirit orbs radiating with a spectrum of colors, each containing boundless spiritual energy, alongside many rare and wondrous artifacts I have never encountered before. Their forms vary, some resembling pearls, others gemstones, and some ancient artifacts, each exuding an enigmatic aura. A flicker of excitement sparks within me as I stride towards the stone platform, these treasures already feeling like mine. Just as I am about to reach the platform, a thunderous noise erupts from the entrance of the cavern, causing the entire space to tremble. A shiver runs down my spine as I quickly glance back, only to see a massive rock, akin to a small mountain, blocking the entrance and isolating me from the outside world. A sense of foreboding washes over me, indicating that I may have triggered some mechanism within the treasury. However, at this moment, I have no time to dwell on such thoughts, acutely aware of the urgency to act swiftly. I promptly summon my magical artifact, the celestial tower of earth and heaven, and with a flash of golden light, the tower rises above me, enveloping me within its protective embrace. I channel my full magical power into the tower, infusing it with a relentless surge of strength. The tower radiates brilliantly, akin to a scorching sun, illuminating the entire cavern. Without a moment's hesitation, I swiftly gather the treasures from the stone platform, one by one, into the tower. As each treasure is absorbed, my excitement intensifies, and I can hardly contain my joy. The Dragon Clan's treasury is indeed far more abundant than that of the Qianxiaaudiobooks clan. A sense of self-satisfaction blooms within me, reflected in the smile that spreads across my face. With a lightness in my step, I continue deeper into the platform, as if I can already see countless treasures beckoning to me. As I proceed, my attention is suddenly captured by a flag, and I hasten toward it, grasping it firmly to examine its design. Upon recognizing the emblem upon the flag, I cannot help but erupt into hearty laughter. Indeed. It is one of the supreme innate 5 elements flags, the Azure Lotus Treasure Flag. I shall claim it. With the Azure Lotus Treasure Flag secured within my tower, I ponder to myself, now that I possess 2 flags, if I can gather 5, I wonder if I might be able to forge an innate supreme treasure? The thought fills me with anticipation. Turning to the nearby spring, I am astounded to discover that it flows with primordial gué water, an exceedingly rare spiritual liquid. While it may not rival the 3 radiant divine water, it remains a top-tier resource, especially since it is a spring that can continuously produce primordial gué water. From this day forth, the top-quality spiritual water needed for cultivating spiritual roots will no longer be scarce. I hastily incorporate the spring into my compendium, fearing that this miraculous source might vanish unexpectedly. Next, my gaze falls upon 24 glimmering orbs nearby. As I observe these orbs, a realization dawns upon me. Indeed, they are the 24 sea-calming pearls, which in later generations are possessed by the lantern holder, who utilizes them to establish the 24 heavens, thereby solidifying his status as a formidable figure among quasi-saints. I muse to myself, pondering whether my Hongming quantity celestial ruler might also enable me to create the 24 heavens like the lantern holder. If not, I shall seize the lantern holder's Qian Kuan ruler to forge my own world. With this thought, I summon the celestial tower of earth and heaven once more, watching as it expands rapidly in the air, enveloping all the treasures within the dragon's treasury. This bounty is truly remarkable. Not only having acquired the top-tier spiritual water and the 24 sea calming pearls, but also securing every artifact within the Dragon Clan's treasury in one fell swoop. The treasure trove of the Dragon Clan has been thoroughly purged by me. This place is no longer suitable for lingering, and I must make my swift escape. After surveying my surroundings and ensuring that no precious artifact has been overlooked, I prepare to depart from this locale. Just as I turn to leave, I suddenly extract a stone stained with Qilin blood from my person, picking it up and concealing it in a relatively hidden spot. Once all is in readiness, Yi inhales deeply and forcefully shatters the array protecting the treasury. As the formation collapses, he seizes the opportunity to channel his magical energy, vanishing in the blink of an eye from the ancestral grounds of the Dragon Clan. Just moments after he has vacated the dragon treasure, the ancestral dragon arrives at the vault with remarkable speed. Upon entering, it is as though struck by lightning. It stands frozen in place, utterly astounded by the scene before it. The stone platform, which should have been brimming with rare treasures, now lies desolate and empty. Scattered about are signs of disturbance, clearly indicating that someone has been there and has swept the treasury clean. The ancestral dragon's pupils constrict sharply, as if one could perceive the inferno of rage igniting within its very soul. It unleashes a deafening roar, a sound akin to mountains crumbling and earth splitting, causing the entire treasury to tremble under the weight of its formidable presence, its scales glimmering with a chilling light, reminiscent of distant cold stars. Its massive form swirls within the treasury, each movement exuding unparalleled majesty and authority, a powerful aura sweeping through the space like a tempest, rendering all breathless. Who dares? Who possesses such audacity as to lay hands on the treasures of my Dragon Clan? The ancestral dragon's roar is steeped in fury and menace, as if it seeks to rend the very depths of the sea. Its eyes shimmer with a piercing cold light, akin to two sharp blades. Chapter 21. The three ancestors exchange barbs. The ancestral dragon's fury blazes like an inferno, not confined to its thunderous roar, but radiating outward through its immense draconic might. This power surges like tumultuous waves, causing the surrounding waters of the treasury to churn violently. The once tranquil sea surface becomes a tempestuous maelstrom, with towering waves threatening to engulf the entire treasury. The rocks surrounding the area crackle ominously under the pressure of this draconic force, on the brink of collapse. Such overwhelming momentum even causes the entirety of the eastern sea to tremble. The creatures dwelling in the depths sense the oppressive force emanating from the ancestral dragon. In sheer terror, they flee the vicinity, desperate to escape the wrath of the dragon's ire. As the ancestral dragon regains a modicum of composure, it suddenly detects a peculiar scent. Its keen senses swiftly hone in on the source of this aura, the stone bearing Qilin blood. Without a moment's hesitation, the ancestral dragon approaches the stone. With a colossal claw, it effortlessly shatters the stone into dust. The fury in the dragon's eyes intensifies, and it grits its teeth, declaring, "The Qilin clan, very well. Since you are so oblivious to your own peril as to covet the treasures of my Dragon Clan, I shall grant you your due today." With that, the ancestral dragon sets off toward the battlefield without a moment's hesitation. As it passes, the seawater is violently cleaved apart, creating a profound chasm. Under normal circumstances, such trivial tricks would never escape the ancestral dragon's notice. However, consumed by rage, it is utterly focused on the affront to its clan, unable to discern the subtleties of the situation. It perceives the audacity of the Qilin clan to provoke the Dragon Clan as a grave insult, one that must not be tolerated. The ancestral dragon's wrath erupts like a volcano. It is resolved to ensure that the Qilin clan pays dearly for their transgressions, although they still fell slightly short of the essence of Primordial World. Meanwhile, Yi has arrived at the periphery of the battlefield among the three clans, standing atop a lofty mountain and surveying the chaos before him. In the sky, the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans clash fiercely, accompanied by their respective followers, like surging tides in a tumultuous storm. Powerful spells and magical artifacts collide in the air, producing ear-splitting detonations as if to tear the very heavens asunder. At that moment, Yi suddenly feels a potent aura sweeping toward him like a tempest from afar. This presence is imbued with fury and murderous intent, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, instilling a sense of dread. Calculating the situation, Yi notes that although the ancestral dragon stands at the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm, it does not seem particularly formidable. He feels confident that he could vanquish it without the need for enhancements. Indeed, the ancestral dragon streaks through the sky like a bolt of lightning, arriving at the battlefield in an instant. Its imposing figure radiates an oppressive aura that is almost suffocating. The dragon's gaze fixates on the battlefield, its fury seeming capable of incinerating the entire world, as the ancestral dragon steadies itself. Without the time to examine anything else in detail, it glares fiercely at the battlefield. He summoned his earthly mystic and roars. Yuval little yellow red lunch of the Qilan clan, in his pagoda. How dare you steal from the Dragon clan's treasury? Come forth at once. Its voice reverberates through the heavens, sending tremors of fear through all surrounding beings. The Qilan leader, infuriated by the theft of its own treasury, erupts in rage upon hearing the ancestral dragon's accusation. Nonsense. You old mudfish, cease your hypocritical bluster. It was undoubtedly you who pilfered from my ancestral treasury. The Qilan's voice rings out with equal fervor, its anger rivaling that of the ancestral dragon, its eyes ablaze with wrath like twin scorching lasers aimed directly at the dragon. At that moment, the Phoenix leader, resembling a frenzied beast, bursts forth, eyes filled with ire and hatred, screeching, "You shameless thieves! How dare you brazenly steal from the Phoenix clan's treasury? Today, either you perish or I shall." The Phoenix's voice echoes through the air, threatening to rend the very fabric of the world. Upon hearing the Phoenix's rebuke, the ancestral dragon trembles with rage, its fury reaching a boiling point. It glares at the Phoenix and retorts, "Phoenix, you roasted chicken, what does the theft of the treasury have to do with us? Have you played with fire so long that you've burned out your wits?" The Phoenix, undeterred, screeches back, "Old mudfish, do not try to deceive me. And you, wretched pup, do not think I am unaware of your schemes. You wish to monopolize the position of supreme ruler, and for that aim, you would stoop to the despicable act of thievery." The Qilan leader, enraged, joins the fray. "Humph. Old mudfish, and you, roasted chicken, cease your nonsensical accusations. You come swarming like flies drawn to filth, merely seeking to frame me." Its massive form shudders, sending shockwaves through the world. A powerful aura surges forth like a tumultuous tide, laden with oppressive force, charging toward the ancestral dragon. Yet, the ancestral dragon stands unyielding, coldly snorting in defiance. Not retreating in the face of this terrifying momentum. Instead, it charges forth, a blazing meteor streaking through the skies. The aura emanating from him was akin to a majestic rainbow piercing the sun, overwhelming and awe-inspiring. "Initiate Qilan, you are nothing more than a rabid wild dog. What right do you have to condemn my existence?" Concurrently, the other powerful beings from the three tribes began to voice their opinions, each asserting their stance and hurling accusations at one another. Their voices intertwined, resembling a heated debate, as each individual exerted themselves to defend their own kin while assailing the others. In that moment, the battlefield resonated with the roars of dragons, the cries of phoenixes, and the bellows of Qilans, merging into a furious symphony. The cacophony was deafening, causing the heavens to change hues and the winds to tumultuously swirl. At this juncture, Yi found himself utterly bewildered, pondering, "I merely pilfered treasures from the Dragon and Qilan clans. I have yet to even approach the Phoenix clan's treasury. What on earth is transpiring?" However, he quickly regained his composure, cursing internally, "Damn it, this must be the work of that old silver coin, Hongjun otherwise. How could there be so many innate spiritual treasures atop the treasure cliff after the teachings? Had I not arrived, this old rascal would undoubtedly have looted the treasures of all three clans." Chapter 22. Combat. The ancestor dragon let out a cold snort, his voice reverberating like thunder from the heavens, booming throughout the cosmos. "Humph, if that is the case, let us, the three clans, witness who truly reigns as the sovereign of the primordial chaos." The ancestor dragon's voice resonated like a resounding bell, echoing through the realms without fading. Just as his words fell, the aura surrounding him erupted with the ferocity of a volcanic eruption, his form gradually becoming translucent before ultimately revealing his true self. The true form of the ancestor dragon materialized, its colossal size exceeding comprehension, spanning billions of miles. Its body was cloaked in thick scales, each resembling a small hill, glimmering with a metallic sheen, as unyielding as divine iron. Its dragon horns were razor-sharp, piercing the clouds as if they could rend the very sky. The horns emitted a chilling light that instilled trepidation, making one reluctant to gaze directly upon them. The ancestor dragon's eyes shone like twin suns, radiating golden brilliance, captivating and dazzling. Within the depths of its pupils lay an expansive sea of stars, harboring boundless mysteries and the weight of ages, exuding an indescribable majesty. Its whiskers danced in the wind, each appearing to possess its own spirit, graceful and ethereal. These whiskers swayed in the breeze, exuding an air of nobility and inviolability. The ancestor dragon coiled in the sky, resembling a colossal mountain, imparting an indomitable presence. Its massive tail swayed gently, conjuring tidal waves, distorting the very fabric of space wherever it traversed. Witnessing this spectacle, Initiate Qilin felt its fury ignite, raising its head to unleash a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, brimming with boundless rage. "Do I still fear you?" The roar of Initiate Qilin was deafening. As the sound faded, Initiate Qilin's form began to swell, transforming in the blink of an eye into an enormous Qilin, its size rivaling that of the ancestor dragon. Akin to a moving mountain, its body was enveloped in a thick, rock-like armor, each scale tightly interlocked, as hard as steel. Each gleamed with a bronze hue, appearing slick and polished, as though forged through countless trials. These scales possessed not only immense hardness, but also the power of mountains, each seemingly a miniature representation of a peak. Initiate Qilin's limbs were robust and powerful, akin to four towering pillars. Each step it took resonated as if mountains were rising and the earth trembled, symbolizing its dominion over the terrestrial forces. Its eyes shone like two radiant moons, emanating a silvery light, illuminating everything in their gaze, as if nothing could escape their scrutiny. These eyes not only bore formidable visual acuity, but also possessed an penetrating power that instilled an intangible pressure upon anyone who met its gaze. With every breath Initiate Qilin exhaled, it stirred up a blinding sandstorm, obscuring the sun and moon, plunging the entire world into darkness. Amidst this swirling tempest of yellow sand, the silhouette of Initiate Qilin appeared ever more towering and formidable. Seeing this, Yuan Feng would not be outdone. With a gentle parting of her crimson lips, she emitted a melodious cry, akin to a celestial harmony, yet infused with immense power. This call seemed to awaken the dormant strength within her, and in an instant, her magnificent true form revealed itself to all. Yuan Feng's body also stretched across billions of miles. Her feathers sparkled with a spectrum of colors, the red hue particularly striking, akin to raging flames, fierce and blazing. Unfurling her wings, she obscured the sky, each flap unleashing an endless inferno of rebirth, rending the void and creating fissures in the air. Her phoenix crown soared into the clouds, reminiscent of a blazing fire, emanating an unsettling heat. Her eyes resembled two resplendent stars embedded in her exquisite visage, the dazzling light revealing sharpness and resolve, as though capable of piercing through all worldly illusions. Her tail extended over millions of miles, each feather gleaming with brilliant light, resembling a river woven from flames, dancing in the air and forming radiant trails of light. Stunning and intoxicating. At that moment, both the Ancestor Dragon and Initiate Qilin launched their assaults almost simultaneously. The Ancestor Dragon's claws, imbued with the power of a tsunami, descended upon Initiate Qilin like a massive mountain. The force of this strike was sufficient to rend the fabric of space and obliterate stars. Yet, faced with such a terrifying onslaught, Initiate Qilin neither flinched nor retreated. Its horns, infused with the strength of mountains, embodied the Earth's weight and stability, proving indomitable. With a sudden thrust, the horns met the Ancestor Dragon's claws. The collision produced a deafening roar, and it seemed the very space could not withstand such immense energy. Beginning to warp and distort, the surrounding Earth, overwhelmed, cracked instantaneously, with countless fissures spreading like a spider's web, causing the ground to tremble. Observing this, Yuan Feng wasted no time and soared into the sky, her wings sweeping powerfully, conjuring a tempest. This wind was no ordinary breeze but infused with the essence of rebirth flames, surging towards the Ancestor Dragon and Initiate Qilin like a tidal wave of fire. Initiate Qilin, recognizing the urgency, swiftly concentrated all its power, conjuring a colossal rock mountain that appeared before it. This mountain stood tall and imposing, akin to an unassailable fortress, shielding it from Yuan Feng's flames. Yet, Yuan Feng's fire was ferocious. Upon contact, the mountain ignited, and the blaze rapidly engulfed it, transforming it into a magnificent mountain of flames. Meanwhile, the Ancestor Dragon opened its massive jaws, releasing a powerful torrent of water. This water surged forth like a roaring dragon, colliding fiercely with Yuan Feng's flames. As water met fire, it instantly erupted into a spray of water droplets and sparks, creating a vast cloud of steam. The steam rose swiftly, shrouding the entire sky and obscuring the battlefield from view. Observing their ancestral clans engaged in such fierce combat, the members of the three tribes were unwilling to be outdone and began to summon reinforcements en masse. In an instant, a relentless tide of reinforcements flooded the battlefield, numbering in the trillions. The entire scene descended into utter chaos, with millions of lives sacrificed in the brutal fray every moment. Amidst the carnage and turmoil, Yi appeared particularly exhilarated, his gaze fixed greedily upon the corpses of the fallen warriors from the three clans and their followers. Chapter 23. Scavenging the Fallen. The demise of these formidable beings from the three tribes rendered their remains exceedingly valuable. Not only could they be consumed, but they also served as excellent materials for crafting weapons and elixirs, a veritable boon. With this thought, a flicker of avarice ignited in Yi Ye's eyes. He swiftly approached the battlefield, gliding like a specter along its periphery, in search of the bodies of the fallen elites. Before long, his gaze fell upon the corpse of a powerful dragon warrior. It was a deep-sea azure serpent, colossal and formidable, its scales shimmering in a verdant hue with a metallic luster, as if encrusted with countless gems. He swiftly stowed the body in his tower, internally exclaiming, "The scales of this azure serpent are prime materials for forging defensive artifacts." Continuing his search, Yi Ye's attention was drawn to the corpse of a nearby Zhu Yan. This creature was muscular and powerful, with its eyes wide open in a fierce expression of defiance against its own demise. Yi Ye's lips curled into a smirk as he remarked, "The flesh of a Zhu Yan is a rare delicacy. Tonight shall be a feast of sumptuous hot pot." With that, he stored the Zhu Yan's body in his treasure tower as well. Soon after, Yi Ye's gaze landed upon the corpse of a Phoenix clan warrior. This body belonged to a nine-tailed fire phoenix, its feathers aglow with a crimson radiance, as if ablaze with fierce flames. Each feather harbored immense fiery power, commanding respect. A glint of excitement sparked in his eyes as he declared, "The feathers of this nine-tailed fire phoenix are indeed rare. Their potency is undoubtedly extraordinary." He promptly secured the phoenix's body within his tower. Meanwhile, on another side of the battlefield, Yi discovered the corpse of a Qilan warrior. Unlike ordinary Qilans, this one was encased in a thick layer of rocky scales, resembling an indomitable fortress. Yi Ye's face lit up with a smile as he observed, "The rocky scales of this Qilan are incredibly resilient. They would be perfect for crafting earth attribute defensive artifacts, capable of withstanding formidable assaults." He quickly added the body of the rocky Qilan to his collection. In addition to these intact corpses, Yi also stumbled upon numerous shattered innate and acquired spiritual treasures on the battlefield. Among them were the dragon scale shield, a shield composed of countless dragon scales. Impenetrable in nature, the starry banner, adorned with intricate celestial patterns that seemed to channel the forces of the cosmos. The crimson flame spear, its tip ablaze with fierce flames. The Xian Bing mirror, with a surface as smooth as ice, capable of reflecting enemy attacks. And the thunderbolt bow, its string flickering with bolts of electricity, launching arrows with the force of thunder. Some of these treasures were broken into pieces, having lost their sentience and unable to restore themselves, while others bore deep cracks and appeared severely damaged. For others, these treasures might have been rendered worthless, mere scraps to be discarded. Yet for Yi, who possessed a decomposition device, these artifacts represented prime materials. He meticulously gathered each one, contemplating how to utilize these resources to enhance his own strength. During this process, he encountered several injured but still living individuals on the battlefield. Some lay in pools of blood, while others clung desperately to life with their last vestiges of strength. Yi regarded them with a flicker of compassion in his eyes. He extended a hand to these gravely wounded beings. Approaching an injured Xingui, who surprisingly had reached the early stages of the Hongjun Golden Immortal Realm, Yi noticed the creature's shell was riddled with cracks, evidently suffering from severe injuries. A smile tugged at Yi Ye's lips as he gently placed his palm upon the Xingui's head. With a muffled thud, its life force abruptly extinguished, ending its suffering. Yi gazed upon the deceased Xingui and murmured, "Thank you for your contribution." He then happily stored the creature's body in his tower. Shortly thereafter, another injured Baizhe appeared before him, its form marred by gruesome wounds, blood pouring from its injuries and staining its once pristine white for a deep crimson. Observing the barely alive Baizhe, Yi sighed, "Oh, Baizhe, though precious, today you too shall serve my purpose." He swiftly dispatched the Baizhe and added its corpse to his collection. Yi Ye's figure flitted across the battlefield, akin to an indefatigable scavenger, leaving no valuable resource unclaimed. In this realm rife with slaughter and death, he thrived, rapidly amassing the remains of the myriad ancient tribes. Among these corpses were the deep-sea azure serpent with its massive and fearsome form, the fiery Zhu Yan exuding a violent aura, the resplendent feathers of the nine-tailed fire phoenix, the impenetrable shell of the rocky Qilan, and the mysterious, ancient wings of the Xian bird, the powerful claws of the five-clawed golden dragon, the blazing feathers of the fire phoenix, the jade-green scales of the azure serpent, the formidable body of the white tiger, and the solid shell of the dragon tortoise were all collected with great delight. As he gathered these precious resources, a sense of pride swelled within him. With the treasures in his Linglong Tower increasing in number, a satisfied smile gradually emerged on his face. Amidst the battlefield, Yi moved like a wraith, swiftly collecting various resources and sparing no valuable items. In the midst of his labors, he suddenly sensed an unusual disturbance. Initially, this feeling was faint, merely a slight discomfort. However, as time passed, it intensified, and he began to perceive an eerie black mist permeating the air. This black mist was discordant with the surrounding energies. Yi ceased his actions, alertly surveying his surroundings. His gaze swept across every corner of the battlefield, and soon he discerned some peculiarities. The malevolent energy, resentment, and the blood flowing from the wounded seemed to be drawn by an invisible force. These energies, like a hidden whirlpool, were gradually being absorbed into the ground. This revelation astonished Yi. Conventionally, in such a protracted conflict, the battlefield should be saturated with blood, permeated by the acrid scent of carnage and violent energy fluctuations. Yet now, there was scarcely any visible blood, an exceedingly strange occurrence indeed. Chapter 24. When out in the world, one's identity is self-created. Yi meticulously scrutinized the absorbed malevolent energy, resentment, and blood, pondering their ultimate destination. Following the invisible force, he discovered that these energies were continuously converging underground, where a colossal black hole was voraciously devouring everything in its path. It consumed all malevolent energy, resentment, and the essence of death into its abyss. At that moment, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. He recalled a rather absurd comment made by an online acquaintance, mentioning that the demon ancestor Luo, who had established a Zhujian array deep beneath the earth, intended to absorb the malevolent energy and resentment from the battlefield to nourish the legendary Four Swords of Zhujian. So that was it. Yi mused inwardly, realizing that the demon ancestor Luo, who had indeed laid down the Zhujian array in this location. Enlightened, he finally understood the enigma behind this peculiar phenomenon. The Zhujian array was indeed formidable, capable of absorbing such vast quantities of malevolent energy, resentment, and blood. No wonder there were no traces of blood visible. It had all been siphoned away by this array. With this realization, Yi's eyes sparkled with cunning inspiration. He raised his hand and gently waved it forward, unleashing a divine ability imbued with boundless purifying power. Wherever it passed, be it malevolent energy, resentment, demonic energy, or any form of negative energy, it scattered like mice fleeing from a cat. In the blink of an eye, the negative energies that once permeated the air were entirely purified, leaving not a trace behind. Simultaneously, Yi felt a faint yet profound power of merit gradually merging with his being. At that instant, his eyes suddenly radiated with a dazzling light, and he eagerly produced a piece of metal. Swiftly, he molded it into the shape of a mask and adorned his face with it. He chuckled to himself, reflecting, "Given the current chaotic circumstances, as long as I do not voluntarily reveal my true identity, who could possibly discern who I truly am? When venturing into the world, one's identity is self-bestowed. Henceforth, I shall be known as the Purification Taoist. Whether good deeds or misdeeds arise, they shall all be attributed to the Purification Taoist. With no relation to me." Yi thought wickedly to himself. Without hesitation, he immediately maximized his purifying divine ability. He deliberately made the purifying force dazzling and radiant, akin to throwing a flashbang in front of ordinary people. Holding the mask, he swept through areas abundant with corpses, whereupon all negative energy was thoroughly cleansed, allowing the tormented spirits to be liberated and their souls to find peace. Moreover, Yi effortlessly gathered the corpses into his pagoda. Due to the swiftness of his actions, the members of the three clans were completely oblivious to the fact that the bodies had been removed, mistakenly believing that they had been entirely purified like those elsewhere. Thus, they expressed boundless gratitude towards Yi, who, in turn, collected various resources from the battlefield with serene satisfaction while continuing to demonstrate his miraculous purifying abilities. As time advanced, a unique presence gradually formed upon this battlefield. His figure darted swiftly across the scene. Each time he employed his purifying ability, it attracted the attention of the surrounding beings. Where his radiant light traversed, the once pervasive malevolent energy and resentment seemed to be siphoned away, gradually dissipating. Those beings previously plagued by malevolent energy and resentment suddenly found themselves enveloped in a serene and harmonious force. Their hearts began to calm, and the tension that had once gripped them in fear gradually relaxed. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your assistance in purifying these malevolent energies and resentments, allowing us to fight with peace of mind," a powerful Dragon clan member expressed gratefully, his tone revealing admiration for Yi. Yi smiled faintly, humbly replying, "It is nothing, merely a small act of kindness. We are all part of the primordial realm. It is only natural to assist one another." Although his words were modest, they significantly enhanced the goodwill of the beings around him. While Yi spoke of altruism, His mind entertained thoughts of how these foolish beings would react if they discovered he had taken their companions' corpses. Observing the grateful gazes directed at him, Yi felt an inward sense of triumph. The beings on the battlefield began to notice this mysterious figure, their curiosity piqued by his actions. Yi utilized a peculiar power to purify the malevolent energy and resentment that pervaded the battlefield. With each action, the once bloody and death-laden arena gradually transformed into a tranquil space. The lands previously tainted by malevolence began to regain vitality under his purification. The reputation of this enigmatic purification Taoist spread like wildfire across the battlefield, regardless of whether they belonged to the Dragon, Qilin, or Phoenix clans. Whenever they saw Yi passing by, they would momentarily cease their conflicts, silently parting to create a path for him, even amidst fierce life and death struggles. The moment Yi's figure appeared, those blinded by rage would instinctively halt their attacks, resuming only after he had passed. Years rolled by, and the number of collected corpses and shattered weapons reached an astonishing magnitude. The bodies were categorized in billions, organized meticulously according to race, strength, and various other criteria. At this juncture, the Ancestor Dragon, the first Qilin, and the Primordial Phoenix had succumbed to a frenzied state. Their eyes were bloodshot with overwhelming anger, as if they had lost their sanity. In this life and death contest, they disregarded any surrounding disturbances, wholly immersing themselves in the decisive battle for supremacy in the primordial realm. Suddenly, the Ancestor Dragon summoned forth two unparalleled innate spiritual treasures, the Ancestor Dragon Pearl and the Dragon Soul Sword. The Ancestor Dragon Pearl emitted a profound, oceanic blue radiance, as if light from the depths of an endless sea were streaming forth. It contained an unfathomable oceanic power, instilling an irresistible sense of oppression. Meanwhile, the Dragon Soul Sword resembled a mighty dragon, its blade shimmering with a brilliant metallic sheen, exuding an overwhelming dragon might, as if it itself were a true dragon. Unhesitatingly, the Ancestor Dragon thrust the Ancestor Dragon Pearl forward, and it shot forth like a meteor. Instantly, it transformed into a massive wall of water, akin to a tumultuous tsunami, surging toward the first Qilin and the Primordial Phoenix with unstoppable force. This wall of water was not only interspersed with countless ice crystals, but also formed enormous whirlpools. These whirlpools, like ravenous beasts, clawed and devoured everything in their vicinity, intent on completely submerging the first Qilin and the Primordial Phoenix. Concurrently, the Ancestor Dragon raised the Dragon Soul Sword high, then swung it with tremendous force. A dazzling sword light erupted forth, materializing into a colossal dragon-shaped cyclone. Chapter 25, Ancestor Dragon vs. First Qilin and Phoenix Ancestor. With an earth-shattering momentum, it lunged directly at the first Qilin. Wherever this dragon-shaped cyclone passed, the fabric of space seemed to tear apart, resonating with piercing roars. The first Qilin, refusing to be outdone, summoned forth his supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qilin Seal. This immense seal radiated an ancient copper hue, adorned with archaic runes and Qilin designs. He lifted it high and struck it forcefully against the ground, causing the earth to crack instantaneously and form a massive fissure. From the fissures, searing magma erupted, hurtling toward the water wall of the Ancestor Dragon. Upon collision, the magma and the water wall produced a deafening explosion, instantly transforming into vast plumes of vapor that veiled the sky. Simultaneously, the primordial Qilin invoked its powers, proclaiming, "Qilin treads the heavens." As it advanced toward the incoming sword aura, Yuan Feng brandished her exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Fire Phoenix Spear. This spear radiated a crimson glow, its shaft resembling flames in full blaze, with an exceptionally sharp tip. Gripping the spear with both hands, Yuan Feng gave it a gentle shake, and the spear morphed into an undulating fiery dragon. Not only did it breach the Ancestor Dragon's water wall, but it also surged forth to simultaneously assail both the Ancestor Dragon and the Primordial Qilin. Each swing of the Fire Phoenix spear unleashed boundless flames and tempests, conjuring vast seas of fire. At that moment, the Ancestor Dragon activated both the Ancestor Dragon Pearl and the Dragon Soul Sword, which resonated in a remarkable synergy. The water wall and sword radiance interwove in midair, forming a harmonious attack that combined the fluidity of water with the sharpness of the sword. The sword radiance pierced through the water wall like a lightning bolt, instantly igniting countless water columns. These water columns shot forth like arrows released from a bow, targeting the Primordial Qilin and Yuan Feng with relentless force. Seeing this, the Primordial Qilin remained unperturbed, executing the Qilin Seal to conjure a sturdy rock barrier before itself. It firmly withstood the Ancestor Dragon's assault, yet the Primordial Qilin was not content with mere defense. It promptly wielded the Qilin Seal with great force, causing a massive rocky peak to rise in response. akin to a small mountain hurtling toward both the ancestor dragon and Yuan Feng. Faced with such ferocious aggression, Yuan Feng did not falter. With the Fire Phoenix spear in hand, she traced fiery whirlwinds with the spear's tip in the air. These fiery whirlwinds, resembling fire dragons, raced toward the rocky peak with ferocity. A thunderous clash ensued as the fiery whirlwinds collided with the rocky peak, shattering it into countless fragments. However, this was not the end. The shattered rocky peak transformed into an array of firebirds. Like a swarm of blazing phoenixes, they descended upon the ancestor dragon and the primordial Qilin, their speed formidable, engulfed in flames, seemingly intent on reducing everything to ashes. The ancestor dragon, witnessing this, immediately summoned the power of the ancestor dragon pearl. A water wall materialized before him, undulating like a tumultuous ocean, effectively blocking the onslaught of firebirds. The collision between the water wall and the firebirds produced a series of hissing sounds, as a thick cloud of steam surged upward, once more obscuring the sky. Observing the thwarted firebirds, the primordial Qilin swiftly invoked the Qilin seal again. Summoning the earth's power, rocky tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring the firebirds tightly. These rocks swiftly enveloped the firebirds, extinguishing the flames under their oppressive weight. Subsequently, the primordial Qilin enlarged the Qilin seal, resembling a colossal mountain, as it descended upon the ancestor dragon and Yuan Feng. This fierce clash among the three ancestors was akin to the advent of doom, enveloping the world in chaos, causing mountains to crumble and the earth to quake. The once vibrant battlefield was transformed into a scene of devastation. Life suffered greatly, the ground fissured, and the seas boiled. Each of their assaults roared like thunder, reverberating through the very fabric of space. Amidst the fray, after a cataclysmic exchange, the three ancestors were momentarily thrust apart by the overwhelming force. Though the ancestor dragon sustained some injuries, they were relatively minor compared to the others, merely losing a few hardened scales, which did not significantly affect him. Yuan Feng fared worse, her wing deeply gored by the ancestor dragoness sword, exposing bone beneath. Blood streamed from the wound, staining her beautiful feathers, and she lost several plumes, rendering her once resplendent appearance somewhat disheveled. However, the most grievous fate befell the primordial Qilin. The proud pair of horns atop its head had been brutally severed by the ancestor dragon, a devastating blow to its strength, as these horns symbolized its power. Furthermore, its body was marred by numerous sword wounds and burns, each injury a stark testament to the ferocity of the battle. At that moment, the dynamics of the battlefield shifted subtly. With the dragon clan's overwhelming numbers, they began to gain the upper hand in this chaotic melee, exerting pressure upon the other races. The primordial Qilin, his expression grave, turned toward Yuan Feng and solemnly stated, "Yuan Feng, the current situation is exceedingly unfavorable for both our clans. Neither of us stands a chance against the Dragon Clan alone. Therefore, we must set aside our grievances and join forces to eliminate the Dragon Clan first. Once they are vanquished, we can settle our scores. What say you?" Yuan Feng, casting her gaze upon the battlefield, noted the warriors of both the Phoenix and Qilin clans struggling against the ferocity of the Dragon Clan, suffering heavy casualties. A sigh of resignation escaped her lips as she acknowledged the truth in the primordial Qilin's words, and she nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. We shall first deal with the Dragon Clan and discuss the rest later." Yuan Feng then turned to the battlefield, unleashing a sharp and resonant phoenix cry that echoed across the expanse. "All warriors of the Phoenix clan, heed my command. Temporarily lay down your conflict with the Qilin clan and join forces to unleash our full might against the Dragon Clan." Simultaneously, the primordial Qilin bellowed, his voice thunderous. "All members of the Qilin clan, heed my call. Immediately ally with the Phoenix clan and their avian kin to confront the Dragon Clan. Strike with ferocity." The ancestor dragon stood at the forefront of the Dragon Clan, gazing down with haughty disdain at Yuan Feng and the primordial Qilin, a sneer curling his lips as he derided, "Humph, what a pair of ineffectual fools. Even united, you are but a rabble of worthless beings." With that, he whirled around, bellowing to the ranks of the dragon army behind him, "All dragons, heed my command. Annihilate the Qilin and Phoenix clans. Let them know the might of our dragon lineage. From this day forth, this primordial world shall belong to us, the dragons. Slaughter them all." As the commands of the three clans were issued, the already tense atmosphere of the battlefield ignited with fervor. The members of the Phoenix and Qilin clans swiftly rallied, uniting their strengths in a formidable coalition. This force surged forth like an unstoppable tide toward the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan, undaunted by the sudden alliance of the Phoenix and Qilin clans, met their charge with equal fervor. The fierce clash erupted once more, the air filled with battle cries and the clashing of weapons, shaking the very heavens. The ancestor dragon stood at the heart of the battlefield, a towering figure exuding an aura that instilled dread. His gaze, cold as ice, was fixed upon the united front of the Phoenix and Xilan clans. Though inwardly seething with anger, he understood that there was no retreat. He must give his all. Drawing a deep breath, the dragon soul sword in his hand glimmered with a chilling light, a testament to its desire and battle zeal. The ancestor dragon swung the dragon soul sword, its radiance sweeping like a sea, slashing through the void like silver lightning. Every strike of the sword harbors an unparalleled power, imbued with a cataclysmic momentum, forcefully cleaving towards the alliance of the Phoenix and Xilan clans. Yuan Feng, wielding the Fire Phoenix spear, has its tip ablaze with roaring flames. Reminiscent of a phoenix reborn from the ashes, her spear technique is as swift as a tempest, each move exquisitely refined. Intertwining with the sword's brilliance of the ancestral dragon in midair, sparks flying in every direction. The primordial Xilan, invoking the Xilan seal, emanates a profound earth power that surges relentlessly towards the ancestral dragon, colliding with his radiant sword light and producing thunderous roars that shake the heavens. The sword light of the dragon soul sword, the flames of the Fire Phoenix spear, and the earth power of the Xilan seal converge in a breathtaking yet terrifying tableau. Each collision alters the very fabric of the sky, with winds and clouds swirling violently. Yuan Feng, the matriarch of the Phoenix clan, embodies strength that transcends merely the searing flames. The true essence of her terror lies in her exquisite command over the Nirvana flames, the most potent source of power for the Phoenix race. These flames can incinerate the world like wildfire, yet they also grant rebirth from the ashes. With a gentle flutter of her wings, the Nirvana flames erupt from her being like a torrential wave, instantly manifesting an endless sea of fire before her. Even when faced with the fierce sword light of the dragon soul sword, it can swiftly regroup after being severed, akin to a phoenix rising anew from its flames, launching relentless assaults towards the ancestral dragon without fear. Each swing of the Fire Phoenix spear resembles the soaring flight of the phoenix, unleashing boundless destruction and pressure. The blazing flames, dancing with the spear's movements, create searing waves of fire that sweep down upon the ancestral dragon. Simultaneously, the primordial Xilan, as the ancestral figure of the Xilan clan, commands the earth laws with astonishing might. When the Xilan seal is thrust forcefully into the ground, the earth power roars to life like a colossal beast awakened from slumber. The ground trembles violently, and towering rock barriers rise from the earth, resembling impenetrable fortifications that thwart the dragon soul sword's piercing assaults. These rock barriers not only withstand attacks, but can instantaneously transform into countless razor-sharp rock blades, shooting forth like meteors with a piercing sound, aimed directly at the ancestral dragon. These rock blades serve as guardians of the earth, imbued with immense weight and resilience. When they collide with the sharpness of the dragon soul sword, it is as if two extreme forces clash, producing a deafening roar that reverberates across the battlefield. Drawing the attention of all, the primordial Xilan further demonstrates its profound connection to the earth. Each time it suffers a grievous blow from the dragon soul sword, it swiftly embeds the Xilan seal into the ground, harnessing the earth's strength to rapidly mend its wounds. Faced with the alliance of Yuan Feng and the primordial Xilan, although the ancestral dragon seethes with rage, he cannot help but acknowledge the formidable prowess of their combined force. The dragon soul sword in his grasp moves with increasing speed, weaving a tapestry of sword light that forms an impenetrable curtain. These curtains, akin to walls of bronze and iron, keep the Nirvana flames of Yuan Feng and the rock blades of the primordial Xilan at bay, preventing them from breaching his defenses. The ancestral dragon does not content himself with mere defense. While repelling the attacks of Yuan Feng and the primordial Xilan, he seeks an opportunity to shatter the barrier they have forged together, focusing intently on every movement they make, searching for a flaw. As the battle rages on, the ranks of the three clans dwindle, the once fierce battlefield gradually growing desolate. The chaotic energies between heaven and earth begin to dissipate, the sky recovering its clarity, and the overwhelming presence of calamity slowly waning. Those who had lost their sanity start to regain their composure in this clearer environment, becoming aware of the madness and chaos they had just endured. At this moment, Hongjun suddenly appears, his visage as serene as the bright moon, imbued with an otherworldly aura. Softly speaking, "All three of you, cease your hostilities and look upon your kin." The ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and the primordial Xilan gradually awaken to the sight before them, which is heart-wrenching and gut-wrenching. Once formidable kin now lie scattered across the ground, a grim tableau of bodies and severed limbs, the air thick with the stench of blood, staining the world in dark crimson. In this relentless conflict, nearly 90% of their kin have tragically perished, their grievances soaring to the heavens, lingering unrelentingly. The once mighty beings of the Hongjun Golden Immortal realm are now virtually extinct, with the few remaining Deluo Golden Immortals heavily injured, their breath shallow. The entire clan is ensnared by karma, and the three ancestors stand amidst this heart-wrenching battleground, their eyes reflecting profound sorrow and guilt. At that moment, a colossal formation suddenly illuminates the skies above the battlefield of the three clans. This formation radiates a potent energy wave, instilling fear in the hearts of all. Accompanying the formation's emergence is a derisive laughter echoing from afar. Ha! So this is what the so-called three clans amount to? I find it rather amusing. With just a slight maneuver, I have made you three clans fight to the death. How utterly ridiculous! As the laughter fades, a shadow enveloped in darkness slowly materializes. This figure, ghostly and suffused with an oppressive aura of darkness, seems to embody the very essence of shadow. This figure is none other than the demon ancestor Luo Hu, whose presence amplifies the already heavy atmosphere into one of dread and terror. The ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and the primordial Qilin ignite with fury, their gazes fixed unwaveringly upon this enigmatic figure. Chapter 27. I relish this duplicity of face-to-face deceit. The voice of the ancestral dragon booms with authority. Who are you truly? Hongjun steps forward, seeking to assert his presence, elucidating. This is the demon ancestor Luo Hu, the very orchestrator of the conflict among your three clans. The ambushes and assassinations of your kin were all devised by him, intended to incite mutual slaughter and deplete your strengths. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, a surging wave of murderous intent floods the hearts of the three ancestors, who roar in unison. Luo Hu, today marks your demise. We shall not spare you. Prepare to face your end. In the face of their wrath, Luo Hu remains unfazed, a sneer gracing his lips as he retorts, "Not spare me? Ha ha ha, how laughable. You should concern yourselves with your own lives first." As his words resonate, the entire extermination formation abruptly activates. Countless strands of razor-sharp, sword energy surge from all directions, encircling everyone present. The formation emanates a potent aura of slaughter, beginning to affect the remaining clansmen. The once dwindling battle reignites into a conflagration. The three ancestors, filled with grief and fury, find themselves powerless to intervene due to their injuries. The ancestral dragon cries out in despair. Is it truly our fate to be extinguished this day? Just as everyone feels helpless and overwhelmed by anxiety, Hongjun steps forth, slowly speaking with a calm yet resolute tone. There is indeed a way. It simply depends on your willingness to act. Though the words were brief, they cut through the darkness of the night like a flash of lightning, as if grasping the last straw of salvation, eagerly pressing for enlightenment. Pray, esteemed fellow, grant us your wisdom. Hongjun did not respond immediately. He merely gazed quietly at the three ancestral deities, his eyes revealing an inscrutable expression. After a moment, he slowly uttered, "I swear." These two words resonated in the ears of the three ancestral beings like the chimes of morning bells and evening drums. In an instant, the three elders comprehended Hongjun's intent, exchanging glances that reflected a shared determination. The situation had reached a critical juncture. There was no alternative but to take action. After casting a deep look at Hongjun, they prepared to make their oath. At that critical moment, however, Yi stepped forth from the crowd. Approaching the three elders, his eyes conveyed a sense of compassion. He gazed upon the ancestral deities and gently spoke. "Alas, esteemed ones, please wait a moment." His voice, though soft, rang out clearly amidst the tense atmosphere. In the presence of this purifying sage, who had wrought countless miracles on the battlefield, the three ancestral beings held him in profound respect. They bowed deeply, expressing their gratitude. "We are immensely grateful for your assistance on the battlefield for our fallen kin. Had it not been for your timely intervention, our people would have endured even greater suffering. Might we inquire what brings you to us?" With a compassionate demeanor, Yi replied, "Seeing the heavy karma burdening you and your kin, I cannot bear it in my heart. Thus, I have come forth to offer my assistance." No sooner had he finished speaking than he began to channel his purifying powers. He formed intricate hand seals, chanting softly, as waves of gentle light flowed ceaselessly from his hands. This luminescence enveloped the three elders and their kin, gradually dissolving the once oppressive karma under its radiance. As the karma was purified, the members of the three clans felt a palpable lightness in their bodies. Just as Yi had managed to cleanse about a quarter of the karma, he suddenly appeared fatigued. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his complexion turned somewhat pale. He humbly expressed, "Esteemed friends, I truly apologize. My strength is still too shallow, and I can only achieve this much." Nevertheless, the gratitude of the three elders toward Yi remained undiminished. Ancestor Dragon, Yuan Phoenix, and Beginning Qilin were all filled with appreciation for him. Ancestor Dragon, with a face full of gratitude, declared, "Thank you, kind friend, for your aid. From this day forth, you shall be the most esteemed guest of our dragon clan. Whatever your requests may be, as long as it is within our power, we shall fulfill them wholeheartedly, without hesitation." With that, Ancestor Dragon retrieved two supreme, innate spiritual treasures, the Dragon Pearl and the Dragon Soul Sword. Taking a deep breath, he gently wiped away the primordial spirit markings from the treasures with his fingertip. Once done, he presented the Dragon Pearl and the Dragon Soul Sword to Yi, solemnly stating, "Dear friend, I truly have no other means to repay you, save for these two innate treasures, a token of my sincerity. Given our dragon clan's current strength, it is indeed difficult to safeguard these treasures. I hope that once you accept them, should our clan find itself in dire straits, you might extend your helping hand." Observing this, Yuan Phoenix also retrieved a similarly powerful artifact from her possession, the Fire Phoenix Spear. Gently caressing the spear's body, a hint of reluctance flickered in her eyes, yet ultimately, she resolutely presented the Fire Phoenix Spear to Yi, saying, "Esteemed friend, this is the ancestral treasure of my Phoenix clan, and I bestow it upon you now, hoping you will utilize it wisely. Should the Phoenix clan face adversity in the future, I trust you will offer your protection, considering this spear." Beginning Qilin, with a smile, gently placed the Qilin seal before Yi, his eyes shining with sincerity and goodwill. "Esteemed friend, this Qilin seal is the heirloom of my Qilin clan. Today, I present it to you, not only as a token of gratitude for your assistance, but also in the hope that it may aid you on your future path of cultivation. Additionally, I hope you might extend your favor to the Qilin clan at appropriate times." Yi, upon witnessing this, immediately rose, his face marked by a look of alarm. Repeatedly gesturing in refusal, "Esteemed friends, this is far too precious. I have merely performed a trivial act. How can I accept such significant treasures? The Qilin seal holds profound significance for the Qilin clan, and I truly feel unworthy." However, internally, Yi's thoughts diverged sharply from his outward demeanor. Haha, these are indeed supreme innate treasures. These ancestors are quite easy to deceive. With a slight performance, they readily offer me their treasures. Life is but a play. Reliant on acting, I relish this duplicity, presenting one face while concealing another. Despite his inner musings, Yi's performance was masterful, leaving no trace of flaw. He continued to decline, feigning a resolute refusal. The three elders, however, appeared undeterred by Yi's rejections. They exchanged glances and, in unison, declared, "Esteemed friend, there is no need for further refusal. Your kindness to us warrants your acceptance of these gifts." Recognizing their steadfastness, Yi understood that prolonging the act would be excessive, so he feigned reluctant acceptance, donning a visage of heartfelt gratitude as he said, "Since you three esteemed friends are so generous, I shall humbly comply. I will certainly not disappoint your expectations." Witnessing this exchange, Hongjun felt a twinge of discomfort. He had initially intended to showcase his prowess before the assembly, only to find himself overshadowed by Yi. Now, not only had Yi acquired four supreme innate treasures, but he himself had unwittingly become the fool. Ancestor Dragon looked skyward, opening his mouth to unleash a thunderous roar. "Heavenly Tao above, I, Ancestor Dragon, feel the weight of my sins. I vow to suppress the four seas eye of the ocean with my remaining primordial spirit, aiding the Dragon clan in reducing their karma. Until this karma is dissolved, the Dragon clan shall not emerge." His voice reverberated through the heavens like thunder. Simultaneously, Yuan Phoenix also gazed upward, proclaiming, "Heavenly Tao above, I, Yuan Phoenix, feel the weight of my sins. I vow to eternally stabilize the southern immortal volcano, alleviating the Phoenix clan's karma, and never to partake in the contention for the fortunes of the vast wilderness." Meanwhile, in another location, Beginning Qilin stood upon the earth and let out a fierce roar. "Heavenly Tao above, I, Beginning Qilin, feel the weight of my sins. I vow to transform into the auspicious beast of the Heavenly Tao, alleviating the karma of the Qilin clan and never to engage in the struggle for the fortunes of the vast wilderness. Henceforth, whenever the Qilin appears, it shall herald auspiciousness." As the oaths of the three ancestral beings echoed across the heavens, a profound heaviness enveloped the realm. Suddenly, a colossal eye manifested in the sky, devoid of whites. With only a black pupil, deep and indifferent, as if capable of perceiving all things in the world. This eye hovered silently in the air, with no emotional fluctuations, merely coldly surveying everything below. Its presence cast an oppressive atmosphere over the entire realm, rendering all beings beneath its gaze utterly exposed. It was an indescribable existence, devoid of any emotional fluctuation or variation. What remained was an endless majesty and indifference, as if it were the most supreme presence in the realm of heaven and earth. When this decree was uttered from the mouth of the Tao of Heaven, 3 brilliant rays of golden light descended from the heavens like shooting stars. With the force of a thunderbolt, they shattered the meticulously arranged extermination array of Luoho. Under the impact of these 3 golden beams, the extermination array crumbled as if made of paper, disintegrating in an instant. Wherever the golden light passed, all formations and restrictions were torn asunder, and the 3 beams continued their relentless advance. They accurately enveloped the members of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Xianxiaaudiobooks clans. The golden light, carrying the Dragon clan's members, surged toward the Eye of the Sea. Upon reaching the eye, the remnant body of the ancestor dragon suddenly radiated a dazzling brilliance, merging with the eye. As the light fused, the waters surrounding the eye began to churn violently, forming a colossal whirlpool. At the center of this vortex, the remnant body of the ancestor dragon emanated immense power, subduing the eye. This force not only stabilized the eye, but also alleviated a portion of the karma burdening the Dragon clan. Meanwhile, another beam of golden light, bearing the Phoenix clan's members, soared toward the immortal volcano in the south. At the volcano's mouth, the figure of the primordial phoenix flickered in and out of view, and as the light merged, the flames of the immortal volcano blazed even fiercer. Within this raging inferno, the primordial phoenix used its own strength to suppress the volcano. The members of the Xianxiaaudiobooks clan vanished without a trace, only to be seen in auspicious lands henceforth. As the members of the 3 clans were respectively transported to their destinations, this thrilling contest for supremacy in the realm drew to a close. The clamor of heaven and earth gradually subsided, restoring clarity to all. The land, ravaged by the battle, began its process of self-repair. The once ripped earth slowly mended, reconnecting fractured mountains. Dry rivers began to flow once more, and desolate forests sprouted tender green shoots anew. With the land's self-healing, all life began to awaken gradually. Vegetation, ravaged by war, sprouted fresh green branches, blossoming into vibrant flowers, while slain beings were reborn in nurturing environments. Following the end of the calamity, the Tao of Heaven bestowed merits. Yi, having purified a vast amount of malevolent energy and resentment, and aided the 3 clans at a critical moment, acquired a significant portion of the Tao of Heaven's merits. The 3 clans, as principal participants in this tribulation, each received a share of the merits due to their ancestors' completion of the Tao of Heaven, yet they also bore the corresponding burdens of remaining karma. The Dragon clan, having suffered severe losses and entangled in karma, would likely face challenging times in the foreseeable future. Hongjun, having exposed Luoho's schemes and prevented the conflict among the 3 ancestors, received a share of the Tao of Heaven's merits, though without Yi Ye's intervention, he could have claimed a greater portion. The remaining 2 portions of the Tao of Heaven's merits scattered across the vast wilderness. As the radiance of the Tao of Heaven gradually faded, the immense eye in the sky slowly closed. It was as if this earth-shattering calamity had been but a fleeting nightmare. Now, all returned to tranquility. The wilderness once again fell into silence, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, producing a soft whisper. Yi gazed at the merits of the Tao of Heaven approaching him and waved his hands, gathering them all. He did not immediately absorb these merits, but instead set them aside. At that moment, Hongjun noticed Yi Ye's actions, a flicker of jealousy crossing his eyes. Internally vexed, Hongjun lamented how he had strived and schemed for so long, only to have Yi effortlessly claim such a vast amount of merits, thus sewing garments for another. Despite his envy, Hongjun suppressed the emotion, forcing a smile as he greeted Yi, saying, "I am Hongjun, pleased to meet you, fellow Taoist. Congratulations on your ascension in strength." Upon hearing this, Yi turned, his face adorned with exaggerated expressions, exclaiming, "Oh, so you are the esteemed Hongjun? I have long admired your reputation. Seeing you today is truly a delight." This left Hongjun momentarily bewildered. Was he truly so renowned? He could not help but question, "Fellow Taoist, you have heard of me?" Yi, not allowing Hongjun to finish, eagerly interrupted, "Of course, esteemed Hongjun, you are famed throughout the wilderness for your mastery of the celestial way. And you are even revered as the bane of demonic paths, the savior of our times. Alas, I have urgent matters to attend to, otherwise I would surely engage in profound discourse with you and exchange insights." Chapter 29, The Solar Star. With that, Yi offered Hongjun no opportunity for a reply, his form flashing like a streak of light, darting away like lightning, vanishing from Hongjun's sight in an instant. At this, Hongjun realized that this purifying Taoist was no ordinary individual. Cursing internally, this purifying Taoist is truly outrageous. How could he speak such words before the demon ancestor Luoho? Is he not courting enmity? At that moment, he could only suffer in silence, unable to voice his grievances. Just then, Luoho's voice echoed from afar. Good, Hongjun. The the bane of demonic paths. Once I forge the extermination sword, I shall seek you out for retribution, humph. Without a glance back, Luo Ho turned to leave, leaving Hongjun standing there, his expression more grotesque than that of one who had consumed excrement. Meanwhile, after the battle among the three clans concluded, Yi chose not to return to Mount Buzhou, but instead sought a mountain rich in spiritual energy and picturesque scenery. Sitting cross-legged, Yi retrieved the Tao of Heaven's merits he had collected. These merits appeared as an amalgamation of countless golden streams, each containing boundless mysteries and power. Yi had already conceived a plan for these merits. The commonly utilized merit golden wheel was too pedestrian. He could not simply follow the crowd. Countless ideas flashed through his mind. I could forge an impenetrable armor of merits. This way, no matter what formidable techniques they possess, they shall never be able to harm me. With this thought, Yi immediately set to work. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he summoned his internal powers, gently guiding the merits of the Tao of Heaven to coalesce around his body. As his powers flowed, the golden merit energy was drawn forth, rapidly coalescing upon the surface of Yi's skin, gradually forming a thin layer of golden radiance. Yi meticulously controlled the flow of the merit energy, ensuring it evenly covered every part of his body, leaving no corner untouched. As time passed, this layer of golden light gradually materialized. It resembled a snugly woven suit of armor made of golden light, fitting closely against Yi's form. The surface of this armor was as smooth as a mirror, shimmering with a gentle golden glow. Not only did it perfectly conform to Yi's bodily contours, but it also allowed for free movement, stretching and contracting without hindering his actions in the slightest. Moreover, it shielded Yi's eyes and ears, creating an airtight protective barrier, ensuring that every part of him bore no vulnerabilities. Yi gradually rose to his feet, stretching his limbs and feeling the transformative power bestowed by the merit armor. He lifted his left hand, and a dazzling beam of light surged forth, summoning the hammer of holy light into his palm. This weapon possessed an innate stunning effect. Any adversary struck would be rendered instantly unconscious, making it an undeniably formidable control skill in battle. Then, he raised his right hand, and the primordial measurement ruler materialized within his grasp. This ruler, resplendent in shades of purple and gold, was inscribed with ancient and enigmatic runes, emanating an aura that was both awe-inspiring and unsettling. Gazing at the two extraordinary artifacts in his hands, he murmured to himself, "With the hammer of holy light in my left hand, capable of inducing a stunning effect, and the primordial measurement ruler in my right, I tread the path of destruction without entanglement in karma, clad in the protective embrace of the merit armor. Who among you can challenge me? Who dares?" Subsequently, Yi retrieved the exquisite innate treasures bestowed by the three ancestors, along with the artifacts pilfered from the treasury. He took out the ancestral dragon pearl and the dragon soul sword gifted by the ancestral dragon, the fire phoenix spear from the Yuan phoenix, and the Qilan seal presented by the initiating Qilan. Additionally, he collected the 24 sea calming pearls, Eastern Blue Lotus, Dragon Soul Sword, and the apricot yellow flag obtained from the Dragon and Qilan treasury. After a meticulous selection process, Yi ultimately resolved to retain the Dragon Soul Sword, the 24 sea calming pearls, and the Qilan seal for refinement. He temporarily stowed the remaining treasures back into his primordial compendium, preparing to retrieve them when needed in the future. With the chosen artifacts in hand, Yi commenced the process of refining these three treasures. He set up a simple yet powerful formation around himself to ward off any external interference. Once all was in readiness, he began to gather his magical essence and primordial spirit at his dantian. He first focused his attention on the Dragon Soul Sword, which radiated an overwhelming draconic majesty, its blade as agile as a soaring dragon. Yi enveloped the sword with his magical power and initiated the refinement process, channeling his essence into the blade to establish a connection. The sword gradually emitted a brilliant golden light as Yi's primordial spirit began to merge within it. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, until the Dragon Soul Sword finally resonated with Yi's primordial spirit, and the 46 innate restrictions within the sword were completely refined. Next, he set about refining the 24 sea calming pearls and the Qilan seal one by one. After considerable effort, Yi successfully refined the Dragon Soul Sword, the 24 sea calming pearls, and the Qilan seal. However, at that moment, a thought struck him. He recalled the figures of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi on the Sun Star. Emperor Jun was accompanied by the exquisite innate treasures, the river diagram, and the Luo book, while Tai Yi possessed innate supreme treasures. Yi could not help but lament. What on earth is my father thinking? I am the legitimate eldest son. How can he not leave me an innate supreme treasure, instead bestowing all the good fortune upon others? Such extravagance. The more he pondered, the more indignant he felt, convinced of his unfair treatment. No, I cannot let this go unchallenged. Yi resolved firmly. Even if he could not directly eliminate them now, he would at least siphon some of their primordial power, rendering them impotent. With determination, Yi soared towards the sun star. As he approached, an intense wave of heat enveloped him. The surface of the sun was cloaked in blazing solar flames, akin to a massive dragon soaring through the sky, roaring forth with radiant golden light. The temperature of the solar flames was beyond imagination. Ordinary artifacts would be reduced to ashes in an instant, utterly incapable of withstanding their might. Yet, Yi remained undeterred. Clad in the merit armor and wielding the celestial-hued Linglong Pagoda, both boasting formidable defenses. Coupled with his own physical form as a late-stage mixed Yuan golden immortal, he traversed the scorching heat of the solar flames unscathed. As Yi navigated the sun star, he projected his divine sense to meticulously search for traces of Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to some minuscule particles within the solar flames. These particles flickered with a faint glow amidst the inferno. Upon closer inspection, Yi's heart leapt with joy. These were indeed the solar essence. The solar essence was among the most precious resources on the sun star. It not only served as an excellent material for artifact crafting, endowing treasures with potent fire attributes, but it also provided immense benefits to those who cultivated the laws of fire, significantly shortening their training duration. Such a treasure could not be overlooked. Without hesitation, Yi collected every solar essence he encountered, even seizing those as small as a fingertip. He scoured the sun star, leaving no potential hiding place for Emperor Jun and Tai Yi unexplored. After circling the sun star repeatedly, however, he found no trace of the two troublesome birds. Could it be that they are not on the sun star? Yi furrowed his brow, pondering. Or perhaps they are concealed too deeply by the heavenly Tao for me to locate. Just as he prepared to depart from the sun star, his gaze was suddenly captivated by a certain area. It was a region of molten rock engulfed in solar flames, where a massive tree was inexplicably thriving. To his astonishment, it was the legendary Fusang tree, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. The trunk of the Fusang tree was stout and towering, piercing the clouds as if striving to break through the sun star. Its branches and leaves were lush, each leaf resembling a flickering flame, radiating a golden brilliance and exuding immense vitality and strength. A glimmer of excitement crossed Yi's eyes as he resolved to gather all the branches and leaves of this Fusang tree, leaving only the trunk behind, so that he might cultivate more Fusang trees within his primordial compendium in the future. He summoned forth the primordial compendium, uprooting the branches and leaves of the Fusang tree. After collecting all the branches and leaves, Yi planted the Fusang branches within the primordial compendium. He first doused each branch with a handful of 3 light divine water to ensure swift rooting and sprouting. Next, he summoned the innate Gui water, an extremely cold and yin water, to neutralize the solar flames, facilitating the better growth of the Fusang branches. Once all was completed, Yi gazed at his handiwork with satisfaction. Although he had not located the 2 troublesome birds on this expedition, the bounty of solar essence and the branches and leaves of the Fusang tree made him feel immensely fulfilled. Returning from the sun star, Yi realized he had been away for quite some time, and it was high time to return to the Pangu Hall to check on his younger siblings. With his restless nature, how could he possibly return directly? Having made up his mind, Yi set forth on his journey homeward without pause. As he traveled, his gaze scanned the surroundings like a hawk. Any treasures that caught his eye were swiftly seized without hesitation. Throughout this journey, Yi amassed a considerable haul. He first unearthed a dragon crystal ginseng, its body crystalline and translucent, resembling purest crystal, faintly radiating a subtle draconic aura, evidently nourished by the blood of the dragon clan. Following that, he discovered numerous strains of yellow essence, each one far from ordinary. Each had grown for countless years, harboring astonishing energy. In addition, he unexpectedly came across a black blood spirit mushroom. The black blood Ganoderma, entirely enveloped in darkness, reveals faint crimson veins upon its surface, reminiscent of blood coursing through the shadows. This extraordinary fungus typically flourishes in dim, damp locales, making it a rare find, yet it possesses remarkable powers to enhance physical vitality. Eventually, he encountered a golden apple tree, laden with shimmering fruits that hung heavily, exuding an irresistible fragrance that invigorated the spirit upon inhalation. Unable to resist, he plucked a golden apple and took a bite, instantly engulfed in a rich aroma that burst forth in his mouth, rejuvenating his energy. Yi, with audacious ease, pilfered these treasures, surpassing even the future Western saints, and transplanted them into the Hongjun Codex. Just as Yi was returning triumphantly, in high spirits, he sensed a powerful surge of energy emanating from the depths of a mountain he passed. Gazing towards the mountain, he exclaimed, "Ha ha, I am well acquainted with this. There are indeed more treasures to be found. The energy contained the quintessence of the 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yi pondered. Having acquired 2 of the innate 5-element flags, could it be the innate spirit root 5-pin? After violently shattering the innate formation, he entered the mountain, and his eyes widened in astonishment. 5 orbs, each radiating distinctive brilliance, floated at the center of the cavern. The golden orb sparkled like the stars. The wooden orb glistened with verdant vitality. The water orb was crystal clear. The fire orb was as red as blood, and the earth orb exuded an ancient, weighty presence. These were the innate 5-element orbs. These orbs were remarkable, capable of amplifying the power of the 5 elements, greatly aiding in cultivation. Yi joyfully declared, "What a complete set of innate 5-element orbs! Splendid!" The orbs, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, were individually considered mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, yet when combined, they equated to supreme innate spiritual treasures. Most importantly, they came with a complete innate formation that balanced offense and defense, continuously radiating the essence of the 5 elements, which was exceedingly advantageous. Beaming with excitement, Yi summoned the Hongjun Codex and incorporated the innate 5-element orbs into it. Upon entering the codex, the orbs floated in the air, beginning to release their elemental power. As the essence of the 5 elements illuminated the codex, the planted innate spirit roots greedily absorbed the elemental qi, their growth accelerating rapidly. This phenomenon surprised Yi. He had anticipated such usage of the codex. Indeed, the Hongjun Codex was a marvelous item, not only capable of storing treasures, but also of utilizing them to enhance the growth of spirit roots, ensuring a prosperous future ahead. With a satisfied smile, he continued on his journey toward the Pangu Hall. Along the way, he discovered more intriguing treasures, such as 9-leaf xianxiadrama, purple jade bamboo, and xianxian divine stones. Finally, Yi returned to the Pangu Hall, where the familiar scent of blood surged toward him like a torrent, compelling him to take a deep breath. It was a top-tier, invigorating experience, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing. This aroma is truly invigorating. He then strode purposefully towards the 12 blood cocoons, his eyes filled with concern and anticipation, as if the most precious treasures of his life were nestled within those cocoons. Upon reaching the blood cocoons, he halted, gazing intently at them, carefully observing their forms. He noticed the protective emblem he had previously released, which now emitted a faint glow, silently safeguarding his younger siblings within the blood cocoons. Yi nodded slightly, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Gently extending his finger, he touched the protective emblem, feeling the latent power within, which brought him a sense of reassurance. He once again employed his divine powers, continuously channeling energy from within himself into each blood cocoon's protective emblem. As he infused his energy, the glow of the protective emblems surged brilliantly, radiating a dazzling light. This warm and gentle brilliance swiftly spread, enveloping the entire Pangu Hall. The unexpected transformation roused the siblings, who had been meditating within the blood cocoons, oblivious to the outside world. However, the intense light abruptly awakened them from their slumber. One blood cocoon was the first to voice its surprise. "Who are you?" "No. You are my elder brother." "Ha ha ha, truly my elder brother." "Everyone, wake up, our elder brother has returned." With the recognition of Yi's identity, the entire hall erupted in excitement. The 12 blood cocoons shone with radiant light, awakening one after another, each filled with jubilant cheers as they eagerly introduced themselves. "Elder brother, I am the second, named Dejiao, master of spatial power, able to manipulate space." "Elder brother, I am the third, named Zhujiuyin, master of temporal power, capable of controlling the cycles of day and night and the change of seasons." "Elder brother, I am the fourth, named Zhu Meng, in charge of growth, able to prompt the sprouting of flora." "Elder brother, I am the fifth, known as Zhurong, master of flames, capable of incinerating all." "Elder brother, I am the sixth, named Gong Gong, master of floods, able to devastate the world." "Elder brother, I am the seventh, named Ru Shou, master of the power of gold, presiding over slaughter and harvest." "Elder brother, I am the 12th, named Xian Ming, master of ice and snow and storms, capable of freezing all." "Elder brother, I am the 13th, named Ho Tu, able to nurture all things and maintain the balance of the earth." The 12 voices rose and fell like a symphony, weaving a vibrant tapestry of anticipation and vitality. Each sibling, as if long suppressed, could hardly contain their eagerness to reveal their unique abilities to Yi. With a smile illuminating his face, Yi opened his mouth, the grin reminiscent of a bloom that had never before graced his features, brimming with gentleness and patience. He quietly listened to each sibling's introduction, as if savoring a splendid performance. Since stepping into this primordial world, Yi had always been alone. silently enduring every hardship and solitude. Yet now, with the sudden presence of so many siblings, his heart felt as if a massive stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples that defied description. Yi approached each blood cocoon, gently patting them. His voice exuded warmth and familiarity. "Ha! Wonderful, wonderful. Let us take our time, one by one. From this moment forth, we are family." Ho-Tu gazed at Yi with curiosity and eagerly inquired, "Elder brother, you have been away for so long. What is the world outside like?" Her voice was sweet and melodious, akin to a lark in spring. This question from Ho-Tu acted as a magical key, instantly unlocking the floodgates of conversation among the other siblings. They gathered around, all speaking at once, echoing Ho-Tu's inquiry, urging Yi to share tales of the outside world. "Elder brother, quickly tell us how tall Mount Buzhou is. Elder brother, have you encountered any formidable divine beasts? Elder brother, are there any delectable treats in the outside world?" Yi looked at the eager expressions of his siblings and began recounting his adventurous exploits. He first detailed the arduous journey of climbing Mount Buzhou, describing how he ascended step by step amidst myriad dangers and challenges. The path was treacherous, with steep inclines that could instill fear in the boldest of hearts. Furthermore, the mountain was adorned with many exotic flowers and plants, their fragrances enchanting, though some were laced with deadly toxins, capable of claiming a life with a mere misstep. Yi also mentioned the rare spiritual beasts on the mountain. Some are colossal in stature, while others are exquisitely diminutive, yet all possess tremendous strength and unique abilities. These ethereal creatures frolic amidst the mountains or soar gracefully through the skies. Subsequently, Yi recounted the brutality of the three-clan war, vividly depicting the fierce battles between the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qilin Clan. The scenes were indeed breathtaking. These formidable beings, in their quest for supremacy, fought fiercely, unyielding in their determination to vanquish one another. Yi narrated how they unleashed various powerful spells and divine abilities, with intense collisions and explosions shaking the very fabric of the world. At this juncture, he suddenly wore a mysterious smile and lowered his voice, saying, "Do you know? I pilfered treasures from the Qilin and Dragon Clan's vaults." Hearing this, his younger siblings were taken aback, their eyes shimmering with excitement. Finally, Yi spoke of his experiences on the Sun Star, describing the searing sunlight that seemed capable of melting everything in its path. His siblings listened intently, captivated by the world woven within the tale, their eyes gleaming with a yearning for the unknown. "Wow, the world outside is so extraordinary," exclaimed Ho-Tu's. "I wish to see it for myself," Zhurong echoed. A peculiar light flickered in Ho-Tu's eyes as she thoughtfully murmured, "It seems that elder brother has a particular fondness for spiritual roots and treasures. I suppose I must assist him in acquiring more in the future." Zhurong's eyes blazed with fervor as he exclaimed, "This battle sounds thrilling. I want to try it too." Gong Gong, however, smirked dismissively, a hint of scorn on his lips, retorting, You think you can give it a go? Don't end up getting humiliated and lose face for elder brother." Upon hearing this, Zhurong leapt up, puffed up with indignation, and shot back, "What did you say? Water-loving fool. Let's settle this one-on-one. Watch me roast you." Gong Gong was unfazed, responding boldly, "A duel it is. Who fears whom? Let us see how formidable you, a fire wielder, truly are. I'll show you what merciless floods feel like." Yi, observing his two younger brothers bickering, wore a somber expression and, with a semblance of a smile, said, "Very well. Both of you exhibit great fighting spirit. When you emerge, I shall indulge you both in a game, ensuring your satisfaction." At that moment, Zhurong and Gong Gong exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned to Yi, their faces betraying a mischievous intent. They waved their hands hurriedly, saying, No, 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 elder brother, we were merely jesting with Gong Gong. It was all in good fun. Please don't take it to heart." Gong Gong quickly nodded in agreement, adding, Yes, elder brother, we were just playing around. In truth, we share a strong bond of love and affection." The antics of the two siblings elicited laughter from those around them. Chapter 32, The Innate Indestructible Spiritual Light. Observing the scene, Yi shook his head in exasperation and shot them a reproachful glare, saying, all right, since you have all awakened, listen to me. Before departing, our Father God specifically left some items for you. Now, quickly absorb these gifts, striving to transform as soon as possible." As his words faded, Yi evenly divided the remaining Pangu jade essence into 12 portions, pouring them into the 12 blood cocoons. As the essence merged, the blood cocoons began to tremble slightly. Witnessing this, everyone was filled with excitement, eagerly asking, "Elder brother, have you truly met Father God? How is he faring now?" Yi, nodding at their eager expressions, replied, "Indeed, I have encountered Father God, but it was merely a remnant of his presence. As for other matters, it is not yet your time to know. Now, Focus on your cultivation, and I shall take you out for adventures later. After sending them off to train, Yi began to unleash the innate malevolent energy, turbid energy, and the chaotic energies from the three-clan war for their cultivation. Once his siblings entered their meditative states, Yi slowly summoned the disassembler, this being its inaugural use. He was curious about what surprises this device might yield, deciding to test it with a damaged fire-attributed postnatal spiritual treasure collected from the battlefield. He gently placed the treasure into the disassembler and pressed the activation button. In an instant, a brilliant flash erupted from the machine. As the light gradually subsided, Yi squinted to see that the disassembler had yielded 100 small red crystals and some black mysterious iron. Curiously, he picked up a red crystal, examining it closely but unable to discern its true nature. The crystal was translucent and radiant, akin to a ruby, exuding a faint aura of fire attribute. After pondering, Yi resolved to attempt absorbing the energy contained within it. He grasped the red crystal in his hand, closed his eyes, and summoned his internal magical power, endeavoring to guide the energy into his body. Before long, his tightly shut eyes flew open, a glimmer of astonishment flashing within, his mouth agape as he murmured, "Incredible. This is astonishing." Staring incredulously at the red crystal in his hand, he marveled at how these seemingly ordinary crystals contained a hint of the understanding of laws, exclaiming, "This is quite an extraordinary boon." Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Yi swiftly acted, tossing all the damaged postnatal spiritual treasures he had previously gathered into the disassembler. The machine emitted a low hum as it rapidly decomposed the treasures. Before long, the screen displayed the results of the disassembly, an astounding quantity of small crystals of various attributes, counted in billions. Among them, the light blue water attribute, red fire attribute, and earthy yellow soil attribute crystals were the most abundant, each in the hundreds of billions. The crystals of the law of strength were relatively fewer, followed by those of space and time attributes. Observing these results, Yi began to contemplate how to utilize them effectively. Carefully selecting crystals that matched the attributes of his siblings, he poured them beside each blood cocoon. Through telepathy, he gently advised, while absorbing the small crystals, prioritize comprehending the laws, with body refinement as a supplementary effort. For you, my dear siblings, the path of becoming saints through the laws is undoubtedly the most suitable. After all, you are inherently capable of mastering a law, which gives you a significant advantage on this path. As for the path of proving oneself through strength, I am well aware that it is not realistic for you, although it is possible to attain the saintly position through strength. The challenges and obstacles are far beyond ordinary imagination, requiring immense effort and sacrifice. In contrast, the path of becoming saints through the laws, while also fraught with challenges, at least offers more possibilities and opportunities. As the younger siblings began to absorb the small crystals, Yi was not idle. He shifted his focus towards the disassembly of the innate spiritual treasures. Following customary practice, he selected a shattered mid-grade innate spiritual treasure from a pile and placed it into the disassembly machine. Upon activation, a soft humming sound resonated. After a brief interval, the disassembly was complete. Yi opened the machine and retrieved the results, astonished to discover that this time he had acquired not only 10 large crystals, but also various other materials along with 3 strands of innate indestructible spiritual light. Gazing at the large crystals in his hands, Yi couldn't help but feel perplexed. What is the deal with these large crystals? Are we playing nesting dolls here? And what exactly is this innate indestructible spiritual light? Curiosity surged within him regarding these newly emerged items, prompting him to conduct a thorough investigation. He picked up one of the large crystals and sensed the profound laws contained within. To his astonishment, the insights from the large crystal were overwhelmingly more intense than those from the small crystals, almost 1,000 times more potent. After some calculations, he concluded that one large crystal was equivalent to 1,000 small crystals. Calming his exhilarated heart, he sat down once more to scrutinize the innate indestructible spiritual light in his possession. At that moment, an alert from the disassembly machine caught his attention. After processing the information, Yi sprang to his feet in excitement, unable to contain his exclamation, "By the heavens, this is getting outrageous. It can actually enhance the quality of innate spiritual treasures." It turned out that the machine's message indicated that for every strand of innate indestructible spiritual light added to a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, one innate restriction would be upgraded. Mid-grade treasures required 5 strands, high-grade required 10, and top-grade necessitated 20 strands. To elevate a treasure to the stage of innate supreme treasure, chaotic indestructible spiritual light was needed. Yi realized that this was monumental news for him. Having amassed treasures from the battlefield, from the onset of the Great War to its conclusion, coupled with the plundered riches from the Dragon and Qilan clans, he was, without a doubt, prosperous beyond measure. Even if he were to bestow upon each sibling a set of top-grade innate spiritual treasures, he would still have ample resources remaining. The mere thought of this quickened his pulse. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, his eyes sparkled with fervor. His mind raced with plans on how to utilize these innate, indestructible spiritual lights to bolster his strength. With these lights, he could elevate the mid- and high-grade innate spiritual treasures to the top grade. Chapter 33. Enhancing the quality of innate spiritual treasures. He muttered to himself in a fervor, envisioning himself armed to the teeth, navigating the vast wilderness with ease. This disassembly machine was truly a game-changer. Feeling a surge of pride, he grew increasingly fond of this unexpectedly acquired treasure and decided to place more innate spiritual treasures into the machine. As the machine hummed to life, his anticipation heightened. Minutes passed by, and the disassembly machine continued its relentless operation while Yi anxiously observed. Finally, when the machine ceased its activities, he beheld a pile of innate, indestructible spiritual light and various rare materials beside the machine. These were crucial resources for enhancing his power. He promptly sorted and organized these materials, preparing them for future artifact crafting. Additionally, he stored some large crystals and innate, indestructible spiritual light into the Primordial Illustrated Tome for future needs. After disassembling all unnecessary innate spiritual treasures, Yi eagerly retrieved the Primordial Illustrated Tome. Although it was a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, it only contained 40 innate restrictions, not yet qualifying as the pinnacle of top-grade treasures. He resolved to elevate the tome to a level of 48 innate restrictions to observe the effects. Yi extracted 160 strands of innate, indestructible spiritual light, gradually infusing them into the Primordial Illustrated Tome. As the light permeated, the tome seemed to awaken, vibrating gently in the air. Its surface, adorned with ancient runes, appeared to come alive, continuously reshaping and transforming as various laws intertwined, radiating a brilliant glow. He gazed intently at the tome, fearing he might miss any detail, as he could distinctly sense the monumental changes occurring within. The light intensified, nearly blinding him. At last, the brilliance flickered and a brand new Primordial Illustrated Tome emerged before him. He swiftly grasped it and began to examine it closely. The enhanced tome not only boasted a more exquisite exterior, but also exhibited a remarkable tenfold increase in the conversion rate of various spiritual energies within. This indicated that in future utilizations, he would be able to absorb and transform spiritual energies at a significantly accelerated pace, thereby greatly enhancing his cultivation speed. Moreover, Yi discovered that the upgraded tome also significantly improved the efficacy of cultivating spiritual roots. Roots that originally required extensive time to mature now grew at an accelerated rate, achieving 10 times their typical growth speed. He couldn't help but marvel at the effort invested in enhancing the Primordial Illustrated Tome, which had indeed borne fruit. This implied that roots that would typically take an eternity to mature could, within the confines of this remarkable tome, yield results in a fraction of the time. He immediately thought of the ginseng fruit tree belonging to Zhan Yuanzi, which needed 9,000 years to bloom, another 9,000 to bear fruit, and yet another 9,000 to fully mature, meaning it required a staggering 27,000 years for a single harvest. However, in the upgraded Primordial Illustrated Tome, the scenario was entirely different. Roughly estimating, he calculated that the ginseng fruit tree could yield a harvest in less than 30 years. Furthermore, this did not account for the effects of using top-tier spiritual water for irrigation and premier spiritual soil for nourishment. If these factors were included, the harvest time could potentially be further shortened. This was indeed splendid news. With the Primordial Illustrated Tome, he would no longer need to worry about cultivating resources in the future. It seemed imperative to gather more spiritual roots moving forward. Without hesitation, Yi decided to take action and turned his attention to the 5 innate 5-element pearls before him. Each of these pearls radiated a faint glow, clearly indicating their status as mid-grade innate spiritual treasures, each containing 23 innate restrictions. To elevate them to the level of top-grade innate spiritual treasures with 47 innate restrictions, he needed to infuse approximately 1/500 strands of innate indestructible spiritual light. However, once the innate 5-element pearls were successfully enhanced, they would become formidable trump cards in his possession, capable of delivering unexpected results in critical moments. He retrieved 1/500 strands of innate indestructible spiritual light and began to infuse them into the innate 5-element pearls. Each strand of light merged with the pearls like drops of water amalgamating into the vast ocean, instantaneously absorbed by the 5-element pearls. As the innate indestructible spiritual light flowed into them, the 5 pearls began to hover gently in the air, each emanating a glow representative of its respective element. The gold pearl sparkled with resplendent golden light, dazzling like the sun. The wood pearl displayed a lush green, while the water pearl shimmered with a translucent, gentle blue radiance. The fire pearl blazed a deep crimson, burning with fervor, and the earth pearl exuded a sense of ancient stability, imparting a grounding presence. 5 orbs began to rotate slowly in the air, their speed gradually increasing, forming a resplendent halo of colors. The forces of the 5 elements interwove within this ring, engaging in a delicate interplay of creation and destruction, establishing a subtle equilibrium. As the primordial, indestructible spiritual light continued to infuse, the 5 orbs began to undergo transformation. The surface of the golden orb gradually revealed intricate golden runes that shimmered with a metallic luster. The wooden orb, once smooth as a mirror, now appeared to be imbued with life, delicate emerald veins quietly emerging. Simultaneously, the surface of the water orb rippled gently, reminiscent of a tranquil lake caressed by a soft breeze. The changes in the fire orb were even more pronounced. What once burned faintly now blazed with intense heat. The earth orb exuded an ancient and weighty aura, its formerly smooth surface now marred by cracks. The 5 orbs spun faster and faster, resonating with one another, creating a harmonious cycle. As they revolved, the surrounding air was set into tumultuous motion, producing a humming sound. Yi stood by, quietly observing the spectacle. He could distinctly sense the internal restraints of the 5-element orbs continuously restructuring, as the primordial, indestructible spiritual light flowed like a gentle stream, gradually being absorbed and transformed into new restraints. Suddenly, the 5 orbs emitted a crisp hum simultaneously, and in an instant, their radiance surged forth, akin to a dazzling sun rising within the grand hall. From this blinding brilliance emanated a powerful wave of energy. As the light receded like the tide, the 5 orbs were gently elevated by an invisible hand, steadily hovering before Yi. They radiated a faint yet undeniable glow, each orb appearing crystalline and translucent, akin to the most precious jewels in existence. As the brilliance gradually converged, the 5 orbs stabilized once more, hovering before him. Sensing the changes within them, he realized that the number of primordial restraints had reached the pinnacle standard of a supreme primordial spiritual treasure. Each orb now emanated an even more formidable aura. The metallic sharpness of the gold orb, the vibrant vitality of the wood orb, the fluid grace of the water orb, the fierce intensity of the fire orb, and the solid stability of the earth orb. These 5 distinct energies formed a perfect balance, indicating the successful enhancement of the primordial 5-element orbs. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the 5 orbs responded with a melodious chime, answering Yi's call, now transformed into supreme primordial spiritual treasures. The power generated by their combination was on par with the legendary 3 primordial treasures of creation. The formations inherent to these 5 orbs had also been upgraded during the enhancement process, now becoming the primordial Great 5-element formation, one of the most elite formations in the world of the primordial. A thought suddenly emerged in his mind. If he could find the yin-yang orb and pair it with the 5-element orbs, they could form a more potent primordial yin-yang 5-element grand formation. At that moment, he would possess the strength to contend even against the most powerful beings. Elated, he placed the primordial 5-element orbs into the great primordial compendium. When the 5-element orbs encountered the spiritual roots within the compendium, it was as if a great conflagration had ignited. The spiritual roots seemed infused with a powerful life force, beginning to grow at an astonishing pace. This sudden acceleration in growth caught Yi off guard, compelling him to repeatedly harvest the spiritual roots from the compendium. Finally, after 2 or 3 rounds of harvesting, the spiritual roots appeared to acclimate to the presence of the primordial 5-element orbs, and their growth rate began to slow. Although their growth had decelerated, the quality of these roots continually improved, hinting at signs of advancement. With his chin thoughtfully resting upon his hand, and having sensed the might of the combined spiritual treasures, he began to contemplate various possibilities. If I could gather the 4 symbols orb, the primordial 5-element flag, and the 3 lanterns, then even in the absence of primordial treasures, I would not fear anyone with the strength of these combined treasures. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became. Yet, Yi quickly composed himself, reflecting that he should first focus on enhancing his strength. Regardless of how powerful the treasures were, they remained external objects. Only one's inherent strength was the most reliable foundation. After tending to the spiritual treasures, Yi did not immediately commence his cultivation. Instead, he gathered all the crystal blocks imbued with the laws of force. Each of these crystals contained the energy of the laws of force. He arranged them neatly around himself, forming a small circle. These crystals emitted a faint glow, seemingly connected by some mysterious bond. With everything prepared, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and regulated his breath. His breathing gradually became steady and prolonged, as if merging with the surrounding environment. As his breath aligned, his mind began to calm, entering a state of profound relaxation. In this state, he initiated the operation of the 9 transformations of mysterious origin, channeling the primordial malevolent energy, turbid energy, and blood energy within the Pangu hall to gather around him. This energy formed a faint blood light on the surface of his skin, a manifestation of the blood energy emanating from his physical body. He began to voraciously absorb the surrounding primordial malevolent and turbid energies. Although potent, these energies were also rife with impurities. Through the operation of the 9 transformations of mysterious origin, he filtered out these impurities, retaining only the purest essence. This refined energy coursed through his meridians, ultimately converging throughout his body, which greedily absorbed it, continuously enhancing his physical strength. As time passed, he could distinctly feel his muscles expanding and contracting, as if being kneaded by an invisible force. This sensation was both painful and wondrous, prompting him to stifle a moan. Simultaneously, his bones began to transform. The once ordinary bones gradually becoming as lustrous as jade, translucent, and emanating a gentle glow. The marrow radiated a dazzling golden light. Moreover, a layer of subtle mist began to form on the surface of his body. His breathing grew increasingly rhythmic, each inhalation serving as a refinement of his physical form, deeply integrating that pure energy into every part of his body. While enhancing his physical prowess, he did not neglect his comprehension of the laws of force. He allocated a portion of his attention to his primordial spirit, then began absorbing the crystal blocks embodying the laws of force surrounding him. His primordial spirit gradually immersed itself in the ocean of the laws of force, feeling as though it were adrift in an endless void. Surrounding him were countless golden threads, representing the laws of force. Under the impact of this power, his primordial spirit became increasingly engrossed in the realm of the laws of force, feeling as if it were enveloped in an infinite expanse. These golden threads, the tangible manifestation of the laws of force, intertwined to form a complex and mysterious pattern. As his primordial spirit swam through this golden sea, he experienced the profundities of the laws of force, and his understanding deepened steadily under their nurturing influence. Gradually, the understanding of the law of force deepened, as if unveiling layer upon layer of a mysterious veil, ultimately revealing the essence of this law. Under the nurturing influence of the law of force, Yi's primordial spirit flourished like a robust seedling, continuously absorbing nutrients and thriving. Time slipped away unnoticed, until Yi slowly opened his eyes. His gaze now resembled 2 blazing stars, radiant and captivating, the power contained within them too formidable to behold directly. An aura enveloped him, akin to a colossal tidal wave, causing the surrounding air to crackle under pressure, as if it might shatter at any moment. Furthermore, the contours of his muscles became increasingly defined and profound, each muscle brimming with strength, akin to iron fortresses. A faint golden sheen shimmered upon his skin. Upon rising, every muscle tensed, and his joints emitted crisp, crackling sounds. The innate malevolence, murky energy, and sanguine aura within the Pangu hall seemed drawn to his presence. Chapter 35. Pinnacle of the Hongjun Golden Immortal. Like a tempest, they rushed toward him, converging. As he opened his mouth, a torrent of energy surged into his body. Overwhelming in its magnitude, it resembled an abyss, effortlessly devouring an endless stream of energy. In that fleeting moment, both his physical body and primordial spirit underwent a transformation. Reaching an unprecedented height, he felt his corporeal strength had attained the pinnacle of the Hongjun Golden Immortal, only a step away from the realm of Hongjun Deluo Golden Immortal. His primordial spirit also ascended to the later stage of Hongjun Golden Immortal due to the absorption of substantial crystals. With his comprehension of the law of force elevated to an astonishing 40%, Yi stood quietly within the Pangu hall, sensing the formidable power that accompanied his ascension to the pinnacle of the Hongjun Golden Immortal. This power surged within him like a roaring torrent. Slowly raising his arm, he clenched his fist. The muscles beneath his skin pulsed slightly, as if each fiber were imbued with boundless energy. As he lifted his fist, the surrounding air began to distort violently, emitting a hissing sound. A formidable pressure radiated from his being, rendering the air within the grand hall nearly tangible. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he unleashed a punch that appeared simple, yet harbored the strength of his physical zenith. The wind from his punch howled, akin to a lightning bolt cleaving through the heavens, striking forward with unrelenting force. As his fist swung out, the air around him compressed instantaneously, producing a deafening roar. A powerful shockwave erupted from the center of his fist, radiating outward in all directions. This shockwave contained immense power, scattering the surrounding air and creating visible ripples. Remarkably, the Pangu hall trembled slightly under the impact of his punch, only to swiftly return to tranquility. This seemingly trivial reaction was, in fact, a testament to the terrifying might of Yi Ye's blow. It should be noted that the Pangu Hall is no ordinary structure. It is fashioned from the hardest skull of Pangu himself. For such an indomitable edifice to quiver even slightly from Yi Ye's punch is nothing short of extraordinary for one at the mere pinnacle of Hongyuan Golden Immortal. Yet, Yi accomplished this feat with astonishing ease. In this regard alone, he could be considered unparalleled. Observing his fist, a hint of a manic smile crept across his face as he murmured, "Hee, I wonder how many wailing beasts my punch could slay." He then summoned his character panel. Character panel. Name: Yi. Bloodline: Heart's Blood of Pangu. Footprints: Junior Chaos Demon God. Cultivation: Physical Body. Pinnacle of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Primordial Spirit: Late Stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Law of Force. Divine Abilities: Purification, Guardian Badge, Honor Blessing, Fountain of Life, Wind of Divine Healing, Life Tributes Might. Treasures: Holy Light Hammer. Inflicts stunning strikes, a growing innate spiritual treasure that can evolve infinitely with its master's cultivation. Heaven and Earth Mysterious Yellow Linglong Pagoda, Hongming Measuring Ruler. Top-tier innate spiritual treasures: Innate 5 Elements Pearl, Ancestral Dragon Pearl, Dragon Soul Sword, Chilan Seal, Fire Phoenix Spear, 24 Sea Calming Pearls, Central Wuji Yellow Banner. Eastern Azure Lotus Treasure Flag. Spirit Root, Medium-grade Innate Spirit Root Dragon Blood Tree, 9-leaf Spirit, Purple Jade Bamboo, Superior grade Innate Spirit Root Gold Apple Tree, etc. Special Decomposition Machine, capable of deconstructing all things to obtain law crystals and raw materials. Yi gazed at his character panel, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Next, I must strategize to accumulate sufficient merit in this battle between Dao and Demon, delaying Hongjun's ascension." Yi gently released his primordial spirit, allowing it to caress the blood cocoons of his younger siblings. As the power of his primordial spirit permeated, he could distinctly sense the conditions within the blood cocoons. His brow unfurrowed gradually, and a contented smile emerged. From this exploration, he gained insight into his siblings' cultivation status. Their physical cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Every inch of their muscles and bones teemed with explosive power, a strength surpassing even that of their dragon kin at the same level. In terms of primordial spirit cultivation, although aided by crystals, their progress was notable but still lagged behind their physical prowess. Currently, their primordial spirit cultivation had just broken through to the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Still a distance from true corporeal strength, Yi remained unfazed, casually stating, "However, this is of no consequence. Time is ample, we can take our time. Even a pig, given enough time, can be forged into a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, my siblings bear the bloodline of Pangu. Combined with the carefully orchestrated resources and crystals I provide, achieving the Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal is merely a matter of time." Yi sat quietly within the Pangu Hall, his thoughts drifting back to his past life. He recalled the 12 witch ancestors, who emerged at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In this life, endowed with the jade marrow bestowed by the Father God and the crystals he provided, the potential of the 12 witch ancestors had been significantly enhanced. After observing their cultivation progress, Yi quietly exited the Pangu Hall. Reflecting on his journey since traversing into this world, he realized he had been in perpetual motion, either orchestrating events or en route to doing so. Now, having reached a cultivation bottleneck, it was the perfect opportunity to relax at Buzhou Mountain and revel in a moment of tranquility. Strolling through Buzhou Mountain, Yi sought a picturesque spot. At last, he stumbled upon a serene forest, alive with babbling brooks and the sweet songs of birds. From his spatial pouch, he extracted a simple barbecue grill and set it up by the stream. He then retrieved the rare materials he had previously collected, such as dragon meat and phoenix liver, preparing to embark on a delightful bleaching a barbecue feast, divine ability imbued with boundless purifying power. The dragon meat and phoenix liver sizzled over the flames, releasing an enticing aroma. Skillfully flipping the ingredients to ensure even cooking, the delightful scent of grilled meat wafted through the air. At that moment, a woman who had just completed her cultivation emerged from the cave, abruptly halting her steps. Her nose, as delicate as white jade, twitched slightly, as if it had caught a whiff of something extraordinary. A flicker of surprise danced in her beautiful eyes as she murmured, "What is this enchanting fragrance? It is utterly irresistible." Intrigued, the woman followed the alluring scent. Chapter 36, Nuwa. Before long, she arrived at the location where Yi was situated. Upon standing still and taking a closer look, she beheld a tall man with broad shoulders and a sturdy build, exuding a calm and reserved demeanor. His fair skin and well-defined features framed a pair of profound peach blossom eyes beneath elegantly arched brows. His nose was straight and noble, and his jet black hair was neatly tied back, giving him an air of competence and poise. Clad in a pristine white robe, with a simple belt cinching his waist, he appeared both dignified and reliable, as though nothing in this world could pose a challenge to him. At that moment, Yi was comfortably reclining in a lounge chair, savoring a piece of perfectly roasted dragon meat, relishing every bite. The rich aroma wafting through the air emanated from the succulent meat. Alerted by a sound, he raised his head with vigilance, his gaze sharp as a blade, and demanded, "Who goes there?" The woman gracefully stepped out from behind a tree, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Slightly bowing in greeting, her movements were elegant and poised, her voice soft and melodious. "Greetings, esteemed senior. I am Niwa. I have just emerged from my seclusion and was drawn here by this captivating fragrance." Upon hearing her words, Yi was momentarily taken aback. His gaze locked onto her as he scrutinized her closely. She was tall and slender, akin to a delicate willow swaying in the breeze, yet carried an air of dignity. Her skin was as flawless as freshly fallen snow, akin to mutton-fat jade, smooth and exquisite. Her features were artistically refined, with her eyes exuding a lively intelligence. Her long hair, as dark as a waterfall, cascaded casually over her shoulders, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Dressed in a pale long gown, simple yet graceful, she seemed to meld seamlessly with the surrounding nature, embodying a fresh and unearthly spirit. Yi inwardly marveled, realizing that the enchanting woman before him was none other than the legendary Niwa, the matron of humanity and the daughter of the human path. Unfortunately, she had ultimately been ensnared by the heavenly decree, resulting in humanity losing its chance at revival. Regaining his composure, Yi promptly rose, a smile gracing his lips as he said, "Ha ha, so it is you, Niwa, my esteemed friend. I am truly honored. I am Yi, your neighbor, residing just next door." Niwa, taken aback, gazed at him with a hint of skepticism as she inquired, "Senior, you two have taken form in Buzhou Mountain? But why have I never seen you before?" Yi waved his hand dismissively, chuckling as he replied, "No need for such formalities. You can simply call me by my name. As for me, I am a descendant of Pangu, and I have been diligently cultivating in the Pangu Hall halfway up the mountain until recently, when I decided to venture out." He mused inwardly. Considering that this was his first appearance, it was essential to make a name for himself, especially since the Sanqing often touted themselves as the true heirs of Pangu. Now that he was present, he was eager to ascertain who truly embodied the essence of Pangu. Upon hearing this, Niwa was astounded and quickly responded, "So you are a descendant of Pangu. Truly, I am honored." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yi's unrestrained nature gradually surfaced as he boldly stated, "Niwa, can we dispense with such formalities? Your politeness makes me feel quite uncomfortable." Clearly taken aback by Yi's candidness, Niwa paused momentarily. However, she soon regained her composure. Smiling gently as she replied, "All right. I too find this rather awkward, but my brother always advises me to be polite. By the way, what are you doing here?" I caught a whiff of that delightful aroma from afar. It is simply too enticing. Yi laughed heartily, his voice resonating with warmth. "I recently came into possession of some top-tier ingredients and am currently roasting them. The flavor is bound to be exquisite." He gestured for her to sit. "Niwa, please, do join me. I have plenty of delectable items for us to savor together." With that, he casually retrieved several pieces of dragon meat and phoenix liver from the side, placing them on the grill to continue roasting. Observing this, Niwa approached Yi, her gaze falling upon the dragon meat and phoenix liver, her heart secretly astonished. Who exactly was Yi? The energy contained within this dragon meat and phoenix liver was astonishingly potent. In life, he must have reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm, perhaps even beyond. Yet, Niwa's demeanor remained composed, and she merely smiled. "Your grilling skills appear to be quite remarkable. I never anticipated that you could so effortlessly present such precious dragon meat and phoenix liver. It is truly impressive." Yi seemed oblivious to Niwa's astonishment, eagerly offering her the roasted dragon meat and phoenix liver with a smile. "Niwa, do have a taste. These ingredients were gathered by me at the edge of the Three Clans battlefield not long ago. They are undeniably authentic and flavorful." Niwa delicately accepted the dragon meat and phoenix liver, taking a gentle bite. In that instant, a surge of powerful energy coursed through her body, even enhancing her magical prowess ever so slightly. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Indeed, it is delicious. Your grilling skills are truly unparalleled." Her admiration for Yi was evident in her words. Then, as if a thought struck her, Niwa hurriedly retrieved several innate spirit fruits from her robe and placed them before Yi, shyly saying, "Since you have treated me to such precious fare, I have nothing more suitable to offer in return, except these spirit fruits. I hope you do not find them lacking." Yi responded with a gentle smile, Oh, Nuwa, you need not say such things. In truth, the value of a gift lies not in its material worth, but in the sentiment of the giver. In my eyes, these spirit fruits you have offered are far more precious than any treasure. With that, he unceremoniously picked up one of the spirit fruits and devoured it heartily. Watching Yiye's voracious appetite, Nuwa felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, quickly exclaiming, "Yi, do take your time. You might choke. Though these spirit fruits are delectable, they are not so easily consumed. If you need more, I can fetch you some." As time passed, the bond between Yi and Nuwa grew increasingly familiar. Yiye's humorous and lively nature made their interactions feel effortless. Especially when he recounted a few slightly risque anecdotes, Nuwa found herself laughing heartily, her clear and joyful laughter echoing through the air. Just as the laughter lingered, a charming blush suddenly colored Nuwa's cheeks, resembling a ripened apple. Chapter 37. The Overprotective Brother. Fushi. Bashfully, she lightly swatted Yi, playfully chiding, "Yigu, stop it." This adorable reaction brought immense joy to Yiye's heart, though he feigned innocence as he replied, "What have I done? I merely spoke the unvarnished truth." This action brought both laughter and embarrassment to Nuwa, and the atmosphere between the two became extraordinarily harmonious, as if the entire world had shrunk to just the two of them. Yet, in this moment of bliss, a small incident quietly unfolded. It turned out that Fushi, who had just emerged from seclusion, was searching for Nuwa's presence. Puzzled, he murmured, "Has my sister already come out? Why haven't I seen her?" Without waiting for an answer, he stepped outside, evidently intending to find Nuwa. Not far from the entrance, Fushi caught sight of Yi laughing and conversing with Nuwa, their gestures intimate, resembling a couple deeply in love. This scene ignited a blaze of fury within Fushi. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if they might leap from their sockets. Bloodshot and wild, his eyes resembled those of a raging bull. Fushi could hardly fathom that merely by emerging from seclusion a tad late, his sister was already being courted by this yellow-haired man. The wrath in his heart erupted like a volcano as he bellowed, "Scoundrel, release my sister and prepare to meet your doom." With that, Fushi charged at Yi like a frenzied beast, claws outstretched. At that moment, Yi was lost in playful banter with Nuwa, completely unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, upon hearing the furious roar, he turned to see a man, face contorted with rage and eyes ablaze, rushing towards him with clenched fists. Nuwa, witnessing this, cried out urgently, "No." However, Fushi was too consumed by his fury to heed his sister's plea. His speed not only did not diminish but intensified. Wherever it passed, be it malevolent energy, resentment, demonic energy, or any form of negative energy, his demeanor suggesting he intended to tear Yi apart. In a reflexive motion, Yi raised his fist, instinctively preparing to retaliate. In an instant, a resounding crash echoed as Fushi's face collided squarely with Yi's fist. The force was tremendous. Fushi was sent hurtling backward as if struck by a primordial beast, crashing into the mountainside before finally coming to a halt. Mid-air, he spewed blood, several teeth having been violently dislodged by that singular blow. After delivering the punch, Yi seemed somewhat unsatisfied, patting his chest and feigning seriousness as he addressed Nuwa. "Sister Nuwa, fortunately, you called out in time, allowing me to retract 99% of my strength. Otherwise, with that blow, he might never again see the light of day. By the way, do you know him?" Nuwa sighed, her face clouded with worry. "This is the brother I previously mentioned. But what is his current state?" Upon hearing this, Yi immediately grasped the situation and feigned nonchalance. "Oh, so he is the rigid and pedantic brother you spoke of. Rest assured, he is merely a bit worse for wear. He has only lost a few teeth." At that moment, Fushi lay quietly amidst the rubble, listening intently to their conversation. His anger surged like molten lava, nearly choking him. He felt inexplicably transformed into a jester. Observing Fushi's plight, Yi swiftly sidestepped to his side, helping him up while repeatedly apologizing. "My friend, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your relation to Nuwa. I meant no offense. Please, do not hold it against me." He even pretended to be courteous, brushing dust off Fushi's clothes. However, Fushi showed no appreciation for Yi's gestures. He abruptly shook off Yi's assistance and coldly huffed, "Humph. Sister, you are far too naive. You should not be so easily deceived. In the future, avoid associating with such dubious individuals. Remember this well." With that, he turned away, taking Nuwa with him, clearly intent on leaving. Fushi was unprepared for the unexpected defiance from his usually obedient sister, who retorted, "Brother Yi is not that kind of dubious individual." Seeing this exchange, Yi could only roll his eyes in resignation, thinking, "I truly appreciate your support." Fushi, undeterred, persisted in his viewpoint, continuing to admonish his sister, "Sister, you must realize that the hearts of beings outside are tainted. Do not be swayed by mere flowery words. As Fushi's relentless demeanor began to vex Yi, an idea struck him. He called out to the retreating figures, "Sister Nuwa, you head home and wait for me. We shall play together again next time. And you, brother-in-law, please take good care of Sister Nuwa." Fushi's anger flared at this, and he whipped around, fixing Yi with a fierce glare. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on his arms, clearly infuriated. Had Nuwa not held him back with all her strength, Fushi might have lunged at Yi in a fit of rage. Nuwa exerted all her might to restrain Fushi, who struggled fiercely, shouting, "Sister, release me. I must tear this brat's mouth apart today." Nuwa gazed at Fushi helplessly, then shot Yi a reproachful glare, admonishing, "Brother Yi, can you not hold your tongue? Look at what you've done to my brother." Yet Yi remained undisturbed. Shrugging casually, amused by Fushi's frantic state, he thought, "This overprotective brother, let us see how I can incite him next time." Fushi dragged Nuwa back to their dwelling, his expression dark enough to reign. He violently shook his sleeves and exclaimed, "Sister, how can you associate with such frivolous beings? Their demeanor is unbecoming, and they are certainly not of good character." Nuwa, rarely seen frowning, countered, "Brother, while Yi may be carefree, he is by no means a villain. He has gifted me dragon meat and phoenix liver, aiding my cultivation, and engages in philosophical discourse with me. How can this be deemed frivolous?" Fushi paused, suddenly noticing that Nuwa's aura had grown significantly since before her seclusion. His eyes narrowed. Is that roasted meat truly of the divine dragoness blood? Indeed, it could be of even higher origin. Nuwa produced a piece of dragon meat that Yi had clandestinely given her. "Brother, you might as well sample it. It greatly benefits the primordial spirit." Fushi, skeptical, took the meat and bit down. A surge of potent energy coursed through his body, invigorating even his primordial spirit. His expression shifted, and he finally huffed. "It is merely a trifling favor for the palate. This person's origins are unclear, claiming to be a descendant of Pangu. Who knows if he is attempting to deceive you?" Unmoved by Fushi's unwavering stance, Nuwa replied firmly, "Enough, dear brother. I am capable of making my own judgments. There is no need for further discussion." Fushi, seeing Nuwa's resolute demeanor, became increasingly uneasy. His sister, typically gentle and rarely argumentative, was now clashing with him over someone she had only recently met, which was indeed peculiar. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, he spoke solemnly, "Very well. Since you insist on this, I shall not press further." However, Nuwa interrupted, her expression momentarily startled. "What does the elder brother wish to do?" Fushi chuckled coldly. To verify his authenticity, before the words left his lips, he waved his sleeve, and the innate bagua disc materialized in midair, with the 8 trigrams, Qian, Koan, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Jin, and Dui, revolving in an enigmatic dance. This transformed into a profound force of deduction, surging toward the direction of the Pangu Palace. Fushi's deductive power pierced through the void, attempting to glimpse the roots of Yi. Boom! A vast and overwhelming pressure of chaos suddenly erupted, causing the bagua disc to tremble violently, with the trigram's runes fracturing inch by inch. With a muffled groan, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with astonishment. "This blood energy? He truly is." Nuwa hurriedly supported him, both pained and helpless. "Elder brother, do you believe it now?" Fushi remained silent for a long while before finally managing a bitter smile. "I was reckless. This person's origins are beyond even the heaven's secrets." He lifted his gaze toward Yi, his expression complex. The force that rebounded against him was no ordinary restraint, but a genuine pressure of chaos, even faintly carrying the essence of creation. Could it be that he is truly a descendant of Pangu? Fushi took a deep breath, suppressing the surging blood within him, and spoke solemnly, "Sister, if this person indeed possesses Pangu's bloodline, why have we never heard of him before?" Nuwa shook her head. "I do not know. But fellow Taoist Yi once mentioned he had been concealed within the Pangu Palace and only emerged recently." "The Pangu Palace?" Fushi's pupils constricted. Nuwa sighed, her curiosity toward Yi growing deeper. Meanwhile, Yi continued to stroll leisurely, as if nothing had occurred, treading upon the soft spiritual grasses. He toyed with a crystal-clear, innate spiritual fruit, occasionally taking a bite, its juices overflowing with a refreshing aroma. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Huh, quite audacious to attempt to calculate my essence?" Not halting his steps, he walked on nonchalantly, as if merely sensing the disturbance of a mosquito. "Fushi, are you not inviting trouble upon yourself?" He chuckled lightly. "Do not forget that I am shrouded in a multitude of innate spiritual treasures that obscure the heavenly secrets. And solely based on my connection to Pangu's heartblood, your attempts to deduce me are nothing short of self-inflicted suffering, especially considering I am on Mount Buzhou. The fact that he did not shatter your primordial spirit on the spot is merely a stroke of luck for you." casually tossing aside the fruit pit. It traced an arc in the air, yet before it could touch the ground, it was crushed into fine powder by an invisible force, dissipating into the cosmos. However, since you insist on testing me, I shall return the favor. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Yi Ye's eyes as he flipped his palm, revealing a crystalline jade slip. Buzz! The jade slip vibrated slightly, transforming into a streak of light that pierced through the air. Nuwa, currently tending to Fushi's wounds, suddenly saw a streak of light penetrate the barriers, landing directly before Fushi. What is this? Fushi gazed warily at the jade slip suspended in the air. Nuwa reached out, and the slip fell into her hands. Scanning it with her divine sense, her expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Elder brother, this is from fellow Taoist Yi. Fushi frowned. What does he say? Nuwa's expression was complex as she slowly replied, fellow Taoist Fushi, it is not a good habit to calculate others. Should you dare to act recklessly again, I shall strip you bare and hang you outside Mount Bujo, and you must also take good care of Sister Nuwa, or I shall break your legs. Fushi was taken aback, his face flushing with anger. Is he attempting to humiliate me? After provoking Fushi, Yi continued his leisurely stroll amidst the mists on Mount Bujo. Suddenly, he paused, his brow furrowing slightly as he noticed a subtle distortion in the space 100 zhang ahead. Had it not been for his primordial spirit reaching the late stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal, he would have been oblivious to this anomaly. How intriguing! Yi grinned, and the golden radiance of the law of strength manifested in his palm as he gently sliced through the void. Crack! With a sound akin to shattering glass, a great innate formation revealed its true form. The formation patterns were interwoven with the four primal forces of earth, wind, water, and fire. In the center stood a spirit root of vibrant green, its leaves carved like emerald, with chaotic energy coursing through its veins. Indeed, it was a top-grade innate spirit root. The banana tree. A banana tree, you say? Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. In the original text, the banana fan taken by Laozi was merely a transformation of one of this tree's four leaves. The complete spirit root before him was at least nurturing the four primal divine leaves of earth, wind, water, and fire. Without hesitation, he swung his fist, unleashing the full power of his peak Hongjun golden immortal physique. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 strikes, the innate formation trembled violently. The primal forces of earth, wind, water, and fire at the formation's core launched a furious counterattack, yet were entirely devoured by the chaotic Tao patterns enveloping Yi Ye's body. When the 4th punch landed, the entire formation erupted like a bubble, with the violent currents of spiritual energy tearing apart the surrounding sea of clouds for 1,000 miles. Just as Yi reached out to pluck the banana tree, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The banana tree shook violently, and its 4 divine leaves detached on their own, transforming into the ethereal images of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Even more astonishingly, a fissure opened on the tree trunk, revealing a chaotic liquid flowing from within. This was no ordinary banana tree. It was the chaos spirit root. The 4-symbol chaos banana, injured during Pangu's creation, having fallen to the threshold of a half-step chaos spirit root. Had Yi arrived any later, it might have already descended to merely an innate spirit root. What the heck? Yi was caught off guard, being pushed back 3 steps by the image of the vermilion bird, his robes singed at the chest. Rather than anger, he laughed. Now this is more like it. Yi thrust his arms forward, and the image of Pangu manifested behind him. The law of strength transformed into golden chains, ensnaring the 4 divine beasts. While the Hongjun illustrated book flew from his brow, unfurling a chaotic scroll to capture the spirit root. The azure dragon roared, the white tiger howled, and the entire banana tree lifted from the ground, attempting to escape. Chapter 39, Extorting Hongjun. Yi snorted coldly, suddenly transforming his fist into claws. A torrent of chi erupting between his fingers. Come down. Whoosh. The chi flowed like a massive net, ensnaring the banana tree. In its fierce struggle, a drop of chaotic liquid splattered onto the back of Yi Ye's hand. In an instant, shattered images surfaced within his primordial spirit, a towering banana tree swaying in the primordial chaos before the chaos was born. As Yi regained his senses, he hurriedly stored the banana tree into the Hongjun illustrated book. The area where the spirit root had been planted trembled violently, and the 4 primal symbols transformed into torrential rain pouring down. Raising his hand to catch a drop of rainwater, he discovered it contained a faint resonance of chaotic Tao. The value of this mutated banana tree was likely not inferior to an innate supreme treasure. The torrential rain, born from the 4 primal symbols, fell in droplets radiating blue, white, red, and black hues. Yi Ye's eyes gleamed with excitement as the Hongjun illustrated book unfurled above his head, transforming into a chaotic scroll that obscured the heavens. Collect. With a soft command, the rain suddenly reversed direction. The droplets from the azure dragon transformed into a winding azure stream. The white tiger droplets coalesced into sharp golden energy. The vermilion bird droplets ignited into crimson flames, and the black tortoise droplets formed a dark water curtain. The four primal symbols converged like rivers returning to the sea, all subsuming into the illustrated book. Instantly, the Hongjun illustrated book was in chaos. The banana tree, which had just been transplanted, felt the call of the shared power, and the once dull chaotic patterns on its trunk suddenly ignited, glowing brilliantly. Simultaneously, the four leaves began to spin as if imbued with life, intertwining in the air to form a mysterious and ancient pattern, the innate formation of the four symbols. The dragon's blood trees and golden apple trees, once merely catalogued, have begun to flourish with astonishing fervor. A sharp crack echoed as the branches of the dragon's blood tree suddenly split, its rough bark shedding like a serpent's skin to reveal intricate, scale-like patterns underneath, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. Meanwhile, the fruits of the golden apple tree transformed from a radiant gold to a deep purple at an observable pace, their surfaces adorned with chaotic patterns, seemingly harboring endless mysteries. Even the most ordinary purple jade bamboo appeared to respond to some unseen stimulus, shooting upwards with remarkable speed. A melodious sound akin to a phoenix's cry resonated from the bamboo joints, as if celebrating this sudden transformation. Yi's primordial spirit was utterly captivated by this breathtaking spectacle, his eyes wide in disbelief as he beheld the unfolding scene. The catalyst for this extraordinary phenomenon was none other than the rain imbued with the essence of the primordial chaos. As this rain soaked into the spiritual soil, it ignited a chain reaction, awakening the spiritual roots within the catalog to exhibit extraordinary changes. Particularly striking was the dragon's blood tree, which bore a vividly lifelike dragon-shaped apparition atop its crown, with claws extended in fierce majesty. Its leaves glimmered with serrated golden rays, enhancing the tree's imposing presence as it evolved into a superior spiritual root, the dragon-pattern ancient tree. Inside the golden apple, a star-like seed core was formed. When Yi gently bit into it, a rich juice surged forth, infused with a hint of chaotic energy. This chaotic essence coursed through his body, instantly elevating him to the pinnacle of spiritual roots, the purple rhythm golden fruit. Furthermore, other spiritual roots also experienced varying degrees of enhancement under the influence of this chaotic energy. Just as Yi was about to stow away the primordial catalog, he suddenly raised an eyebrow, sensing something. A look of surprise crossed his face as he detected a familiar aura approaching the direction of Mount Buzhou. Hongjun? Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile. He was all too familiar with this aura, for it belonged to Hongjun. He retrieved the silver-white mask he had donned during the three races battlefield and swiftly affixed it to his face. In an instant, Yi vanished from sight, leaving behind only a faint shadow. At the same time, Hongjun was gliding on clouds, holding a whisk, surrounded by a gentle purple aura, gradually making his way toward Mount Buzhou. Just as Hongjun was nearing his destination, he suddenly halted, his gaze sharpening. He sensed an anomaly in the void ahead, akin to rippling water, and a figure began to materialize. As the figure grew clearer, Hongjun's eyes brightened, a trace of joy gracing his features. The figure wore a silver mask, its black robe rustling in the wind, enveloped in pure, purifying energy, akin to an immortal descending from the heavens. Purifying Tao friend. Hongjun promptly clasped his hands in greeting, a smile illuminating his face. I was just seeking you, and to encounter you here is indeed fortuitous. Yi stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, his figure as upright as a pine tree, his azure robe fluttering gently in the breeze, further accentuating his ethereal demeanor. Oh, so it is you, Tao friend Hongjun. May I inquire what brings you to seek me today? Hongjun's expression turned grave, his brows furrowing tightly. The demon ancestor Rahu is wreaking havoc in the West, his ambitions unchecked, seeking to obliterate the primordial with the extermination sword array, plunging heaven and earth back into chaos. I wish to unite with several Tao friends to eradicate this demon, and thus I have come to invite you to assist. Yi inwardly scoffed. Fully aware of Hongjun's intentions, yet maintaining an impassive facade, he replied coolly, to confront Rahu? Just as few? His words dripped with skepticism. Hongjun nodded, his tone resolute. In addition to you, there are also the Tao friends Yin Yang, Qian Kuan, and Yang Mei. With our combined strength of 5, we should be able to break the extermination sword array. Yi feigned contemplation, his gaze drifting over Hongjun as if weighing the pros and cons. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Rahu's ferocity is overwhelming, and the extermination sword array is not something that can be dismantled without equal power. I am not adept at direct conflict. I possess insight only into the handling of certain unique energies. Even with 5 of us joining forces, Our odds would barely be 50-50. Hongjun sighed. Precisely for this reason. We require your purifying power to restrain the demonic energy. Yi suddenly chuckled lightly. I am willing to lend my aid. However, Hongjun's brows knitted tightly as he slowly inquired, Dao friend, what are your conditions? Yi leisurely extended a finger, softly stating, I require that exceptional innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree, which you possess. Hongjun's expression shifted slightly, clearly taken aback by this demand, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, while the enlightenment tea tree is indeed precious, I am willing to part with it to eliminate the great demon Rahu. Yi, however, was not yet satisfied. Chapter 40. Frantically reaping the deeds of heaven. He then extended another finger, stating, in addition, I also require the 12th rank merit golden lotus. What? Hongjun could no longer maintain his composure, his voice involuntarily rising an octave, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. The 12th rank merit golden lotus is a supreme treasure birth from the western spiritual veins. Your demands are exceedingly excessive. Yi appeared remarkably calm, spreading his hands. His tone unhurried. Once Rahu ascends to sainthood, there may no longer be a place for either of us in this primordial world. In comparison, what do a few spiritual treasures amount to? Are they truly more valuable than our lives? Hongjun remained silent for a long while, clearly wrestling with an internal conflict. Finally, gritting his teeth as if making a resolute decision, he said, very well, I will accept your terms, but you must swear an oath to the way, guaranteeing that you will exert your utmost effort in assisting me to slay Rahu. Yi nodded readily, certainly. Internally, he mused, the purifying Taoist commitments have nothing to do with my Pangu orthodoxy. Yi. Hongjun waved his sleeve, and a tea tree with vibrant green leaves, interwoven like Tao patterns, appeared, the exceptional innate spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree. Simultaneously, a resplendent golden lotus platform descended, radiating an aura of merit, the 12th rank merit golden lotus. A supreme treasure of the West. With a smile gracing his face, Yi contentedly accepted the two treasures into his embrace, then looked at Hongjun and remarked, Dao friend Hongjun, you truly are a person of promptness. Hongjun's demeanor turned serious as he stated in a deep voice, once I have prepared everything, I will contact you. We shall convene at Mount Sumeru in the west. Yi nodded in understanding, assuring him, rest assured, I will be there on time. As Hongjun turned to depart, his figure gradually fading into the horizon, he slowly removed his mask, revealing his true visage, a playful smile gracing his lips. The extermination sword array? Rahu? Huh? Yi murmured softly, a glint of mischief in his eyes. This unfolding drama was becoming increasingly intriguing. The smile on his lips broadened, as if recalling something amusing. Hongjun, do you think I am going to dismantle the array? Yi chuckled softly. No, I am not here to break the array. I am here to pluck peaches. After Hongjun departed, Yi stood upon the clouds, quietly gazing westward. The qianxiaaudiobooks and the Taiji diagram, he murmured, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. In his past life, the great immortal Yang Mei, the ancestor of Yin and Yang, and the ancestor of Qianxiaaudiobooks were deceived by Hongjun into confronting Rahu. Only Yang Mei escaped calamity, while Yin Yang and Qianxiaaudiobooks met a tragic end beneath the sword array of extermination. Their innate spiritual treasures, qianxiaaudiobooks and Taiji diagram, were all claimed by Hongjun. Hongjun, this time you shall not find it so easy to reap the rewards. Yi had already meticulously plotted. The qianxiaaudiobooks was a supreme treasure among innate spiritual artifacts, containing the ability to revert the acquired to the innate. If secured, coupled with his own innate indestructible spiritual light, the mass production of innate spiritual treasures would be a simple endeavor. By then, innate spiritual treasures in my possession would be as common as cabbages. Yi did not return to the Pangu Hall, but sought out a spirit-rich mountain near the Buzhou Mountain as his temporary sanctuary. With a flick of his hand, the overwhelming pressure of a peak Hongjun golden immortal erupted, causing the entire mountain to tremble, with countless demonic beasts fleeing in panic. From this day forth, this mountain shall be named Purity Peak. His voice thundered, resonating for millions of miles. Subsequently, he summoned the innate 5 elements pearl, and 5-colored divine light soared into the sky, transforming into a grand array that enveloped the entire mountain. The gold severed evil, the wood nurtured, the water flowed unimpeded. The fire incinerated obstacles, and the earth remained steadfast. With this formation in place, even a Hongjun golden immortal intruding would be torn apart by the power of the 5 elements. This way, it would also be convenient for Hongjun to find me. Otherwise, returning to the Pangu Hall might result in him being unable to locate me. Yi chuckled lightly. He had been exceedingly busy on Purity Peak, ever since inadvertently crafting a table and receiving merits from the heavenly Tao. It felt as if a new world had opened up, merits could indeed be utilized in such a manner. First, he infused a portion of the heavenly Tao merits into his merit armor, enhancing this already formidable defensive gear to become even more unyielding, subtly acquiring the trait of being impervious to all methods. The remaining merits were fashioned into golden merit pearls, each encapsulating pure heavenly Tao merit power. This would serve as currency for future transactions. Who could possibly refuse such a thing? Yi grinned, his eyes gleaming with the cunning light of a shrewd merchant. In the ensuing days, Yi fully transformed into a master craftsman of the wilderness, replicating every conceivable daily item from his past life. Bowls to enhance spiritual food absorption efficiency, chopsticks that purify impurities while picking up ingredients, chairs that aid in meditation and cultivation, tea sets that invoke the resonance of the heavenly principles while brewing tea, and go boards that could unravel celestial mysteries with each placed stone. The entire cave of Purity Peak was now brimming with these shimmering merit treasures. Each item, when taken to the outside world, would incite fierce competition among the great Luo golden immortals, yet to Yi, they resembled mere wild herbs. Should others catch sight of this, their hearts might very well shatter. Yi reclined with one leg crossed over the other, seated upon the merit chair, playfully handling a pair of merit chopsticks, grinning mischievously. He tossed a merit pearl into the air, its trajectory tracing a golden arc, emanating an alluring aura of the heavenly Tao. This item was far superior to any innate spiritual fruit. Narrowing his eyes, he began to devise how to ensnare, trade, with his next targets. While Yi indulged in his creations of merit, the heavenly Tao unexpectedly bestowed upon him another thread of merit golden light. What could this be for? Yi paused, then suddenly grasped the reason, having inadvertently supplemented the heavenly Tao. Bowls and chopsticks represented the path of nourishment. Tables and chairs symbolized the rites of living. Tea sets embodied the etiquette of hospitality, and go encompassed the principles of strategy. Goodness, am I to become the progenitor of culture in the wilderness? Yi found himself both amused and exasperated, yet his hands did not cease their work, as he promptly transformed the newly acquired merit into pearls, storing them for future use. Hongjun abruptly opened his eyes, the creation jade plate in his hand trembling violently, revealing the scene of Purity Peak, a sky filled with merit treasures, golden light soaring. He had not anticipated that this purifying Taoist could so effortlessly acquire heavenly Tao merits. Indeed, he was an anomaly. Chapter 41, The Grumbling Yi. His expression darkened. This child must not be allowed to remain. Hongjun's voice echoed within Yi's primordial spirit. My friend, act in 3,000 years. Do not miscalculate the timing. Yi opened his eyes, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his lips. 3,000 years. That is ample time. He set aside the merit pearl he had been toying with and directed his gaze towards the west. Rahu, you toil endlessly to set up the sword array of extermination, only to end up igniting the western spiritual veins. Rather than allow these treasures to turn to dust, let me safeguard them for you. Without hesitation, Yi concealed his presence and silently infiltrated the western domain. At this moment, the west, although slightly decayed from Rahu's clandestine siphoning of spiritual veins, remained one of the top blessed lands of the wilderness, its foundations still intact. The destruction spear, once a weapon of a reclusive great power in the west, had been lost in a valley after Rahu's manipulation led to the great power's demise. Yi effortlessly broke the restrictions and claimed it. The 6-root pure bamboo, entirely emerald green and imbued with the resonance of purity, capable of suppressing heart demons, was found by a hidden spiritual spring, uprooted along with its soil, and transplanted into the wilderness compendium. Summoning the wilderness compendium, he began to fervently extract the western spiritual veins. This one is mine. This one is good too. Package it. Oh, this vein actually harbors a trace of the Tao of extinction? Excellent, it is mine. Wherever he passed, the earth veins withered and mountains lost their luster. Yet, Yi felt no moral burden. After all, Rahu was destined to explode in the end. Rather than waste it, it was better to put it to good use. Just as Yi was thoroughly enjoying his plundering, Rahu atop Mount Xiumi suddenly opened his eyes, the sword array of extermination trembling slightly. Who dares disturb the foundation of my west? He calculated with his fingers, but only beheld a chaotic mist. Strange, Rahu frowned. Yet with the sword array of extermination nearing completion, he had no time for further inquiry, only able to snort coldly. Once I attain sanctity, I shall settle all accounts. With the 3,000-year deadline approaching, Yi contentedly withdrew his hand. This expedition to the west had yielded far beyond expectations. 7 innate spiritual treasures, 3 innate spiritual roots, and 6 top-tier spiritual veins. Hongjun must be growing anxious. Yi grinned, his form transforming into a streak of light, swiftly heading towards Mount Shumi. Rahu, I have come to liberate you. As Hongjun and his companions arrived at the periphery of the sword array of extermination, a tide of demonic energy surged forth like a tsunami. The yin-yang diagram of the ancestor of yin and yang unfurled autonomously, and the Qian Kuan Ding floated above their heads. The willow branches of the great immortal yang may stirred without wind, while Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the demonic energy within 3 yards of him being automatically purified. Purification Taoist. The demonic energy here relies entirely on you, Hongjun remarked meaningfully, glancing at Yi. Agreed. Yi smiled amiably, yet inwardly cursed. Old Yin. You want me to take the lead? Yi suddenly soared into the air, standing atop the moral high ground as he looked down upon the central figure of Luo Ho within the grand formation. Clearing his throat, he declared, Luo Ho, you are the foremost prodigal of the primordial era. His voice echoed so powerfully that the entire Mount Sumeru trembled thrice. Luo Ho, who was prepared to activate the sword formation, stumbled, nearly losing grip of the execution sword. Do you comprehend the immense value of the Western spiritual veins? Are you aware of the countless yuan eras required for these spiritual roots to flourish? Yi lamented, pointing at the desolate mountains and rivers surrounding them. Behold, gaze intently. What a splendid celestial paradise has been utterly ravaged by your hands. Luo Ho, taken aback, questioned, do you still have the audacity to set up the execution sword formation? Yi grew increasingly animated, continuing, do you have any idea how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures are consumed by the 4 ominous swords? Are you aware of how many spiritual veins are burned each day to maintain this formation? Prodigal, utterly wasteful. The yin-yang ancestor dropped his whisk in shock, and the Qiankuan ancestor's mouth hung agape, large enough to fit a duck egg. Even the willow branch of the Grand Master Yang may cease to sway, and Hongjun's Dao crown tilted unnoticed. Luo Ho trembled with rage, exclaiming, I intend to refine the elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. Refine my foot. Yi interrupted. With your management skills, how could you even contemplate refining? Do you understand what sustainable development means? Do you know what a circular economy entails? As he spoke, he pulled out a small notebook, stating, let me calculate for you. If this main spiritual vein were to be reasonably developed, it could yield at least. Silence. Luo Ho spat a mouthful of blood, causing the execution sword formation to tremble violently. I shall kill you. Kill me? Yi scoffed. You lack even the basic resource planning skills. What do you intend to use to kill me? Do you understand why Hongjun can be the Dao ancestor while you are relegated to the role of the demon ancestor? It's simply because he knows how to keep accounts. At this moment, Luo Ho stood upon the 12-petal annihilation black lotus, wielding the divine slayer spear. His crimson demonic eyes fixed intently on Yi, his murderous intent palpable. Yi cunningly sidestepped, saying, Hongjun, this one is for you. I shall first take care of the demonic energy. Luo Ho turned to glare at Hongjun. Hongjun, it's you again. The account from last time remains unsettled. Today, both new and old grievances shall be resolved together. At this juncture, Hongjun was cursing silently, having not uttered a single word throughout their exchanges. Just as he thought this, the divine slayer spear pierced through the void like lightning, its tip radiating a dark magical aura akin to a meteor streaking through the sky. Aimed directly at Hongjun's forehead. The power contained within this strike embodied the essence of the path of slaughter. Its terrifying might such that even a primordial golden immortal would likely suffer the shattering of their primordial spirit upon impact. Faced with such a lethal assault, Hongjun's expression grew exceedingly grave. Above him, a celestial cloud of auspiciousness suddenly materialized, resembling a golden ocean. Within its depths, myriad golden lamps and jeweled droplets emanated an endless aura of good fortune. This celestial cloud seemed to possess infinite defensive power, staunchly resisting the ferocity of the divine slayer spear, rendering its formidable thrust immovable. However, it was evident that Luo Ho would not relent. His eyes glowed crimson. With the malevolent energy swirling around the divine slayer spear, the cold gleam at its tip splitting the void once more. This time with even greater ferocity aimed at Hongjun. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hongjun dared not show any sign of negligence. The creation jade plate above him descended slightly, and 3,000 principles cascaded down like waterfalls, forming an impregnable barrier. Simultaneously, with a gentle flick of his whisk, countless streams of purple energy surged forth like a torrential flood, coalescing into a violet shield that firmly intercepted the divine slayer's spear-esque strike. A thunderous roar erupted as the spear's brilliance collided with the violet energy. In that instant, the space shattered like a mirror, countless fragments scattering everywhere. The terrifying aftermath unleashed a tempestuous storm, sweeping across miles, causing mountains to collapse and the earth to crack, painting a scene of apocalyptic devastation. Yet, This was not the end. Witnessing the spectacle, Luoho's face twisted into a sinister smile as the Divine Slayer's spear in his grasp underwent a remarkable transformation. The spear suddenly split into myriad blood shadows, each embodying boundless principles of slaughter, akin to a horde of ravenous sharks sealing off all of Hongjun's escape routes. Die! Hongjun's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping his lips as he waved his sleeve. A beam of azure light shot forth, transforming into a massive banner, the Pangu banner. As the Pangu banner unfurled in the wind, the chaotic sword energy surged forth like a torrent, sweeping across and annihilating the countless blood shadows in an instant. The fierce battle raged on, casting the heavens into darkness, obscuring the sun and moon. Hongjun and Luoho clashed in a breathtaking display of principles, their attacks colliding with the force of meteors. Each impact reverberated through the heavens, as if the very world itself were on the brink of collapse. Luoho's spear moved like a dragon, each thrust drawing upon the fortunes of the western demonic path, leaving behind dark fissures where the spear tip passed, even momentarily eroding the heavenly rules. Meanwhile, Hongjun appeared unfazed, embodying the natural flow of the Tao. With every motion, purple energy surged forth for 30,000 miles, ever resilient. Like a gentle spring breeze imbued with boundless might, he softened Luoho's onslaught with deft precision. Simultaneously, on another side of the battlefield, the Yin-Yang ancestor stood firm upon the Tai Chi diagram, the Qinquan ancestor above him wielding the Qinquan cauldron, and Grandmaster Yang Mei holding a verdant willow branch. The three standing shoulder to shoulder, confronting the 15 primordial golden immortal demonic generals, including the 7 emotions and 6 desires, the Tao Tai, and the chaos. They remained unperturbed, exuding no fear. Such trifling demons dare to obstruct our path? The Yin-Yang ancestor smirked coldly, raising his sleeve with a swift motion. In an instant, the Tai Chi diagram unfurled, transforming into a colossal river of black and white that spanned the sky. This river, formed from the dual energies of Yin and Yang, surged with an imposing presence, its power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. The rage demon struck first, engulfed in crimson flames, launching a punch that twisted space itself. The wrath of an ant, how laughable! The Yin-Yang ancestor scoffed, the Tai Chi diagram swirling as the energies of Yin and Yang pressed down like a grinding millstone. Crack! The moment the rage demon's fist made contact with the black and white river, it was instantly reduced to a fine mist of blood, its entire arm disintegrating inch by inch. The sorrow demon wept bitterly, its tears morphing into black raindrops, each drop imbued with a corrosive, sorrowful power. The Yin-Yang ancestor remained unfazed, the Tai Chi diagram pivoting to reverse the energies of Yin and Yang. Your sorrow is returned to you. The tears of the sorrow demon were drawn back, rebounding upon itself, resulting in a harrowing scream as its flesh was corroded by its own tears, and its primordial spirit was extinguished. The fear demon, taking on an ephemeral form, morphed into endless illusions of fear, attempting to erode the Tao heart of the Yin-Yang ancestor. Illusions? The Yin-Yang ancestor chuckled derisively. My heart is aligned with the Tao. What is there to fear? The Tai Chi diagram quaked, the energies of Yin and Yang slicing down like a heavenly blade, causing the fear demon's illusions to shatter like bubbles, its true form cleaved in twain. The lust demon giggled, transforming into a breathtaking celestial maiden, her seductive eyes twinkling, her crimson lips parting. Tao friend, why engage in violence? Instead, why not? Enough of this noise. The Qinquan ancestor interjected with a cold snort, bringing the Qinquan cauldron down upon her. Before the lust demon could finish her words, she was suppressed by the cauldron, the energies of creation within surging forth, instantly refining her to ash. The Tao Tai demon opened its massive jaws, a vortex resembling a black hole emerging, attempting to devour the Qinquan cauldron. Greed and gluttony lead to demise. The ancestor of the universe bellowed in fury as the universe cauldron abruptly expanded, unleashing a torrent of transformative energy that devoured the gluttonous demon in reverse. No, the gluttonous demon shrieked in agony, torn asunder by the creative energy, leaving not even a remnant. The form of the shape-shifting demon flickered, manifesting myriad illusions, rendering truth indistinguishable from deceit. The ancestor of the universe smirked disdainfully, sending a tremor through the universe cauldron, solidifying its cosmic position. In an instant, all illusions froze, revealing the true form of the shape-shifting demon, which was then crushed beneath the weight of the universe cauldron, its corporeal essence obliterated. The chaotic entity's form wavered, its attacks erratic and unpredictable wherever its blades passed. The very fabric of space descended into chaos. The celestial master Yang Mei, wielding a willow branch, deftly swept through the air, severing the space. Crack! The entire expanse of chaos was forcibly cleaved away, shattering like glass. The chaotic entity let out a muffled groan, half of its being disintegrating alongside the collapsing space. Yet it grinned malevolently, the chaotic energy swirling around its wound, rapidly healing it. Interesting. Yang Mei raised an eyebrow, swinging the willow branch again, folding the space. The area surrounding the chaotic entity crumpled like paper, its body being brutally compressed, the sound of shattering bones distinctly audible. Roar. Enraged, the chaotic entity unleashed a surge of chaotic energy, forcibly expanding the folded space. Yang Mei let out a cold huff, swinging the willow branch for the third time, annihilating the space. Puff. The space where the chaotic entity resided was utterly obliterated, vanishing into nothingness, its screams silenced before they could escape. In mere moments, over half of the 15 demon generals had perished. Seeing this, Rao's heart brimmed with fury. Continuing the battle would only lead to his side's utter destruction. So he suppressed his rage, forcing back Hongjun with a single strike before swiftly commanding the others to retreat. Rao glared at Hongjun and the others, seething with resentment. If you dare, step in and break the formation. With that, he rapidly set up the Slaying Immortals array, a formidable aura of slaughter instantly enveloping the surroundings. Upon witnessing this, Hongjun, already possessing a method to dismantle the array, knew he must feign righteous indignation to outmaneuver the chaotic demon gods. Bowing slightly to his three companions with a humble demeanor, he said, "For the sake of all beings, I appreciate your assistance." The three companions, all eminent figures of the age, understood the gravity of this battle for the future of the primordial world and replied unanimously, "No need for such politeness, we stand together." Thus, the four entered the Slaying Immortals array, preparing to collaborate in dismantling it. The power of the Slaying Immortals array unleashed by Rao cloaked the entire space in dense black fog, waves of murderous intent surging like a tide. Within the array, four colossal swords emanated a chilling brilliance: the Slaying Immortal Sword, the Slaughter Immortal Sword, the Trapping Immortal Sword, and the Absolute Immortal Sword. These four swords were exquisite innate spiritual treasures, extraordinarily sharp, each harboring immense power. As Hongjun and the others stepped into the array, they immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. The surrounding black fog seemed alive, relentlessly attacking them, attempting to devour their vitality. The four dared not underestimate the threat. Swiftly unleashing their respective divine abilities and treasures to engage in fierce combat against the Slaying Immortals array. The four sinister swords loomed high above, their sword energies like an ocean, malevolence soaring to the heavens. Hongjun, adorned with the creation jade disc atop his head, with celestial auspices draping his chest and purple chi swirling around him, stepped into the Slaying Immortal Gate. The ancestor of Yin and Yang, wielding the Taiji diagram, entered the Slaughter Immortal Gate. The ancestor of the universe summoned the universe cauldron and stepped into the Trapping Immortal Gate. The celestial master Yang Mei sliced through the space with her willow branch and entered the Absolute Immortal Gate. Meanwhile, the remnants of the 7 emotions and 6 desires demon generals were fleeing in a frenzy. Chapter 43. Born to Not Smile? The joy demon clutched the arm severed by Yang Mei's spatial blade, its face contorted in a maniacal grin. Ha! These lunatics. The lust demon, pale-faced, transformed into pink mist, seeking to slip into the void. Hurry. Once the demon ancestor deals with them, we can return for revenge. However, a playful voice echoed from above them. The demon generals looked up to find Yi lounging nonchalantly on a cloud, legs crossed, munching on freshly roasted seeds, the sound of cracking shells echoing. You're the one who's just coasting along?" The wrath demon exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. Yi grinned, casually brushing the seed shells off his hands. "How can you call it coasting? I prefer to call it a strategic observation." With that, he lifted his arm and swung it vigorously, a radiant purification holy light illuminating the entire space. It cascaded down like a galaxy spilling from the heavens, its imposing presence awe-inspiring. This holy light surged forth like a tidal wave, engulfing the demon generals entirely. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the body of the lust demon sizzled under the searing rays of the holy light. Its once ethereal form disintegrated before the overwhelming purifying force. "Is this the purification law?" The lust demon cried out in terror, its voice laced with despair and disbelief. In response to the lust demon's desperate cry, Yi merely smiled, his expression as radiant as the spring sun. "Indeed, just helping you cleanse that demonic energy. No need for thanks." His tone remained lighthearted and mocking, seemingly disregarding the demon generals entirely. Beneath the veil of that sacred light, however, Yi's other hand quietly formed a fist, gathering an immense power. This power embodied the law of strength, its golden patterns flowing beneath his skin, as if ready to burst forth at any moment. Simultaneously, the Joy Demon remained lost in a fit of manic laughter, completely oblivious to Yi Ye's movements. Just as the Joy Demon reveled in its triumph, Yi suddenly appeared before it like a flash of lightning, his speed ghostly. Then, with a punch concealed within the holy light, he struck down like a thunderous bolt. Bang! With a deafening roar, the Joy Demon's head exploded like a ripe watermelon, red and white matter splattering everywhere. This horrifying scene lasted but an instant. The next second, the splattered flesh and blood were swiftly vaporized by the purifying holy light, as if they had never existed. Laughing, are we? Why the silence now? Were you born without the ability to smile? Yi remarked, his expression unchanging as he stared at the corpse of the Joy Demon, casually shaking his hand. The astonishing spectacle was but a trivial affair. As the Lust Demon, transformed into pink mist, attempted to flee, Yi's fingers curled, the law of strength manifesting as an invisible cage that forcibly yanked her from the void. No, please. I can what? Yi smiled, delivering a blow that pierced through her chest. Sorry, you spoke too slowly. I didn't catch that. The Lust Demon's body disintegrated in the holy light. The last remnants of her demonic essence purified. Yi turned to the few he had vanquished and remarked, this merit was easily obtained. Why exert yourselves so fiercely? As Hongjun entered the array, the slaying immortal sword sang with a ringing tone, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood-red sword energy. Clang, clang, clang. The sword energy clashed against the celestial auspices, golden light bursting forth. Hongjun's expression turned grave as he waved the Pangu banner, unleashing chaotic sword energy that collided with the slaying immortal sword energy, creating countless spatial rifts. Reo, you cultivate your sword using the Western spiritual veins and the essence of all beings. Your sins are boundless. Hongjun thundered. Reo's maniacal laughter echoed from within the array. Hongjun, spare me your empty words. Victory is all that matters. Today shall be your demise. The sword of slaughter suddenly fragmented into myriad blades, each shadow infused with the essence of lethal principles, converging from all directions to strike. Hongjun feigned exertion, gritting his teeth as the celestial jade plate spun wildly, deducing the flaws within the sword formation. A strand of sword energy pierced through his defenses, erupting in a spray of crimson upon his shoulder. The ancestor of yin and yang stepped into the gate of slaughter, instantly ensnared by an endless sea of blood-red swords. The balance of yin and yang reversed. The Taiji diagram unfurled, transforming the dual energies into grinding wheels that shattered the incoming sword energy. Yet, the sword of slaughter's master, inexhaustible in its bloodlust, continued to unleash a relentless torrent of sword energy, multiplying with each strike. Damn it! Sweat beaded on the ancestor of yin and yang's forehead as his power rapidly waned. Suddenly, the essence of the sword of slaughter flickered, piercing through the defenses of the Taiji diagram. Sizzling, the ancestor of yin and yang felt a blade thrust through his chest, blood spraying forth. He glanced down at the sword tip protruding from his torso, a grim smile forming on his lips. What a formidable sword formation. Yet, to slay me is no easy feat, Hongjun. My friend, this formation is perilous. I fear I cannot endure much longer. The ancestor of yin and yang's white hair danced wildly, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. Hongjun's voice dropped to a grave tone. Friend, you must not. Before he could finish, the ancestor of yin and yang erupted into maniacal laughter. Luo Ho, today, I shall let you experience what it means to reverse yin and yang. With a thunderous blast, the self-detonation of a peak Hunyuan golden immortal unleashed a terrifying power. Boom. The entire sword of slaughter formation trembled violently, the dual energies morphing into a cataclysmic storm that swept in all directions. Luo Ho's 12th rank Annihilation Black Lotus cracked, a fissure appearing, causing him to spit blood and stagger back. Madman! Luo Ho cursed furiously. The ancestor of heaven and earth, eyes bulging with rage, glared at Luo Ho. As the heaven and earth cauldron spun chaotically above him. Luo Ho, come and face your doom. The cauldron erupted with chaotic energy, forcefully creating a sanctuary within the sword formation. However, the sword of slaughter's energy was boundless, and the ancestor of heaven and earth's body was riddled with wounds. Hongjun, Yang Mei, I shall carve a path. From here on, it depends on you. The ancestor of heaven and earth roared, both his body and spirit igniting, transforming into a torrent of chaos that surged toward the core of the sword of slaughter formation. The chaos of heaven and earth collided destructively. Boom. The second peak Hunyuan golden immortal self-detonated. The immortal trapping gate was nearly obliterated, and the sword of slaughter formation experienced a brief moment of stasis. Luo Ho grunted, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, the cracks in the Annihilation Black Lotus widening once more. Yang Mei, who had been struggling, seized the moment as the formation faltered, instantly wielding a willow branch. Space shifting, his form transformed into a flicker of light, rushing toward the formation's periphery. Trying to escape? Luoho sneered, the absolute sword slicing through the air. Yang Mei's left arm was severed at the shoulder, blood raining down. Yet, he gritted his teeth, tore through the fabric of space, and ultimately fled. As the echoes of the two-peak Hongjun golden immortal explosion subsided, the sword of slaughter formation trembled violently. The glow of the four ominous swords dimming momentarily. An opportunity. Yi, who had been poised and ready, felt a surge of brilliance in his eyes. His form illuminated by the golden light of the Guardian badge, darting directly into the gate of slaughter. Chapter 44. Luoho ignites the spiritual vein. With a whoosh. Upon stepping inside, the violent residual sword energy swept toward him, but it merely rippled against the Guardian badge. Yi's gaze sharpened, instantly spotting the heaven and earth cauldron and the heaven and earth robe floating amidst the shattered void. Collect. The primordial compendium unfolded, resembling an insatiable beast, swiftly engulfing the two treasures. Just then, a stream of purple energy surged from the direction of the immortal trapping gate. Hongjun, wielding the Taiji diagram, wore a countenance as dark as stormy seas. Having just secured the Taiji diagram and the yin and yang robe from the ancestor of yin and yang, he intended to seize the heaven and earth cauldron. When, Purification Taoist, what are you doing? Hongjun bellowed, his voice shaking the sword formation. Yi, with a sorrowful expression, pressed his hand to his chest and sighed deeply. My friend Hongjun, I share a bond of life and death with the ancestor of heaven and earth, akin to brothers. Now that he has perished, how could I stand idly by while his relics are left to the winds? Naturally, I must safeguard them, so that in the future, when I behold them, I shall remember our camaraderie. Hongjun, nearly choking on his anger, retorted, life and death? Brothers? You were just outside, munching seeds and watching the spectacle. Hongjun suppressed his rage, gritting his teeth. Purification Taoist, this is no time for folly. Luoho remains at large, and you? Yi instantly interrupted him, asserting with righteous indignation, friend Hongjun, I know you have hidden cards yet to be played. Act quickly, or we shall all perish here. With that, he nimbly sidestepped behind Hongjun, patting him encouragingly on the shoulder. You can do it. I believe in you. Hongjun, in disbelief, thought he had never wished to kill someone more than in this moment. Damn it, you. Hongjun finally lost his composure, roaring, as purple energy surged around him. Three corpses manifest. In a heartbeat, three figures emerged from within Hongjun. The good corpse wielded the southern blazing light flag, crowned with the map of mountains and rivers. The evil corpse grasped the Taiji diagram, clad in the yin and yang robe, topped with the mirror of the heavens. The self-corpse held the heavenly sword, crowned with the celestial jade plate. Hongjun's true form wielded the Pangu banner, surrounded by the auspicious clouds of the heavens. Seeing this, Luoho sneered. Hongjun, finally willing to risk it all? With a forceful slap to his chest, he spat forth vital blood, splattering it across the four slaughtering swords. The formations might surge dramatically, the blood-red sword energy morphing into four immense demonic dragons that roared forth to tear their prey asunder. Purification Taoist, will you not join the fray? Hongjun cried out sternly. At that moment, Yi, adorned with the Guardian badge and the Merit battle garb, crowned with the Qilin seal, surrounded by 24 stabilizing sea pearls, crouched upon a 12th rank Merit golden lotus, encasing himself in an impenetrable shield, casually extracting a handful of Merit seeds, munching while exclaiming, Friend Hongjun does not wish to assist, but alas, I am unskilled in combat. My intentions are noble, but my strength is lacking. I can merely cheer you on. I believe in you. Hongjun, speechless, realized he had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. The good corpse, with a visage as calm as still waters, waved the southern blazing light flag, causing a torrent of raging flames to erupt, like a dragon of fire roaring forth. Akin to a volcanic eruption, the flames surged toward the relentless sword energy of the Gate of Slaughter. The ceaseless sword energies rapidly disintegrated under the Inferno's embrace, dissolving into nothingness. Simultaneously, the map of mountains and rivers unfurled, the ethereal image of a vast expanse pressing down like a colossal mountain, laden with immense pressure. It forcibly pinned the sword of slaughter in midair, rendering it immobile. Enraged, Luoho howled, his god-slaying spear striking forth like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at the good corpse. Yet, the spear was halted by the world power of the map of mountains and rivers. The tip collided with this force, sparking brilliant flashes akin to shooting stars across the night sky. The evil corpse, standing upon the Taiji diagram, spun the dual energies rapidly, forming a colossal vortex. The blood-red sword energy from the immortal trapping gate was ensnared, instantly shredded into minuscule fragments. The mirror of the heavens hung high above, casting forth a blinding divine light, akin to the blazing sun, directly assaulting Luo Ho's brow. Luo Ho, sensing the danger, quickly turned his head to evade, yet his cheek was scorched by the divine light, leaving a charred mark. The heavenly sword of the self-corpse erupted in resplendent golden radiance, akin to the sun's ascent, illuminating the surroundings. A single strike aimed at the gate of absolute immortality produced a cracking sound, and the absolute sword emitted a mournful wail, revealing a fissure along its blade. The celestial jade plate floated above, radiating a gentle glow as it continuously deduced the final flaw in the Sword of Slaughter formation. At that moment, the true form of Hongjun finally made its move. With a flourish of the Pangu banner in his hand, a grayish sword aura tore through the void like lightning, imbued with the power to annihilate the heavens and earth, directly cleaving towards the core formation of the Zhuxian sword array. A sharp crack resounded as the core formation was forcibly split apart, causing the entire Zhuxian sword array to instantaneously lose its potency, teetering on the brink of collapse. The grand array was violently shaken as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, emitting a disquieting tremor that sent chills down one's spine. The four sinister swords seemed to sense this terrifying force, simultaneously emitting mournful cries as their brilliance dimmed, as if robbed of their former sharpness. Rahu, with disheveled hair, wore a sinister smile as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, laughing maniacally. Hongjun, do you truly believe you have triumphed? Hongjun's voice was cold and merciless, retorting, Rahu, you have reached the end of your road. Today marks your demise. Rahu suddenly burst into wild laughter, his voice piercing through the chaos of the array. With arms spread wide, the demonic flames surrounding him blazed to their utmost, as if intent on consuming the entire world. If that is the case, let us perish together. Rahu's voice resonated like that of a hellish demon, filled with despair and madness. With Rahu's roar, the entire western land began to tremble violently. Countless spiritual veins, manipulated by him, were detonated, unleashing a cataclysmic energy akin to a surging flood. Hongjun's expression turned grave as he exclaimed, "This is bad." It was too late. The moment Rahu detonated the western spiritual veins, the entirety of the primordial western realm was as if it had been violently torn apart by an invisible hand. The heavens collapsed, the earth sank, the spiritual veins exploded, and mountains crumbled, with countless spiritual peaks instantly reduced to dust amidst the rampant energy. What was once a land rich in spiritual energy now lay ravaged, as though it had been wantonly trampled by a demon, transformed into a scene of desolation. Spiritual energy leaked out wildly, as if it were the land's final lament. A pervasive aura of destruction blanketed the heavens and earth, embodying an indescribable sense of despair and sorrow. Within the chaotic spiritual energy, millennia-old spiritual herbs withered in an instant, as if stripped of the nurturing essence of life. Those once emanating enchanting fragrances and possessing miraculous effects turned to ash, scattering with the wind. Furthermore, the accomplished demon clans, wandering practitioners, and even those birds and beasts yet to awaken their intellect all faced obliteration in this sudden explosion. Their flesh dissolved in an instant, their souls reduced to nothingness as if they had never existed in this world. Not only that, the once vibrant rivers flowing with rich spiritual energy dried up at that moment. The earth began to crack, as if the entire western realm had been destroyed by this calamity. What was once teeming with life now lay in utter silence and desolation. Even an entity as formidable as Hongjun could not fully escape the repercussions of such a terrifying explosion. Despite his use of treasures like the Qiyun of all heavens, the Taiji diagram, and the map of mountains and rivers to shield himself, he still found himself spitting blood, his three corpses dimming, as he staggered backward involuntarily. Hongjun gazed at the ravaged western land before him, his heart filled with shock and fury. Rahu, you are truly ruthless, he gritted through clenched teeth. What struck Hongjun with even greater horror was that the consequences of this catastrophe far exceeded his imagination. The collapse of the western spiritual veins had led to the demise of countless beings, and the immense karmic burden fell heavily upon him. Rahu, his eyes wide with rage, glared at the western land. What had once been a fertile paradise brimming with spiritual energy had, in the blink of an eye, become barren and desolate, as if all vitality had been siphoned away. The anger within him surged forth like a volcano, for he understood that he had incurred a tremendous karmic debt. At this moment, Rahu found himself at the brink of exhaustion, his demonic form shattered, and his primordial spirit beginning to fade. Nevertheless, he erupted into a fit of mad laughter. Hongjun, do you think this is the end? Ha ha. He suddenly raised his head and roared at the vast heavens. Heavenly Tao above, I, Rahu, am willing to transform into the heart demon. From henceforth, as the Tao rises, the demon shall fall. The demon rises as the Tao diminishes. The Tao is a foot higher, the demon a foot taller. Let the heavenly Tao bear witness. As his words fell, the entire heavenly Tao was stirred, emitting a resounding roar. Immediately, a strand of pitch-black demonic energy erupted from the crown of Rahu's head, surging forth like a colossal black dragon, plunging into the laws of the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm. In that instant, the entire heavenly Tao trembled violently, calamity clouds roiling, lightning flashing. Rahu's battered form disintegrated under the onslaught of this powerful force, dissolving into boundless demonic energy that fused with the heavenly Tao of the primordial realm. Henceforth, cultivators in the primordial world would inevitably be plagued by heart demons during their tribulations, making the already arduous path of cultivation even more treacherous and fraught with obstacles. Just as Rahu's primordial spirit was about to completely transform into the Tao, a resonant voice filled with righteous indignation suddenly rang out. "How dare you, bold demon, speak so shamelessly at your last breath?" Startled, Hongjun turned to see Yi, who had appeared out of nowhere, enveloped in resplendent, purifying holy light, embodying justice itself. Before Rahu could react, Yi had already raised his hand. Purification power, machine gun. Countless beams of purifying holy light, intertwined with the golden radiance of the laws of power, rained down upon Rahu. Rahu barely opened his mouth before a golden light shattered his jaw. The second beam pierced through his brow. Damn! The third beam crushed his primordial spirit. In his final moments, Rahu's gaze remained fixated on Yi, filled with resentment, fury, and frustration. Though he could not complete a single word, his eyes conveyed a torrent of vulgarity. Yet Yi felt no remorse. Instead, he stood tall, hands behind his back, declaring, "The demon has been vanquished, and peace reigns over the world." After slaying Rahu, he busily stowed away the 12th rank destruction Black Lotus and the god-slaying spear. Hongjun's eye twitched as he struggled to suppress the urge to spit blood, hastily gathering the 4 swords of Zhuxian and the array map into his sleeve, fearing that a moment's delay might allow this fellow to pilfer them. At that moment, Hongjun's mindset was in turmoil. This was his orchestrated scheme, from contacting yin and yang to breaking the Zhuxian sword array. All were his meticulous planning. Even Rahu's severe injuries were procured through his own sacrifice alongside the 3 corpses, and the karmic repercussions of detonating the Western spiritual veins also fell upon him. Yet in the end, this interloper had emerged to claim the kill, dispatching the weakened Rahu with a single shot from his purification machine gun. After all this, was Hongjun merely the fool? It seemed he had regarded Yi as a comrade, while Yi had seen him as a mere pawn. Taking a deep breath to quell the boiling rage within, Hongjun recognized that he was currently injured, his 3 corpses compromised, while Yi stood in pristine condition, shrouded in mystery. He could not afford to turn hostile, at least not now. Yi moved with agility, his right hand firmly grasping the god-slaying spear, while his left held the 12th rank destruction Black Lotus. A seemingly harmless smile adorning his face as he fixed his gaze upon him. "Hongjun, my friend, is there something you wish to discuss?" He blinked innocently. Hongjun forced a disingenuous smile, his voice dripping with feigned warmth. "Congratulations, my friend, on slaying Luo Ho and ridding the primordial chaos of a significant calamity." Yi immediately clasped his hands together, his smile radiant. "The pleasure is mutual, all thanks to your unwavering support." Hongjun. The two feigned smiles while inwardly cursing. As Luo Ho's demise became absolute, the ominous aura shrouding the primordial chaos gradually dissipated, the heavens regained clarity, and all things began to revive. Above the firmament, golden light cascaded down, immeasurable merit pouring forth like a celestial river, divided into 4 portions. Yi, 40%. Hongjun, 40%. Yangmei, 10%. The remaining 10% scattered across the western lands. Hongjun gazed up at the golden light of merit, a pang of anguish gripping his heart. Had it not been for Yi's unwarranted interference, this merit should have been mine to claim. 60% at the very least. After painstakingly scheming for millennia, uniting the powerful, even resorting to the sacrifice of yin and yang, the result was. What had Yi done? He merely coasted along, munching seeds and watching the spectacle. In the end, he leaped forth to seize the kill, casually appropriating both the god-slaying spear and the destruction Black Lotus, and now he dares to share the merit? Yi, with a beaming smile, accepted his portion of merit, only to notice Hongjun's darkened expression and promptly inquired, "Hongjun, my friend, are you perhaps dissatisfied with the distribution of merit?" Hongjun suppressed his rage, responding coolly, "You jest. My friend, the heavenly Tao is impartial. How could there be any error?" Yi nodded in agreement, his expression one of earnestness. "Indeed. Were it not for your containment of Luo Ho, I would not have had the opportunity to act." Hongjun. Chapter 46. Hongjun. who had never felt such a murderous intent. Hongjun clenched his fists within his sleeves, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing, yet he maintained the demeanor of a sage. Smiling as he said, "This endeavor to vanquish evil owes much to your assistance, my friend." Yi, with a bright smile, returned the gesture. "Not at all, Hongjun. Your contributions are immense. I merely lend a small hand, and I must congratulate you. With this merit, your path to enlightenment and sainthood must be imminent." His smile was so sincere, it was almost blinding. Hongjun's lips twitched, struggling to contain his wrath. "Thanks to your efforts, indeed, you seem quite purified. Your gains are substantial." Yet his gaze remained fixed on the god-slaying spear and the 12th rank destruction Black Lotus in Yi's possession. Yi, seemingly oblivious, eagerly suggested, "Since you have obtained the 4 swords of slaying immortals, how about I trade the god-slaying spear with you? After all, this sword array is quite lethal and does not align with your righteous path." Hongjun. He brushed his sleeves aside with a cold laugh. "No need for your concern, my friend." Yi smiled slightly, as if he had anticipated Hongjun's refusal, and put away the god-slaying spear and the 12th rank destruction Black Lotus, stating, "In that case, I shall not be polite. These 2 treasures are just what I need." Hongjun cursed inwardly but was compelled to maintain his composure. "It is indeed fortunate for you to acquire such treasures, my friend." Yi smiled. "Thank you for your kind words, my friend. I shall take my leave now. If fate allows, we shall converse further." With that, he transformed into a beam of golden light and swiftly departed the scene. Hongjun watched Yi's retreating figure, silently grinding his teeth. "This fellow, one day, I will make you pay." Within the Pangu hall, Yi sat cross-legged upon the stone platform, his bounty from the battle spread out before him. A look of joyful abundance on his face. He had truly struck gold this time. Profiting often necessitated selling out one's allies. Rubbing his hands together, he began to inspect his spoils one by one. Yi lifted the 12th rank destruction Black Lotus, its lotus platform as dark as ink, adorned with blood-red patterns, emanating an unsettling aura of destruction. What a fine treasure! Upon closer inspection, he discovered 3 immature lotus seeds embedded at the base, each containing pure laws of destruction. I must plant them. Without hesitation, Yi tossed the Black Lotus and the seeds into the primordial illustrated tome, planting them in the 3 light divine water. Buzz. As soon as the Black Lotus entered the tome, it immediately took root and began to flourish, its leaves unfurling, the aura of destruction forming a delicate balance with the elemental forces within the tome. The 3 lotus seeds, nurtured by the chaotic spiritual energy, began to mature slowly. Yi grasped the god-slaying spear, its shaft riddled with cracks, yet the tip still gleamed with a chilling light, exuding a menacing aura. A pity it was damaged, though it was not too concerning. A primordial, indestructible spiritual light surfaced in his palm, strands of golden light entwining around the spear's body, initiating repairs. Crack, crack. The fissures gradually mended, the spear returning to its former glory, even gaining a sharper edge due to the infusion of additional primordial, indestructible spiritual light. The god-slaying spear was a top-tier primordial spiritual treasure, specifically designed to counter the primordial spirit. A strike could sever the connection to the heavenly Tao. Its malevolent aura reigned in, making it essential for ambushes. Satisfied, Yi swung it a couple of times before performing a blood sacrifice to refine it, the spear humming as it successfully recognized its master. This would certainly make dealing with enemies much easier. Finally, Yi retrieved the Qian cauldron. Its entire form a deep yellow, inscribed with the Tao patterns of Qian and Kuan, the cauldron brimming with the energy of creation, containing supreme uses of reversing the postnatal to the innate. Now, this was a true treasure. Without hesitation, he began the refinement process. His primordial spirit power flowing into the cauldron, quickly mastering its core restrictions. Qian Cauldron, grade, top-tier primordial spiritual treasure. Function, to revert postnatal items to the innate. Suppressing fortune. Yi grinned. From now on, I shall produce primordial spiritual treasures in bulk. I shall be the wealthiest in the primordial chaos. Yi took out the accrued merit from the heavenly Tao, lightly tapping his fingertip, the merit flowing like a golden stream before him. 30% for the armor. 20% kept in reserve, and the remaining 50% entirely fed to the golden lotus. Yi grinned widely, raising his hand to draw on the merit. The golden light cascading like a suspended celestial river, thundering into the 2 spiritual treasures floating in midair. 30% of the merit surged into the merit armor, which, already a dazzling top-tier postnatal merit spiritual treasure, now displayed even more intense golden patterns on its surface. Yet was that all? Yi knocked on the armor, producing a dull thrum. Its defensive power had indeed increased, but why had it not ascended in grade? After a moment of contemplation, could it be that it had reached the limit of postnatal merit spiritual treasures? Perhaps next time, a higher grade of Huang Qi should be infused. Otherwise, even more merit would struggle to break through the shackles of a treasured artifact. Oh well, as long as it is sturdy. He donned the armor, and in a flash of golden light, it transformed into a simple white robe, exuding understated luxury. With the remaining 50% of merit, Yi generously infused it into the 12th rank merit Golden Lotus. Buzz. The Golden Lotus trembled violently, its petals unfurling layer by layer. The originally pure and flawless golden light of merit now solidifying into a liquid form, flowing upon the lotus platform. At the heart of the lotus, strands of merit energy intertwined, hinting at a trend towards transforming into the 13th rank. Indeed, the growth potential of primordial spiritual treasures is significantly greater. Yi's eye sparkled. He attempted to sit upon it, and the golden lotus immediately lifted him into the air, its defensive capabilities exceeding tenfold compared to before. Quite impressive indeed. I shall feel much safer from now on. Yi conducted final experiments, sitting cross-legged in the void, surrounded by several treasured artifacts, their spiritual lights intertwining, Dao rhythms surging. He raised his hand, summoning the Qian Kuan Dao robe, its surface swirling with profound Qian and Kuan energies, as if the heavens and earth were suspended within. Primordial indestructible spiritual light, merge. With a flick of his fingertip, hundreds of strands of primordial indestructible spiritual light cascaded down like a river of stars, pouring into the Dao robe. The Daoist robe trembled violently, intricate innate Dao patterns emerging on its surface. Ultimately, a dazzling divine light surged into the sky, signifying the robe's official ascension to the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures. Upon its fabric, the illusory images of mountains and rivers, sun and moon, and stars began to evolve autonomously, as if encapsulating a miniature world within. Excellent. Yi nodded in satisfaction, yet soon shook his head. However, this is still insufficient. With a flick of his hand, he produced 24C stabilizing divine pearls, each a deep azure reminiscent of the ocean, their interiors seemingly swirling with boundless aquatic realms. Once more, over 10,000 strands of indestructible innate spiritual light descended, causing the 24 pearls to resonate in unison, their surfaces adorned with chaotic tidal patterns, their aura surging dramatically. Individually, each pearl was already a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Combined, their power even surpassed the 3 treasures of the primordial creation. Yet, Yi's ambitions extended far beyond this. Summoning the primordial measurement ruler, enveloped in violet qi, he made a gentle sweep. With a tearing sound, the Daoist robe was forcefully rent asunder, a stream of pure and primal qi extracted, swirling like dragons and serpents in the air. Go! Yi flicked his fingers, dividing the qi of the cosmos into 24 strands, each entering a sea-stabilizing divine pearl. Thunderous roars erupted as the once tranquil aquatic realms within the pearls erupted into chaos. In Chapter 47, the 24 heavens were established. The primordial measurement ruler was wielded once more, cleaving each pearl to create fissures, allowing the qi of the cosmos to surge in. With the cosmos as the foundation and chaos as the guide, the 24 heavens were born. In an instant, the brilliance of the 24 pearls intensified, each beginning to evolve into a true world. The first heaven, clear and subtle sky, clouds churned, celestial mountains floated. The second heaven, Yu sky, rivers surged. Dragons and serpents emerged from the land. The third heaven, great scarlet sky, flames scorched the sky, the golden crows traversed the heavens. The 24th heaven, beyond the heavens, the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire remained unsettled. All 24C stabilizing divine pearls trembled simultaneously, the previously serene aquatic realms within roiling violently. Within the first pearl, pure qi ascended to the heavens, while turbid qi sank to the earth, slowly coalescing into the shape of a continent. In the second pearl, the dual energies of yin and yang intertwined, transforming into the sun and moon suspended in the sky, alternating between day and night. In the third pearl, the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire surged, mountains rising and rivers rushing forth. Yi, not daring to delay, immediately summoned a mountain of corpses and decomposed materials from the primordial atlas. The dragon clan's bones formed the backbone of mountains, dragon blood flowed like rivers, and the phoenix clan's feathers scattered as heavenly fire. Burning away impurities and refining the world, the remnants of the Qilin sank into the earth, nourishing all life. With the infusion of boundless spiritual energy and materials, the 24 heavens began to expand wildly, each world within the pearls stretching from thousands of miles to billions. At the periphery, chaotic energy churned, continually pushed away by newly birthed laws, while at the core of the worlds, the 5-element pearls released elemental powers that evolved into the fundamental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, stabilizing the space with the chi of the cosmos. Yi's primordial spirit split into 24 strands, experiencing the birth of each world firsthand. In the seventh heaven, witnessing a continent collapse due to energy imbalance, he immediately activated the Yin Godstone from the Primordial Atlas to harmonize Yin and Yang. In the 15th heaven, the earth trembled, triggering volcanic eruptions, extracting the dragon clan's essence blood to form dragon veins that suppressed the earth's fire. As the last small 1,000 worlds broke through their critical threshold, cracks simultaneously appeared on the surfaces of the 24C, stabilizing divine pearls. Yet, this was not destruction, but rather transformation. The celestial dome rose with 3,000 chains of laws, cascading like a river of stars, while spiritual veins emerged deep within the earth, exhaling primordial spiritual energy. The chaotic energy outside the world was transformed into the essence of the world, nurturing its growth. It was done. Yi laughed heartily. The heavens interconnected, forming a flawless cycle. With a mere thought, the powers of the 24 heavens enveloped him, allowing him to feel an unending stream of spiritual energy flowing into his body. His aura surged instantaneously, brushing against the threshold of the primordial golden immortal. Ha ha ha, henceforth, wherein the vast expanse of the primordial does not beckon to me. At this moment, Yi's combat prowess was terrifying, bolstered by the 24 heavens, the laws of strength, and 2 amplifications. Clad in innate spiritual treasures from head to toe, he might very well become the first being in the history of the primordial to ascend as a primordial golden immortal battling against saints. At that moment, the long silent Pangu hall trembled violently. Outside the hall, the sky abruptly darkened, blood-red calamity clouds roiling like an ocean, billions of bolts of lightning dancing like dragons and serpents, tearing apart the firmament. The earth quaked as the spiritual energy from the unmoving mountain surged back, transforming into 12 blood-colored pillars of light that shot straight into the heavens. Inside Pangu Hall, 12 blood cocoons simultaneously exploded, unleashing a torrent of ferocious malevolence, twisting space and shattering laws in their wake. Yi stood at the center of the hall, observing the 12 gradually solidifying figures before him, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. Di Jiang, his form not yet visible, yet the surrounding space shattered and reformed like a mirror. Enveloped in silver light, a figure with 4 wings, as red as fire, stepped forth, creating a domain beneath his feet. Zhu Jiuyin, with the left eye as the sun and the right as the moon. The currents of time surged around him. Where he stood, the flora and fauna experienced swift cycles of life and death, day and night shifting with a mere thought. Gong Gong, his azure hair cascading like a waterfall, treading upon the black waters of Xianming, the illusory images of the countless rivers of the primordial manifested behind him, their crashing waves deafening. Zhu Rong, his red hair billowing, skin adorned with molten lava patterns, igniting the air around him, turning the earth beneath into scorched soil. Ho Tu, the only harmonious anomaly, treading upon yellow clouds. Behind him, the illusory images of mountains and earth floated, a yellow Tao pattern shining brightly at his brow. The other ancestral witches displayed their divine powers as well. Rushou, golden chi surged, tearing apart the heavens. Zhu Meng, vitality erupted, withered trees blooming anew. Chang Liang, enveloped in storms, thunder and lightning crackled. Tian Wu, whirlwinds howled, shredding the drifting clouds. Shizi, miasma spread, corroding all things. Shi Bai Shi, the aura of death surged, causing all beings to tremble. Xianming, ice and snow sealed the heavens, the cold penetrating to the bone. Elder brother. Before he could react, 2 figures rushed toward him from either side. Xianming embraced his right arm, his ice blue eyes sparkling. Elder brother, we've finally transformed. Ho Tu linked her left arm with his, a gentle smile gracing her features, her voice soft yet unable to conceal her undeniable joy. Elder brother. We haven't let you down, have we? Yi was momentarily dizzy from the excitement, but couldn't help but laugh heartily. Good, good, truly worthy of being my younger siblings. His gaze swept across the crowd, and his primordial spirit subtly sensed something, a flicker of confusion crossing his mind. Physical cultivation, uniformly at the early stage of primordial golden immortal, with Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Zhu Rong, and Gong Gong nearing the mid-stage. Primordial spirit cultivation, Ho Tu stood apart, astonishingly at the late stage of great Luo golden immortal, while the others were all at the mid-stage. Strange, Yi thought to himself. Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, and Ho Tu absorbed the most law crystals. Logically, their primordial spirit cultivation should be on par. While in contemplation, Gong Gong stepped forward, surrounded by swirling water vapor. Elder brother, I wish to spar with Zhu Rong to see who is stronger. Zhu Rong immediately jumped out from the crowd, flames surging. I have the same intention. Come. Let me see if I can roast you into dried fish. Yi Ye's forehead twitched. Enough. Settle down. With a wave of his hand, the law of strength formed an invisible barrier, separating the two. And he continued to inquire. I ask you, why? Given that you absorb the most law crystals, does your primordial spirit remain at the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal? Gong and Zhu Rong naturally declared, of course, we must forge our physical bodies to become as solid as stone. When the time comes, we can charge forth in any endeavor. Yi Ye's forehead throbbed with veins. As he glared at the bewildered faces of Gong and Zhu Rong, gritting his teeth, he retorted. So, you two have not truly contemplated the essence of the law crystals, but instead chosen to temper your physiques? Gong scratched his head, water vapor swirling in his palms. Responding with a matter-of-fact tone, indeed. The primordial spirit cannot strike, so naturally, we should first strengthen our bodies. When the time comes, it won't matter who stands before us. One punch will suffice. Zhu Rong fervently nodded beside him, flames roaring around him as he added, exactly. No matter how powerful the primordial spirit, when it comes to taking a beating, it still relies on the physical body to endure. We call this specialization. Chapter 48. A group assault on Zhu Rong and Gong. Taking a deep breath, his fists creaking with tension, Yi struggled to suppress the impulse to pin these two fools to the ground and rub their faces in it. What, then, was the purpose of my painstaking efforts to preserve your primordial spirits? He exclaimed. Gong and Zhu Rong exchanged glances, responding in unison, we do not know. One can truly laugh when left speechless. Yi closed his eyes, striving to calm his emotions, finally exhaling slowly. Very well, since you both are so fond of specialization. Suddenly opening his eyes wide, a dangerous smile curving at the corners of his mouth, he raised his hand and commanded, Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin. Drag them away until they comprehend the significance of the primordial spirit. Remember, do not kill them. Zhu Meng, Chang Liang, Tian Wu, Shizi, you all go as well. Di Jiang grinned broadly, his silver hair dancing without wind. Rest assured, I will ensure they gain a profound understanding. Zhu Jiuyin leisurely rolled up his sleeves, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes, just in time to test my newly comprehended flow of time. Zhu Meng, Chang Liang, Tian Wu, and Shizi all wore sinister smiles as they cracked their knuckles. Gong and Zhu Rong immediately panicked. Wait, big brother, we were wrong. We will cultivate our primordial spirits right away, immediately. However, it was too late. Di Jiang waved his hand, distorting space, and Gong and Zhu Rong were unceremoniously thrown into an isolated realm. Zhu Jiuyin followed closely behind, tapping his fingertips, causing the flow of time to suddenly slow. In the outside world, a moment passed, but within, a century elapsed, as the others surged forward. Soon. The sounds of Gong and Zhu Rong's anguished cries echoed within, accompanied by Di Jiang's earnest admonitions. The primordial spirit is weak? Then prepare to endure beatings. After all, your physical bodies are solid. Want to solve problems with brute strength? Come, first take a slice of spatial cleaving from me. Zhu Rong, where's your physical body? Solid as stone, is it not? Get it together. Listening to the commotion inside, Yi nodded in satisfaction and turned to the other ancestral witches, stuttering, you all. Surely you won't be as foolish as those two, right? Ho Tu smiled gently. Big brother, rest assured, I have always prioritized the cultivation of my primordial spirit. Xianming blinked. Big brother, I have been comprehending the laws of ice and have grasped the realm of ice itself. Rusho silently produced a golden dagger, its blade entwined with primordial spirit power. Big brother, I have practiced the primordial spirit flying dagger. Excellent, at least there is still hope. From today forth, everyone listen closely. Comprehend the laws as the priority, and the physical body as the supplement, Yi declared fiercely. Anyone who dares to confuse the order shall face my personal training. The ancestral witches nodded in unison, especially Gong and Zhu Rong, who had just crawled out of the training space, their faces bruised as they raised their hands. Big brother, we have understood. The primordial spirit is truly delightful. Yi looked at the two comically battered fools before him and could no longer suppress his laughter. All right, you two simpletons, stop pretending and get up. Gong and Zhu Rong instantly sprang up, their bruises vanishing in an instant, the restorative powers of ancestral witches being terrifyingly effective. Since you have all emerged, as your elder brother, I must express my appreciation. Yi waved his hand, and the Hongjun illustrated record unfolded, radiant with treasure light, dazzling everyone to the point they could hardly keep their eyes open. Come, each of you shall receive a piece of innate spiritual treasure. If none is suitable, we can custom make one. In Yi's palm appeared a deep blue pearl and a misty divine water. Gong, this is for you. Ancestral Dragon Pearl contains the primal power of the dragon clan, capable of commanding all waters and enhancing water-based divine abilities. 3 light divine water, essence of the sun, moon, and stars, capable of reviving the dead. Gong excitedly accepted it. The law of water resonating naturally as the ancestral dragon pearl transformed into a blue light that entered his brow. Big brother, this water seems to possess sentience. Closing his eyes in perception, he suddenly raised his hand, conjuring a water curtain that appeared out of thin air, within which a dragon's figure swam. Let us try the 3 light divine water to see if I can comprehend a healing divine ability. Even a simplified version will do. Gong grinned, rest assured. In future battles, I will take charge of beating people up. After that, I can heal them with a sip, and then continue to fight. Everyone was left speechless. Yi then produced a crimson long spear, its shaft adorned with phoenix patterns, flames swirling with a faint echo of phoenix cries. Zhu. This is the Fire Phoenix Spear, gifted by the former Yuan Feng, containing the fire of rebirth. Zhu took the spear, its tip igniting in a blazing white flame. The heat forcing Xianming to take 3 steps back. What a fine spear. In the future, if anyone dares to oppose me, I will incinerate them to ashes and then resurrect them just to burn them again. Yi held his forehead. You two indeed complement each other. But there is no need to be so extreme. A small yellow flag flew forth, its surface embroidered with the patterns of mountains and rivers, taking root and standing firm. Ho-2, the central Wu-Ji apricot yellow flag, a defensive treasure that resonates with your earth laws. Ho-2 gently accepted it. The apricot yellow flag automatically unfurling into a towering barrier. Thank you, big brother, she said softly. I will use it to protect everyone. Yi tossed out another azure flag, its surface adorned with blooming lotus flowers, teeming with life. Zhu Meng, the eastern blue lotus treasure flag, governs vitality and creation. When paired with your wood laws, its effects will be doubled. Zhu Meng accepted it, and instantly, towering trees sprouted around him, as he chuckled, in future battles. I will first plant a healing forest for everyone. Yi turned to the remaining ancestral witches. For the rest, feel free to express your desires. Dijiang, a blade that can tear apart space. Yi produced the void blade. Zhu Jiuyin, a treasure that can accelerate or freeze time. Yi tossed out the time disk. Rushou, the sharper, the better. Yi handed over the extreme gold flying knife. Xianming, I need a pair of gloves. Yi revealed the Xian ice gauntlets. Tianwu, a fan that can shatter primordial spirits. Yi threw out the Sun wind fan. Chong Liang, a treasure that amplifies lightning's strength. Yi produced the heavenly thunder pool. Shizi, a shuttle that is fast enough. Yi tossed out the lightning shuttle. Shibai Shi, something that cultivates poison. Yi presented the 10,000 poisons gathering soul cauldron. Watching the 12 ancestral witches gleefully clutching their respective innate spiritual treasures, Yi nodded in satisfaction. Then, he raised his hand and summoned 12 beams of golden light, once again enveloping each person's primordial spirit with a protective emblem. All right, now that you have your treasures, hasten to refine them. He waved his hand, his voice imbued with undeniable authority. Fully absorb the malevolent and turbid energies within the Pangu Hall, striving to break through to the next realm. After pausing, he added, once your powers advance further, I will take you to achieve some merits. The ancestral witch's eyes brightened, especially Gong and Zhu, who immediately rubbed their fists together. Big brother, rest assured. We will definitely strive hard. Ho-2 smiled gently, softly declaring, Big brother, we will not let you down. Yi nodded slightly, watching as they each sought a place dense with malevolent energy to begin their seclusion for cultivation. Chapter 49, Establishing the Witch Clan. Within the Pangu Hall, boundless malevolent energy surged like a tumultuous sea, and the murky air settled like an abyss. Even the so-called most sinister blood sea of the primordial chaos seemed trivial in comparison. This malevolent energy was gathered by Yi from the Great War of the Three Clans and the battle between Dao and Demon. Combined with the remnants left by Pangu's creation of the heavens, it contained the most primal force of slaughter, serving as the ultimate cultivation resource for the ancestral witches. Dijiang sat cross-legged beside a spatial rift, his body enveloped in shimmering silver light, as the malevolent energy was crushed by the laws of space, transforming into pure energy that melded with his flesh. Zhu Jiuyin stood in a region where time flowed abnormally, devouring malevolent energy at an alarming rate, where one day outside equated to a century within. Gong and Zhu, those eternal adversaries, found themselves in a pool of concentrated malevolent energy and a sea of wrathful flames, respectively, all the while exchanging fierce glares. Yi observed the surging malevolent energy within the hall, retrieving the god-slaying spear. As it emerged, the spear trembled violently, its blood patterns glowing as if a famished wolf had caught sight of flesh, eager to consume. Patience, there is enough for all. He then thrust the god-slaying spear violently into the ground at the center of the Pangu hall. Boom! The accumulated malevolent energy, murky air, and calamity energy surged crazily into the god-slaying spear like rivers converging into the sea. The demonic patterns on the spear illuminated one by one, and the spear tip glimmered with a dark, sanguine light, resembling a ferocious beast awakening, greedily devouring all negative energy. As time passed, the aura of the god-slaying spear grew increasingly terrifying, its body shifting from dark red to pitch black, as if steeped in the blood of countless powerful beings. The sharpness of the spear tip was reined in, but with a mere tremor, it could rend space itself. The demonic patterns on the spear handle evolved into a complete path of slaughter. Merely approaching it could cause one's primordial spirit to ache painfully. Though it had not ascended to the status of an innate supreme treasure, the current god-slaying spear's power far exceeded that of ordinary top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Indeed, Yi mused with satisfaction as he withdrew the spear, casually waving it, causing the void to silently vanish in its wake. Meanwhile, deep within the Pangu hall, the cultivation of the 12 ancestral witches reached a critical juncture. Di Jiang, surrounded by distorted space, had his silver hair dancing wildly, his physical strength breaking through to the mid-stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal. Zhu Jiu'in's silhouette of the river of time manifested behind him, every inch of flesh imbued with the power of time. Ho Tu harmonized the laws of earth with the breath of reincarnation, her primordial spirit being the first to ascend to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The other ancestral witches also broke through, their physical bodies all advancing to the mid-stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal. Yi observed all of this with a sense of inner satisfaction. These individuals possess boundless potential. As the 12 ancestral witches completed their breakthroughs, the malevolent energy surged skyward, encircling Yi like children, chattering excitedly about their respective advancements. Gong Gong pounded his chest, exclaiming, "Big brother, I feel terrifyingly strong now. I could shatter 10 mountains with a single punch." Zhu Rong ignited the flames of nirvana in her palm, boasting, "I can burn someone to the brink of death, then resurrect them with nirvana flames, only to burn them again." Yi raised a hand, delivering a light rap to each of their heads. "Can you two have a bit more ambition?" Ho Tu gently tugged at Yi's sleeve, asking softly, "Big brother, what should we do next?" The crowd gradually quieted, their eyes fixed intently upon Yi. Yi scanned the assembled group, a smile gracing his lips. "Since everyone has broken through, it is time for a significant undertaking. Today, we shall establish the Witch Clan." With a wave of his hand, the primordial records unfurled, revealing an expansive scroll. "The Buzhou Mountain shall serve as our ancestral ground, establishing the Pangu Ancestral Hall to suppress the fate of the Witch Clan. The 12 tribes shall govern the 8 directions of the primordial chaos, each led by an ancestral witch. The Witch Clan Battle Formation, the 12 capital heavenly god slaughter array, capable of summoning the true form of Pangu. Remember, I cannot guarantee that other clansmen will be able to manifest their primordial spirits, but you are different. I have painstakingly preserved your primordial spirits. You must primarily focus on comprehending the laws of the primordial spirit to step into the realm of Hongjun de Luo in the future." The ancestral witches nodded solemnly. Even Gong Gong and Zhu Rong subdued their playful expressions. After establishing the Witch Clan, Di Jiang would command the battle formation. Ho Tu would oversee the earth, channeling the ley lines to gather fortune for the Witch Clan. Zhu Jiu'in would manage time, ensuring the clan's inheritance. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong would control water and fire, addressing disputes and employing their intellect in matters. The remaining ancestral witches would fulfill their respective duties, overseeing the laws of gold, wood, thunder, and poison. Finally, the 5 ancestral witches of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth would establish the outer perimeter, arranging the innate 5 elements formation. As for the specifics of the formation, I shall leave that to you after it is completed. Yi led the 12 ancestral witches out of the Pangu Hall, raising his hand to summon several supreme treasures and spiritual artifacts. The heavenly earth mysterious yellow Linglong pagoda hovered above his head, showering down 10,000 zhang of mysterious yellow energy, while he held the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Encircled by purple energy, the 12-petal merit golden lotus rested beneath his feet, radiating brilliant golden light, while the Qiankuan cauldron stood before him, exhaling the essence of chaos. The silhouette of the Pangu Hall materialized, the blood energy soaring to the heavens, resonating with Buzhou Mountain. Yi stood before everyone, with the 12 ancestral witches arrayed behind him, the malevolent energy rising to the sky, blood energy swirling like a dragon. Zhu Rong suddenly transmitted a voice, inquiring, "Big brother, why do we need to include the heavenly Tao in our oath? Aren't we the true disciples of Pangu, showing disrespect to heaven and earth, only honoring our Father God?" Yi smirked, replying through thought. Fool, this is called hitting the nail on the head regardless of whether it has dates or not. What if the heavenly Tao grants merit? Don't miss any opportunity to reap benefits. Zhu Rong's eyes lit up with understanding, giving a thumbs up. Clever, truly clever. Yi took a deep breath, his voice resonating like thunder, shaking the primordial chaos. The great Tao is above, Father God Pangu is above, and the heavenly Tao is above. With 3 declarations, the heavens and earth resonated. Buzhou Mountain trembled, the Pangu Hall rumbled, and 3 ethereal figures simultaneously emerged in the sky above. The eye of the great Tao, a colossal eye spanning the heavens. Within its pupil appeared the chaos ebbing and flowing, myriad paths of life and death. Wherever its gaze fell, time and space froze, devoid of approval or disdain, merely observing with pure rule. The silhouette of Pangu, emerging from the depths of Buzhou Mountain, a towering figure standing firm against the sky. The gaze of this father god of creation swept over the 13 bloodline descendants, and he nodded with appreciation, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. The heavenly Tao, typically indifferent and unfeeling, viewing all beings and things as mere fodder, yet now appeared hesitant. Observing Pangu's gaze, all the ancestral witches felt their bloodline surge, with Di Jiang even shedding tears of joy. Father God has acknowledged us. Yi continued to declare loudly, today I, Yi, in the name of the clan leader, alongside the 12 ancestral witches, hereby establish the witch clan under the auspices of the true lineage of Pangu and the descendants of the Father God. The witch clan shall uphold the will of the Father God, safeguarding the primordial lands, channeling the malevolent energy and murky air of the heavens and earth, battling to protect the Tao, and exerting strength to stabilize the world. With Buzhou Mountain as our backbone. Buzhou Mountain resounded in response, its body radiating mysterious yellow light. With the Pangu Hall as our ancestral ground. The blood light of the Pangu Hall surged to the sky, the auras of the 12 ancestral witches intertwining. With the heavenly earth mysterious yellow Linglong Pagoda, the Hongming measuring ruler, and the 12-petal merit golden lotus suppressing the fortune of the witch clan. The pagoda levitated, the mysterious yellow energy cascading down, surrounded by purple, while the golden lotus bloomed, the merit golden light cleansing the witch clan's karmic retribution, safeguarding the clan's fortune. With the Qianxiakuan cauldron as our foundation. The cauldron vibrated, the chaotic energy evolving in a cycle of life and death. Chapter 50. We are the true lineage of Pangu. As Yi led the 12 ancestral witches in swearing the grand oath of the witch clan. All beings in the primordial chaos looked up to the heavens, their hearts trembling at the sight of the colossal eye of the great Tao. To establish a clan. Could it truly stir the great Tao? What kind of divine entity is this witch clan, and why had it never been seen before? In this moment, one must ponder the audacity of the 3 pure ones of Kunlun Mountain to arrogate to themselves the title of Pangu's true lineage. Particularly that primordial figure who seems to regard others with condescension. Countless formidable beings within their hearts are tumultuous, especially those who once endeavored to establish their own clans, yet were met with mere acknowledgement from the heavenly Tao. Their envy now distorts their features. The eye of the Tao slowly rotates, its gaze settling upon Yi, bearing a smile that is at once enigmatic and knowing, ultimately uttering but a single word, approved. With the Tao's consent, the primordial realm erupts in fervor. Celestial golden lotuses descend, an endless array of golden blossoms unfurling from the void, each petal imbued with the profound truths of the Tao. Lifeless trees burst forth with spring, springs emerge from barren lands, and even the desolate western territories briefly rejuvenate. Spiritual energy manifests as rain, a nourishing deluge that awakens enlightenment in those who bask beneath it, igniting the intellect of beasts and causing spiritual roots to flourish wildly. Countless merits, intertwined with the essence of the mysterious yellow, cascade down in 19 portions from the heavens. Yi, witnessing this divine bounty, exclaims, "Quick, quick, quick! Do not absorb it yet. It is not over. Hurry, gather it up." In truth, Yi harbors uncertainty within, unsure whether the Tao will respond favorably, adhering to a principle of preferring to err in action rather than remain empty-handed. One individual receives 3/10 of the merit with tears in their eyes, while the 12 ancestors of sorcery share another 3/10, with Mount Buzhou and Pangu Hall each claiming 1/10. The mountain grows ever more majestic. The great hall radiates blood-red light that pierces the sky, and 4 spiritual treasures are apportioned 2/10. The heavenly Tao's exquisite pagoda, the 12-grade merit golden lotus, the Qianxiakuan cauldron, and the Hongming measuring ruler resonate in unison, their spiritual presence burgeoning, suffusing the surroundings with a soft golden glow of merit. The ethereal silhouette of Pangu raises a hand, directing 13 streams of chaotic divine light, into the foreheads of Yi and the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Yi feels a tremor in his primordial spirit, the connection to the primordial realm tightening instantaneously, granting him the ability to summon the might of mountains and rivers with but a gesture. The 12 ancestors of sorcery are filled with exhilaration. Having previously only borne Pangu's bloodline, they now genuinely enjoy the favor of the primordial world. Henceforth, as they traverse the cosmos, they shall glide through it with ease. And even the heavenly Tao suppression shall wane by a third, while insights into the laws bestowed by their divine progenitor burgeon in their minds. The wheel of the heavenly Tao hovers in the air, having remained silent for an extended period, awkwardly lingering as its golden light flickers uneasily. Should I grant merit? How discontented I am, yet to withhold it? The Tao Father has already bestowed it. If I do not, will it not appear unjust? Thus, a sphere of merit, slightly lesser than that of the Tao, but still substantial, descends. Yi, quick of hand and eye, snatches it and mutters, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Within the palace of the purple clouds, Hongjun has utterly lost his composure. Why does the Tao favor the sorcerer clan? Why has Pangu manifested? Hongjun's expression darkens, the jade disk of creation spinning wildly in his palm. The 3,000 symbols of the Tao flicker, yet he cannot discern a trace of Yi Ye's origins. With a cough, he spits blood, staining half of his Tao robe. What a purified Taoist, what a sorcerer named Yi. Wiping the blood from his lips, a glint of cold rage surges in his eyes. From this point forward, as long as the sorcerer clan does not provoke disaster, none shall dare to challenge them. Fixating on Mount Buzhou, the sorcerer's fortune blazes like a fire ignited by oil, irrevocably binding them to Mount Buzhou and Pangu Hall, even resonating faintly with the Earth Tao. This child has grown wings. It may prove difficult to eliminate him. The Primordial Supreme One shatters the jade table before him with a single palm. His countenance, twisted with fury, no longer the calm demeanor of yore. It is unjust. How can such a mere sorcerer clan be worthy of the Tao's recognition? His roar reverberates through Kunlun Mountain, stirring the clouds, causing celestial cranes to plummet and spiritual beasts to cower. The old master, his face ashen, twists the whisk in his hand, now warped and deformed, yet he suppresses his rage, speaking in a grave tone. Second brother, tread carefully. Raising his gaze toward Mount Buzhou, his eyes dark as water. From this day forth, we three shall traverse the primordial realm, and we shall no longer claim the title of Pangu's true lineage. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the Primordial Supreme One widen in shock, and Tongtian abruptly rises to his feet. Elder brother, are you truly conceding defeat? The sorcerer clan is but a horde of mindless brutes. What gives them the right? The old master interrupts coldly, by virtue of the Tao's recognition, by the manifestation of Pangu. If you are unconvinced, go to Mount Buzhou now and inquire whether Pangu agrees. What a fine fellow who has even ceased to call upon the Father God. The Primordial Supreme One is instantly rendered speechless. Yet Tongtian, stroking the sword in his hand, feels a surge of battle fervor. This Yi is intriguing. I wish to meet him. The old master casts him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. Beneath Mount Buzhou, the sorcerers are in a frenzy. Gong Gong, brandishing the ancestral dragon pearl, stirs a tempest. Ha ha. From this day forth, we are the officially recognized true lineage of Pangu. Jerome, wielding the fire phoenix spear, points skyward, flames igniting the clouds. Ha ha. What three pure ones? From now on, they shall address us as elder brothers. Yi, with a cunning glint, remarks, the three pure ones have claimed the title of Pangu's true lineage for so many years. Surely they must pay a price for this karma. Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin nod in agreement. Indeed, elder brother is most astute. Hutu, gazing at the cyclic laws in her palm, softly says, Elder brother, during the bestowal of blessings by our Father God, I witnessed. Yi raises a hand to interrupt. I know, now is not the time. Refrain from engaging. He produces the reincarnation purple lotus and hands it to Hutu, saying, take it and refine it. It will serve you greatly in the future. Hutu accepts the reincarnation purple lotus with a nod, gratitude briefly flashing in her eyes. Yi's gaze deepens as he looks into the depths of chaos. This is merely the beginning. Observing those still enraptured by the joy of establishing their clan, each brimming with bloodlust and eager for a confrontation, Yi waves a hand. The laws of power materializing into an invisible barrier that subdues the entire battalion of battle-mad warriors in place. Settle down. Instantly, silence falls, and they gaze eagerly at their elder brother. Yi takes a deep breath and solemnly declares, the merits you have obtained from the Tao. Do not rush to enhance your strength, store them well. Immediately return to Pangu Hall and practice the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation until you master it. Furthermore, this is the primordial great 5 elements formation. Gong Gong, Zhurong, Hutu, Rushu, and Jumong. You 5 shall work together to comprehend it. As he speaks, he gestures. 5 streams of spiritual light entering the foreheads of the 5, imparting the essence of the 5 elements formation. Yi surveys the assembly, his voice steady. The establishment of the sorcerer clan is merely the beginning. A great calamity awaits the primordial realm in the future, and we must be prepared. Should the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation succeed in summoning the complete true form of Pangu, we shall possess the strength to contend even against the arrival of a saint. The 5 elements great formation serves primarily as a defense to safeguard the sorcerer clan's foundation. The expressions of the ancestors of sorcery become grave, and they nod in acknowledgement. Hutu gently inquires, "Elder brother, are you leaving?" Yi smiles faintly. "I am venturing into chaos for a matter." As chapter 51 unfolds, titled Merit Refining the Body. The moment Yi rends the fabric of space to step into the chaos, within the palace of the purple clouds, Hongjun suddenly opens his eyes wide. Chaos. What purpose does he have in the chaos? The jade disk of creation spins frantically, yet only a shroud of mist obscures his vision. Something feels amiss. Hongjun's expression darkens. "I must hasten my path to sanctification." As Yi steps into chaos, a tempest of chaotic energy surges forth, akin to countless blades seeking to tear him asunder. The chaotic storm, potent enough to rend a great Luo golden immortal, crashes against him, yet fails to even ruffle the hem of his garment. Golden lines ripple across his skin, a manifestation of the laws of power interwoven with the golden light of merit, forming an impenetrable defense. Is this all? Yi raises an eyebrow, allowing the storm to engulf him. The chaotic currents surged like a tempest, interspersed with countless fragments of shattered laws, each strand as heavy as a mountain. When they struck the flesh, they emitted a dull roar, as if the very fabric of reality were on the brink of being torn asunder by this formidable force. In the face of such a terrifying chaos storm, Yi displayed not the slightest hint of trepidation. Instead, a spark of excitement illuminated his countenance. With arms outstretched, he resembled a majestic eagle soaring through the skies, boldly advancing into the heart of the tumultuous chaos. The chaos storm, akin to a ferocious beast, opened its gaping maw and instantly engulfed Yi. The chaotic turbulence mercilessly ground against every inch of his flesh, producing a chilling cacophony that sent shivers down one's spine. At this juncture, Yi's body began to suffer damage, his skin cracking under the immense pressure. Blood splattered, and his bones emitted sharp, resonant cracks under the strain. Without hesitation, he withdrew a mass of profound merit and infused it into his being. In an instant, the golden radiance of merit surged forth like a golden lightning bolt, slicing through the darkness of chaos. Illuminated by the golden light, Yi's wounds healed at a visibly accelerated pace. The recently torn skin became smooth once more, and the fractured bones restored themselves instantaneously. Furthermore, even his primordial spirit thrived under the nurturing power of this immense merit, becoming increasingly solid. The once fuzzy essence of his spirit transformed into a clear and indomitable fortress. Yet it was not enough. A glint of golden light suddenly flickered in Yi's eyes, his voice resonating like thunder amidst the chaos. More intensity. As if responding to his provocation, a blood-red storm erupted from the depths of chaos, stretching across billions of miles. This tempest was unlike the previous chaos storm. It was a terrifying amalgamation of chaotic tribulations and disorderly laws, possessing the power to obliterate any primordial golden immortal. Yet, faced with this horrifying blood-red storm, Yi not only displayed no fear, but broke into uproarious laughter, his mirth echoing through the chaos like the beating of war drums, urging him onward. Without flinching, Yi collided directly with the blood-red storm, in the very heart of the tempest, where the fury was most intense. He sat cross-legged like an unwavering mountain. With eyes tightly shut, he adjusted his breathing, harmonizing his aura with the surrounding chaotic energy into a wondrous equilibrium. "Come forth," he murmured softly, as if summoning something profound. At that moment, a brilliant beam of merit surged forth like a celestial river, rushing directly into his body. The energy contained within this merit was immense, triggering a series of astonishing transformations within Yi. His flesh seemed to be reshaped, each drop of blood gradually transforming into gold under the baptism of the golden light, coursing through his meridians and radiating a dazzling brilliance. Deep within his bone marrow, the ancient patterns from the primordial creation emerged, intertwining with his blood and becoming fused within his skeletal structure. His bones gradually became jade-like, translucent and resplendent, akin to precious gems. Upon this jade-like framework, a complete chain of the law of power emerged, shimmering with a faint glow, traversing along the contours of his bones and binding all of Yi's strength together. Simultaneously, his primordial spirit was undergoing a metamorphosis. Within the sea of consciousness, the diminutive figure of his primordial spirit, once armed with the god-slaying spear, had become more solid, as if it possessed a tangible form. With a vigorous swing of the spear, the figure momentarily carved out a small world within the chaos. Yet, this was not the most astonishing of revelations. As the transformations within Yi continued, the previously dormant power of creation was awakened. The merit of creation intertwined with the merit of the great Tao, flowing like a pure spring through his limbs and nourishing every meridian and acupoint within him. Is that so? Yi's eyes snapped open, a flicker of enlightenment illuminating his gaze. The merit of creation left by the Father God would manifest at the moment of my breakthrough to a higher realm. With a deep breath, his vital essence surged through his meridians like a turbulent sea. Eyes closed, he wholeheartedly channeled the 9 revolutions' primordial mysteries, pushing his power to its utmost limits. As his thoughts stirred, the 24 heavens slowly materialized behind him, each world radiating resplendent light, imbued with boundless spiritual energy. As if summoned by Yi, these worlds poured into his being like an unstoppable torrent. The spiritual energy coalesced around him, forming a massive vortex that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, reminiscent of the most resplendent nebulae in the cosmos. Seconds ticked by, and at last, the sound of a shattered bottleneck reverberated through the chaos. Crack! This sound resonated throughout the entire chaos. At that moment, Yi's physical form began to transcend, akin to being reborn. Every inch of flesh became immensely powerful, each part of his being transforming into a miniature world. His breath ceased to be ordinary. Each inhalation stirred the tides of chaos, as if his very breath was the breath of chaos itself. With each movement, Yi wielded the laws of power with effortless mastery, devoid of any hesitation. His strength flowed like a torrent, ceaseless and boundless. With a thunderous roar, chaos could no longer contain Yi's burgeoning power, erupting in a magnificent explosion. A radiant beam of golden light shot forth, piercing the void and ascending to the heavens. Yi slowly opened his eyes, the cosmos of creation and destruction reflected within them, an infinite array of mysteries swirling in his gaze. His silhouette loomed large in the golden light, resembling a divine being. Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal, achieved. Stepping forth from the chaos, the aura enveloping him still lingered. Beneath his feet, the phantoms of the 24 heavens revolved, each step causing the primordial world to tremble ever so slightly. Chapter 52, Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal. Closing his eyes to sense the changes within, a slight smile graced his lips. This journey was worthwhile. There remains a portion of merit yet to be utilized. I shall see what it can accomplish. Yi opened his eyes, surveying his character panel. Character panel. Name, Yi Bloodline. Heart blood of Pangu background. Intermediate Chaos Demon God Cultivation. Physical body. Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal Primordial Spirit. Pinnacle of Primordial Golden Immortal Law. Law of Power Divine Powers. Purification. Guardian Emblem. Honor Blessing. Source of Life. Sacred Healing Wind. Life Tribute Divine Might Treasures. Holy Light Hammer. Inflicts stunning strikes. A growing innate spiritual treasure. Capable of infinite growth and evolution with its Master-S cultivation. Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow Linglong Pagoda. Hongming Measuring Ruler. Merit Armor. Top-tier innate spiritual treasures. Innate 5 Elements Pearl. Dragon Soul Sword. Qilin Seal. 24C Calming Pearls. World Annihilating Black Lotus. Merit Golden Lotus. God-Slaying Spear. Qian Kuan Ding. Innate Spiritual Roots. Dragon Pattern Ancient Tree. 9 Sword Leaf Spirit. Purple Jade Ink Bamboo. Purple Rhythm Golden Fruit Tree. Bitter Bamboo. Special Items. Decomposition Machine. Capable of dismantling all things to obtain law crystals and primordial materials. Item List. Xianhuang Qi. Innate Indestructible Spirit Light. Several Rule Crystals. Other treasures. An abundance of postnatal spiritual treasures, materials, and rare items. Yi stepped forth from the void. His aura rained in like a deep chasm. Yet with each step he took, the ground silently cracked, only to be instantly mended by an unseen force. Big Brother. The 12 ancestral witches swiftly encircled him. A fierce aura rising to the heavens, their blood energy surging, each eye filled with concern. The first to approach was Hutu, her gentle gaze tinged with worry. Big Brother. We have been anxious during your absence of 10,000 years. Xianming, clutching his arm, inquired. Big Brother, did you sustain any injuries in the chaos? Gong pushed through the crowd, water waves swirling around him. Big Brother, if you do not return soon, I shall venture forth to find you. Zhurong ignited his fists with nirvana flames. You think you can go to the chaos? You'd probably perish before even locating Big Brother. Gong exclaimed excitedly, playing with fire. Are you looking for a fight? Yi's lips twitched as he raised a hand to gently press down on the heads of the two, forcing them into the ground. Bang. Gong and Zhurong were unceremoniously pressed into the earth, with only their heads remaining above, their expressions bewildered. After 10,000 years, you two are still so boisterous. Yi shook his head helplessly, then turned to the others and smiled. Rest assured, I am unharmed, and he released a hint of his aura. The entire Pangu hall trembled violently, the Unzu mountain resonated, and the clouds above the firmament shattered. A pressure surpassing that of the Hunyuan golden immortal swept in all directions. Dijong's pupils constricted. This aura, is it that of a Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal? Zhu Jiuyin's time laws instinctively protected him, yet he was still forced back 3 steps, exclaiming in shock, and it is not at the initial stage. Yi nodded, retracting his aura. Indeed, during this journey through the chaos, I have ascended to the 3rd level of Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Though Yi had not attained the fruit position of a heavenly Dao saint, his combat prowess, bolstered by the laws of strength and the Pangu bloodline, was undeniably superior to that of his peers, even allowing him to contend against several realms above his own. Yi gazed towards the 33 heavens, his gaze piercing the void as if he could see Hongjun within the Hongxiao palace. Considering the time, that old silver coin should be on the verge of attaining sainthood. Yi contemplated his earlier thoughts of sterilizing these ancestral witches, but decided against it. Better to let the witch clan emerge. In the future, the ancestral land would be Unzu Mountain, but the primary base for development would be in the underworld. To transform the underworld into an impregnable fortress, sufficient manpower was essential. Thus, he shared his vision of developing a new witch clan with them. The others agreed, albeit uncertain about the execution. Yi stood at the edge of the blood pool, the swirling crimson liquid radiating a dense Pangu blood aura, writhing as if alive. Big brother, can this method truly work? Gong scratched his head, water vapor coalescing at his fingertips. Can our blood directly create witches? Zhurong ignited a flame in his palm. Eager, should we add some fire? Perhaps roasting it would hasten the process. Yi slapped the back of his head. Do you think this is barbecuing? Is everything prepared? He turned back to his younger siblings. The 12 ancestral witches nodded in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Then let us commence. Yi raised his hand first. A drop of resplendent golden essence condensing at his fingertip, gently dripping into the blood pool. Instantly, the blood pool erupted into a boil. The scarlet waters roiling like furious waves, the Pangu aura erupting violently, shaking the entire hall. Following this, Dijong sliced his palm, silver essence dripping down, causing the spatial laws to ripple across the surface of the blood pool. Hutu's earthy yellow essence sank to the bottom, solidifying the blood cocoon with the power of the earth. Gong and Zhurong simultaneously took action, intertwining water and fire to create a marvelous balance within the blood pool. Xuanming's icy blue essence froze portions of the pool's waters, forming crystalline blood. The remaining ancestral witches contributed their essence: gold, wood, thunder, poison, wind, time, electricity, rain. The 12 laws intertwined within the blood pool. Gurgle, gurgle. At the center of the blood pool, a massive blood cocoon began to take shape. Its surface adorned with the patterns of Pangu's creation, the sound of a robust heartbeat resonating from within. Yi observed the blood cocoon closely, his primordial spirit penetrating inside, discovering that the nascent witch clan differed from the original ancestral witches. Apart from the witches born from Yi's essence, the others possessed only the potential of Hunyuan golden immortals. Whether they could later ascend to Hunyuan de Luo golden immortal depended on destiny. Their primordial spirits were also incomplete, but there remained hope for retaining part of them. With a wave of his hand, Yi transformed into 13 beams of light, adorning each new witch's primordial spirit with a protective emblem. These nascent witches would be the future of the witch clan, Yi mused internally. All right, now we wait. You have all been born for quite some time, without venturing far. This time, we shall take you out to explore. Perhaps even to the East Sea to seek out the Panglai Immortal Island. Yi departed Unzu Mountain in grand fashion alongside the 12 ancestral witches, heading eastward. Big brother, will there be opportunities to fight on this trip? Gong rubbed his fists eagerly, water vapor swirling around him. Zhurong, with flames igniting in his palm, grinned. It would be best to encounter a few foolish ones, so I can test my new phoenix spear. Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, leisurely replying, no rush. Let us first locate the Panglai Immortal Island. There will be ample opportunities for combat. However, as his words fell, roar. A thunderous roar erupted from the clouds. The clear sky suddenly darkened, a foul wind sweeping in, a malevolent aura rising to the heavens. Yi squinted. That is one of the 4 fierce beasts, xianxia. Xianxia resembled a ferocious tiger, bearing wings, its entire form as black as ink. Its eyes glowed red as blood, with fearsome fangs and claws like knives. Surrounded by the ferocious aura of a peak Hunyuan golden immortal, Wherever it passed, vegetation withered, and the earth cracked. Xianxia spoke in human tongue, its voice raspy as though metal scraped against metal. Just right. I have not tasted flesh and blood for a long time. Yi Ye's eyes gleamed. A fierce beast at the peak of Hongjun Golden Immortal? Excellent. Just what I need for a mount. Xianxia roared in fury. You seek death. Gong and Zhurong exchanged glances, urgency flickering in their eyes. They had long been eager to showcase their skills and could no longer contain themselves, charging forth while shouting. This time, do not steal our thunder. Gong swung his arms, the ancestral dragon pearl radiating a dazzling light. With his motion, the ancestral dragon pearl erupted, unleashing a colossal wave, these waves gathering in the air as if alive, swiftly transforming into a towering water dragon. The water dragon roared, charging towards Xianxia with bared fangs. Meanwhile, Zhurong shook the phoenix spear in his hand, igniting the nirvana flames, which blazed fiercely, resembling a phoenix reborn through fire. The flames morphed into a crimson phoenix that soared high, intertwining with the water dragon. Water and fire fused, forming a gigantic water-fire tornado that surged toward Xianxia with the might of thunder. Yet, in the face of such a ferocious assault, Xianxia exhibited no fear. With a cold smirk, it flapped its wings vigorously, unleashing a powerful gust that crashed into the center of the water-fire tornado. Rent. A tremendous explosion ensued, the water-fire tornado shattering instantly, water and fire scattering in all directions. In the midst of this terrifying explosion, Xianxia emerged unscathed, bathed in flames. It resembled a deity of war, exuding an overwhelming majesty. Not only did Xianxia withstand the onslaught of the water and fire tornado, but it also lunged forward with ferocity, striking fiercely at Gong with a single claw. The speed of this strike was akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky, leaving Gong no time to evade. Startled, Gong hurriedly raised his arms, attempting to shield himself from this lethal blow. However, the sheer force of Xianxia was too formidable. Gong's water shield was torn apart in an instant, sending him hurtling like a kite severed from its string, soaring hundreds of miles away before crashing into 3 towering peaks. Finally coming to a halt, witnessing Xianxia's blatant disregard for his assault, Zhurong's fire phoenix spear flared to life, as if ignited by an enraged phoenix. With a sudden thrust, it erupted into a myriad of spear shadows. Each shadow contained the searing power of the nirvana flame, as though it aimed to incinerate the very fabric of space itself. In the face of Zhurong's relentless barrage, Xianxia stood resolute, its robust tail sweeping out like a steel whip, shattering each spear shadow with thunderous might. Following this, Xianxia opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a deafening roar. As this sound reverberated, a pitch-black malevolence surged forth from Xianxia's mouth, rushing directly towards Zhurong. Taken by surprise, Zhurong had no time to evade, and was struck head-on by this dark energy. The flames surrounding him extinguished in an instant, and he was sent hurtling backwards, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a distant cliff, stirring up a cloud of dust. At that moment, Gong burst forth from the rubble, his face a mask of fury, shouting, "Firestarter! Let us join forces." Zhurong, struggling to rise from the cliffside, wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes still ablaze with wrath. The nirvana flame rekindled around him, his voice echoing like the crackling of fire, filled with anger and defiance. "Come." Before he could finish, both Zhurong and Gong unleashed their divine powers. Gong gestured with his hands, invoking the laws of water to summon the weak water. It cascaded down from the heavens like the Milky Way inverted, transforming into a colossal water prison that ensnared Xianxia within its grasp. Simultaneously, Zhurong did not hesitate to employ the laws of fire, unleashing his ultimate technique, burning heaven, boiling sea. The nirvana flame roared into the water prison like a fire dragon, clashing with the weak water, instantly erupting into a wave of destructive energy. Xianxia's expression shifted dramatically, its enormous wings folded tightly to shield its body, bracing for the impact. A thunderous explosion echoed, as if the heavens themselves had been rent asunder, creating a vast chasm at the epicenter. The shockwave from the explosion forcefully propelled Xianxia away, leaving its body charred and its wings tattered. Yet, despite sustaining such grievous injuries, Xianxia's ferocity intensified, fixating its gaze on Gong and Zhurong. It let out a furious roar. "Ants! You have provoked my wrath." With this roar, the malevolence surrounding Xianxia ignited, rapidly coalescing into a tangible form, transforming into countless fearsome souls that surged towards Gong and Zhurong like a tidal wave. At this juncture, Gong and Zhurong found themselves somewhat exhausted, their expressions shifting with unease as they realized the impending danger. Hastily, they summoned their respective powers to fend off the oncoming tide of malevolent souls. Gong inhaled deeply, channeling the laws of water within him, and soon, towering waves surged around him. These waves swiftly coalesced into formidable water walls, which, under Gongong's command, stood as an indomitable fortress, repelling Xianxi's malevolent souls. Meanwhile, Zhu Rong did not falter, activating the laws of fire within him. Flames erupted around him, transforming into an endless sea of fire that seemed to possess a life of its own, eagerly meeting the approaching malevolent souls and incinerating them one by one. Yet, Xianxi's strength far exceeded the anticipations of Gongong and Zhu Rong. Although their divine powers temporarily held back the assault of the malevolent souls, Xianxi's dark energy appeared inexhaustible, continuously surging forth. As time wore on, Gongong and Zhu Rong began to feel the strain, their faces paling and beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. "Brother, help us. We can barely hold on," they cried. Yi stood with arms folded, calm and composed, observing the two being relentlessly pressed down by Xianxi. "If two are insufficient, then let them combine their efforts," he remarked, shaking his head with a sigh. Di Jiang, standing nearby, scratched his flowing silver hair, a look of hesitation crossing his face. "Brother, is this really appropriate?" Before Di Jiang could finish his sentence, Yi suddenly leaped up, delivering a sharp rap to his head. "What nonsense are you speaking?" he exclaimed, gripping Di Jiang's ear fiercely. "Remember this. When you can gang up, do not engage in single combat. Only those who survive are the true kings." Di Jiang, somewhat dazed by Yi's abrupt reprimand, scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "All right, brother, I understand." Seeing this, Yi finally released his grip on Di Jiang's ear and turned to the other ancestral witches. "Stop dawdling. Let us all join forces," he called out. Upon hearing Yi's words, the remaining ancestral witches' eyes lit up. Exchanging glances, they surged forward like ravenous wolves, their momentum fierce as they descended upon Xianxi. The energies of 12 primordial golden immortals erupted simultaneously, their malevolent auras soaring to the heavens, completely encircling Xianxi. Di Jiang clenched his fists, his silver hair billowing without wind, revealing a smile that could only be described as maniacal. "Do not fear, little kitty. We shall be very, very gentle, Xianxi." With that, he delivered a powerful blow to Xianxi's lower back, the sound of cracking resonating delightfully. Zhu Rong, exhilarated, ignited the nirvana flames. "Let's roast it to medium." The fire phoenix spear penetrated Xianxi's backside, and the aroma of grilling meat immediately filled the air. Gongong summoned 3,000 weak waters. "I will extinguish the flames." With a sizzling sound, a white mist rose, causing Xianxi to wince, tears welling in its eyes. Hutu gently pressed down on Xianxi's head. "Be good, do not move." The laws of the earth activated, planting the fierce beast's head into the ground. Xuanming's frost-enchanted gauntlets gleamed with chilling light, frozen for preservation. In an instant, half of Xianxi's body was encrusted in ice shards. This relentless assault continued for a century. By the third year, Xianxi's wings had been fashioned into a butterfly bow by the golden blades of Rushou. Year 15, Shabishur administered a novel toxin to Xianxi, allowing it to experience 72 distinct deaths. Year 47, Tianwu employed a sun wind fan to style Xianxi's mane into a Mediterranean coiffure. Year 79, the formidable Tianlei Pawn performed an ionic perm on Xianxi. However, the most outrageous actions were executed by Zhurong and Gongong, whose behaviors could be likened to that of beasts. Yet, they fulfilled a long-held ambition, the nirvana fire therapy, scorching, healing, and repeating the cycle. From Xianxi's initial, irrational roars of fury, to anguished wails in the midst, and finally to a state of numbness, its eyes gradually lost their brilliance. On a certain day, a century later, Xianxi lay prostrate on the ground, its tail frayed, wings drooping, weakly uttering, I surrender. Now, can we converse properly?" Yi crouched down, smiling as he inquired. Xianxi, struggling in vain, finally displayed a look of terror. "Who are you?" "Your future master," Yi declared, a thread of merit manifesting at his fingertips. "Stick with me, and I shall provide for you and help you grow stronger." Xianxi gazed at the thread of merit, its eyes flickering with a glimmer of desire. "Why didn't you present such a treasure sooner? I wouldn't mind being your steed, or even calling you father if that's what it takes." It fervently nodded. "Master," it proclaimed, before offering a strand of its primordial essence. "This is a fragment of my primordial spirit. With it, my life is yours." Yi smiled slightly, accepting the gift, gently grasping it, and merging it into his own consciousness. Sensing Xianxi's sincerity, he nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. You shall henceforth be my steed." Yi rose, patting Xianxi on the head. "As long as you accompany me, you shall not be wronged." He then lightly tapped its head, asking, "Xianxi, how did you come to be here?" Xianxi shook its massive tiger head, a flicker of confusion crossing its crimson eyes. I am uncertain. After following Lord Shinsi into battle and suffering a grave defeat, I was severely injured and fell into a secret realm. When I awoke, not only had my injuries healed, but my cultivation also ascended to the pinnacle of the Hongjun Golden Immortal. Pausing, it let out a low growl. Then, a voice entered my mind, stating that as long as I killed one among you, I could shed my identity as a ferocious beast and regain my freedom. Yi scoffed coldly. It's evident whose handiwork this is. The heavenly Tao, which should be devoid of emotion, is indeed manipulating the ferocious beasts from the shadows, seeking to use them as pawns. He then retrieved a large mass of heavenly Tao merit, radiant and pulsating with Taoist rhythms. Bear with it, it may hurt a bit. With that, he directly infused the merit into Xianxi's being. A howl erupted from Xianxi as it threw its head back in pain, its entire form quaking violently. Beneath its dark fur, strands of inky karma were forcibly expelled by the golden light of merit, transforming into billowing black smoke that dissipated into the air. The malevolent aura surrounding Xianxi diminished by 30%, its crimson eyes gradually shifting to a dark gold. The menacing bone spikes on its back softened, evolving into sleek, golden patterns. The damage to its wings was entirely repaired, their feathers gleaming with a metallic sheen, until the last vestige of karma vanished. Xianxi let out a long, thunderous cry that reverberated through the heavens. Yi, observing the remaining merit, was too lazy to reclaim it and decided to unleash it all into Xianxi. A blinding golden light erupted from Xianxi, and as the radiance faded, it had shrunk to the size of a palm, yet its strength had multiplied. Golden Taoist patterns adorned its once pitch-black fur, while its wings shimmered like crystal, maintaining a fierce demeanor despite being enveloped in the golden light of merit, creating a strikingly incongruous sight. Gongong's eyes widened. Can a ferocious beast possess merit? Zhurong stroked his chin, pondering, would it not be even more delectable if roasted? Xianxi stiffened, subtly retreating behind Yi. Huda smiled gently. Brother, since it has abandoned evil for good, it deserves a new name. Yi nodded. That makes sense. Let us call it Dehe, Xianxi. The onlookers, Yi commanded Xianxi to enlarge and mount it, waving his hand. Let us depart for the East Sea. Xianxi spread its wings and soared into the sky, its body intertwined with the golden light of merit and malevolent aura. Flying toward the East Sea. Carrying Yi on its back, it flapped its wings, propelling the group toward the East Sea. Its speed was remarkable, covering vast distances in mere breaths, traversing over 100,000 miles in no time. Upon the azure surface of the sea, Yi and his companions walked upon the waves, parting the waters to form a broad channel as they moved. Zhu Jiuyin gazed at the boundless East Sea, furrowing his brow. Brother, the East Sea is vast and endless. Where shall we find the Penglai Fairy Island? Yi stood with his hands clasped behind him, smiling unperturbed. No worries. If we cannot find it, we can ask others for assistance. Di Zhang's eyes brightened as he clenched his fists. Is brother suggesting we seek the help of the Dragon Clan? However, we are not familiar with them. They may not be willing to assist. Gongong grinned, water vapor swirling around him. Not help? Then we shall compel them until they do. The other ancestral witches nodded, a faint aura of menace rising. Yi rolled his eyes, exasperated. Go, go, go. Do not cause chaos here. I have a way to make them willingly assist us. Raising his hand, a silver-white mask materialized upon his face, the very disguise he had worn during the Three-Clan War. Let us first pay a visit to the East Sea Dragon King. As the group approached the East Sea Dragon Palace, within 100 miles, the patrolling xianxias, having participated in the Three-Clan War, spotted them from afar. Upon recognizing the mask on Yi Ye's face, they were instantly struck with terror. It is that esteemed elder. The xianxias scrambled back to the Dragon Palace, trembling, and reported, Dragon King, the esteemed purification Taoist, has arrived. The East Sea Dragon King, reveling in merriment within the Crystal Palace, shattered his jade cup upon hearing this, his whiskers standing on end. What? Hasten, hasten, accompany this sovereign to greet our benefactor of the Dragon Clan. The grand gates of the Dragon Palace swung open with a resounding boom, as the Dragon King of the East Sea, accompanied by the Minister of Tortoises and the Shrimp and Crab soldiers, hurriedly emerged, bowing from a distance and calling out, Benefactor, it has been a long while since we last met. Welcome to the East Sea. Yi inclined his head slightly, his voice resonating with gravitas beneath the mask. Dragon King, I trust you have been well. The Dragon King chuckled joyfully. Thanks to the benefactor's grace, the little dragon is in good health. Please, enter. Within the Crystal Palace, an array of exquisite delicacies adorned the jade table, as the dragon maidens danced gracefully and the clam spirits played music to entertain. Yi raised a cup of fine liquor and, getting straight to the point, said, Dragon King, I have come to request your assistance. The Dragon King promptly set down his cup, his demeanor serious. "Benefactor, please do not hesitate to speak. I seek a moving island or a place of spatial anomalies." Yi lightly tapped the table with his fingertips. Upon hearing this, the Dragon King immediately turned to the Minister of Tortoises and commanded, "Send word throughout. Instruct all sea patrollers, shrimp soldiers, and crab generals to thoroughly search for any unusual sea regions." The Minister of Tortoises accepted the order, and the Dragon King eagerly poured more wine for Yi. "Rest assured, as long as it is within the East Sea, even if I must turn the seas upside down, the little dragon will surely find it." Shortly thereafter, an old sea turtle trembled as it crawled into the Grand Hall. "Your Majesty, I passed by an area 30,000 miles southeast of the East Sea the other day, and I discovered that the space in that region seems to be distorted, with portions of seawater mysteriously disappearing as it flows." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Yi Ye's eyes. "Coordinates?" The Dragon King quickly produced a jade slip made from dragon scales and respectfully handed it over. "Benefactor, the location has been inscribed within." "Excellent." Yi nodded in satisfaction, producing a handful of dazzling golden pearls, the very essence of celestial merit. "This is your reward." The Dragon King trembled as he accepted them, feeling the vast power of virtue within, his dragon horns reddening with excitement. This is too precious." Yi waved his hand dismissively, rising to take his leave. "It is merely a transaction. Farewell." As Yi departed the Dragon Palace amidst the Dragon King's countless expressions of gratitude, the deity Zhu Rong leaned in to murmur, "Brother, you are far too courteous to that old dragon." Yi cast him a sidelong glance. "What do you know? I once promised their ancestor to look after them under certain conditions. If I can resolve matters with virtue, why resort to force?" Shattering the dragon scale jade slip, a luminous screen unfolded, revealing the coordinates of the farthest eastern point of the East Sea. "Let us go. The Isle of Penglai has finally been found." Following the coordinates inscribed in the dragon scale jade slip, Yi and his companions soared towards the 30,000 miles southeast of the East Sea. With xianxia soaring swiftly through the skies, they soon reached their destination. "Is this the Isle of Penglai?" Gong exclaimed with excitement. Yi smiled slightly and replied, "Do not rush. Let us first assess the situation." The group stood upon the surface of the sea, gazing into the distance where a faint mist enveloped the waters, revealing a massive island that appeared and disappeared like a mirage. The space surrounding the island seemed to distort, as though shrouded in a veil of fog. The area around the island shimmered with rippling waves, giving the impression that the island itself was not truly existent, but rather a painting folded within the void. "Indeed, there is something amiss here." Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, gathering a strand of golden light at his fingertips and giving it a gentle flick. Whoosh! The golden light shot forth like an arrow, piercing into the mist. In an instant, the space surrounding the island trembled violently, and intricate golden patterns emerged, intertwining to form a colossal net that firmly sealed off the entire Isle of Penglai. Within the patterns, chaotic energy flowed, indicating the presence of an innate grand formation. "An innate formation?" Zhu Jiuyin furrowed his brow. "No wonder no one has been able to locate the Isle of Penglai. It has been concealed by this formation." Emperor Jiang clenched his fists, eager for action. "Brother, shall we join forces to break it open?" Yi shook his head, a slight smile gracing his lips. A mere innate grand formation does not warrant such a mobilization. With that, he raised his hand, revealing the primordial measuring ruler. A jade ruler, enveloped in swirling purple energy, materialized, inscribed with intricate chaotic patterns. Possessing the power to measure heaven and earth, Yi grasped the measuring ruler, not exerting his full strength, but merely giving it a gentle wave. Swish! The blade of the ruler sliced through the void, unleashing a silent purple-gold blade of light. This seemingly casual strike contained the supreme might to measure the heavens and break through barriers. As the purple-gold blade of light touched the formation, the entire array convulsed as if struck by lightning, the golden patterns flashing frantically in a desperate attempt to resist. The primordial measuring ruler, a postnatal treasure of virtue, specifically counters all spatial restrictions. In the first breath, the patterns twisted violently, as if being torn by an invisible hand. By the third breath, the chaotic energy at the core of the formation began to dissipate. By the fifth breath, the entire formation emitted a mournful wail, the golden patterns fracturing inch by inch. Crack! As the final pattern shattered, the mist enveloping the Isle of Penglai suddenly dissipated, and the distorted space returned to normal. A vast immortal island finally unfolded before their eyes, lush with verdant mountains. At the peak, purple energy cascaded down, spiritual springs flowed, and golden-scaled dragon carps swam in the waters. Immortal herbs and rare grasses flourished abundantly, each exuding astonishing vitality. With the innate grand formation dismantled, the true visage of the Isle of Penglai was unveiled. At the center of the island, chaotic spiritual energy had yet to fully dissipate, swirling like gossamer between heaven and earth, rendering the entire area dreamlike and ethereal. Yi Yi and his companions stepped within, the ground beneath their feet soft and yielding, with every step releasing faint wisps of spiritual mist. Towering ancient trees surrounded them, entwined with spiritual vines, while spiritual herbs and flowers carpeted the ground, emanating a refreshing fragrance. This place possesses spiritual energy rivaling that of Mount Buzhou, Yi Yi remarked softly, his fingertips brushing against a spiritual herb, which immediately glimmered with resplendent spiritual light. Zhu Jiuyin surveyed the surroundings, the laws of time subtly shifting. The spiritual plants here must be at least several million years old. Continuing onward, they traversed a bamboo grove shrouded in spiritual mist, and before them opened a clear and luminous spiritual pond. The water was so clear that the bottom was visible, with a faint golden halo shimmering on the surface. In the center of the pond, a 12-petal pure world white lotus bloomed gracefully. The lotus pedestal was immaculate, the petals crystalline and translucent, each radiating the essence of purification. At the heart of the lotus, strands of chaotic spiritual energy were absorbed and transformed, cascading down as pure spiritual light. Even more astonishing, surrounding the 12-petal white lotus were 3 smaller, 9-petal pure world white lotuses, equally vibrant, as well as 3 6-petal and 3 3-petal pure world white lotuses, all brimming with life. Buy one, get 9 free? Yi Yi raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a smile. This is a tremendous profit. Beneath the purest white lotus, a spring gushed forth, its waters shimmering with the ethereal hues of sun, moon, and stars. Indeed, the legendary 3 luminaries' divine water. This spring incessantly absorbed the residual chaotic spiritual energy, transforming it into divine water, which was then channeled through the lotus's roots to nourish the entire island, sustaining countless spiritual roots. The sunlight divine water, eroding flesh and bone. The moonlight divine water, corroding the primordial spirit. The starlight divine water, devouring the true spirit's awareness. The confluence of these 3 is the foremost healing treasure of the primordial realm. The 3 luminaries' divine water, capable of reviving the dead and reversing life and death. It is no wonder there exists such an abundance of pure white lotuses. Yi Yi knelt down, his fingertips gently grazing the spring, feeling the tremendous vitality within. The pure white lotus purified, while the 3 luminaries' divine water nourished the spiritual veins, perpetuating life endlessly. Without hesitation, Yi Yi reached out, claiming the 12th grade pure white lotus into the primordial illustrated compendium, leaving the remaining lotuses untouched. As for the spring of the 3 luminaries' divine water, he did not take it away. Instead, he laid down a restriction, connecting it to the Earth's veins of Panglai Island. This island was a place of innate resonance. Forcibly removing the spring would only undermine its foundation. He explained, once exploration is complete, I will find a way to relocate the entire island into my 24 heavens. The group dispersed, continuing their search across the island. Di Jiang discovered a patch of superior innate spiritual treasure, the black ink spiritual bamboo, in a secluded valley. Its stalk was an obsidian hue, while its leaves glimmered like emeralds. Zhu Rong found a medium-grade innate spiritual root, the crimson flame gold lotus, pulsating with primordial fire essence within its blossoms. Meanwhile, Gong Gong unearthed an innate water crystal in a deep-sea cavern. Traversing through the spiritual pool where the pure white lotus resided, the group advanced deeper into the island. The surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly dense, nearly materializing into a liquid state. With each step, they stirred ripples of spiritual mist beneath their feet. Towering ancient trees loomed overhead, with spiritual vines cascading down, and occasionally, celestial birds flitted past, scattering glimmers of spiritual light. After a brief while, they stumbled upon an expanse of open spiritual soil, at the center of which stood a magnificent ancient tree. This tree soared into the clouds, its trunk resembling cast bronze, intricately engraved with profound Tao patterns upon its bark. Its foliage was lush, each leaf shimmering with a soft golden glow. Among its branches, 9 plump fruits, golden all over and resembling plums, hung enticingly. The Hongjun, one of the 10 foremost innate spiritual roots of the primordial realm, bore fruit containing fragments of the Tao. Consuming it could instantly elevate one to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Truly, they had arrived at a remarkable place, thanks to the experiences of predecessors from another realm. Yi Yi's eyes sparkled with determination as he waved his hand, and the 9 ripe fruits detached from their branches, landing effortlessly in his palm. The fruits bore natural engravings of Tao patterns, capable of propelling one directly into the great Luo. The drawbacks were apparent. As the elevation was forced and thus insubstantial, leaving one unable to progress further in their lifetime. Nevertheless, such treasures were coveted by countless beings. And deep within the tree's trunk, a nascent spiritual intelligence had already begun to take shape, albeit not yet manifested. Elder brother, can these fruits truly allow one to directly ascend to the great Luo? Hutu inquired curiously. Yi nodded, they indeed can. Yet they represent the most inferior tier of great Luo golden immortals, making future cultivation exceedingly difficult. Zhurong scoffed, what use is that? It's better to cultivate oneself. Yi replied, not every being can reach a pinnacle unattainable in their entire lifetime, as we have upon their birth. With a gentle smile, he patted the trunk of the Hongjun. If you accompany me, I shall not extinguish your spiritual intelligence. How does that sound? Rustling sounds echoed as the branches of Hongjun stirred without wind, and suddenly a crack appeared in the trunk. Several immature fruits floated out, hovering before Yi. Clearly, this spiritual root had already birthed consciousness and was now willingly offering a tribute. Understanding, Yi nodded in satisfaction. Transplanting the Hongjun along with the spiritual soil into the Primordial Illustrated Compendium. After securing the Hongjun, Yi addressed the group. This Penglai Island is an innate paradise. There must be a boundary stone controlling its core. Let us search for it. The 12 ancestors of sorcery immediately dispersed, each revealing their extraordinary abilities. Di Jiang traversed space, swiftly scanning miles at a time. Zhu Jiu-yin reversed time, tracing the island's origins. Hutu connected with the Earth's veins, sensing the convergence of spiritual energies. The remaining ancestors employed their unique skills, scouring the heavens and the earth. In just half a month, Xianming discovered an ancient stone tablet at the bottom of a cold pond in the northern part of the island. The tablet was a muted gray-blue, its surface blanketed by thick moss. Faintly visible were the characters Penglai, inscribed with vigor, seemingly imbued with the essence of creation. Yi focused a strand of his primordial spirit, gently touching the stone tablet. With a resounding hum, the tablet trembled violently, the moss peeling away to reveal the complete inscription, Penglai Island. As the inscription emerged, the island's entire earth vein energies converged, coalescing in Yi's palm into a jade talisman. Grasping the talisman, he felt the entirety of Penglai Island within his control, sensing every fluctuation of spiritual energy as if granted a divine perspective, even capable of rendering the island invisible. After refining Penglai Island, Yi felt a stirring within, his gaze piercing through the boundless sea, fixating on two other celestial islands shrouded in chaotic mist, Yingzhou Island and Fangzhong Island. Having acquired Penglai, he could not let the remaining two islands slip away. Immediately, he activated the protective formation of Penglai Island, cloaking the entire island within the void, and then, accompanied by the 12 ancestors and xianxia, hastened toward the nearest Yingzhou Island. Outside Yingzhou Island, the innate formation swirled, chaos pervading the air. Any ordinary Hunyuan golden immortal attempting to breach it would surely be annihilated. Yet Yi, now a Hunyuan great Luo golden immortal, with a physique rivaling innate treasures, could easily withstand such formations. Open, he commanded as his 5 fingers splayed, unleashing the laws of power to forcefully tear a rift in the innate formation, leading his companions through. Upon entry, they were struck with awe by the sight before them. A colossal divine tree loomed at the island's center, its trunk resembling a celestial pillar, piercing the clouds, its canopy casting shade over the land. Rich primordial spiritual energy flowed among its branches, while chaotic Tao patterns were imprinted upon its bark, as if harboring the secrets of creation. This tree was the first divine tree of the primordial realm. Aside from the Buzhou mountain formed from the spine, the Tongtian Jinmu was the sole spiritual root capable of bridging heaven and earth. Legend has it that the Tongtian Jinmu could connect to the 33 heavens, even reaching into chaos, serving as a genuine ladder to the heavens. The Jinmu itself contained the laws of space, stabilizing worlds and supporting the heavens. If planted within a small world, it could significantly elevate its growth potential. With its immunity to myriad laws, the branches and leaves of the Jinmu could shield against the Tao's scrutiny and even negate the calculations of sages. It could autonomously absorb chaotic energy, transforming it into primordial spiritual energy to nourish all life. If centered on the Jinmu, it could evolve a path to the heavens, connecting myriad worlds. Yi gazed at the Tongtian Jinmu, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent. With this Tongtian Jinmu, the growth potential of my 24 heavens will reach an astonishing height." Though the original 24 heavens had already evolved into a great 1,000 worlds, its foundation limited further expansion. However, if the Tongtian Jinmu is planted within, it will not only stabilize the world but also allow the heavenly realms to absorb chaotic energy to expand their space, potentially evolving into even greater worlds in the future. Elder brother, this tree emanates an incredibly powerful aura, Hotu remarked, gazing up at the Tongtian Jianmu. Feeling the vast vitality within, unable to suppress her admiration. This is indeed the foremost divine wood of the primordial chaos, Li Fi remarked with a smile. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the rules, transforming into a Hongyuan de Luo Jingxian would merely be a matter of time. A profound surge of magical power emanated from his palm, gradually condensing the towering tree into a verdant sapling, which he subsequently enshrined within the realm of the 24 heavens. As soon as the sapling took root, the entire celestial realm shook violently, the vast expanse of the world expanding uncontrollably. The boundaries of heaven and earth stretched ever further. Mountains soared higher, rivers widened, and the concentration of spiritual energy surged tenfold. With the branches and leaves of the divine wood unfurling, each leaf bore intricate spatial runes, reinforcing the spatial structure of the celestial realm. It could even withstand the residual shockwaves from battles of Hongyuan de Luo Jingxian caliber. The roots of the divine would seem to penetrate the fabric of space, burrowing into the chaos to autonomously absorb chaotic essence, transforming it into innate spiritual energy, thereby liberating the celestial realm from reliance on the spiritual energy of the primordial world and establishing its own cycle. At the apex of the divine wood, a faint luminous portal appeared, seemingly connecting to an unknown realm, though it remained unopened for the time being. Sensing the transformations within the celestial realm, Li Fi nodded in satisfaction, proclaiming, "With this divine wood to stabilize us, the future 24 heavens may evolve into even higher realms, becoming my true foundation and providing a retreat for the witch clan." After tending to the divine wood, Li Fi and his companions continued their exploration of Yingzhou Island. Soon, they discovered the 9 heavens Shirong, also known as the innate Shirong, nestled within a valley. This was the premier divine soil of primordial chaos, able to transform a single grain into towering mountains, brimming with boundless vitality, capable of nurturing any spiritual root. Even more delightfully, this patch of Shirong had autonomously evolved into an innate medicinal herb garden, flourishing with top-grade innate spiritual roots, starfruit trees, and 9 nether spirit fruits. Medium-grade innate spiritual roots included Xianbing jade lotus, crimson flame scarlet fruits, stargrass, and dozens of others. Rare herbs such as the million-year-old Lingji, 9-leaf golden ginseng, and Tai green vine were in abundance, far surpassing those of Penglai Island. It was no wonder the spiritual energy of Yingzhou Island was so rich. The nourishment of the 9 heavens Shirong was the source. "Incredible," exclaimed Hotu. Li Fi laughed heartily. "We'll take them all. These spiritual roots shall be planted within the 24 heavens, transforming into a resource treasury for my witch clan in the future." Just as they prepared to depart, Gong suddenly shouted, "Brother, there's something underground." Li Fi scanned with his divine sense and discovered a colossal dark golden pillar standing deep within the earth's veins, entwined with chaotic malevolence, accompanied by the faint roar of ferocious beasts. The Pillar of Heaven, a fragment of the Chaos Magic Ape's weapon, the Chaos Bronze Rod, was weighty beyond measure, capable of propping up the heavens and shattering the earth. When summoned, it could stabilize a realm, even challenging the might of Hongyuan Jingxian. If wielded through the laws of battle, it could even briefly rival innate treasures, emphasizing sheer resilience. Furthermore, invoking the laws of battle could unleash the battle intent phantom of the Chaos Magic Ape, exponentially increasing its power. Gong and Zhu Rong could not resist the urge to attempt lifting it, and together they barely managed to make it budge, exclaiming in astonishment, "This thing is incredibly heavy." "Fools, it's certainly heavy without refinement. We shall see who is worthy to wield it later," Li Fi said, waving his hand. The laws of power enveloped the Pillar of Heaven, instantly compressing it into a slender dark golden staff that fell into his grasp. Without pausing, Li Fi refined the boundary marker of Yingzhou Island and, accompanied by the 12 ancestors of the Witch Clan, hurried to the final celestial island, Fangzhong Island. The innate formation of Fangzhong Island was even more profound than that of Yingzhou Island, suffused with the energies of the 5 elements. However, Li Fi merely scoffed, mirroring his approach to Yingzhou Island, and plunged his hands into the formation. The laws of power erupted, tearing a rift in the formation through which they swiftly entered. Drawing from their previous experiences, Li Fi led the ancestors directly to the center of Fangzhong Island. A magnificent pine tree, entirely verdant, stood tall, its height merely 3 zhang. Yet it exuded a vast aura of Tao. Its needle-like branches were divided into 5 colors, each pine needle shimmering with the light of different laws. This was the exquisite 5-needle pine, a premier innate spiritual root. The needles represented the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each containing a law of the corresponding element. Its seeds could aid cultivators in balancing the five elements, preventing them from falling into madness, and even restoring incomplete innate bodies of the five elements. Every 10,000 years, the five-needle pine would release a tide of elemental energy, exerting a powerful catalytic effect on spiritual roots and herbs. What a remarkable innate spiritual root! Leafya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Should this be planted within the 24 heavens, combined with the innate five elements pearl, it could perfect the laws of the five elements within the realm. Without hesitation, he began the refinement. Although the five-needle pine was an innate spiritual root, under Leafya's full effort, it swiftly transformed into a miniature pine tree, which he then enshrined within the celestial realm. As the five-needle pine took root, the entire 24 heavens experienced a seismic transformation. The power of the five elements radiated outward, stabilizing the previously imbalanced celestial realm. The foundational laws of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth autonomously evolved, resulting in a more harmonious distribution of mountains, rivers, flora, and mineral veins. The spiritual energy within the world began to differentiate, giving birth to elemental spiritual veins. Observing this, Leaf-Yi swiftly retrieved the innate five elements pearl from the Primordial Illustrated Handbook. Upon entering the celestial realm, it resonated with the divine wood and the five-needle pine. The branches and leaves of the divine wood flourished even more, while the five-needle pine, nourished by the innate five elements pearl, accelerated its growth, with the elemental runes on its needles becoming increasingly distinct. The previously transplanted various spiritual roots and herbs experienced subtle upgrades, with some medium-grade roots beginning to evolve into top-grade varieties under the influence of the elemental tide. The intertwining forces of the five elements further fortified the spatial barriers of the celestial realm. Following the perfection of the five elements, the celestial realm began to autonomously cultivate the most primordial beings, elemental spirits. Now, the 24 heavens can be regarded as a true embryonic world, destined to eventually foster a complete heavenly Tao, Leaf-Yi proclaimed with pride. After refining the five-needle pine, Leaf-Yi's divine sense swept across the entirety of Hongjun Island, and he suddenly sensed a peculiar chaotic fluctuation deep within the island. In a flash, he led the 12 ancestors to an ancient palace. This palace, shrouded in a gray mist, appeared to be directly formed from chaotic essence. Mysterious symbols of the Tao flowed along its walls, with faint shadows of the river of time encircling it. The Chaos Tao Palace, naturally evolved from fragments of chaos, contained a trace of chaotic origin and could alter its form at the behest of its master. After preliminary refinement, Leaf-Yi grasped the palace's functions. Within this Tao Palace, comprehending laws would yield tenfold efficiency, and it could autonomously absorb chaotic essence, transforming it into innate spiritual energy. Additionally, it could convert malevolent, turbid, and calamity energies into innate spiritual energy. The palace could also regulate the flow of time, now allowing Leaf-Yi to adjust it to 1 day outside, equating to 100 years within, and the palace inherently shielded against the secrets of heaven. A splendid treasure. Leaf-Yi's eyes lit up. Just what I needed, a suitable Tao Palace. This is perfect. With a wave of his hand, the Chaos Tao Palace instantly shrank into a grayish pearl that nestled within his palm. Subsequently, after thoroughly searching the island to ensure no treasures were overlooked, he finally located the boundary marker of Hongjun Island. After refining the boundary marker, the connections between the three celestial islands were fully established. A torrent of vast information flooded his mind, revealing that Panglai, Yingzhou, and Hongjun were originally formed from the same fragment of chaos. After their separation and subsequent evolution, should they choose to reassemble, they could form the innate three talents great formation. Without hesitation, Yi summoned the power of the boundary stones from the three immortal islands and bellowed, "Unite." The East Sea trembled as the three islands tore through the void, drawing closer to one another. As the distance diminished, a myriad of chaotic Tao patterns emerged at the bases of the islands. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, they fully merged, activating the innate three talents great formation. The heavenly position of Panglai became the main spirit, with the concentration of spiritual energy surging tremendously, transforming it into a sacred ground for cultivation. The earth position of Hongjun became the main bastion, possessing defensive capabilities comparable to innate supreme treasures, capable of withstanding a saint's strike. The human position of Yingzhou became the main source of life, with the growth rate of spiritual roots increasing 100-fold and the chances of spiritual herbs undergoing transformation significantly heightened. As the formation took shape, the three immortal islands ultimately fused into a single entity, expanding their area tenfold, with the concentration of spiritual energy on the island exceeding that of Kunlun Mountain. Yi then infused the island with 6 supreme spiritual veins collected from the west, further elevating the already dense spiritual energy to a state of near liquefaction. Standing above the East Sea, Yi gazed at the now unified Penglai Ingzhou Fangzhong, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. This island, which harmoniously blended the essences of the three immortal islands, had now become the most elite cave paradise in the primordial world, unmatched by any other. Its concentration of spiritual energy even surpassed that of Kunlun Mountain, further enhanced by the innate three talents great formation, making it both an offensive and defensive stronghold that even saints would find challenging to breach. Beholding the island before him, Yi inhaled deeply, unleashing the boundless power of a Pangu great immortal. The laws of power transformed into countless golden chains, wrapping around the entire chaotic island. With a low exclamation, his muscular arms bulged as infinite strength erupted forth, forcefully lifting this island, comparable in weight to a small world, from the ground. A tremendous rumble echoed as the East Sea surged with towering waves, the void fracturing inch by inch, as the island gradually ascended under Yi Ye's control, moving towards the entrance of the 24 heavens world that unfolded above him. However, the island, being imbued with the essence of chaos, bore a weight akin to that of a great world. Even with Yi Ye's cultivation at the third level of Pangu Great Immortal, he found the task exceedingly strenuous. The consumption of his power was alarmingly rapid. His brows furrowed as he felt the flood of mana within him depleting. Within moments, he had exhausted 30%. Yet, he did not falter. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, simultaneously urging the laws of power and the primal force of the 24 heavens, forcefully dragging the island into the world. At last, as his mana dwindled to 90%, the chaotic island fully entered the 24 heavens world, settling firmly in the center and forming a triangular arrangement with the Tongtian tree and the five-pin pine, resonating with one another. As the three islands, endowed with chaotic essence, entered the realm of the heavens, the spiritual energy of the world began to transmute into chaotic spiritual energy, far surpassing the primordial innate spiritual energy in quality. The Tongtian tree and the five-pin pine sensed the chaotic spiritual energy and grew wildly, with the Tongtian tree developing even more roots that penetrated into the 24 heavens. As the worlds began to slowly merge, with the three talents great formation harmonizing the heavens and earth, the laws within the world began to give rise to the elements of wind, thunder, ice, darkness, and more. Under the nurturing of chaotic spiritual energy, the five elements spirits gradually birthed consciousness, transforming into an innate spirit race that instinctively guarded the spiritual roots and immortal herbs. Some transplanted spiritual beasts also began to revert to their ancestral bloodlines, their powers dramatically soaring. Stepping into the realm of the heavens, Yi arrived at the highest peak of the three islands and raised his hand to summon the chaotic Dao venue. It descended, transforming into a majestic array of palaces built against the mountainside, with the main hall's plaque inscribed with the words which God Palace gleaming brilliantly. In front of the hall stood towering golden pillars, entwined with chaotic malevolent energy, suppressing the fortune of the four directions. This was truly worthy of my Dao venue as a Pangu great immortal. Laughing heartily, he waved his hand to display the numerous treasures he had previously collected within the hall. Innate spiritual roots encircled the exterior, alongside the dragon pattern ancient tree, the purple rhythm golden fruit tree, and the enlightenment tea. The 12th grade extinction black lotus hung above the main seat, shrouded in a blood-red curtain of slaughtering Dao. At this moment, Yi Ye's Dao venue could be deemed the safest in the primordial world. The three talents formation, the innate great five elements formation, and the formation naturally endowed within the chaotic palace constituted the three top-tier innate formations. Furthermore, being situated within the realm of the heavens, it was hard to fathom how anyone could enter without his consent. Yi sat atop the back of xianxia, traversing the primordial realm alongside the 12 ancestors of sorcery. Continuing westward, the 24 heavens world gradually perfected itself, allowing his once tense spirit to finally relax somewhat. Even if future plans were to falter, the Witch clan would still possess an avenue of retreat. Contemplating this, his gaze deepened. However, as the group soared over the blood sea of the underworld, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The blood sea churned violently, and within the scarlet waves, countless shattered souls wailed and struggled. In the absence of reincarnation and the establishment of the underworld, these lingering souls could not find peace, condemned to suffer in the corrosive depths of the blood sea. Hota gazed at this scene in a daze, her delicate frame trembling slightly, and a single crystalline tear unconsciously slipped from the corner of her eye. "Sister, what troubles you?" Zhu Jiuyin keenly perceived her distress, stepping forward with a surge of malevolence in her eyes. "Has someone provoked you? Speak, and third brother shall handle it immediately." The other ancestors of sorcery quickly surrounded her, with Gong Gong's fists cracking ominously, Zhu Rong igniting the fire of rebirth in his palms, and Di Jiang even tearing open a rift in space, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Hota gently shook her head, her voice slightly hoarse. "It's nothing. I merely feel a twinge of sadness upon seeing these souls." Turning her gaze towards Yi, she bore a hint of pleading in her eyes. "Elder brother, I." Yi raised his hand to interrupt her, his expression grave. "I understand what you wish to convey, but now is not the time." His tone was somber, yet brooked no dissent. "Let us wait. I will arrange everything for you." Locking eyes with Hutu, he spoke each word with deliberate weight. "Remember, do not act impulsively." Hutu fell into silence for a moment before gently nodding, though her gaze remained fixed upon the blood sea. Yi sighed inwardly, for he understood better than anyone. The reincarnation of Hutu was a fate orchestrated by the heavenly Tao. In the original sequence, Hutu, out of pity for the souls in the blood sea, ultimately transformed into reincarnation herself. This completed the heavenly Tao of the primordial world, yet she lost her freedom, becoming a puppet of the heavenly Tao. However, in this lifetime, Yi would never allow such a tragedy to repeat itself. Reincarnation must be established. But Huta must not be sacrificed. Deep within the blood sea, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. The ancestor of the underworld stood atop the 12th grade Karma Red Lotus. His body rigid, and the legs beneath his blood robe trembled slightly. He fixated on the 13 figures hovering above the blood sea, particularly the youth seated upon Xianxi's back. "Yi. Heavens, this group of calamity stars isn't coming for me, is it?" The ancestor of the underworld roared inwardly. Normally, the blood sea lay devoid of any presence for millennia, yet today, it was graced by 13 figures, each exuding an aura more formidable than his own. Especially Yi, who, merely by sitting there, compelled the blood sea to retreat, as if even this realm trembled in fear of him. Yi's gaze was indifferent as he slowly spoke. "Ancestor of the underworld, come forth for a meeting." Upon hearing his name called, the ancestor of the underworld felt a tightening sensation, as if his very soul had nearly fled his body in fright. "This is it. They truly have come for me." But as he reconsidered, "No, this is the blood sea, my domain. I possess 480 million blood god avatars. Even if they are of the witch clan, they cannot possibly wipe me out in an instant." With that thought, the ancestor of the underworld mustered his composure, steeling himself to step out of the blood sea. Bowing in respect, "Predecessor, may I inquire what you require of me?" Yi surveyed the figure of the old ancestor of the river of the underworld before him, clad in a scarlet robe that seemed woven from the essence of the blood sea. Droplets of eternal blood fell from the hem of his garment, his visage sinister, with eyes as crimson as blood and a blood-red vertical stripe etched upon his brow. Flickers of karmic flames danced about him, as he stood upon a 12-petal karmic fire-red lotus, which bloomed with a tumultuous sea of blood, wailing souls echoing through the air, and dual swords in hand. Yi smiled faintly, his tone casual yet undeniably commanding. "My friend, the lotus beneath your feet bears a connection with me. I hope you will part with it." The expression of the river's old ancestor instantly darkened, his heart roaring with fury. "What nonsense! That is my companion's spirit treasure. How could it possibly resonate with you?" Yet he dared not show his rage openly. Suppressing his anger and gritting his teeth, he replied, "Senior, isn't this a bit too overbearing?" Yi raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded him, then waved his hand, casting a purifying light. With a flash, a radiant holy light descended from the heavens, illuminating a section of the blood sea. The area enveloped in brilliance became instantly clear, as all resentment, lingering souls, and even the blood deity clones lurking within were utterly purified. At that moment, a strand of merit floated into the air, an unexpected delight. The old ancestor's pupils constricted, his body turning cold. That strike had obliterated 100,000 of his incarnations. Yi maintained his smile, his tone gentle. "What was that you just said? I didn't quite catch it. I shall grant you the chance to rephrase." The old ancestor's complexion turned pale, finally realizing that the individual before him was beyond his capacity to contend with. Even within the blood sea, should the opponent wish to kill him, it would be akin to slaughtering a chicken. "As senior," the river's voice was dry, trembling as he removed the 12-petal karmic fire-red lotus from beneath him and offered it with both hands. "This treasure indeed resonates with you, senior." Yi nodded in satisfaction, accepting the red lotus and inspecting it with a subtle smile. "Indeed, this treasure is truly fated to be with me." Gazing at the red lotus in his hand, its petals blood red, each adorned with dark golden flame patterns, he could faintly perceive countless distorted faces wailing within the flames, struggling, only to be consumed into nothingness in an instant. The karmic fire of the 12-petal red lotus could incinerate karmic hindrances, be they the sins of the cultivator or curses imposed by others. all could be reduced to ashes. When the lotus bloomed, the karmic fire transformed into a barrier, impervious to all laws, particularly restraining soul attacks. Beside them, the Earth Mother reached out her fingertip to touch a petal, a strand of karmic fire entwining her finger. Yet it caused her no harm. Instead, it purified the lingering malevolent aura of the blood sea that clung to her. Chapter 60, Cleansing the West. A flicker of enlightenment crossed her eyes. Elder brother, this red lotus seems capable of purifying the karmic burdens of souls. Yi nodded. Indeed. This lotus specifically targets karmic retribution. The old ancestor of the river of the underworld hovered in midair, watching helplessly as his companion's spirit treasure. The 12-petal karmic fire red lotus was toyed with by Yi. His facial muscles twitched slightly, his eyes filled with resentment and frustration. His fists clenched so tightly they creaked, his heart roaring in turmoil. That is my companion's spirit treasure. It has accompanied me for eons, and now it is gone. Yet he dared not unleash his fury, merely bowing his head in anguish, his body trembling beneath his blood robe. Yi cast a sidelong glance at him. Suddenly speaking, River, this time it is not without recompense. The river's eyes widened with a glimmer of hope. Yi stood with his hands behind his back. Speaking softly, in due time, I shall present you with a grand opportunity, one that will allow you to recline for a lifetime. The old ancestor was taken aback, instinctively asking, what opportunity? Yi's smile was enigmatic. You will know when the time comes. The old ancestor's expression shifted, ultimately gritting his teeth and clasping his hands in salute. I hope so. With that, without a backward glance, he transformed into a streak of blood light, vanishing into the blood sea, fearful that lingering even a moment longer would cause him to burst into tears. Gong Gong, witnessing this, could not contain his laughter. That old fellow must be cursing inside. Zhu Rong also grinned widely. Elder brother, shall we pursue him and eliminate him? Yi waved his hand dismissively. No need. He still holds value. In the future, the Azura race he creates shall be inherently warlike, a fine blade for our purposes. At the very least, we will require cannon fodder. Deep within the blood sea, the old ancestor returned to his lair, unable to contain his fury any longer. He smashed his fist into 100 miles of blood waves. This is utterly intolerable. After venting his anger, he found himself anticipating the lifetime of ease that Yi had mentioned. The old ancestor muttered, his mood fluctuating. What on earth does this fellow mean? Never mind. He plopped down upon his blood-jade throne, self-soothing. After all, unable to contend with those calamity stars, it would be wiser to wait and seize an opportunity. Who knows? After acquiring the 12-petal karmic fire red lotus from the old ancestor of the river of the underworld, Yi and his companions continued their journey westward with great momentum. As they approached the western region, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth grew increasingly sparse, replaced by a suffocating density of demonic aura. Creatures tainted by this malevolence were everywhere. Once gentle spirit deer now had crimson eyes, their fangs elongated, attacking anyone they encountered. Ancient trees, aged a millennium, transformed into vicious tree demons, their branches coiling like venomous serpents, strangling passers-by. Even some cultivators succumbed to madness, shrouded in black mist, attacking anyone they saw. When Zhu Rong smashed a demonic beast with a punch, a sliver of golden light suddenly descended from the heavens and entered his body, merit from the heavenly way. Though it was no thicker than a strand of hair, everyone was taken aback. Killing these creatures actually grants merit? Gong Gong's eyes widened. The next moment, the entire group erupted into chaos. Suddenly, a transparent sword light sliced through the sky like lightning, its speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. As this sword light passed, thousands of demonic vultures were cleaved in two, their remains disintegrating into wisps of black smoke before they could even touch the ground. Di Jiang observed this scene with apparent dissatisfaction, casually flicking his sleeves with a look of disdain, muttering, "Too few. These demons don't even count as a warm-up." Beside him, Zhu Jiuyin snapped his fingers lightly, causing time within a 100-mile radius to accelerate dramatically. The previously sluggish demons moved as if fast-forwarded, their actions becoming frenzied, their speed astonishing. Yet, no matter how desperately these demons struggled, they could not escape Zhu Jiuyin's iron fists. The sounds of skulls bursting echoed continuously as the demons met their demise beneath the relentless strikes, splattering blood everywhere. As the demons fell, streams of golden merit rained down like a gentle shower. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Jiuyin's eyes glimmered with greed as he quickly absorbed the golden merit into his merit wheel. In that moment, Zhu Rong, brimming with momentum, stomped down hard on the head of a demonic giant rhinoceros. With an earth-shattering roar, the rhinoceros's head exploded like a bomb, brain matter and blood spraying forth like a fountain. Unfazed by the filth splattered upon him, Zhu Rong turned back to Yi with a triumphant grin. his face alight with excitement, loudly proclaiming, "Elder brother, we are on the brink of the Western Territory. The demons here must be clustered in droves. This time, we are bound to reap immense rewards. The merit will surely be plentiful." Gong appeared remarkably leisurely, nonchalantly toying with the ancestral dragon pearl, as if the surrounding clamor held no relevance to him. His tone exuded an air of detached serenity as he slowly uttered, "Let us go. Today, if we do not eradicate every single one of these demons, no one shall find solace in sleep." In stark contrast, Huda's actions were even more outrageous. With swift hand seals, she commanded the laws of earth with the finesse of a seasoned sorceress, instantly conjuring a massive earthen wall towering 10,000 feet high, ensnaring all the demons within, rendering them unable to flee. Satisfied with her masterpiece, Huda turned back to the crowd, flashing a charming smile and sweetly declaring, "Merit mine. All mine." No sooner had she spoken than she charged into the horde of demons like a whirlwind. Her movements were as swift as lightning. With a resounding slap, she crushed the skull of a wolf demon, and with a powerful kick, sent a tree spirit flying far away. Xianming transformed in an instant into a crystalline phoenix, its wings unfurling to obscure the sun as it passed by, freezing the land for miles around in a frigid embrace. Excitedly, his voice soared, "Merit rain, raining gold," as if the celestial downpour of merit were indeed gold itself. However, the most unsettling figure of all remained the formidable Dahe Xianxia. While ferociously slaughtering the demons, he incessantly muttered, "Brothers, it's not that I am overly cruel. It's simply that you are far too tempting." Before his words had fully settled, he let out a howl and devoured a demonized white tiger, crunching it with an alarming crispness that sent chills down the spine of onlookers. Yi, witnessing the spectacle, helplessly rubbed his forehead, utterly exasperated by the lunacy of his companions, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "You lot are insane." Yet, his hands did not falter. With a flick of his fingers, a beam of purifying light streaked across the sky like a meteor, instantly transforming into a torrential downpour of radiant light that cascaded into the depths of the demons. Each droplet of light fell like a shooting star, striking true upon a demon. Those demons impacted by the light were instantly transcended, transforming into threads of merit, delicate as cow hair, yet ceaselessly flowing. Chapter 61. Reclaiming the Pangu fortune from the Three Pure Ones. These threads of merit converged into a magnificent golden river, continuously flowing into Yi Ye's grasp. In merely the span of half an incense stick, the demons on the western outskirts had been almost entirely slaughtered, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Meanwhile, the golden river in Yi Ye's hands grew increasingly robust, as if it would never run dry. Upon entering the Western Territory, the desolation before them rendered the crowd silent. The earth lay cracked, spiritual energy depleted, and even the flora appeared a dreary black. Once vibrant mountains and rivers had been reduced to parched ravines, and the occasional ruins bore the terrifying scars of the ancient war between Tao and demon. This was the consequence of Raha's self-destruction. Yi sighed softly, recalling how, at that time, he had been too preoccupied with ensnaring Hongjun and fleeing to pay close attention. When the demon Lord Rahu had been defeated, he had detonated the western spiritual vein, leading to the complete barrenness of this land. The lingering demonic energy still gnawed at the living beings. Sister 13. You command the laws of earth. Your duty is to cleanse and unblock the ley lines. Juma, help stimulate the growth of trees to transform the environment. As for the rest of you and Dahe, unleash your fury upon those demons. Under Yi Ye's guidance, the 12 ancestral witches each took on their respective roles. Huta utilized the laws of earth to mend the fractured ground, allowing it to heal anew. Juma activated the laws of wood, rejuvenating the wilted flora, as tender green shoots emerged from the barren soil. The remaining ancestral witches transformed into relentless harbingers of merit, zealously exterminating the demons of the West. Their passage purging the demonic energy, as the heavenly merit rained down like droplets. There was no room for leniency. Should one overstep, the higher laws would not spare them. A millennium later, while Yi and his companions were vigorously laboring in the West, the entirety of the primordial realm suddenly tremored violently. From 33 heavens away, purple chi surged eastward for 30,000 miles, radiant hues illuminating the skies. Above, golden lotuses emerged, sweet springs gushed forth from the earth, withered trees blossomed anew, and lifeless grounds sprang forth with vitality. An overwhelming and boundless sacred might swept across the primordial realm, compelling all living beings to kneel involuntarily, their hearts trembling in awe. High in the 9 clouds, seated in the true path, beyond the realms of heaven and earth, I shall preside as the revered teacher. Pangu birthed the Taiji, and the 2 instruments and 4 symbols follow suit. The resounding voice of the Tao reverberated throughout the universe, and the minds of all beings in the primordial realm became clear, as if the sound of the great Tao echoed in their ears. Following this, countless golden Tao flowers blossomed in the void, descending upon the various lands of the primordial realm. Those fortunate enough to receive them experienced sudden enlightenment of the great Tao. The earth erupted with golden lotuses, the spiritual energy transforming into golden lotuses that supported mountains and rivers, momentarily revitalizing the desolate western lands. Stars shifted, celestial bodies radiated brilliance. And the Ziwei Emperor star shone down upon the direction of the purple cloud palace, guiding all beings. The denizens of the primordial realm could not help but kneel, while only 13 figures stood defiantly. Though Hongjun's presence was not visible, his voice resonated clearly in the ears of every powerful being present. I, Hongjun, today attained sainthood. And a millennium hence, I shall expound upon the path of sainthood in the purple cloud palace. All who are fated may come to listen. As the oppressive aura dissipated, Gong scratched his head and inquired, Elder brother, should we attend that old fellow's lecture? Yi chuckled. Manifesting the laws of power in his palm and allowing them to morph continuously, he speaks of his heavenly principles, while we cultivate our true Pangu path. The disparity is akin to a father chastising a son. Moreover, the relentless slaughter over these millennia has deepened your understanding of the laws, solidifying your foundations. It is time for a breakthrough. However, before that, we must visit the Purple Cloud Palace to accomplish 2 tasks. First, to reclaim the Pangu fortune from the 3 pure ones, and second, to collect seeding fees, and suddenly, Yi playfully tapped each of his 10 brothers on the head. Can you lot stow away the merit golden wheels behind you? Are you trying to blind me? The group hastily tucked away their merit golden wheels, diverting the topic. Elder brother, what does seeding fee mean? Yi beckoned them closer and whispered, like this, like this. As they listened, their expressions grew increasingly animated, reveling in the prospect of mischief. At the boundary between the primordial membrane and chaos, fierce winds raged, and space warped. Countless beings congregated there, predominantly scattered cultivators of the golden immortal and Tai golden immortal realms. They huddled in small groups, their expressions a mix of eagerness and trepidation as they gazed into the swirling chaos ahead. Rumor had it that the Purple Cloud Palace lay deep within the chaos, and should one hear the Tao ancestor expound, they might just break through to the deluo. Yet, the chaotic storm was terrifying, without innate spiritual treasures for protection. Entering would be tantamount to seeking death. Alas, we shall wait here. Perhaps a kind-hearted soul will take us along. As this group of small cultivators chattered amongst themselves, 13 figures pierced through the void. Leading them was a young man clad in a white robe, standing with hands clasped behind his back upon the back of Xianxia, with 12 others exuding an air of fierce determination behind him. They were the authentic descendants of Pangu, the witch clan. Someone gasped in astonishment. Yi glanced at the group of onlookers, too indifferent to engage, and stepped into the chaos, stating, "Let us go." Wait, are we just charging in? They don't even have protective spiritual treasures? So bold. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yi and his companions entered the chaos as if traversing an uninhabited realm. The chaotic wind struck them, leaving not even a trace of white marks behind, and the chaotic heavenly thunder crashed down, failing to even ruffle their hair. Is this even human? One Tai golden immortal's legs buckled, causing him to kneel. As Dahe Xianxia passed by, he grinned and bared his teeth. What are you staring at? Have you ever witnessed a handsome man traversing the chaos? Yi and his companions crossed the chaos as if strolling leisurely through a garden, unperturbed by the fierce winds, thunder, and flames. The fragments of space and all the perilous threats of the chaos transformed into a gentle breeze before them. Xianxia even deliberately spread his wings, fanning a gust of chaotic wind back, sending a certain Tai golden immortal, who attempted to follow, tumbling back into the primordial realm, eliciting a round of hearty laughter from the ancestral witches. Before the gates of the Zixiao Palace, many powerful beings had gathered. Changxi, Shiha, the Queen Mother of the West, Nuwa, Fuxi, Emperor Jun, Tai, the Eastern Prince, the 3 pure ones, Mingyi, Zenyuanzi, and even the good-natured Hongjun had arrived. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Heavens above! Someone is walking through the chaos with their physical form." Everyone turned in unison to see, emerging from the depths of chaos, 13 figures approaching with an air of ease. At the forefront was Yi, clad in white, treading upon the chaotic currents, his visage strikingly beautiful, particularly those soulful peach blossom eyes that seemed to radiate affection even towards dogs. Behind him, the 12 ancestral witches showcased their distinctive forms. Gong, with his azure hair billowing, surrounded by swirling waters. Zhu Rong, with fiery red hair, leaving burning footprints with each step. Di Jiang, silver-haired and untamed, causing the space around him to distort. Zhu Jiuyin, his eyes like the sun and moon, subtly bending the laws of time. Rushou, shimmering with golden light and exuding a formidable aura. Jumang, bursting with vitality and lush greenery. Changliang, ensnared by lightning, exuding an overwhelming presence. Tianwu, a whirling tempest, radiating a regal majesty. Shizi, with dazzling electric light. And Shibai, emanating a chilling aura. In comparison to the 10 ancestral witches, Yi appeared like a refined gentleman of the mortal realm, surrounded by a throng of strange creatures. How handsome! Is this truly the legendary Pangu's authentic heir? And those behind him, are they the ancestral witches? Sister, look quickly. Xianxia tugged at Shiha's sleeve. That person is even more exquisite than our jade rabbit. Shiha gazed at Yi Ye's affectionate peach blossom eyes, her cheeks flushing slightly. He is indeed quite remarkable. As Yi stepped into the vicinity of the Zixiao Palace, he suddenly heard a clear call. Brother Yi, over here. Looking up, he saw Nuwa excitedly waving at him, while Fushi, beside her, wore a grim expression, tightly grasping his sister's sleeve. A smile graced Yi Ye's lips as he approached with the ancestral witches. Fushi swiftly stepped in front of Nuwa, gritting his teeth. Yi, I warn you. Do not approach my sister. Before he could finish, Yi feigned ignorance and casually slapped Fushi's face, brushing him aside as if swatting away a fly. Taken by surprise, Fushi stumbled and nearly fell, scrambling to rise, fury igniting within him. Yi, Gonggong and Zhu Rong each placed a hand on his shoulder. Zhu Rong, with flames roaring in his palm, grinned. Little brother, what do you seek from my elder brother? Gonggong teasingly pinched Fushi's face, jesting, oh, this little fellow is quite peculiar, soft and tender. Fushi. Nuwa covered her face. Brother, please don't embarrass yourself. The onlookers fell into collective silence. Hongjun quietly remarked to Zenyuanzi, the witch clan is truly ferocious. Zenyuanzi wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, I only cultivate ginseng fruit and seek no trouble. On the high platform, Yuanshi Tianzuan snorted disdainfully. A crude barbarian. How dare he come to listen to the Tao? Upon hearing Yuanshi's words, I thought to myself, it's over. Just moments ago, I had sensed Yi Ye's gaze continuously scrutinizing this direction. The air before the Zixiao Palace seemed to congeal. Yi awaited Yuanshi's statement, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Releasing his conversation with Nuwa, he slowly approached the three pure ones, each step causing ripples to erupt in the chaotic currents beneath his feet. Before Yuanshi Tianzuan could react, his vision suddenly blurred. Slap. A long, jade-like hand had already seized his neck, while the other hand swung around and struck his face, the sharp sound of the slap echoing through the chaos. In an instant, half of Yuanshi's face swelled up, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his Dao crown askew, leaving him dazed. He stared, wide-eyed in disbelief, at the figure of Yi now so close. Were you just insulting us? Yi narrowed his soulful eyes, his tone deceptively gentle, sending shivers down spines. My pupils constricted, unable to comprehend how Yi had made his move. Tong Tian stood up abruptly. Let go of my second brother. Gonggong and Zhu Rong positioned themselves on either side, one surrounded by towering waves, the other engulfed in flames. I advise you not to act, or I shall end you. Taking a deep breath to suppress my astonishment, I stepped forward and clasped my hands in apology. I am Taiji of the Three Pure Ones. My younger brother has offended you, and I apologize on his behalf. Heh. Yi smirked disdainfully, casually tossing Yuanshi aside, as if discarding refuse. So, you are the Three Pure Ones. I have yet to settle the score with you, yet you have wandered into the line of fire. Dusting off his sleeves, his voice turned icy. It is you who has been flaunting the name of Pangu's authentic heir, deceiving the masses, isn't it? Yuanshi struggled to rise, his mind racing with indignation. We are indeed Pangu's authentic heirs. My vision darkened, mentally cursing this foolish wretch. Yi's eyes glinted with sharp intensity. Oh, do you possess proof? Has the Tao acknowledged it? Or has the Father God sanctioned it? Yuanshi was momentarily at a loss for words. I hastily interjected. What does my friend desire? Let us delineate the terms. Simple, Yi replied, standing with his hands behind his back. I require you to swear that from this day forth, you shall no longer claim to be Pangu's authentic heirs or the offspring of the Father God. Yuanshi roared in fury, and what if I refuse? Yi suddenly smiled, a grin that sent chills through all present. The 12 ancestral witches subtly spread out, forming an encircling stance. Then you shall find yourselves unable to escape this chaos. Cold sweat beaded on my forehead as I realized Yi was genuinely intent on bloodshed. We shall swear, I grit my teeth. Brother, Yuanshi called out urgently. I shot him a fierce glare, raising my hand to vow, with heaven as my witness, today. We the Three Pure Ones swear henceforth. Yi abruptly interrupted. Swear in the name of the Father God. My body stiffened, casting a deep glance at Yi before altering my words. in the presence of Pangu. Today, we the Three Pure Ones swear henceforth to no longer be known as Pangu's authentic heirs, but solely as the Kunlun Three Pure Ones. Boom. As the vow resonated, 3 streams of Pangu's fortune surged forth from the crowns of the Three Pure Ones, merging into the ancestral witch's river of fortune. No, Yuanshi screamed, collapsing to the ground. I could distinctly sense the severing of my last connection to Pangu. Tongtian and I supported Yuanshi, our expressions dark as water. We could feel the dissipating aura of Pangu within us, signifying our severance from him. If my friend has no further matters, we shall take our leave. I forced down my ire and turned to depart. Yet Yi chuckled softly. Leave? You intend to depart before settling matters? Laozi abruptly turned his head, the veins on his forehead bulging. The oath has been sworn. What more do you desire? TSK, TSK, TSK. Yi leisurely strolled forward. For so many years, you have paraded under the guise of the Father God, deceiving all. Shouldn't this karma be settled? Laozi clenched his fists within his sleeves, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. And how does my esteemed friend propose we settle this? Yi suddenly retracted his smile, his gaze electrifying. Since you are no longer the Pangu or the Three Pure Ones, it is time to surrender the primordial seal left by the Father God. Impossible. Laozi's countenance darkened. Yuanshi, who had been languishing in Tong Tian's embrace, suddenly erupted, his features contorting as he formed a seal. Jade, clear divine thunder, eradicate the evil. With a deafening roar, towering thunderclouds materialized from the chaos, the purple-black lightning descending like a raging dragon. Onlookers such as Zhun Yuanzi and Hongjun hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Yi perish. Yuanshi bellowed in hysteria. Just as the thunder was about to strike Yi's crown, crack. A colossal hand entwined with chaotic lightning emerged, effortlessly crushing the divine thunder, the sparks erupting between its fingers yet inflicting no harm upon that palm. Who grants you the audacity? The ancestor of thunder, Chang Liang, slowly retracted his hand, shaking off the crackling energy. Playing with thunder in my presence? Chapter 63. Is this not bullying the innocent? With a swift motion, Yuanshi's other cheek instantly swelled, and he spun away like a top, crashing through 3 jade pillars of the purple mist palace before coming to a halt. Second brother, elder brother, Laozi and Tong Tian rushed to catch him, only to find Yuanshi frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolling back, completely unconscious. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Such ferocity, the jade clear divine thunder, was actually crushed barehanded. The celestial peach held by the Queen Mother of the West clattered to the ground, while the old ancestor of the underworld discreetly concealed his blood deity avatar. Jun and Tai exchanged glances, both perceiving the astonishment in each other's eyes. Was that not Yuanshi, one of the Three Pure Ones? And just like that, he was knocked out with a single slap? Yi casually dug at his ears, nonchalantly stating, well now, having resorted to violence, merely handing over the primordial seal will not suffice. He raised 3 fingers. Alchemy, artifact forging, and array inheritance. I demand them all. Laozi's face turned ashen. These 3 were the very foundations of the Three Pure Ones. However, glancing at the 12 ancestors of sorcery with predatory gazes, and then at the unconscious Yuanshi, he relented. We will comply. With gritted teeth, Laozi forced out 3 beams of golden light representing the inheritance. And Tong Tian trembled as he extracted a strand of the primordial seal from Yuanshi's brow. Yi accepted these orbs of light with satisfaction, tossing them casually to the ancestors behind him. It would have been better to do this sooner. Yi turned and waved his hand. From now on, we are even. Before the purple mist palace, the air seemed to freeze into ice. Laozi wore a grim expression, supporting the nearly lifeless Yuanshi, and squeezed out a phrase through gritted teeth. We shall remember today's events. Yuanshi's bloodshot eyes fixated on Yi, his glare filled with a hunger for vengeance. Huh. Oh dear. What is this? Yi exaggeratedly dug at his ears. So, you wish to be given face, do you? You want us to remember? Suddenly, Yi laughed, thinking to himself, if that's the case, then I am not tired. We must discuss this thoroughly. This smile sent shivers down the spines of all the powerful beings present. They were all too familiar with that expression. Whenever Yi wore such a smile, calamity was sure to follow. Damn it, if you want to leave, just go. Yet you still wish to save face with some harsh words? Yi dug at his ears, suddenly bellowing. I shall leave you no dignity whatsoever. His voice thundered, causing tiles on the purple mist palace to rattle down. Yi raised a finger. I was having a delightful conversation with Sister Nuwa. He pulled the stunned Nuwa beside him. I have neither offended you nor claimed you are not. Which one of you wretches first insulted us as crude and barbaric? The crowd erupted in an uproar. Hongjun nudged Zhun Yuanzi. It seems the Three Pure Ones indeed initiated this trouble? The Eastern King stroked his beard in agreement. That is indeed the case. The Queen Mother of the West sneered. the illustrious Three Pure Ones, reduced to this. The faces of the Three Pure Ones turned ashen. Yi, relentless in his reasoning, continued. Secondly, who in the vast wilderness is unaware that our witch clan has been recognized by the great Tao, legitimized by the Father God as the true Pangu? For so many years, you have impersonated us. Is it wrong for us to settle the score now? As he spoke, he tossed out 3 recording stones, clearly depicting the 3 pure ones claiming to be the true Pangu, the scene of Pangu manifesting when the witch clan was established, and the imagery acknowledged by the eye of the great Tao. The evidence was irrefutable. Thirdly, Yuan Shi, this scoundrel, ambushed me. I have shown mercy by not twisting his head off to use as a ball. How can you still claim to be the aggrieved party? He surveyed the entire assembly, enunciating each word. I have never encountered such shameless and brazen individuals. Yuan Shi trembled with rage, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lao Zi's vision darkened, nearly losing his composure. Tong Tian's veins bulged, yet he dared not act, for the 12 ancestors of sorcery were watching him intently. Puff! Hongjun could not contain his laughter and burst out. Jin Yuan Zi covered his mouth tightly. Nuwa trembled with suppressed laughter, while Fushi's face turned crimson from holding back. The 2 goddesses of the moon star collapsed in laughter. Di Jun and Tai exchanged knowing glances, retreating 3 steps in tacit understanding. This Yi. He not only kills, but also strikes at the heart. At this moment, the 3 pure ones, surrounded and embarrassed, found Lao Zi's hand trembling in his sleeve as if afflicted with Parkinson's. Tong Tian lowered his head, pretending to study the tips of his shoes, while Yuan Shi had already fainted from rage. The 3 pure ones, looking dejected, huddled in the corner, with Yuan Shi's face still swollen. Lao Zi and Tong Tian wore grim expressions, feigning meditation, yet even their attempts at calming their breaths were slightly trembling. Observing their disheveled state, Yi felt a refreshing clarity, as if even the murky air of chaos had been cleansed. Adjusting his robe, he suddenly bowed to the crowd. His voice resonant. I hope I have not caused you to laugh. This proclamation drew the attention of all present. Over these past several millennia, Yi, without a hint of embarrassment, casually transformed a millennium into several. My 13 siblings and I have been purging demonic energy and exterminating monsters in the West. Day in and day out, dealing with those vile entities, it is inevitable that our behavior may be, well, somewhat unconventional. He spread his hands, his peach blossom eyes filled with sincerity. Have you ever heard of our witch clan actively seeking trouble? Is today's affair not bullying the innocent? The crowd erupted into heated discussions. Hongjun slapped his thigh. No wonder the witch clan's aura is so heavy. It turns out they are eradicating demons in the West. Zhen Yuanzi stroked his beard and nodded. The demonic energy in the West is indeed formidable. I passed by last time and witnessed many beings instantly becoming demonized. Even the usually proud Eastern king was moved. To persist for thousands of years, truly not an easy feat in the corner. Yuan Shi was so furious he spat out another mouthful of blood. Was this truly an innocent? An innocent who could send a great Luo golden immortal spinning like a top with a single slap? Yi seized the moment, pulling a recording stone from his sleeve. Ladies and gentlemen, please observe. The image unfolded. The scene depicted the 12 ancestors of sorcery racing across the barren land of the West, while Ho-Tu utilized the laws of earth to mend the veins of the land. As the deity Zhu Meng nurtures the flora, and the mighty Gong Gong and Zhu Rong harmonize water and fire to purify the malevolent aura, the scene shifts to a mountainous pile of demonic corpses, where the formidable Da He Xiongqi weeps while performing a rite of passage. Farewell, brothers, he laments. The image freezing on a breathtaking tableau of renewed vitality in the Western territories. As a transgressor of time, Yi has mastered the art of editing videos with unparalleled finesse. Indeed, he has truly purified a significant portion of the West. Such merit is boundless. Suddenly, Nuwa steps forth, declaring, I can attest that my friend Yi specifically visited Mount Buzhou to seek my guidance on the path of creation for the purpose of purifying the demonic essence. She winks at Yi as she finishes her statement. Observing her playful gesture, Yi muses that Nuwa is indeed reliable and genuinely supportive when it matters. Fushi, perplexed, looks on. Upon witnessing the recording stone Yi produced, those previously skeptical begin to voice their revelations. No wonder when I last encountered Gong Gong, he was enveloped in dark energy. It appears he was engaged in purifying the demons, comments the Queen Mother of the West. It explains the ongoing discussions among the people of Xianxian about a group battling demons in the West. It turns out to be our shamanic kin. Only the ancestor of the river of the underworld internally protests. Do not trust him. He is merely a brigand. This thought remains unvoiced, for uttering such words could spell one's doom in an instant. In the most absurd turn of events, the Lady of the Moon, Changxi, suddenly presents a basket of mooncakes. Dear Yi, These are our specialty calming pastries from the Tyne Star, offered to soothe your spirits, she proclaims. She promptly hands over a vial of lunar dew, exclaiming, "This can cleanse the demonic essence." Yi, taken aback, observes the 12 ancestors of the shaman as they exchange glances of disbelief. Gong Gong discreetly communicates, "Brother, when did we ever spend tens of thousands of years in the West?" Zhu Rong replies, "Weren't we merely collecting a millennium of merit and, not robbing, but rather rescuing the river of the underworld?" Hutu, exasperated, interjects, "Be silent. Do not jeopardize our brother's endeavors." Within the halls of the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun watches the farce unfold in the water mirror, his robes fluttering in an unseen wind, seething with indignation. Shameless. Utterly shameless. Not even I was this brazen in my time. His original scheme to cast the shamanic clan in a negative light for future suppression had backfired. Instead, the three pure ones, having lost their luck, allowed Yi to transform the shamanic clan into guardians of righteousness with just a few words. More alarmingly, Hongjun observes that as events unfold, the shamanic clan's fortune has surged by an astonishing 30%. Yi accepts the mooncakes and lunar dew, his gaze resting upon the two celestial maidens. He, adorned in a flowing silver gown, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters, radiates an ethereal luminosity akin to the revered celestial maidens of the heavens. Xianxia, lively and animated, with her almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks, beams with joy, her skirt swaying lightly as if she were a sprite of the moon palace. "Thank you, esteemed maidens, for your generous gifts." Yi smiles, bowing respectfully. Xianxia, her eyes sparkling, exclaims, "Brother Yi, you were so impressive just now, truly remarkable." Amused by her adorable demeanor, Yi playfully ruffles her hair, laughing heartily. "Both of you are exceptionally beautiful. When you have time, do visit the shamanic clan. I shall show you around Mount Buzhou." Instantly, Xianxi's cheeks flush a deep crimson as she nods vigorously. "Yes. Yes. After I finish my lessons with my sister, we will come find you." She tugs at Shihi's sleeve. "Sister, what do you think?" Shihi glances at Yi, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes. I hope Brother Yi does not mind." "How could I?" Yi responds with a warm smile. "It would be my honor to host you both." Meanwhile, Nuwa discreetly pinches Fushi's arm. Fushi is taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. With a creak, the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace slowly open, and two disciples emerge. "The lecture is about to commence. Please take your seats." Before the words have fully settled, the likes of Zhuojiu and Gong Gong swiftly block the entrance, while Yi and the other ancestors dart into the hall with lightning speed. By the time the great beings squeeze inside, the front row of 6 mats has already been claimed by the 6 ancestors, with Yi and Di Jiang standing like sentinels beside them. The 3 pure ones gaze at the 3 positions in the front with a sense of loss, as if they have missed a vital opportunity. "Enough of my pride," Laozi finally declares, stepping forward with cupped hands. "Brother Yi, you have taken so many seats. Could you spare a few? I am willing to exchange treasures." Yi, inwardly amused, feigns reluctance. "I can consider it, but it will require each person to provide a cause and effect bond, along with 2 supreme innate spiritual treasures. No negotiations." Laozi, contemplating, grimaces. "The cause and effect is manageable, but I truly cannot produce that many spiritual treasures. I can owe you." Yi waves his hand dismissively. "When you have them, I shall come to collect." The situation, however, dictates otherwise, and he can only nod in agreement. Yi then turns to Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. "What about you two?" Their faces pale, yet they are compelled to acquiesce. "Deal." With a flourish of his hand, Yi signals Hutu and the others to relinquish 3 seats. Ultimately, the 3 pure ones grit their teeth and pledge an oath to the heavenly Tao, trading 3 cause and effect bonds and 6 supreme innate spiritual treasures for 3 mats. Suddenly, Yi pivots and seizes Nuwa's jade hand. "Yi-ga?" Nuwa's cheeks instantly flush crimson. Fushi's eyes widen in disbelief. "Yi, release my sister. Go away. Do not be a nuisance." Yi shoves Fushi aside, personally seating Nuwa on the 4th mat. "Sister Wa, you shall sit here." Nuwa, taken aback by the attention, stammers. I cannot accept this. It is only right. You are my first friend since my arrival in this realm. Sit comfortably." Yi replies with a gentle smile. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, as the great beings continue to dispute the remaining seats, Hongyun and Kuan Peng have already flashed to Yi's side. Hongyun, rubbing his hands together with a hearty grin, inquires, "Brother Yi, are the last 2 positions still available for exchange?" Yi pretends to ponder. Exchanging is indeed possible, for sitting in any position to listen to the teachings is the same. Hongyun's expression falters, but regarding the innate spiritual treasures. Noticing this, Jin Yuan Z steps forward. "My friend, Both Hongjun and I owe you a cause and effect bond. He then produces the Earth Book and presents it. With the addition of this Earth Book, how about we exchange it for the fifth mat? Yi's eyes flicker at the mention of the Earth Book, a treasure unmatched in defense, capable of stabilizing the world's foundation when used in the 24 heavens. Yet, he pushes the Earth Book back. My dear friends, no, fellow Taoists. Your bond is reminiscent of the days I spent in reliance with my siblings. Kindly keep this Earth Book. I only require branches from the ginseng fruit tree to experiment. Zhen Yuanzi is overjoyed, quickly retrieving 3 branches as green as jade, each adorned with 3 shimmering leaves. Hongyun, moved to the brink of tears, declares, Brother Yi. Should you require our assistance in the future, we would gladly risk our lives. So sincere, it makes me feel rather embarrassed to deceive you in the future. Yi smiled on the surface and waved his hand. You are too kind. At this moment, the previously silent Kunpeng stepped forward, his voice raspy. Friend Yi, I would like to exchange for the last poultice. He produced a small pitch-black flag, its surface rippling with water patterns, one cause and effect. Along with this Northern Xian Yuan water control flag, I shall repay you with other spiritual treasures once I find them. Chapter 65, The Great, which emerges. Yi accepted the small flag, feeling the surging water principles within. Splendid. Now only 2 more are needed to complete the collection of the innate 5 elements flags. Observing Kunpeng's solitary demeanor, Yi suddenly sighed. Very well, seeing as it is not easy for you to cultivate alone, I shall accept this spiritual treasure. These words caused Kunpeng, who had long been ostracized, to tremble. For how many years, since his transformation, had the myriad beings of the primordial world either feared his fearsome name or scorned his darkness? Never had anyone acknowledged the difficulties of his cultivation. Kunpeng deeply bowed, his voice trembling. I am grateful, my friend. This kindness shall be repaid. Yi patted his shoulder. Go on, a place will be reserved for you. Within the inner hall of the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun watched in fury as his meticulously arranged sacred seats were traded as if in a bustling market. His beard bristling with indignation. Beasts. Simply beasts. My chance to attain sanctity is being openly priced by this fellow? Yi surveyed the now empty seats with satisfaction, gesturing to the 12 ancestor witches. Well, since we have no further business here, it is time for us to depart. The 12 ancestor witches rose in unison, their movements perfectly synchronized, leaving the gathered mighty beings momentarily astonished. Fushi could not help but inquire, Yi, are you not going to listen to the saint's teachings? Yi cast him a sidelong glance, regarding him as if he were a fool. Are you mad? Our witch tribe is famously known for cultivating the physical body, devoid of a primordial spirit. Sitting here to doze off? Absurd. After saying this, he deliberately yawned exaggeratedly. Before departing, Yi discreetly transmitted a message to Changxi and Shiha. Ladies, after the teachings conclude, you may seek me at Mount Buzhou. Changxi's eyes brightened, subtly exchanging a glance with Yi, while Shiha nodded gently, her cheeks flushed. Upon returning to the Pangu Hall, Yi led the 12 ancestor witches directly into the Chaos Dao Palace of the 24 Heavens. This palace, refined from shards of chaos, now floated atop the towering tree of heaven, surrounded by the spiritual light of the 5 needle pine's 5 elements. Below lay the transplanted western spiritual veins and countless immortal herbs nurtured by the soil of the 9 heavens. Commence. Yi activated the most potent function of the Chaos Dao Palace, accelerating time. This time of seclusion would only conclude upon achieving breakthroughs. The 12 ancestor witches responded in unison, each seeking a location rich in spiritual energy to begin their cultivation. As time flowed, 3,000 years passed in the outside world. While within the Chaos Palace, Yi sat cross-legged at the pinnacle of the Tree of Heaven, his body entwined with chains of the principle of power. His physical form absorbed the boundless essence of chaos, ascending to the 6th level of the primordial golden immortal. His primordial spirit, propelled by the principle of power, broke through to the 2nd level of the primordial golden immortal. The 12 ancestor witches each occupied their space. Daijang traversed the rifts of space, his physical form reaching the late stages of the primordial golden immortal. Hutu stood upon the reincarnation purple lotus, comprehending a 2nd principle, the principle of reincarnation. Gonggong and Zhu Rong, this pair of rivals, even developed a combined technique, the water-fire taiji, powerful enough to rival a saint's strike. As the 3,000 years of seclusion drew to a close, Yi slowly opened his eyes, exuding a formidable aura. Rising, he surveyed the surrounding ancestor witches with satisfaction. Excellent. You all have made breakthroughs. It seems this time of seclusion has yielded significant rewards. Daijang exclaimed, Brother, I have gained new insights into the principles of space and can now enter the void. Hutu smiled gently. Thanks to your Chaos Dao Palace, I too have comprehended the principle of reincarnation. Gong and Zhu Rong exchanged pats on each other's shoulders. Who would have thought that we, this pair of rivals, would create a combined technique? We shall be more confident in our future battles. As Yi Yi and the other ancestor witches emerged from the 24 heavens back to the Pangu Hall, the atmosphere inside surged with blood energy, a sinister aura billowing skyward. 13 enormous blood cocoons floated in midair, ancient Pangu patterns manifesting on their surfaces. With a series of thunderous heartbeats, the blood cocoons began to tremble violently. The first blood cocoon exploded with a resounding crash, revealing a towering giant. Xingtian, wielding a massive axe. Characteristic, indomitable battle intent. Capable of reconstituting his physical form even if obliterated. Qiyu, with a copper head and iron forehead, sprouting 8 arms, each grasping a divine weapon. Characteristic, weapon mastery. Able to mimic any weapon technique he has witnessed. Hui, with fiery red hair, bore a great red bow on his back, with 9 setting sun arrows hanging at his waist. Hua Fu, a giant with green skin, with vines entwined around his legs, could traverse vast distances in a single step. Characteristic, life without end, his power boundless while treading upon the earth. Shangliu, a 9-headed serpent, whose venom turned to rot upon contact with the ground. Characteristic, undying. Cutting off 1 head results in 2 regenerating. Feng Bo, with wings sprouting from his back, could summon gales with a wave of his hand. Characteristic, weather manipulation. You sure? With flowing blue hair, surrounded by ice crystals. Characteristic, able to summon wind and rain, freezing rivers with a mere thought. Philian, with purple hair and demonic eyes, nails shimmering with a ghostly light. Characteristic, progenitor of all poisons, a single drop of blood could corrupt a primordial golden immortal. The 12 great witches knelt on one knee, collectively exclaiming, "We pay homage to the ancestor witch." Yi Yi surveyed the newly emerged generation with satisfaction. Xingtian hefted his great axe, battle intent soaring. Qiyu brandished his 8 arms, the metal energy tearing through the void. Hui's divine bow hummed ominously, the 9 setting sun arrows in his quiver subtly radiating heat. Excellent, excellent. Yi Yi clapped his hands in hearty laughter. Emerging at the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal is fitting for the rise of our witch tribe. Your upcoming task is to enter seclusion in the Pangu Hall. None shall leave until reaching the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal. With a sweeping gesture, he poured out 1/10 of his treasured collection from the Hongjun illustrated tome, the reverse scales of the ancestral dragon from the Dragon-Han Calamity, the true feathers of the primordial phoenix, the essence blood of the primordial Qilin, the corpses of demonic generals from the Dao magic conflict, and the remnants of chaotic demonic creatures collected during the purification of the West over the years, all poured into the blood pool. Before anyone could observe, he quickly leapt aside, exclaiming, "Goodness, how outrageous!" The excess caused the blood pool to swell exponentially, transforming into a tidal wave of blood that inundated everyone present. Glub, glub. "Brother, you've betrayed us." Gong's head emerged from the blood. "Tui, Tui, the toenail of that demonic general went into my mouth." Daijing spat wildly. "This reeks worse than Gong's feet." Zhu Rong cursed while retching. Huta silently noted a score against Yi Yi, resolving to add a touch of yellow bitter essence to his bowl the next time she cooked. Xianming elegantly surfaced, though a half-unknown tentacle dangled above his head, causing him to feel the piercing gaze of the others. He hastily promised, "I shall later distribute an innate spiritual treasure to each as compensation." Yi raised his hand, promptly bestowing a resurrection buff upon everyone as an additional compensation, casting forth 24 beams of golden light, source of life. Chapter 66. What a simple and unadorned reason. At this moment, Huta pointed to the center of the blood pool. "Brother, your blood cocoon." Before Yi Yi, the still unhatched essence embryo voraciously devoured the energy of the blood pool, chaotic patterns emerging upon its surface. Intriguing. Yi squinted his eyes. It seems this little one possesses considerable potential. After pacifying his younger brothers, Yi discreetly pulled the 12 ancestors of Wu aside. Speaking slyly, "I have just calculated that a significant event is about to unfold at Mount Buzhou." Dizhang's eyes gleamed. "Are we talking about treasure theft or a brawl?" "A combination of both, perhaps, along with a bit of persuasion to win some hearts." The 12 ancestors of Wu rubbed their hands together, eager. "Elder brother, what are we waiting for? Let us move swiftly." Meanwhile, at the Zixiao Palace, after Yi departed with the ancestors, the Western Saints, Zhuanti and Jane, arrived fashionably late. Upon entering, they observed that the front row of 6 mats was already filled, with even the corners crowded with people. Zhuanti's small eyes darted around, and he promptly knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. "Senior brother, our Western lands are barren and filled with suffering. We cannot even secure a place to listen to the Tao. How can we face the beings of the West upon our return?" Jane, in perfect synchrony, threw himself down on the ground, rolling about. Alas, our Western spiritual veins are severed, demonic energies rampant, and we lack even a decent spiritual treasure. Now that the Tao ancestor is expounding the Tao, we cannot even secure a seat. Might as well perish here in the Xiao Palace. Xuanti immediately joined in, embracing him. Senior brother, no? If anyone is to perish, let it be the junior brother first. The two pretended to dash towards a pillar, glancing at the reactions of the onlookers. However, this time, no one paid them any mind. The three pure ones were deep in meditation. Nuwa fiddled with her skirt hem, and Hongjun was even enjoying the spectacle. Xuanti was taken aback. This was not the script. According to custom, their heartfelt performance should have prompted someone to offer them a seat. Undeterred, he approached Hongjun, tears streaming down his face. Hongjun, my friend, countless beings in the West are suffering. Hongjun remained unfazed, seated calmly on his mat, without even lifting his eyelids, leisurely replying, if you seek a seat, that can be arranged. I exchanged it for 2 karmic ties, along with a branch from the heavenly root of the 10 innate spiritual roots, the ginseng fruit tree. Counting on his fingers, he continued, how about this? If you can present the same terms, 2 karmic ties, 1 innate spiritual root, plus 2 additional supreme innate treasures, I shall relinquish this position to you. Xuanti's lamentations ceased abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why must you require 2 additional innate treasures? Hongjun grinned, revealing an endearing smile. Because I wish to profit from 2 innate treasures. Ah, what a refreshingly unadorned rationale. The Xiao Palace fell silent, and suddenly, Nuwa burst into laughter. Yuan Shi's jowly face twitched. Even Laozi couldn't help but open his eyes to observe this amiable fool. Xuanti was momentarily stunned by such bluntness, opening his mouth yet failing to utter a word. Truly, your forthrightness makes me appear rather foolish. Jane, noting the situation, heightened his performance, prostrating on the ground, pounding his chest and lamenting. The heavenly Tao is unjust. Our Western lands are already impoverished, and now we must face extortion even to listen to the Tao. What is the point of cultivating the Tao? We might as well return. Xuanti quickly caught on, continuing the charade. Hongjun, esteemed friend, how could you take advantage of our misfortune? The countless beings of the West depend on us brothers to return and enlighten them. Hongjun remained smiling, utterly unmoved. Yet at that moment, Hongyun's gaze suddenly flickered, his brow subtly furrowing. The next second, he slowly rose, letting out a sigh. Very well. This position shall be granted to you. Upon uttering these words, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Jin Yuanzi abruptly turned his head. Incredulity etched across his face as he looked at his old friend. Hongjun, you. Hongyun's expression turned serious, secretly transmitting a message. Old friend, I've fallen into a trap. We shall speak later. Jin Yuanzi's heart sank, seeing that Hongyun's demeanor was not feigned, and he suppressed his doubts, refraining from further inquiry. On the other side, Kunpeng's countenance darkened ominously, his hawk-like eyes fixated on Hongjun, murderous intent almost palpable, as his own position was jeopardized and seized. Hongjun sensed this malevolence, offering a bitter smile, and similarly transmitted. Kunpeng, I exchanged a hefty price for this position. Would you relinquish it? Kunpeng paused, then quickly realized that despite Hongyun's kind nature, he was no fool. Hongjun continued to transmit. This matter is suspicious. After the Tao lecture concludes, let us seek out our friend Yi. He may possess insights. Kunpeng's gaze flickered, and finally, he nodded coldly, temporarily suppressing his wrath. On the high platform, Hongjun cast a detached glance at Hongjun, a flicker of inscrutable light passing through his eyes. Unbeknownst to all, within the depths of Hongyun's primordial spirit lingered a faint trace of the heavenly Tao's power. At Mount Buzhou, Yi led the 12 ancestors of Wu, traversing the peaks, each step revealing the patterns of Pangu's creation. They were enveloped in the purest essence of Pangu, akin to a sharpened sword, piercing straight into the heart of Mount Buzhou. Elder brother, are you certain that thing is here? Gong queried, scratching his head. We have nearly plowed through the entirety of Mount Buzhou. Yi closed his eyes in concentration, a smirk curling at his lips. I found it. With a sudden, forceful punch aimed at the void ahead, a resounding crack echoed. The concealed innate formation shattered like glass, revealing its inner landscape. A 24-petaled green lotus floated serenely, its petals resonating with the rhythms of creation, while 3,000 streams of chaotic energy cascaded from beneath the lotus. It was indeed the legendary Genesis green lotus. I found it. Yi laughed heartily. I was not mistaken. The 3 pure ones can divide treasures precisely because of Pangu's legacy. Now, with the only true son of Pangu in the primordial world here, it rightfully belongs to my Wu clan. Reflecting on how this lotus had been divided among the 3 pure ones, red flowers, white lotuses, and green lotus leaves, it was all now his. As for the 3 pure ones, Let them eat dirt. However, at the moment the formation shattered, a tremendous rumble reverberated through the air. The entire sky darkened abruptly, storm clouds roiling, the rules of the heavenly Tao transforming into chains that spiraled downward, heralding divine punishment. Yi sneered him. The heavenly Tao does not permit such a treasure to exist. In the boundless heavens, the storm clouds churned like furious waves. Purple-black thunder dragons darted through the clouds, occasionally emitting deafening roars. Suddenly, the first bolt of lightning, as imposing as a mountain, struck down with a thunderous crash. Its ferocity capable of obliterating a peak quasi-saint in an instant. Faced with such terrifying celestial might, Yi merely displayed a disdainful smile. Chapter 67. Confronting the divine punishment. Slowly raising his right hand, he clenched his fist, then violently swung it forward. What appeared to be a casual punch concealed boundless strength. In an instant, the clash between the thunder and his fist erupted in a cataclysmic roar. That thunderbolt, as thick as a mountain, actually shattered beneath Yi's fist, exploding into countless arcs of electricity. Following this, Yi's hands plunged into the void like lightning, an immense force surging forth from within. With a piercing sound, it seemed as if the very sky had been forcefully torn open, leaving a grotesque gash. The divine punishment's thunderclouds buckled under the weight of this terrifying power, torn asunder with brute force. As the thunderclouds tore apart, the frigid eye of the heavenly Tao gradually revealed itself. This colossal eye loomed over Yi, cold and unfeeling, as if it sought to pierce through him entirely. Unfazed, Yi provocatively patted his neck and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Do you dare to strike me down?" With that, he seized the azure lotus and thrust it into the 24 heavens. The eye of the heavenly Tao seethed with fury, yet at that moment, an immense power of the Tao surged within Yi, enveloping him in a golden light like a tidal wave. The eye of the heavenly Tao froze, daring to strike at Yi but refraining from harming one recognized by the Tao. Ultimately, the giant eye reluctantly closed, and the thunderclouds dissipated as if nothing had occurred. "Is that all?" Jerome gestured lewdly at the sky. Huda pondered, "Brother, it seems the heavenly Tao is merely bluffing. Let us proceed to meet those uninvited guests." Within the Xixiao Palace, after Hongjun concluded his teachings, his indifferent gaze swept over the assembled immortals. "Do any of you have questions?" Laozi stood up first, respectfully inquiring. "Might I ask, what realm lies beyond the great Luo Golden Immortal, and how does one transcend it?" Hongjun replied coolly, "Above Great Luo lies the quasi-saint realm, which requires the severance of the three corpses, the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self-corpse." Tontian rose and clasped his hands, asking, "Master, how does one sever the three corpses?" To sever the three corpses, one must rely on an innate spiritual treasure. The higher the grade of the treasure, the stronger the power of the severed corpses. As time passed, the crowd had no further questions. Hongjun waved his whisk, with no other inquiries. The next lecture will be in 30,000 years. As the immortals exited the Xixiao Palace, Tai suddenly whispered to Dijuan, "Brother, I sense an opportunity at Mount Buzhou." At the same time, Niwa and Hongyun felt a stirring in their hearts, their gazes instinctively drawn toward Mount Buzhou. Observing this, the three pure ones, with Yuan Shi frowning, remarked, "Brother, third brother, we should also take a look." In an instant, the assembly of immortals surged towards Mount Buzhou like a dark cloud. Upon their arrival, they found Yi crouched beside a colorful gourd vine with the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. The vine bore 7 gourds, shimmering with radiant light. Indeed, they were supreme innate spiritual roots. Someone exclaimed, "It's a supreme innate spiritual root gourd vine." Yi looked up with a beaming smile. "Oh, what brings you all here in such grand fashion?" His casual mention of our home left everyone momentarily speechless. Tai glanced at Dijuan, who in turn looked at the others. Niwa and Hongyun exchanged glances and silently stepped back, signaling their withdrawal from the contest. However, the shameless duo from the west, Junti and Jane, ignorant of the witch clan's might, boldly interjected, "Fellow Taoist, this treasure is destined for the west. We kindly ask you to yield it." A hushed silence enveloped the scene. "What audacity! Attempting to snatch food from the tiger's jaws," Yi remarked with a bemused smile. "Destined for the west? I see your heads are quite well suited for me. Why not hand them over?" Junti's expression stiffened, but he quickly donned a pained visage and turned to rally the crowd. "Fellow Taoist, such words cannot be spoken. Treasures rightfully belong to the virtuous. Your witch clan's brutishness in seeking to monopolize this treasure disregards the presence of your fellow Taoists." The three pure ones, Dijuan, Tai, and several lesser-known figures exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with a hint of agreement. Yuan Shi sneered, "Yi, while your witch clan feasts, ought you not allow others a sip of the soup?" Dijuan stepped forward, flames of the sun swirling around him. "Of the 7 gourds, we will take 2. Yi let out a sigh, slowly rising and rolling his wrists. It seems there is no room for negotiation. The 12 ancestors of the witch clan simultaneously grinned, their fierce energy surging. Before Yi Yi and the 12 ancestors could make a move, a shadow suddenly shot into the sky. Die! The Kunpeng unfurled its wings. And with a powerful flap, countless black feathers transformed into a torrential rain of arrows, raining down upon Junti and Jane. The sound of piercing air was deafening. Each feather intertwined with the cold energy of the northern underworld, freezing the very space they traversed into delicate cracks of ice. Junti and Jane were caught off guard by this sudden assault. In their haste, they could only raise their protective Buddhist light. But dozens of feathers pierced through the golden light, brutally impaling their flesh. Junti cried out in pain as blood erupted from his shoulder, creating pits in the ground below. Jane fared worse, with 3 feathers embedding themselves in his bald forehead, resembling 3 incense sticks from afar. You wretched spawn, seeking death. Junti roared in fury, summoning the 7 treasures mysterious tree, which radiated multicolored light to sweep away the remaining feathers. Jane, with a grim expression, yanked the feather from his forehead, and the Bodhi pearl emitted a blinding Buddhist light. Today shall be the day I absolve you of your sins. With a powerful flap of its wings, the Kunpeng unleashed a gale that transformed into myriad blades of wind, slicing through the void. The 7 treasures mysterious tree struck down 7 times, dismantling the wind blades entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Jane hurled a staff that expanded to the size of a mountain, crashing down onto the Kunpeng's back. Boom! The Kunpeng staggered under the blow, spewing blood and breaking several feathers. Enraged, the beast revealed its true form, a colossal Kunpeng, its claws like hooks aiming for Junti's crown. Junti hastily turned his head, yet 3 bloody gashes marred his face. In a fit of rage, he swung the 7 treasures mysterious tree at the Kunpeng's abdomen, feathers scattering as the Kunpeng's eyes turned crimson with pain. Turning its head, it clamped down on Jane's arm, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Jane gritted his teeth and formed a seal, World of the Palm. The void split open as a golden Buddhist palm descended from the heavens, forcefully slamming the Kunpeng into the earth. Junti seized this moment to strike the Kunpeng across its spine with the 7 treasures mysterious tree. The sound of cracking bones was distinctly audible, followed by another brutal strike to its chest, sending it flying 1,000 zhang. The Kunpeng crashed heavily into a mountain wall, drenched in blood, with its left wing broken and its breath faltering. Junti approached with a sinister smile. You insignificant feathered beast, how dare you? Before he could finish, a fist imbued with the essence of metal struck his face. In an instant, Junti's face caved in, teeth flying as blood gushed forth. His body hurtling backward like a ragged cloth, crashing through 3 mountains before coming to a stop. Chapter 68, Severing Junti's Arms. Rusong shook his wrist, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Junti. Who gave you the audacity to lay hands on our witch clan friend? Turning, he assisted the Kunpeng to its feet, revealing a rare smile. Well done, my friend. My brother has declared you a friend of the witch clan. With that, he gestured towards Yi Yi. Go tend to your wounds. Watch how I avenge you. Though the Kunpeng was gravely injured, warmth filled its heart as it replied, Thank you, my friend. Yi Yi looked at the wounded Kunpeng, producing a vial of 3 light divine water, preparing to pour it into its mouth, while saying, My friend, you acted rather impulsively. Taking on 2 foes is not the wisest course. At that moment, the Kunpeng's eyes nearly bulged out as it saw Yi Yi holding the vial, urgently exclaiming, Yi Daoist. Just a drop is enough. Just a drop is sufficient. More would be wasteful. Ignoring the protest, Yi Yi poured a substantial amount into the Kunpeng's mouth. And in an instant, its injuries healed completely. The Kunpeng lamented, Yi Daoist, using so much is truly wasteful. It's not worth it. Yi Yi, however, stuffed the remaining 3 drops of divine water into its embrace, saying, Take this for your friends. It is of no consequence whether it is valuable or not. Keep it, for it may prove useful when you are injured. Kunpeng hurriedly declined. Friend Yi, this is too precious. Please take it back. Yi Yi feigned anger. What? My friend looks down upon our witch clan and does not wish to befriend us. Kunpeng waved his hand. No, how could that be? Yi Yi smiled. Then it is settled. As friends, accept it without further ado. At that moment, Kunpeng, cradling more than half a bottle of divine water, was overwhelmed with gratitude, yearning to shed his blood for Yi Yi immediately. Friend Kunpeng, you should rest. We will take care of the rest. Kunpeng nodded. Rusho twisted his neck, the sound of cracking bones echoing like popping beans. He glanced at Junti, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Now, let us have some fun. Junti, I have heard that your true form is derived from the Bodhi tree, correct? My elder brother has mentioned an interest in the Bodhi tree and intends to detach some parts from you. Zhuan Ti's expression changed dramatically as the Bodhi Pearl spun wildly. Arrogance. Zhuan Ti summoned the Bodhi Pearl, a radiant Buddhist light transforming into a mountain-sized force crashing down upon Rushou. Rushou did not flinch. He kicked Zhuan Ti away and allowed the Bodhi Pearl to strike his head, merely shaking it. Have you not eaten? With a swift motion, he grasped the Bodhi Pearl in his palm, the essence of metal erupting forth, and with a crack, the surface of the Bodhi Pearl fractured. Zhuan Ti spat out a mouthful of golden blood, utterly aghast. How is this possible? Just as Zhuan Ti crawled out from the ruins, he roared. And the seven treasures' mysterious tree emitted a vibrant seven-colored light, a supreme ability capable of even dislodging innate spiritual treasures. The divine light struck Rushou, yet it merely caused him to sneeze. Achoo, that tickles. Rushou's physical form had already reached the late stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal realm, a level that even a peak de Luo Golden Immortal like Zhuan Ti could hardly shake. Rushou grinned widely, suddenly vanishing from his spot, and landed a punch to Jiejuan's abdomen, bending him like a shrimp, blood gushing forth. This punch is for my friend Kuanpa. He followed up with an elbow strike to Zhuan Ti's back, the sound of a broken spine audibly clear. This one is because I find you displeasing. Zhuan Ti, enduring the pain, formed a seal, whirled in my palm. A golden Buddhist palm descended from the heavens, yet was pierced through by Rushou's punch. All show and no substance. Rushou seized Zhuan Ti's right arm, the essence of metal erupting, tearing the entire arm off, transforming it into a brilliant golden Bodhi branch. Ah! Zhuan Ti screamed, instantly losing a tenth of his essence. Zhuan Ti, his eyes bloodshot, charged forward, only to be kicked away by Rushou. Get lost. He then grasped Zhuan Ti's left arm, securing another Bodhi branch. At this moment, Zhuan Ti's face turned ashen, having lost another tenth of his essence, his cultivation plummeting from peak de Luo Golden Immortal to late de Luo. Meanwhile, Gong stood upon the dark waves of Xianming, cackling as he charged towards Emperor Jun. Feathered scoundrel, today I shall pluck all your feathers. Zhurong, engulfed in the flames of the southern bright divine fire, stood shoulder to shoulder with him, facing Emperor Jun and Tai Yi. Emperor Jun scoffed, arrogance. The Hichu and Luoshu unfurled, resembling a colossal painting unfurling in the air, adorned with mysterious runes and patterns. As the Hichu and Luoshu spread, the Hunyuan He Luo Great Formation was instantly activated. A massive energy barrier expanded outward at astonishing speed, enveloping a 1,000-mile radius in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing this, Tai Yi wasted no time, unleashing a ball of scorching solar true fire. Simultaneously, he wielded the chaos bell, shaking it forcefully, producing a crisp clang. This sound resonated like the cosmic bell of the universe, causing the entire space to tremble, as if time itself had momentarily paused. Trivial skills. Gong, witnessing this, erupted into wild laughter, unfazed as he swung his fist down with great force towards the ground. Primordial water veins, heed my command. Gong roared. And from deep within the earth, the towering dark true water seemed to awaken, surging forth like a ferocious beast, roaring as it erupted. This powerful torrent rushed towards the He Luo Great Formation, shattering its suppressive force with unparalleled might. Zhurong broke free from the constraints of time, the flames of the southern bright, divine fire surging wildly. With a phoenix-like cry, Zhurong's figure soared like a flaming phoenix, exuding boundless might, and hurled a punch at Tai Yi's face, declaring, "The ancestor of fire is here." Seeing this, Tai Yi remained unfazed, transforming the solar true fire into a colossal golden crow, spreading its wings to pounce upon Zhurong. Zhurong, however, fearlessly opened his mouth and swallowed the golden crow whole. "Hick, is that all you've got?" Zhurong belched, looking at Tai Yi with disdain, the provocation evident in his demeanor. Tai Yi was instantly infuriated, shaking the chaos bell 9 times in succession, producing a series of urgent clangs. Clang, clang. These 9 resounding booms resonated like ripples through 9 layers of time and space, overlapping to create a formidable shockwave aimed at utterly crushing Zhurong. Just then, Gong, without any flashy maneuvers, simply threw a straightforward punch. This seemingly ordinary punch contained boundless power. Astonishingly, Gong's strike extinguished the ripples of time and space, the backlash causing Tai Yi to be caught off guard, spewing forth a mouthful of golden blood. Emperor Jun, witnessing the unfavorable turn of events, inwardly cursed, and decisively revealed his true form as the 3-legged golden crow. A massive golden crow soared into the sky, radiating dazzling light, its claws as hard as steel. With a fierce gust, it lunged towards Gong's crown. In response to Emperor Jun's attack, Gong charged directly towards the golden crow's claws. With a resounding shout, "Come on!" he used his forehead to withstand the golden crow's claw. With a thunderous boom, It was as if the entire world trembled. At the very moment Emperor Jun's claw made contact with Gonggong's forehead, Gonggong suddenly seized Emperor Jun's left wing. With a mighty tug, a ripping sound echoed as he forcibly tore off half of Emperor Jun's wing. Simultaneously, Tai Yi's Chaos Bell rushed over in a desperate attempt to rescue Emperor Jun. Yet, Zhurong, quick as lightning, delivered a sweeping kick, knocking Tai Yi to the ground. Caught off guard, Tai Yi found himself pinned beneath Zhurong, losing all ability to resist. Zhurong mounted Tai Yi, unleashing a flurry of punches to his face while berating him. With such meager skills, you fell without even using a fraction of my strength? Who gave you the audacity to steal our treasures? Speak up. Why are you silent now? Emperor Jun stood by, helplessly watching his brother being pummeled into a pulp, his fury igniting instantly. With wide eyes and a heart full of rage, he roared, "The witch clan is too overbearing." Before he could finish, Gonggong suddenly swung his remaining wing like a massive club, delivering a powerful shoulder throw to Emperor Jun. The force was tremendous, sending Emperor Jun's colossal form crashing into the ground like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust. The expressions of the three pure ones were exceedingly grim. Their faces darkened as if heavy rain could pour from them. Standing amidst the void, the three of them were enveloped by surging arcs of lightning, as though they were on the verge of tearing the very fabric of heaven and earth asunder. Laozi was the first to weave his incantation, suddenly conjuring a bolt of purple-black thunder in the palm of his hand. The Taiji Divine Thunder. With a roar of fury from Laozi, the thunderbolt surged forth like an enraged dragon, tearing through the void and striking directly towards Emperor Jiang. Seeing this, the Primordial Lord did not hesitate. He mirrored Laozi's movement, lightly tapping his fingertip, and a golden flash of lightning erupted. This bolt of lightning shimmered with celestial majesty, exuding an unparalleled might. The Yuqing Divine Thunder. Meanwhile, the Tongtian Cult Master, in a display of unparalleled ferocity, thrust both hands forward, unleashing a deluge of azure lightning that cascaded forth like a flood breaching its dam. The light within this sea of thunder seemed boundless, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. The Xianxiang Divine Thunder. These three forms of thunder intertwined, creating an impenetrable net that ensnared time and space. Like an insurmountable mountain, it descended with a thunderous crash upon Emperor Jiang and Zhu Juyin. In the face of such terrifying thunderous might, however, Emperor Jiang merely curled the corner of his mouth into a scornful smirk, dismissing it with a flick of his tongue, all show and no substance. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a faint ripple suddenly emanated around Emperor Jiang, swiftly enveloping his form. In the next instant, he vanished as if by teleportation, only to reappear behind Laozi, moving with lightning speed that left no time for reaction. He then raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to the back of Laozi's head. Smack! The force of the slap was tremendous, driving Laozi deep into the earth and creating a sizable crater in his wake. Zhu Juyin was even more ruthless, facing the tempestuous sea of thunder. He merely lifted a hand and uttered, "Time, reverse." As Zhu Juin's words fell, a bizarre scene unfolded. The once surging sea of thunder began to recede, as if played in reverse, suggesting that time itself had been turned back. The Yuqing Divine Thunder unwound, while the Xianxiang Thunder that Tongtian had unleashed froze midair, then crashed down upon the Primordial Lord. The Primordial Lord screamed in agony, his body charred black, his robe shredded, and his hair standing on end, resembling a beggar struck by lightning. Observing this, Tongtian was about to make another move when Emperor Jiang had already materialized before him, grinning widely. Too slow. A punch landed squarely in Tongtian's abdomen, causing his eyes to bulge, bile to spew forth, and his form to curl like a shrimp as he was sent flying hundreds of miles away. Laozi crawled out of the pit, his face caked in dirt, and as he attempted to speak, Zhu Juyin placed his foot on his back, pressing him back into the earth, coolly stating, "Stay down, you useless wretch." Tongtian struggled to rise, but Emperor Jiang casually picked up a stone. Whoosh! Thud! It struck him precisely on the forehead, causing Tongtian's eyes to roll back as he collapsed. The Primordial Lord, having barely risen, found himself trapped between Emperor Jiang and Zhu Juyin, who unleashed a flurry of blows to his abdomen. Bang! 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 Ah! You dare! The Primordial Lord's words were cut short as his face was pressed into the dirt, his mouth filled with mud. Alas, among the three pure ones, he was the most troublesome, always prattling, and it would be remiss not to attend to him. At that moment, Dong Wanggong, his face contorted with rage, led the remaining powerful beings, radiating dazzling celestial light, akin to an immortal descending to earth. With a mocking smile, he taunted the Wu clan, barbarians of the Wu clan. Today you shall witness what true celestial doctrine entails. In response to Dong Wanggong's provocation, Ho Tu merely smiled gently, her expression as soothing as a spring breeze. She replied softly, "Oh, Is that so? I am quite eager to see what remarkable prowess your so-called celestial doctrine possesses. As her words faded, Ho-Tu suddenly thrust her foot forward with tremendous force, producing a deafening sound, as if the very earth trembled in response. The earth's veins surged like a raging tide. Dong Wang-gong, caught completely off guard by Ho-Tu's action, had no time to react as the suddenly rising earth struck him violently. The impact was so immense that it sent him soaring, like a kite with its strings severed, flying tens of millions of zhang away. Spitting blood, Dong Wang-gong's face was one of sheer horror as he stared incredulously at Ho-Tu, stammering, You actually. Ho-Tu offered no respite, sweeping her arm in a grand motion, unleashing a colossal force that struck the ground. With a tremendous crash, the earth seemed to rend apart, revealing a deep chasm. Dong Wang-gong was directly entombed beneath this overwhelming power, his head the only part remaining above ground, covered in dust and appearing utterly disheveled. Observing this, Ho-Tu could not help but let out a mocking laugh. Celestial doctrine? Huh, is this all there is? On another part of the battlefield, dozens of great Luo Jingxian surrounded Zhu Meng like ravenous tigers, unleashing a barrage of various artifacts and divine abilities. In a moment, the sky was filled with a dazzling display of treasures and spells, raining down upon Zhu Meng like a torrential downpour. Unfazed by such a fierce assault, Zhu Meng calmly chanted, Law of Wood, Life Absorption. As his words fell, countless green vines erupted from the earth, swiftly entwining around the great Luo Jingxian as if they were serpents. These vines seemed imbued with life, tightly wrapping around their bodies and continuously siphoning their vitality. In an instant, the faces of the great Luo Jingxian turned pale as paper, their previously formidable auras dissipating in an eye blink. Their limbs hung limply, their eye sockets deeply sunken, and their hair turned white in a flash. Zhu Meng observed the pitiful state of these great Luo Jingxian, a smirk curling at his lips. With a casual wave of his hand, those ensnared great Luo Jingxian were sent flying like swatted flies, hurtling toward the horizon, tracing comet-like arcs through the sky. Meanwhile, Rusho faced a group of demon kings attacking him. These demon kings roared fiercely, slay the Wu clan, seize their spiritual roots. In the face of this provocation, Rusho merely chuckled coldly, then chanted, Law of Gold, Thousand Blades of Lingqi. Instantly, innumerable golden blades of light sliced through the void like lightning, charging toward the demon kings with razor-sharp ferocity. The demon kings felt a sudden chill envelop them. Before they could react, their garments were instantly shredded into countless fragments, cascading down like snowflakes. Yi, witnessing this scene from the sidelines, was left agape, exclaiming, My goodness, Rusho, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Keep your distance from me henceforth. Rusho's face flushed crimson. Just as he was about to explain, he saw his elder brother retreating in the distance. With no choice, he redirected his frustration toward the demon beasts. Facing the individual behind them, one wielded a metallic rod and declared, Leave at once, or next time it shall be your head that I sever. The demon kings fled in a frenzy, clutching their groins. Mingi, munching on sunflower seeds, expressed his astonishment, fortuitously. I, the ancestor, exhibited sagacity and refrained from intervening. The Queen Mother of the West sighed. The combat prowess of the Witch clan is indeed somewhat outrageous. Brother Yi, I shall assist as well, came the melodious voice of Nuwa, her tone as pure and delightful as a celestial melody. Simultaneously, her delicate jade hand rose gently. Seemingly imbued with boundless arcane power, the laws of creation surged forth like a torrential flood. The force of these laws transformed into myriad lotus flowers, each emanating an exhilarating aura, cascading like shooting stars towards the ghostly chariot poised to launch a surprise attack. The ghostly chariot, clearly unprepared for Nuwa's sudden strike, was taken aback by the magnitude of her onslaught. Its grotesque 9 heads were instantly shattered, 8 of which exploded in a gory spectacle. The remnants of the ghostly chariot flew backward for miles like a kite severed from its string, leaving a trail of blood that rained down from the heavens. A sight both shocking and horrific. Fushi gazed in disbelief, utterly astonished. When had his sister become so ferocious? 3 strings of his zither snapped from the overwhelming tension. Yi, what have you fed my sister? He shouted in a flustered attempt to erect the innate 8 trigrams array to shield her, while simultaneously writhing in frustration. Before he could finish his words, a searing pain suddenly struck his rear, as Zhu Meng seized the opportunity to whip him sharply with a vine. Do not draw attention while playing the zither, Zhu Meng admonished tersely. Sister, let us join the fray. Xianxia and Shiha exchanged knowing glances, their understanding unspoken. In an instant, the lunar wheel in Xianxi's hand radiated a resplendent glow, resembling a brilliant moon suspended in the firmament. Meanwhile, Shiha parted her crimson lips, chanting incantations. as a chilling frost cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was shrouded in frost, the temperature plummeting drastically. Hundreds of Demon Clan cultivators failed to react in time, becoming instantaneously encased in ice, their bodies stiffening in their original poses, resembling exquisite ice sculptures. Observing this, Xianming waved his hand nonchalantly, and the frozen demon cultivators shattered into a cascade of ice shards, as fragile as porcelain. Hongjun and Jinyu glanced at one another, a mutual understanding passing between them. With a hearty laugh, they surged forth like lightning, transforming into a vast expanse of crimson mist that enveloped the battlefield. This radiant mist, while seemingly beautiful, concealed an infinite lethality. Any demon cultivator tainted by the crimson haze would have their primordial spirit disintegrate in an instant, their souls cast adrift. Jinyu's expression turned grave as he recited incantations, unleashing a powerful aura that surged forth from his being. As this energy swelled, Jinyu's form gradually became translucent until he vanished entirely from sight. In the next moment, a colossal ginseng fruit tree materialized before the assembly, towering towards the heavens. Its branches were lush and laden with vibrant ginseng fruits that exuded an enticing fragrance. Jinyu stood atop the ginseng tree, radiating a soft glow that resonated with the spiritual energy of the cosmos. Unfolding the earth book in his hands, it fluttered in the air, emitting golden beams of light. These rays wove around Jinyu like threads, merging with his essence. Drawing a deep breath, Jinyu struck forth with a mighty palm. This blow contained boundless power, as if the very fabric of the universe trembled in response. A dozen great Luo golden immortals, witnessing this, turned pale, hastily invoking their treasures and spells to counter Jinyu's strike. Yet, all efforts proved futile. The force of Jinyu's palm was overwhelmingly immense, shattering the artifacts and spells of the dozen golden immortals in an instant. The title of Earth Immortal is certainly not a mere appellation, Jinyu proclaimed from atop the ginseng tree, glancing down at the three great Luo golden immortals he had sent flying, a cold smile gracing his lips. Just then, a figure darted past. Rushu casually approached the ginseng tree and casually snapped off a branch. "Thanks, old Jun," he quipped with a grin. Jinyu was momentarily dumbfounded, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gaped at the branch in Rushu's hand. What are you doing?" Jinyu stammered, pointing at the branch with incredulity. "Oh, I thought this branch looked nice, so I took it for a bit of fun," Rushu replied nonchalantly. "Fun? Do you have any idea how vital that branch is to me?" Chapter 71. The Plucking of Dijun and Tai Yi's Feathers. Jinyu trembled in fury, glaring at Rushu as he bellowed. "I came to assist, and you dare to sever my root. Am I incapable of wielding a blade? Damn it, Rushu. Today I shall." Jinyu's rage ignited as he stepped forward, ready to confront Rushu. Before he could act, Rushu tossed him a vial and turned away. Instinctively, Jinyu reached out to catch it, only to discover it contained the three light divine water. "Humph, don't think that just because you have a little, big brother, you can have whatever you want," he retorted, glancing around for a suitable location. Meanwhile, in a corner of the battlefield, Gong and Zhurong, this pair of mischief makers, were pinning Dijun and Tai Yi to the ground, plucking their feathers. Whoosh! Gong grasped Tai Yi's golden crow tail feather and yanked, pulling away 3 feathers in a single stroke. "Ah!" Tai Yi shrieked in agony, his body trembling violently, nearly losing grip on the chaos bell in his hand. "Haha, this tail feather is rather splendid," Gong chuckled, admiring the 3 feathers in his grasp. Zhurong was even more ruthless, sitting atop Dijun and pressing down on his wings, exclaiming, "I've heard that the feathers of the golden crow's wings are perfect for crafting artifacts. Just what my brother needs to collect." Dijun cried out in anguish, "Stop! Not there!" Whoosh! Another feather was torn away. The onlooking powers collectively covered their eyes, exclaiming, "How brutal!" Zhurong kicked Dijun in the rear, shouting, "Don't just sit there, crouch down and cover your head." The mighty demon emperor, now bruised and battered, with feathers scattered about, humiliated, crouched down, clutching his head. Beside him, Tai Yi fared worse, stripped of nearly all his feathers, reduced to cowering beside his brother, his former pride utterly vanquished. Looking around, hundreds of powerful beings squatted on the summit of Buzhou Mountain, all bruised and battered, with their hands clasped over their heads, lined up in perfect order. The 3 pure ones occupied the front row, Laozi's Taoist crown askew, Yuan's entire visage swollen, and Tongtian's still smeared with mud. Dong Gong was left with nothing but his undergarments, mumbling, "This cannot be. I refuse to believe it. It must be an illusion." The duo from the west huddled in a corner, with Zhuanti's severed arms still dripping with Bodhi juice, while Jane had fallen into a state of catatonia. Various scattered cultivators trembled in fear, apprehensive of drawing the attention of the ancestral witches. Thus, The first innate divine captive camp in the annals of the primordial history was born. In the corner, Mingi muttered softly, "I knew it would come to this. Fortunately, I refrained from intervening, or I would have been ensnared within." Zhuangmu whispered, "Silence. Do not draw their attention." At the center of the battlefield, Yi lay lazily upon the back of Xianxia. Xianxia approached, bouncing with energy, her moon-white dress stained with specks of blood. "Brother Yi, I just froze over 30 demon clans. Impressive, right?" She had gently offered a pot of moonlight dew. "I too incapacitated over 30 individuals with my lunar blade." Nuwa proudly raised her chin, exclaiming, "My laws of creation shattered 8 heads of the ghostly chariot." Yi beamed with approval, "Marvelous, marvelous. Truly the valiant women of our time." Hutu quietly approached, presenting a golden crow feather. "Brother, this is from Gongong. They claimed it was for you to fashion a fan." Yi exclaimed in astonishment. "Did they truly depilate Dejuan and Tai?" Hutu laughed, covering her mouth. "Not merely depilate. They are nearly bald." Yi then strolled over to the row of kneeling immortals, a spring-like smile adorning his face, his voice gentle yet chilling. "Are you still intent on robbing me?" The immortals collectively shuddered, shaking their heads like rattles. "Pray tell, you trespass upon my abode, not only to pilfer, but to wreak havoc." Yi crouched down, patting Dejuan's swollen face. "Unless you provide me with an explanation today, you shall become mere nourishment." With a flick of his finger, the god-slaying spear embedded itself into the ground with a resonant hum. "We are willing to compensate," a wandering cultivator shouted in desperation. Yi's eyes lit up. I awaited your words." "Very well, I am not one to pursue utter annihilation." Rising, he raised 3 fingers. "Each of you shall provide 2 innate spiritual roots or 3 innate spiritual treasures, with the minimum quality not falling below medium grade." Pausing, he added, "Do you comprehend?" A powerful figure trembled. "But I lack such possessions. What shall I do?" Yi's smile widened. "Fear not. For those lacking, you may come forth to swear a heavenly oath, granting you 30,000 years to procure them, irrespective of whether your means are theft or otherwise." Pointing to the ground, he continued, "Before my next sermon, I shall await your return here. If any dare to trick me, prepare for the extinction of your clan." Approaching the bruised figures of Zhuan and Jiayin, he spoke kindly, "In light of the West's desolation, you may take the superior grade." Zhuan eyes brightened, hoping for a free pass. "You may take the high quality." Uft. Jiayin coughed up a mouthful of golden blood, while Zhuan instinctively prepared to weep. Ready for a dramatic display, Yi leaned in closer, whispering, "Speak again, and the price doubles." Zhuan tears were instantly stifled. To Dejuan and Tai, Yi displayed a benevolent smile. "As for the 2 of you, I require an oath. Should you meet an untimely demise, all that belongs to you shall revert to me." Tai's grip on the chaos bell trembled slightly. Dejuan, filled with indignation, declared, "Are you cursing us to death?" Yi responded in surprise, "Why would you think that? Would it not be unwise for you to leave no heirs?" When Yi reached the Sanqing, he merely sighed and shook his head before departing. Yuan Shi was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. "What does this mean? Does he look down upon us?" Laozi's expression darkened. "No, it is worse. In his eyes, we lack even the value of being robbed." Yi waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies, saying nonchalantly, "Enough, enough. You may leave quickly, and those merely spectating should disperse as well. Return home, each to their respective mothers." The immortals, hearing this, felt as if a great pardon had been granted, hastily fleeing from Buzhou Mountain, terrified that Yi might suddenly change his mind and retain them. Dejuan and Tai, battered and bruised, struggled to soar towards the sun star, their figures appearing rather pitiful against the sky. The Sanqing retreated in dismay to Kunlun, as if this place were a realm of terror. Meanwhile, the 2 from the west were even more disheveled, barely having time to don their garments before transforming into a streak of golden light, fleeing like frightened dogs, fearful that a moment's delay would result in Yi's words. "Given the West's poverty, let us increase it to the supreme grade." Once all outsiders had departed, Yi turned to face Kuanpeng, Xinyuanzi, Hongjun, Changxi, Shiha, and Nuwa, his demeanor softening. Chapter 72. From this day forth, my life belongs to the witch clan. He solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. "I truly owe my thanks to each of you for your assistance." Seeing this, everyone quickly shook their heads and waved their hands in protest, speaking in unison, "Brother Yi, you are too courteous. Even without us, those people were no match for the witch clan." Nuwa smiled gently, her voice soothing, "Brother Yi, please do not stand on ceremony with us." Changxi, like a lively little rabbit, hopped over to Yi's side, her moon-white skirt still bearing traces of battle's frost. With wide, gleaming eyes, she beamed, "Indeed, Brother Yi is the mightiest." Even without lifting a finger, those people were too frightened to utter a word. Shiha pursed her lips. Stifling a soft laugh, Xinyuanzi stroked his beard, reflecting, "Today, I have finally witnessed what true Pangu authenticity is." Standing silently, Kunpeng's gaze shifted, the previous coldness replaced by a hint of warmth. At that moment, Hongjun stepped forward, his expression grave, and slowly spoke, "Friend Yi, there is actually something else I wish to inquire about." Yi raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "Oh, please, do not hesitate." Hongjun paused slightly, as if gathering his thoughts. Then continued, "This matter is somewhat peculiar, and I hope you do not take offense." He then recounted the incident regarding the seating at the Xixiao Palace in its entirety, explaining why he had inexplicably entered a daze and uncontrollably relinquished his cushioned seat, which had also led to Kunpeng losing his place. "Though I, Hongjun, am amiable by nature, I am certainly no fool," he said with a wry smile. At the time, it felt as if a mysterious force were guiding my actions. Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint golden glimmer flashing within his pupils. This fleeting light, imperceptible to most, was detected only due to Yi's profound cultivation as a Hunyuan Daoyujingxian. He began to meticulously examine Hongyun's primordial spirit, his consciousness weaving like delicate threads, ensnaring every minute detail of Hongyun's essence. After an exhaustive investigation, Yi finally discovered a faint trace of heavenly power embedded deep within Hongyun's spirit. This celestial force, elusive and barely discernible, would have likely gone unnoticed had Yi not attained the Hunyuan realm. Yi smirked inwardly. "Hongjun, oh Hongjun, you, a venerable sage of the heavenly Tao, resorting to such despicable means. I harbor contempt for Hongjun's actions." After a moment of contemplation, Yi spoke, "Red Cloud, I indeed possess a method to resolve your dilemma. However, the specific reasons behind it must remain undisclosed for the time being." His gaze was profound and grave, as if concealing countless secrets. He continued with an even more serious tone, "The motives behind this matter pertain to the next steps of the Witch Clan's plans and are of utmost importance. Unless you are willing to join the Witch Clan and become one of us." At these words, the assembly was taken aback in astonishment. Xinyuanzi, in particular, exclaimed anxiously, "Yi Daoist this?" Yet, Red Cloud raised a hand to halt his old friend's words, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. Observing this, Yi continued, "I assure you, I harbor no intent to coerce you. This plan is vital for our Witch Clan, hence I must tread cautiously. You need not provide an immediate response. Take your time to ponder." Nuwa gazed at Yi, seemingly deep in thought, her beautiful and wise eyes betraying hints of speculation towards him. Simultaneously, Kunpeng's pupils contracted slightly, his fingers clenched unconsciously within his sleeves. A pensive expression graced his features, as if he were contemplating Yi's proposition. Red Cloud inhaled deeply, a glimmer of resoluteness shining in his eyes. He solemnly regarded Yi and declared, "Yi Daoist, I am willing to join the Witch Clan." With a pat on his chest and a broad grin, he added, "For some reason, I feel that if I do not acquiesce today, I shall regret it for a lifetime." Upon finishing, Red Cloud abruptly seized Xinyuanzi's sleeve, fervently extolling the merits of the Witch Clan. "Old Jun, do not hesitate any longer. The Witch Clan is a splendid place, providing not only sustenance and shelter, but also exceptional prowess in combat. Their 13 ancestral witches are all remarkable talents, their words as pleasant as music. Being with them guarantees one will never be bored." Dizzy from Red Cloud's fervor, Xinyuanzi chuckled helplessly. "Very well, very well. I shall accompany you and join the Witch Clan today." Thus, the progenitor of Earth Immortals, Xinyuanzi, officially became a member, solidifying the human side's leadership. Seeing this, Xianxia immediately clung to her sister's sleeve like a koala, shaking it incessantly while pouting adorably. "Sister, let us join too." He, observing her sister's endearing demeanor, felt a twinge of helplessness but refrained from immediate consent. At that moment, Yi, with a beaming smile, presented several spiritual fruits, warmly proclaiming, "Welcome." His voice was gentle and amiable, instilling a sense of comfort. Shihi's ears flushed slightly as she softly replied, "Then, I shall impose." Though her tone was gentle, it carried a hint of determination. While everyone reveled in the joyous atmosphere, Kunpeng appeared somewhat out of place in the corner, silently observing the gathering. A glimmer of loneliness flickered in his eyes. Yi seemed to sense Kunpeng's emotions and approached him, gently patting his shoulder with a smile. "Kunpeng, though our interactions have been few, I can discern that you are a person of deep loyalty." Kunpeng jolted in surprise, lifting his head in disbelief at Yi's words. Yi's smile remained warm as he extended his hand, sincerely inviting, "Would you care to join our family?" Kunpeng's eyes instantly glistened with tears. For many years, he had endured disdain and discrimination in the primordial chaos, regarded as a fierce monstrosity by all. Some even insulted him as a lowly creature born of dampness. Yet, this individual before him treated him with such kindness, evoking a mix of gratitude and astonishment. Yes. Kunpeng grasped Yi Ye's hand without hesitation, his voice slightly hoarse. From this day forth, my life belongs to the witch clan. Upon witnessing this scene, Gongong's heart swelled with joy as he strode over, embracing Kunpeng's neck with boisterous laughter. Haha, splendid. From this moment, you are one of us in the witch clan. How wonderful to have more brothers and sisters. Zhu Rong, beaming with delight, playfully pinched Red Cloud's arm, then feigned a look of distaste, though your physique is a tad weak. Seeing this, Di Jiang waved his hand generously, exclaiming, no matter, we shall retrieve some of our father god's blood from the Pangu Hall for you all. Zhu Jiuyin added, though it may not be pure essence, its refining effects are outstanding. Laughter erupted amongst the crowd, creating a light and joyous atmosphere. Amidst the merriment, Yi Ye's gaze subtly swept over to Nuwa, who stood apart with tightly pressed lips and a complex expression, revealing hints of envy. Noticing this, Yi felt a stirring in his heart and stepped forward, gently addressing Nuwa. Sister Nuwa, your situation is rather unique. After a pause, he looked earnestly into her eyes and continued. Later, when we enter the Pangu Hall, I shall explain the reasons in detail, allowing you to decide whether to join the witch clan. However, before Yi could finish, a furious shout interrupted. No, absolutely not. The crowd gasped in astonishment as Fushi, resembling a conspicuous figure, abruptly leaped from the throng, his face flushed with anger. Pointing an accusatory finger at Yi, he bellowed, Yi, do not even think about it. My sister will never join your witch clan. This sudden turn of events caused the previously joyous atmosphere to freeze in an instant, leaving everyone exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to navigate this awkward situation. Yi slowly turned his head, his movements deliberate, his expression as frozen as ice, betraying no hint of emotion. Yet, his eyes were chillingly cold, piercing through Fushi with a gaze that rendered him inconsequential. Fushi. Yi's voice was as tranquil as still waters, devoid of any ripple, yet the coldness within it sent shivers down one's spine. Each word cut through Fushi's pride like a sharp blade, ruthlessly severing his dignity. Have you not comprehended the situation yet? Yi's tone remained calm, yet the sarcasm became increasingly evident. We are all allies here, and I have not even extended an invitation to you. Fushi's countenance stiffened, clearly unprepared for Yi's bluntness. The atmosphere grew suffocatingly awkward. Yi did not relent, continuing, were it not for Nuwa's sake, among those who knelt earlier, you would certainly be one of them. His gaze struck Fushi like a frigid lightning bolt, leaving him no avenue of escape. What we discuss now concerns Nuwa's future. Yi's voice dipped slightly, seemingly suppressing a tumult of emotions within. I did not extend a direct invitation to her. Rather, I urged her to ponder carefully. What right do you have to make choices on her behalf? In that moment, Fushi's face flushed crimson, his lips trembling slightly, evidently incensed by Yi's remarks. Faced with such piercing words from Yi, he found himself utterly speechless. At that juncture, Nuwa gently grasped her brother's arm, soothingly whispering, all right, brother, there is no need for concern. I have my own considerations. Her voice was tender yet resolute, as if to convey to Fushi that she did not require his excessive protection. Fushi opened his mouth, seemingly wishing to voice further thoughts, but ultimately refrained from uttering another word. He could only glare furiously at Yi, then abruptly waved his sleeve and stepped aside, clearly displeased with Yi's words. Yi smiled faintly, turning his gaze to Nuwa, his eyes brimming with warmth. Sister Nuwa, rest assured, I shall not compel you to make any decisions. I merely hope that you will understand the situation and make the choice that best suits you. Nuwa nodded, a flicker of gratitude shining in her eyes. Brother Yi, I understand your intentions, and I will consider them earnestly. Yi clapped his hands and declared, now, let us not allow irrelevant matters to dampen our spirits. Next, we shall commence the treasure unveiling. At his words, the crowd gathered around, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed upon the exquisite, radiant, innate gourd vine. Yi stepped forward, lightly tapping with his fingertip, causing 6 ripe innate gourds to fall in response. In the original world, the purple gold gourd, plucked by Taishang Laojun, refined into the purple gold red gourd, used for holding elixirs, containing vast realms within, possessing immense power. The purple red gourd, taken by the Taoist Hongjun, refined into the 99 soul dispersing gourd, capable of disintegrating bones and souls. The purple yellow gourd, acquired by Yuanshi Tianzuan, refined into the nurturing artifact gourd, utilized for nurturing spiritual treasures, enhancing their power and spirituality. The purple green gourd, retrieved by the goddess Nuwa, refined into the summoning gourd, containing the supreme treasure of the demon race, the summoning banner. The purple white gourd, taken by the Tongtian cult master, refined into the water and fire gourd, which houses the water and fire qilan, summonable for combat. The purple-blue gourd, acquired by Dongwang Tai, refined into the Slaying Immortals gourd, containing the Slaying Immortals flying dagger. A renowned treasure from the Fengshan era. The purple-black gourd. Due to underdevelopment, it was not recorded and left unpicked. As the 6 ripe gourds were plucked, the gourd vine appeared to lose its vitality, rapidly withering. The once lush, dripping green tendrils became shriveled and dull, and the spiritual radiance that had surrounded the vine gradually faded. Xianxiaaudiobooks, an entity formed from the 10 innate spiritual roots, witnessed this scene and could not help but sigh. What a pity for such an innate spiritual root to meet its end so easily. A hint of regret permeated his voice. However, Yi smiled slightly, seemingly unconvinced by Xianxiaaudiobooks' perspective. With a flip of his palm, a glowing orb of San Guang divine water appeared in his hand, brimming with boundless vitality and life force. Yi sprinkled the San Guang divine water over the withered tendrils, the divine water soaking into every parched branch like a nourishing rain. A miracle unfolded. The desiccated vine began to rejuvenate at a visibly rapid pace. The shriveled branches gradually swelled, and the once dim spiritual light flickered to life once more, as if ignited by a rekindled flame. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. Yi's gaze sharpened, and he softly intoned, "Holy healing wind." In an instant, a torrent of life energy surged forth like roaring waves. This energy enveloped the entire gourd vine with a gentle yet powerful embrace, causing it to hum. Accompanied by a faint buzzing sound, the gourd vine seemed infused with inexhaustible vitality, commencing a frantic growth spurt. The once withered tendrils swiftly thickened, new branches and leaves sprouting like bamboo shoots after a rain. The spiritual light surged, dazzlingly bright, as if striving to pierce the heavens. Furthermore, this life energy spread to the surrounding flora, which, as if nourished, shot up several feet in height. And the buds that had yet to bloom burst forth in radiant blossoms, bearing abundant fruits. The entire scene resembled a celestial paradise, breathtakingly beautiful. In that fleeting moment, everyone felt as if their bodies were lifted by a gentle force, becoming remarkably buoyant. The lingering injuries from past conflicts and various ailments accumulated during their cultivation seemed to dissolve in the presence of this mysterious energy, akin to ice melting under sunlight, achieving complete healing. Simultaneously, the vegetation of Mount Buzhou appeared to be enchanted, growing wildly. The once withered trees rejuvenated with vibrant life. Tender green, leaves sprouting like bamboo shoots after rain. Even the ancient trees bloomed in resplendent flowers, their fragrance wafting through the air, a sight to behold. Moreover, several ordinary spiritual herbs, under the nurturing of this energy, unexpectedly broke through their limitations, ascending to become postnatal spiritual roots, exuding a rich aura of spirituality. Nuwa stood in place, quietly absorbing the surging life force within her, her astonishment beyond words. She murmured, "Is this the embodiment of the essence of life?" Nearby, Hongjun was utterly enraptured, exclaiming, "Wow, this sensation surpasses even eating a ginseng fruit. My body feels as though caressed by a warm spring breeze." Every cell rejoicing in joyful leaps, all fatigue and discomfort swept away. Fushi could not help but discreetly rub his previously swollen rear, only to be astonished to find that it no longer pained him. Yi, meanwhile, smiled contentedly as he observed the rejuvenated gourd vine. He casually tossed it into the spiritual fields of the 24 heavens, pondering, "Let us see if it can thrive here. If so, I could harvest a batch of exquisite gourds periodically in the future." Just as everyone was immersed in this wondrous spectacle, Yi suddenly noticed a small mass nestled at the root of the gourd vine. Curiously leaning in for a closer look, he was astonished to discover that it was a small clump of Jiutian Shirong. Although it was considerably less than what he had obtained from the Three Immortals Island, it was still a rare treasure of immense value. Yi's gaze flickered slightly as he recalled that Nuwa would require this substance in the future to create humanity. Thus, he swiftly snipped a segment of the gourd vine and presented it to Nuwa, smiling as he said, "Sister Nuwa, this is for you. It will be useful later." Observing this, Nuwa hurriedly waved her hands in refusal. "Brother Yi, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." However, Yi would not allow her to protest, insisting on placing the item in her embrace, stating, "Just take it. Why be so polite with me?" Nuwa, somewhat at a loss, held the Shirong awkwardly, her ears tinged with a faint blush as she lowered her head and murmured her thanks. "Thank you, Brother Yi." Standing nearby, Fushi gazed at Yi with a complex expression, as if he wished to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Gong, observing this, nudged Zhurong's shoulder and whispered, "Does our elder brother harbor feelings for Sister Nuwa?" Zhurong hastily covered his mouth, stifling a laugh, and then exchanged a knowing glance with Gong, while casting a sidelong look at Changxi and Shiha, whispering, "Not just that, look over there, there are two more." Yi flipped his palm, causing 6 innate gourds to levitate, their radiant light illuminating the faces of those present with a shimmering glow. He produced a purple-green gourd and continued, Sister Nuwa. This gourd is destined for you. Please take it. Yi was now nearly certain that Nuwa would side with him, and offering a gourd was clearly a gesture meant for Fushi. How could one enjoy a pleasant demise in the future without joining the demon clan? He picked up a crimson gourd, its surface adorned with fiery red patterns, faintly pulsating with the flow of red sand. Hongjun, he said, looking at the eagerly expectant figure. Your agility is unparalleled in the Primordial World, yet your offensive capabilities are somewhat limited. This 9-9 Scatter Soul gourd is perfect for you. Hongjun gladly accepted it, cherishing it as he fondled the gourd, exclaiming, Hee, thank you. Yi Dao you. Just wait and see who dares to say I can only run away. Yi shook his head with a smile and retrieved a purple-white gourd. Its body as pure as snow, concealing a fierce white light within. Jinyuan, he said, handing the gourd to Xinyuanzi. Your defensive prowess is unmatched, yet your offensive capabilities are insufficient. This Slayer gourd, with its white light, is capable of severing the heads of Deluo, perfectly complementing your shortcomings. Xinyuanzi paused, his hand stroking his beard, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Having lived through countless epics, it was the first time he had been told his attacks were lacking. However, upon receiving the gourd and scanning it with his divine sense, he gasped. What a formidable treasure! The white light within the gourd was actually transformed from the primal metal of Gong, specifically designed to sever souls. Yi finally picked up a purple-blue gourd, its surface rippling like water, vaguely echoing the sound of waves. Kunkin, he remarked, glancing at the silent Kuenpeng with a rare hint of teasing in his tone. Kuenpeng's mouth twitched. What was this absurd nickname? Why did hearing it make him want to swat something? Yet, Yi's next words instantly sobered him. Your speed is second only to Emperor Jiang, and you possess group attack techniques, but your single-target lethality is somewhat lacking. He extended the gourd towards Kuenpeng. This water-fire gourd contains 2 water and fire qian, sufficient to remedy your deficiencies. After a pause, he produced a piece of Xuanwu armor, its surface entwined with tortoise and snake motifs, exuding a heavy aura of defensive power. And this, he added, pressing the armor into Kuenpeng's hands. Although the incident with Hongjun at Zixiao Palace was not intentional, it ultimately bears consequences. Now that we are one family, I wish for no lingering grievances between you. Kuenpeng shuddered, his gaze fixed intensely on Yi, his voice hoarse, elder brother Yi. While I, Kuenpeng, may not be a virtuous being, I do possess the ability to discern right from wrong. Knowing that my friend Hongjun was wronged, how could I continue to blame him? He pushed the Xuanwu armor away, resolutely declaring, I cannot accept this treasure. Upon hearing this, Yi suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, what a commendable Kuenpeng. As his laughter subsided, his expression turned serious. However, you must accept this armor. In the future, as the Witch Clan embarks on campaigns across the realms, your swift traversals of the battlefield will be essential. Without a defensive spiritual treasure, I cannot rest easy. This declaration struck like thunder, causing all present to tremble. Just because he feared for his comrade's safety, he casually gifted a supreme innate spiritual treasure? Hongjun was both moved and astonished, his eyes widening. Yi Daoyu, your generosity. Xinyuanzi murmured, in all my years, I have never witnessed anyone bestowing treasures so freely. Changshi's eyes sparkled with admiration. Elder brother Yi is so impressive. She had discreetly tightened her sleeves. Nuwa gazed at Yi's profile, her eyes flickering. Kuenpeng, his eyes glistening with tears, deeply clasped his fists, declaring, Elder brother, I, Kuenpeng, vow to follow you till death. Yi turned his gaze towards Changshi and Shiha, a smile gracing his lips as he flipped his palm, revealing 2 resplendent celestial skirts adorned with flowing sleeves. The skirts cascaded like a starry river, their hems embroidered with the patterns of sun and moon, each thread infused with primal spiritual essence, undeniably a supreme innate spiritual treasure. Changshi, Shiha, Yi said as he presented the skirts to the 2 sisters, these are crafted by my own hand, one for each of you. Changshi received the skirt, her eyes instantly bright as stars, joyfully spinning in place. Elder brother Yi, you can actually refine artifacts? And of supreme innate quality? She had gently caressed the fabric, feeling the vast power of the Taiyin within, softly exclaiming, this skirt is so beautiful. The 2 sisters were enamored, oblivious to the astonished expressions of Hongjun, Xinyuanzi, and Kuenpeng behind them. Wait, Yi Daoyu, you personally refined these? Xinyuanzi's beard trembled. Supreme innate spiritual treasures? Hongjun nearly dropped the gourd he held. Does this mean we will no longer lack supreme treasures? Kuenpeng's breath quickened, having fought fiercely for a single supreme treasure over countless epics. To learn that Yi could effortlessly forge them was astounding. It was common knowledge that in the primordial realm, Even a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure could incite bloodshed among mighty beings. The three exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a silent agreement. No words were necessary. They would follow him to the ends of the earth. After distributing the treasures, Yi turned to Emperor Jiang, instructing, "Second brother, please fetch the Lord of the Underworld from the River of Blood to Pangu Hall." Emperor Jiang scratched his head, somewhat confused. "Elder brother, after all the trouble we caused him in the Sea of Blood, do you think he would willingly join us?" Yi's lips curled into a sly grin. Precisely because of that, he must join the witch clan, unless he is content to remain stagnant for eternity. Emperor Jiang nodded, a hint of understanding dawning upon him as he flicked his silver hair, invoking the laws of space. "Understood, I shall bring that old fellow here." Yi raised his hand, purging the remnants of the heavenly Tao's power lingering on Hongjun, and then beckoned to the others. "Let us proceed into the hall to discuss matters in detail." Nuwa, Hongjun, Xinyuanzi, Kuanpeng, Changxi, and Shiha followed closely behind, while Fushi was halted outside by an invisible barrier. "Fushi." Gong passed by and patted his shoulder. "It's cooler outside." Meanwhile, the Lord of the Underworld, traversing the Blood Sea, was grumbling, "By my mother, this group of calamity bringers is far too formidable. They've practically conquered the entire primordial realm. I must quickly return to the Blood Sea." Suddenly, with a tearing sound, space split open, and Emperor Jiang's enormous hand emerged, grasping his neck. "The Lord of the Underworld?" Emperor Jiang grinned broadly. "Old Ming, my elder brother invites you for tea." "Wait, mmm. The space sealed shut, leaving only the echo of the Lord of the Underworld's voice lingering. In Pangu Hall, Yi sat at the head of the table, with the newly joined members standing below. Hongjun was engrossed with Xinyuanzi, examining the murals on the hall's walls. While Changxi and Shiha secretly watched Yi, Kuanpeng stood awkwardly in a corner. With a thud, Emperor Jiang dropped the Lord of the Underworld to the ground, sending dust flying. Yi smiled warmly. "Friend of the Underworld, how have you been?" The Lord of the Underworld, covered in dust, scrambled to his feet, ready to express his anger, when he suddenly sensed the aura in the hall. 12 ancestral witches, Hongjun, Xinyuanzi, Kuanpeng, the goddess of the Taiying, Nuwa, all present. The Lord of the Underworld looked around at the ancestral witches glaring at him, his face paling as he swallowed hard. "This tea, I must drink?" Gong grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. "What do you think?" Yi chuckled. "Indeed." "Enough, Gong. Cease your jesting." He turned to Mingi and declared, "During our time in the Blood Sea, I promised you a grand opportunity. I have summoned you now to consider whether you wish to join the ancestor witches." Yi surveyed the assembly, his gaze somber, his voice deep and resonant. "What you are about to hear, once you leave the Pangu Hall, must remain buried within your hearts. Not a whisper of it shall escape your lips, even at the cost of your lives." The atmosphere within the hall instantly thickened, as an invisible pressure enveloped everyone present. Nuwa, Hongjun, Xinyuanzi, Kuanpeng, Changxi, Shiha, Mingi, and even the 12 ancestor witches all nodded solemnly in agreement. Yi inhaled deeply, then spoke slowly. "After our father god, Pangu, carved the primordial expanse, the cosmos was not solely ruled by the heavenly Tao." With a flick of his finger, 3 interwoven chains of law materialized in the void: heavenly Tao, order and regulation; earthly Tao, reincarnation and the landscape; human Tao, civilization and sentient beings. However, the heavenly Tao currently faces a dilemma. Suddenly clenching his fist, the heavenly Tao chain surged, forcefully suppressing the other 2 chains. Hongjun seeks to dominate the primordial realm. Thus he must stifle the earthly and human Taos. Yi's gaze turned to Nuwa, his eyes filled with compassion. "Sister Nuwa, in the original destiny, you were to take Hongjun as your master and attain sanctity through the primordial purple energy. Yet that purple energy serves as a shackle, rendering you a puppet of the heavenly Tao, forever unable to awaken the human Tao." Nuwa trembled, nearly dropping the purple-green gourd in her grasp. "The human race you have created will become mere tools for the heavenly Tao to harvest fortune. They revere you as their mother, yet you will be powerless to protect them in their slaughter." Nuwa's nails dug deep into her palms. Yi continued to manipulate the void, revealing how Hutu transformed into reincarnation, awakening the earthly Tao only to be ensnared by the heavenly Tao. The underworld remained eternally sealed. The earthly Tao's authority fragmented among various factions, while the other ancestor witches perished in battle. Hutu abruptly rose. "So that is why you have been preventing me from engaging with reincarnation?" Yi nodded. "Indeed, but I have already discovered a solution." He continued, "And do you believe that the 3 corpses method imparted by Hongjun is something beneficial?" His voice turned icy, as if it could pierce the very soul. With a wave of his hand, 3 indistinct specters emerged in the void. Though shrouded in obscurity, the assembly could still sense the immense power they contained. To sever the three corpses requires the use of an innate treasure of the same root and origin. Otherwise, they can never unify, remaining forever at the threshold of quasi-sainthood. His words thundered in their ears, leaving them astonished. Hongjun's deliberate concealment of this truth was meant to ensure that the beings of the primordial realm could never truly pose a threat to him. Chapter 76. What are you doing? The words struck the hearts of the assembly like a heavy hammer, deepening their understanding of Hongjun's schemes. Gasps filled the air, shock and fury swelling within them. Hongjun sprang to his feet, furiously cursing. What a scoundrel Hongjun is! His voice echoed, laden with contempt. Xinyuanzi's expression darkened. His teeth clenched as he said, what a vile scheme. Observing their reactions, Yi spoke calmly. Thus, Sister Nuwa, I urge you to ponder carefully whether you wish to join the ancestor witches. After all, you embody the human Tao, and joining the witch clan may have significant repercussions. Nuwa suddenly burst into laughter, her voice bright and melodious, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Hee, I shall join the witch clan. I never intended to establish a faction anyway. Compared to Hongjun, I place my trust in you, Brother Yi. Her words were resolute and unwavering, devoid of hesitation. Yet a flicker of concern crossed her features as she softly added, but my brother. Yi smiled. Fear not, I will make arrangements for you. However, he will face death once. Otherwise, he will remain at the threshold of quasi-sainthood. Today indeed marks a joyous occasion, with so many like-minded companions joining the witch clan. At that moment, Mingi's voice turned hesitant, cautiously stating, I don't believe I've expressed my desire to join the witch clan. This statement fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up a tempest. Over a dozen pairs of eyes fixated on him, akin to hungry wolves spotting their prey. Their gazes seemed to convey, you have heard so many secrets. If you do not join us, do you seek your own demise? Mingi felt a chill run down his spine under their scrutiny and hastily waved his hands in explanation. What are you doing? Stop it, I was merely joking. Put away your weapons, it's rather intimidating. The witch clan is my family. If anyone dares to harm my kin, I will surely annihilate them. As soon as the words left his mouth, the previously tense atmosphere in the Pangu hall relaxed, as if an invisible hand had released its grip. The god-slaying spear in Yi's hand came to a halt mid-air, its once icy demeanor melting away like snow under the warm sun. Ha! Gong suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, striding forward to embrace Mingi around the neck. The force of the embrace left the Blood Sea ancestor gasping for breath, his face turning crimson as he rolled his eyes. Old Ming, I never expected you to be such an amusing fellow. Gong chuckled, vigorously shaking Mingi. The latter felt as if his neck were about to snap, pleading for mercy. Easy now, easy. My old bones can scarcely endure your antics. Yi affectionately clasped Mingi's shoulder, as if the earlier threat had never transpired. Come, let me introduce you to the benefits of our witch clan. The 12 ancestor witches tacitly withdrew their oppressive aura, and Yi thoughtfully offered a cup of tea brewed with innate sunflower water. Only then did Mingi realize his hands were still trembling. First, meals and lodging are fully covered. Yi counted on his fingers. Joining the blood pool of Pangu Hall grants you an opportunity for cultivation, with an abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Gong interjected. My brother's roasted meat is unparalleled. Secondly, you will receive an innate treasure. Yi produced a stone tablet seemingly out of thin air, inscribed with intricate patterns. The Fangtian tablet, a top-tier innate treasure, boasts formidable defense and can suppress adversaries. Mingi accepted the tablet, his eyes widening as he sensed its extraordinary power. No way. Is this truly a top-tier innate treasure? How wealthy is the witch clan? Lastly, Yi lowered his voice, when Huta transforms into reincarnation. I will secure you a position as an earthly Tao saint. What do you say? Mingi's breath caught, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Why didn't you say this sooner? Who could withstand such a test? Suddenly, he knelt on one knee before Yi, proclaiming, no more words. I hereby pledge my allegiance to the heavenly Tao. Yi quickly interjected. Wait, hold on. We believe in Pangu. What do you mean by pledging to the heavenly Tao? Mingi hastily replied. Oh, I got a bit carried away and forgot. Pangu, great deity above. Today, I, Mingi, vow to stand united with the witch clan. Should I break this oath, may the blood sea run dry and I be turned to ashes. Good brother. Yi abruptly yanked him up, turning to shout, Rushou, bring forth the welcome gift prepared for Minghe. Rushou hurriedly lifted a bundle and, upon unveiling it, revealed the lotus seeds of the 12th grade flame red lotus, precisely the seeds borrowed when they had taken the lotus from the sea of blood. Yi patted him on the shoulder, saying, water them with the 3 light divine water, and we shall surely cultivate another lotus from them. Oh, and here. He handed him a jade vial. Use it generously. Even soaking the seeds in it is perfectly fine. Do not hold back. Ming He cradled the lotus seeds and the three light divine water, suddenly feeling that joining the witch clan seemed to be a remarkable bargain. This would save him at least several 100,000 years of toil, setting him on a path of ease. Nuwa observed this scene, covering her mouth with a gentle laugh. Brother Yi is truly a master of both kindness and authority. Tu Hu gazed at Yi Yi with a serious expression and inquired, Brother, what shall we do next? Yi Yi replied slowly, Next, we must engage in a serious contest of strength with the heavenly Tao. His words echoed like thunder within the Pangu hall, causing the previously tense atmosphere to become palpably charged. The crowd stared at Yi Yi in astonishment, struggling to comprehend his proclamation. The forehead of the Blood River ancestor began to bead with cold sweat, and the fingers beneath his blood-red robes trembled involuntarily. He suddenly realized that he had unwittingly become embroiled in a cosmic game of chess, one whose outcome could determine the fate of the entire world. Is it truly that exhilarating? Ming He's voice was somewhat hoarse as he swallowed hard and continued, Taoist Yi, do you mean? Yi did not respond immediately. Instead, he gently tapped the armrest of his chair, producing a series of muffled sounds as he pondered something of great importance. After a moment, he lifted his head, his gaze resolute as he addressed the assembly. It is rather simple. Our witch clan must shatter the monopoly of the heavenly Tao, ensuring a balance among the three paths. Zhu Jiuyin interjected, his eyes sparkling with the light of temporal laws, seemingly contemplating Yi Ye's words as he asked, Brother, if what you say is true, then it won't be long before Hongjun achieves unity. How shall we respond? Chapter 77. Do not merely strive, give your all. A pertinent question indeed. Yi Ye's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he abruptly turned to Ming He. Friend Ming He, do you know why there are so many vengeful spirits in the Sea of Blood? Ming He was taken aback, instinctively replying, The Sea of Blood is transformed from the navel of the Pangu great god. As the realization dawned upon him, his pupils contracted sharply, and he abruptly raised his head. Staring intently at Yi Yi, you mean? Indeed, Yi Yi stood, a chaotic aura emanating from him. The Sea of Blood is connected to reincarnation. It is a manifestation of the earthly path. Boom. It was as if thunder erupted in Ming He's mind, leaving him frozen on the spot. After years of painstakingly managing the Sea of Blood, he had never fathomed it concealed such a staggering secret. Remember, Yi Yi surveyed the crowd with an unprecedented gravity in his tone. Until I am fully prepared, we cannot allow Hongjun to perceive our intentions. The assembly nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. As the meeting concluded and the crowd departed the Pangu hall, Fushi rushed up to grasp Nuwa's arm. Sister, did they trouble you? Nuwa gently shook her head, her eyes shimmering with an unprecedented determination. Brother, I have decided to join the witch clan. What? Fushi was struck as if by lightning. Have you lost your mind? We are primordial deities. How can you? Suddenly, Yi appeared beside Nuwa. His tone calm. Fushi, Nuwa has her own path. You have no right to interfere. Fushi glared at Yi. This is all you're doing. What have you fed her to ensnare her mind? Nuwa interposed between the two. Brother, this is my own choice. Brother Yi has revealed the future tribulations to me. I know what I am doing. Just as Fushi was about to protest further, he noticed the shift in Nuwa's aura. It resonated with a profound vibration originating from her very bloodline. She had indeed accepted the mark of the witch clan. You. Fushi pointed at Nuwa, his finger trembling, before he ultimately let it drop in despair. Very well. He abruptly turned and vanished like a shooting star into the horizon. Nuwa's eyes flickered with concern. Brother Yi, about my brother. Yi patted her shoulder reassuringly. Fear not. He has his own journey to pursue. Without experiencing death, how can one be reborn? Yi mysteriously added. Allow me to share an exhilarating bit of news. Among the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, there are 9 in total. This meant that each path has 9 saints. Excluding Nuwa, Tu Hu, and the earthly and human paths, there are 16 remaining. Therefore, as Yi Ye's words hung in the air, the Pangu hall fell into a profound silence. Before Hongjun took up the conversation, thus, we require a total of 17 to achieve sainthood here, and with Fushi included, that makes 18. This suggests that the opportunity for everyone to become saints is greater than one could imagine. Yi shook his head. Incorrect. Aside from Tu Hu, all others tread the path of laws, the path of chaos. Hence, all present can attain sainthood, and there are still some to spare. Will this news not inspire your utmost efforts? The Blood River ancestor suddenly slammed his thigh, his blood-red robe swirling as he leaped from his cushion in excitement. His voice booming. Damn it, Brother Yi, are you serious? His eyes ablaze with fervor. He resembled a gambler who had just learned he had won a jackpot. Hongjun and Jin Yuanzi exchanged glances, their lips twitching. Ming He, your coarse language. Ming He waved his hand dismissively. Do not speak of mere effort. I would give my all. The luckiest thing in my life has been to be extorted by you in the Sea of Blood. Ha! Kunpeng stood nearby, his expression impassive as he raised his hand, and, slap, he struck himself hard across the face. Everyone. Kunpeng rubbed his now stinging cheek. A foolish grin breaking across his face. This is not a dream. It is truly real. Throughout his life in this primordial world, he had struggled through countless storms. People either feared or underestimated him. Even the seat he obtained in the Purple Cloud Palace was schemed away. Yet in this moment, Yi revealed to him that he, Kunpeng, too had the opportunity to attain the saintly position. Brother Yi. Kunpeng's voice trembled slightly, a hint of red glimmering in his eyes. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he declared, "From now on, my life belongs to the witch clan." Stop right there. Yi quickly extended his hand to support Kunpeng, a look of disdain crossing his face. "Spare me the sentimental declarations. If you wish to pledge your loyalty, just put in more effort during battles from now on." At that moment, Zhurong suddenly leaped out from behind Kunpeng, wrapping his arms around his neck. The fiery red beard rubbed against Kunpeng's cheeks, leaving them slightly flushed. "Exactly. In our witch clan, we do not indulge in such formalities. If you truly wish to show gratitude, do not hesitate to fight fiercely in the future." Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted into laughter. Yet amid the mirth, Zhen Yuanzi quietly fell into contemplation. Gently stroking his beard, the once composed hand trembled slightly. The venerable ancestor of the Earth Immortals could not help but recall the moment he first encountered Yi Yi, at which time he had secretly mocked the rudeness and coarseness of the Wu clan. Yet today, he suddenly realized that the truly superficial one was none other than himself. Hongjun nudged his close friend with his elbow, transmitting softly, "Old Jun, do you now understand why I was so insistent on joining?" Zhen Yunzi gazed at the lively Yi Yi amidst the crowd and sighed. Great wisdom resembles foolishness, and great skill appears clumsy. Xianxia tugged at Shiha's sleeve, bubbling with excitement, her moon-white gown shimmering like rippling silver. "Sister, we too can attain sanctity." She had gently tapped her sister's forehead, her eyes glimmering with the same yearning. Suddenly sensing a gaze upon her, she turned to meet Yi's smiling eyes, her ears flushing crimson. "Mingi." Yi's gaze was as piercing as a torch, directed toward the blood-robed ancestor of Mingi. "You will return to the Blood Sea later and fortify it like an iron fortress, providing a sanctuary for souls in future reincarnations." Mingi grinned, his eyes flickering with bloodlight. "Rest assured, Brother Yi, my Blood Sea formation will flay anyone who dares approach." Yi nodded. "Remember, the more solid the Blood Sea, the stronger the foundation for future reincarnations, and the greater the merit. You may attempt to infuse merit into the Blood Sea." Mingi licked his lips, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. "Is it truly possible to do so? Merit? Haha, that is my favorite." Yi turned to Hutu, who stood upon the reincarnation purple lotus, his tone softening. 13th sister, continue to comprehend the laws of reincarnation. When the time is ripe, I shall assist you in embodying reincarnation." Hutu smiled faintly, her eyes filled with determination. "Rest assured, elder brother, I will not act recklessly." Chapter 78, The Foundation of the Wu Clan, today forged. Yi looked at Nuwa, his gaze profound. "Sister Nuwa, you shall continue to attend lectures at the Xiao Palace, but under no circumstances should you take a master. As for the spiritual treasure capable of slaying the 3 corpses, I shall prepare it for you." Nuwa nodded earnestly. "I understand. I will not touch the primordial purple energy of Hongjun." Jinyuanzi. Yi's lips curled into a playful smile. "You shall take the Earth Book and accompany Hongyun to the west to streamline the ley lines, applying some eye drops for Zhuan-Ti and Jiayin. And while you're at it, help Hongyun vent her frustrations." Jin Yuanzi chuckled, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. "Perfect timing. I have not unfurled the Earth Book in ages. It is time to let the future saints of the West witness its wonders." Yi added, "If they dare to obstruct, do not hesitate to act. After all, their injuries have yet to heal." Yi turned to the silent Kunpeng. Kun, return to the North Sea and secretly strengthen your forces. Additionally, assist me in locating a large, very large, xian turtle." Kunpeng raised an eyebrow. "Xian turtle?" Yi replied with a mysterious smile. "Indeed, it will be of use in the future." Kunpeng ceased to inquire further and nodded in agreement. "All right, I will find it as soon as possible." Shiha. Yi gazed at the 2 celestial sisters of the moon star, his tone gentle. "You two should return to the moon star and fully seize its authority, achieving absolute control." Changxi blinked playfully at Yi. A mischievous smile gracing her face as she softly asked, "Brother Yi, once I have mastered the moon star, will I be able to assist you?" Upon seeing this, Yi could not help but chuckle, shaking his head helplessly at Changxi's quirky demeanor, and replied with a smile, "Certainly, it would be a significant help. However, before that, you both need to grow even stronger." She had gently nodded in response, her voice soft yet resolute. "We will strive earnestly, Brother Yi." Yi finally turned his gaze to the 12 ancestors of the Wu, his expression solemn and earnest as he addressed Di Jiang. Second brother, I entrust the remaining brothers to you. Lead them in secluded cultivation, dedicating yourselves to enhancing your strength. Di Jiang beamed, revealing a set of pristine teeth. His silver hair flowing freely in the wind, exuding a carefree and unrestrained demeanor as he readily replied, Rest assured, elder brother, when we emerge from our seclusion, the entire Hongjun will tremble before us. Gong, Zhu Rong, and the others, upon hearing Di Jiang's words, could barely contain their excitement, their fighting spirit ignited. Eager to challenge the entirety of Hongjun. Observing the fervor in their expressions, Yi felt immense satisfaction, smiling as he nodded, then solemnly stated, Remember, our adversary is not merely Hongjun, but the entirety of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, we must continuously elevate ourselves to contend against it. At this juncture, Yi seemed to recall something and hastily added, Oh, by the way, we currently lack manpower. If you encounter suitable individuals, consider bringing them to our side. However, do not bother with those who are cowardly and fearful. With a smile, Yi clapped his hands and proclaimed in a booming voice, All right, everyone, follow me. I shall first lead you to the blood pool for cultivation. After a millennium, I will present you with a special gift. Of course, it is also to augment our Wu clan with new members. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement, eagerly following Yi to the side of the blood pool. There, the blood pool emanated a rich aura of blood, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Standing at the edge of the blood pool, Yi suddenly radiated the blood aura of Pangu, surging like waves. With a wave of his hand, the vast blood within him was drawn by an unseen force, transforming into countless tiny blood droplets suspended in midair. Each droplet contained astonishing vitality, as if it were the very source of life. Yi exclaimed, The foundation of the Wu clan is forged today. As his words fell, the 1,296 portions of blood suddenly expanded, morphing into dense blood cocoons that descended into the blood pool like raindrops. The blood pool erupted in a frenzy, the waters boiling as if to break free from its confines. The malevolent aura within the Pangu hall surged forth at that moment, engulfing the entire hall in a suffocating shroud, inducing a sense of trepidation. Amidst this dense malevolent aura, ancient whispers seemed to reverberate endlessly. The 12 ancestors of the Wu beheld this scene, their faces alight with joy. They burst into laughter, each slicing their palms to let their blood pour into the blood pool, nurturing their kin. At that moment, Di Jiang's spatial laws surged, and countless blood cocoons shimmered in the void like stars in the night sky. Ha ha ha, elder brother is truly grand. We cannot lag behind, Di Jiang declared joyously. Gong struck his chest with a fist, the Xianming true water mingling with blood, surging into the blood pool like a torrent. The Wu clan shall thrive, Gong shouted, his voice echoing throughout the Pangu hall, lingering long after. Burn even brighter. Zhu Rong laughed exuberantly, his laughter resonating above the blood pool as the southern Ming Li fire churned within, resembling a colossal fire dragon, enveloping the blood cocoons and continuously refining them. Putu Xianming, Zhumong, and Ruxiao also sprang into action, and in an instant, the blood pool radiated with brilliant light. A myriad of elements intertwine, creating a dazzling and vibrant spectacle. The blood cocoons within the blood pool, under the collaborative efforts of many, continuously absorb the surrounding energy, gradually becoming more fortified. These cocoons harbor the future warriors of the Witch clan, who, nourished by the blood pool, will grow into formidable beings. Yi stands nearby, nodding in satisfaction, his heart brimming with anticipation as he observes the roiling blood cocoons. These warriors will become his invaluable assistants, augmenting the power of his plans. After calling upon everyone to absorb the blood essence from the Pangu blood pool to refine their bodies, Yi Ye's figure flickers, vanishing in an instant like a flash of lightning. He reappears in the depths of the Pangu hall, in a place steeped in blood energy. The atmosphere is so dense with blood qi that it feels suffocating. Dark red blood flows across the ground, and the air is thick with the stench of blood. Yi sits cross-legged, closing his eyes, regulating his breath as the chaotic aura around him begins to circulate. Chapter 79, Crafting Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasures. He slowly opens his character panel. Yi Ye's character panel reads, Name, Yi Bloodline, Heart Blood of Pangu, Footing, Intermediate Chaos Demon God, Cultivation, Physical Body, Hongjun de Luo Golden Immortal. Soul, Hongjun de Luo Golden Immortal, Law of Power, Divine Powers, Purification, Guardian Emblem, Honor Blessing, Source of Life, Holy Healing Wind, Divine Might of Life's Praise, Treasure, Holy Light Hammer, accompanied by stunning strikes, a growing innate spiritual treasure that can evolve infinitely with the Master's cultivation. Heaven and Earth Mysterious Yellow Linglong Tower, Hongming Measuring Ruler, Merit Armor. Supreme Innate Spiritual Treasures. Innate 5 Elements Pearl, Dragon Soul Sword, Qilin Seal, 24C Calming Pearls. Annihilating Black Lotus, Merit Golden Lotus, Karma Red Lotus, Purifying White Lotus, Northern Mysterious Yuan Water Controlling Banner, Godslaying Spear, Qian Kuanding. Innate Spiritual Roots, Dragon Pattern Ancient Tree, 9 Sword Leaf Spirit, Purple Jade Ink Bamboo, Purple Rhythm Golden Fruit Tree, Innate Gourd Vine, Bodhi Tree Branch, Ginseng Fruit Tree Branch, Innate 4 Symbols Banana Tree, Bitter Bamboo. Yellow Middle Li, 5 Needle Pine, Tongtian Jinmu, Creation Blue Lotus. Special Items. Decomposition Machine, capable of decomposing all things to obtain law crystals and raw materials. Item List. Mysterious Yellow Qi, Innate Indestructible Spiritual Light, 3 Light Divine Water, 9 Heavens Breath Soil, and various law crystals. Other treasures, abundant postnatal spiritual treasures, materials, and rare items. Yi gazes at his panel, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Not bad, but still insufficient. He begins to devise plans in his mind, preparing to forge 3 supreme innate spiritual treasures for Nuwa, Changxi, Xia, Kuanpeng, Hongjun, and Xinyuanzi for the purpose of slaying the 3 corpses. It must be noted that this is no trifling matter. For others, forging supreme innate spiritual treasures is but a fanciful dream, an almost impossible task. After all, the number of supreme innate spiritual treasures is finite. However, for Yi, a player with exceptional advantages, such difficulties are hardly daunting. He understands well that as long as he can refine postnatal spiritual treasures, he has already succeeded. As for the grade of the treasures, it matters not. By placing the refined postnatal treasures into the Qian Kuanding and undergoing further refinement, they can be transformed into innate spiritual treasures. Then, utilizing the extracted innate indestructible spiritual light to enhance their grade. With this thought, Yi settles comfortably on the mat, gently closing his eyes to calm his mind and regulate his breathing. Before him, the Qian Kuanding hovers silently, emanating a chaotic aura, as if merging with the entire universe. The mysterious yellow qi within roils like waves, with faint glimpses of profound runes flickering within, hinting at an ancient and mysterious power. Yi takes a deep breath, then slowly opens his eyes, focusing his attention on the Qian Kuanding. He begins to silently chant the incantation, guiding the qi to flow along a specific trajectory. To slay the 3 corpses, innate spiritual treasures of the same origin and root are required. Yi inwardly curses Hongjun, who intentionally withholds this knowledge, wishing to impede the beings of the primordial chaos from achieving the unity of the 3 corpses and halting their progression to quasi-saint. With a cold smirk, he raises his hand, summoning countless rare materials from the 24 heavens, 9 heavens mysterious iron, chaos essence gold, 3 light divine water, innate 5 elements essence, mysterious yellow qi, dragon crystals, and various other materials. First, he will forge 3 creation-type treasures for Nuwa, uncertain of whether the old schemer will bestow any treasures upon her after she ceases to have a master. Regardless, he decides to create a similar treasure for her, directly embedding it with a full complement of 48 innate prohibitions, naming it the Heaven and Earth Map, drawing forth the 9 heavens breath soil and the empty void stone. Mixing them with 3 light divine water, he kneads them into shape. The magical energy surges, and the initial forms of the 3 treasures gradually take shape. Creation Pen. The tip of the pen contains the laws of creation, capable of enlightening all living beings. Heaven and Earth Map contains a miniature world, capable of shaping the mountains and rivers of the primordial chaos. Life Bell. When the bell rings, withered wood springs to life, and the dead are resurrected. The postnatal returns to the innate. He activates the Qian Kuanding, which spews forth chaotic divine light, swallowing the 3 postnatal treasures within. The mysterious yellow qi within the ding swells, intertwining with the runes of the great Tao, producing a faint, thunderous sound. Moments later, the lid of the ding opens, and the 3 treasures emerge, having undergone a transformative rebirth. Creation Pen. Supreme innate spiritual treasure. The Heavenly Transformation Creation Pen. The tip contains innate creation laws. With a stroke, it can awaken the spirit of an obstinate stone, bring withered wood back to life, and even grant life to inanimate objects. Heaven and Earth Map. Supreme innate spiritual treasure. The Heaven and Earth Map forms its own realm, capable of evolving the mountains and rivers of the primordial chaos and even briefly borrowing the power of the real earthly veins to suppress all things. While akin to the mountains and rivers national map, its might surpasses that of the latter. Life Bell. Supreme innate spiritual treasure. The primordial life and death bell. When the bell tolls, life and death are reversed. The living may die, and the dead may live. Once Sister Nuwa unites her 3 corpses, The path of creation is destined to ascend to a new height. Yi nods in satisfaction, envisioning the delightful expression on Hongjun's face when that time comes. Next, he turns his attention to Xianxia and Xiha. Yi retrieves a sprig of laurel and infuses it with true water from the moon, supplemented by innate ice essence, and begins to refine. Moonblade, supreme innate spiritual treasure, the lunar god-slaying wheel, specifically designed to slay souls. A strike from a great Luo golden immortal would rend the soul asunder, while even quasi-saints would be grievously wounded. Palace of Vast Cold, supreme innate spiritual treasure. The vast cold celestial palace. Unmatched in defense, it can transform into a celestial palace of the lunar realm, impervious to all but saints. Cold Ice Needle, supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Xianming Cold Spirit Needle, a venomous hidden weapon, as fine as a hair, capable of silently freezing and killing those of lower cultivation. With this, the lunar star is undoubtedly ours. Yi chuckles coldly. Should Emperor Jun or Tai dare to intervene, let them experience the power of the new treasures. The treasures for Hongjun, Xinyuanzi, Kuanpeng, and the spirit of the underworld must not be neglected either. 4 Hongjun, mysterious yellow ruler, supreme innate spiritual treasure, the mysterious yellow calamity ruler. 1 ruler to measure heaven, 1 ruler to measure calamity. Holding this ruler allows one to gauge causality and target those burdened with heavy karma. Cloud Banner, supreme innate spiritual treasure, the mysterious yellow cloud banner, when the banner moves. Protective clouds envelop the body, impervious to all forms of harm, and the speed of escape is increased tenfold. Heavenly Gang Shield, supreme innate spiritual treasure. The mysterious yellow Heavenly Gang Shield. The defensive treasure, once enveloped, renders one impervious beneath the realm of the saints. Zhen Yuanzi, Earth Pen, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The Earth Vein Pen, resonating with the Earth's script, it can alter the flow of the Earth veins and even extract spiritual veins with a mere stroke. Ginseng Fruit Tree Branch, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the wand of eternal life. With a single tap, withered wood is rejuvenated and the earth veins are revitalized, specifically countering the transformative methods of Jian and Zhuanti. Chapter 80. If all else fails, I shall prostrate myself before you. Wutu Seal, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The primordial earth vein seal, wielding authority over the primordial earth veins, wherever the seal descends, mountains and rivers change hands. Kuanpeng, Biming Banner, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The Xianming Extreme Cold Banner, when unfurled, it freezes 1,000 miles, the chill of Biming penetrating to the very soul, specifically countering fire-based divine powers. Kuanpeng Feather, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Extreme Cold Void Feather. After refinement, it significantly enhances speed. Hampa Pearl, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The Eternal Frost Epic Pearl, when summoned, it can encase all things in ice. Mingi, Blood Banner, a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The Extreme Malevolent Blood Sea Banner. Waving the Blood Banner can invoke the power of the Blood Sea, engulfing vast expanses, corrupting all beneath the saints. Vengeful Spirit Armor, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the soul-devouring armor. Once donned, it can devour the enemy's primordial spirit, nourishing itself and growing stronger with each battle. Demon King Throne, a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Azura Throne. Sitting upon this throne, one stands invincible in the primordial realm. A future treasure of fortune for the Azura clan. Yi gazed at the 18 supreme innate spiritual treasures suspended before him, nodding in satisfaction. Hongjun believed that the supreme innate spiritual treasures of the primordial world were predetermined, and all beings could only abide by his rules. Alas, I possess the ability to produce them in bulk. Now, it hinges upon your performance. Millennia passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Pangu Hall, the blood pool surged, malevolent energy soaring into the sky, and a series of formidable auras awakened in succession. Nuwa's entire being swirled with the laws of creation, her aura reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. Kuanpeng opened his eyes, the chill of Biming sweeping forth, with massive wings unfurling behind him, his cultivation similarly attaining the utmost in great Luo. Hongjun, Jinyuanzi, Changxi, Xiha, and Mingi all rose. Each was enveloped in surging law power, merely a step away from the quasi-saint realm. Ha ha ha, delightful. Is this the power of dual cultivation at the pinnacle of great Luo? Hongjun exclaimed, excitedly raising his fist. Old Yun, rein it in a bit. Do not be overly exuberant, Jinyuanzi sighed, though his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Mingi, feeling the surging blood sea power within, grinned widely. Old ancestor, I am now capable of taking on 10 of my former selves. Changxi and Xiha exchanged smiles. The power of the lunar star swirling at their fingertips, crystalline ice forming, exquisitely beautiful. Just then, the space rippled slightly, and Yi's figure appeared out of thin air. A smile gracing his lips as his gaze swept over everyone. Remarkable, a millennium's time, and all have reached the pinnacle of Great Luo. The crowd hastily bowed. Elder Yi, Brother Yi. The 12 ancestral witches, save for Hutu, were at the late stage of the mixed Yuan golden immortal in physical form. Their primordial spirits at the pinnacle of Great Luo. Elder Yi, when shall we break through? Mingyi rubbed his fists, eyes brimming with fighting spirit. No rush. Yi replied with a slight smile. Before your breakthrough, I have a gift to present to you all. With a graceful wave of his hand, 18 radiant beams of treasure light soared into the sky, hovering before everyone. Nuwa, the celestial transformation pin, the celestial map of mountains and rivers, the primordial life and death bell. Changxi, Shiha, the lunar god-slaying wheel, the celestial palace of Guanghan, the Xianming cold spirit needle. Hongjun, the Xianwang catastrophe ruler, the Xianwang cloud banner, the Xianwang heavenly shield. Zhen Yuanzi, the earth vein pen, the wand of eternal life, the primordial earth vein seal. Kuanping, the Xianming extreme cold banner, the extreme cold void feather, the eternal frost epic pearl. Mingyi, the extreme malevolent blood sea banner, the soul devouring armor, the Azura throne. The crowd received the spiritual treasures, their consciousness sweeping over them, instantly overwhelmed. Hongyun's jaw dropped, capable of accommodating a ginseng fruit. Yi, Elder Yi, are these all for us? 3 for each person? Zhen Yuanzi's hand, which was stroking his beard, froze, nearly dropping the earth script. We received 4 supreme innate spiritual treasures without doing anything? I have lived through countless epochs and have never seen such generosity. Mingyi's eyes reddened, his voice trembling. Elder Yi, if it's too much, I can prostrate myself before you. Otherwise, it feels inappropriate to accept. Kuanping's fingers trembled slightly, gripping the extreme cold void feather tightly. His mind consumed by a singular thought. The wisest decision of my life was to join the witch clan. Changxi and Shiha's cheeks flushed, their beautiful eyes shimmering with delight. Changxi even rushed forward to embrace Yi's arm. Brother Yi, you are too kind. Yi chuckled, ruffling her hair. All right, take them all. Hurry and refine them. Prepare to slay the corpses. Nuwa took a deep breath, solemnly storing away the 3 spiritual treasures, softly saying, Brother Yi, this kindness will be etched in Nuwa's heart. Yi waved his hand, smiling. We are family, no need for such formalities. His gaze swept over the group, his tone turning serious. Next, you shall each retreat to your own domains for seclusion. You may well be the first batch to become quasi-saints. The 3 clear ones are likely still recuperating. It is imperative that you sever the 3 corpses with treasures of the same source, or else you will be unable to integrate, forever stagnating at the quasi-saint level. That old fox Hongjun intentionally concealed this point, wishing for the beings of the primordial realm to never truly threaten him. But we are different. What we lack least is innate spiritual treasures. Yi's lips curled upward, his eyes sparkling with confidence. The era of the witch clan is about to dawn. The crowd surged with fervor, responding in unison, yes. Oh, and let me bestow upon you a small gift. With that, he waved his hand, and sacred light cascaded down from Yi's palm. A gentle and holy radiance fell upon Nuwa, Hongyun, Zhen Yuanzi, Changxi, Shiha, Kuanping, and Mingyi. Source of life. Yi's voice was calm, yet it seemed imbued with the might of creation. That holy light was not an ordinary divine power, but contained the creative force of indestructible laws, inscribing an eternal mark deep within their primordial spirits, granting unconditional resurrection. Changxi blinked her eyes, feeling the unusual power surging within her, curiously asking, Brother Yi, what is this? It feels so comfortable. Yi replied nonchalantly, oh, it's nothing much, just a little resurrection boost for you. Nuwa, Hongyun, Zhen Yuanzi, Changxi, Shiha, and Kuanping's eyes widened in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief, questioning if they had misheard. Resurrection? Hongyun stammered. Yi, Elder Yi, are you saying that even if we die now, we can come back to life? Yi nodded, speaking calmly, roughly yes. It remains unconditional. No matter how you perish, you can be reborn under the protection of the source of life, but only once. Zhen Yuanzi's hand, which was stroking his beard, quivered slightly as he murmured, This is simply defying fate. Nuwa's beautiful eyes sparkled, her heart shaken. Brother Yi's methods surpass even Hongjun's. Although Mingyi could resurrect through the blood sea, he could not help but exclaim, Elder Yi, your technique is even more outrageous than my blood divine child. Chapter 81, The Birth of a Million Witches. Yi smiled and waved his hand, saying, all right, you may now proceed with the plan. Should any situation arise, do not hesitate to contact me. The group nodded solemnly, and then each transformed into a stream of light. soaring towards various corners of the primordial world. After their departure, the blood cocoon within the Pangu hall began to tremble violently. As the vibrations intensified, waves of formidable energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, enveloping the entire Pangu hall in overwhelming power. Crack, crack. The sound of the blood cocoon cracking echoed persistently, akin to the shattering of eggshells. Finally, the blood cocoon completely ruptured, and one by one, robust warriors of the witch tribe emerged, exuding an aura as fierce as dragons. Each of these newly born warriors radiated immense power, with all possessing at least the cultivation of a Tai Golden Immortal. Many had even directly stepped into the mid and late stages of Tai Golden Immortal. Among them, some had silver hair like frost, clearly descendants of the Emperor Jiang lineage, while others were entirely crimson, their eyes spouting flames, a characteristic of the Zhu Rong lineage. Some stood upon the true water of Xianming, their chilling aura palpable, unmistakably members of the Gonggong lineage, and others wielded massive axes, exhibiting immense strength, evidently warriors of the Huda lineage. Yi Yi and the 12 ancestral witches stood aloft, gazing down upon the densely packed new kin within the hall, their eyes reflecting an expression of satisfaction. These warriors of the witch tribe represented their hopes, the future's steadfast pillars. Marvelous, marvelous. Yi could not help but burst into hearty laughter, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the Pangu hall. Within that laughter lay both admiration for the newly born warriors and confidence in the future of the witch tribe. Upon hearing Yi's laughter, a million witch warriors raised their heads, their gazes burning with fervor, collectively exclaiming, "We pay homage to the ancestor witches." Their voices roared like a tidal wave, deafeningly loud, revealing their respect and reverence for Yi and the 12 ancestor witches. The sound reverberated through the entire Pangu hall. A million witch warriors were now fully prepared for action. Yi's gaze swept across the hall, where the 12 towering witches stood like mountains, their auras mighty, brimming with battle intent. From this day forth, each of you shall gather a portion of people to establish 12 tribes centered around Mount Buzhou. Expand outward, but remember, do not engage in excessive slaughter. Your duty is to organize the earth veins, suppress the malevolent energies of the world, and purify the tainted air. The 12 great witches responded in unison, their voices like rolling thunder. Yes, Chief. Yi's gaze deepened as a thought struck him, and he added, by the way, during your expansion, should you encounter docile creatures such as pigs, cattle, horses, sheep, or dogs, or deem any suitable, find a way to domesticate them. He paused, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Let us see if we can turn them into our future sustenance. The great witches were momentarily taken aback. Domesticate? Yi chuckled. Yes, train them to become our food sources. Remember to choose those with tender flesh and rapid reproduction. Gonggong interjected, brother, I think dragon meat would be splendid. Yi shot him a glare. The dragon race has its uses for me. Do not act recklessly. Gonggong sheepishly fell silent. Zhu Rong stroked his chin. How about trying the qilan? I've heard its meat is highly nourishing. Yi smacked his forehead, saying, can it reproduce quickly with its ears intact? I just mentioned we need fast breeders. The 12 great witches paused briefly before bursting into uproarious laughter. Ha ha. The chief is wise. Xingtian grinned, resting his war axe on his shoulder. Fear not, chief, I'll go and catch them. If I encounter fierce beasts, I'll simply slay them and drag them back. Quafu scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Chief, does domestication mean we keep them confined? Ho-E, bow in hand, with sharp eyes, added, if we encounter those with fierce natures that are difficult to tame, we shall simply shoot them down. The rest can be subdued. Lu Xiang proposed. Chief, the aquatic tribes can also be domesticated, such as giant turtles and fish, which can serve as food sources. The great witches under Zhu Rong responded. Chief, fire-type fierce beasts are hard to tame, but once roasted, they would surely taste delightful. The great witches under Hutu added. Chief, in fertile lands, we can plant spiritual flora and also raise livestock, a dual approach. Yi laughed heartily. Good, you each take action. Remember, the focus is on domestication, with hunting as a secondary measure. Only hunt those that cannot be tamed. The 12 great witches responded in unison and then took their leave, leading a million witch warriors, surging forth from Mount Buzhou, spreading out across the primordial world. At the foot of Mount Buzhou, the 12 tribes were swiftly established. The Xingtian tribe guarded the crucial mountain passes, suppressing fierce spirits, while the Quafu tribe cultivated wastelands, channeling water for irrigation. The Zhu Rong tribe domesticated avian creatures, establishing a communication network, and the Jiufeng tribe tamed gentle birds, cultivating sources of meat. The Shangliu tribe purified water sources and raised aquatic beings, while the Tianwu tribe domesticated terrestrial beasts, establishing pastures. The witch tribe, no longer embodying mindless slaughter as depicted in the original narrative, began to establish order, cleansing the primordial miasma, and suppressing malevolent spirits. Gradually, the myriad beings of the primordial world discovered that where the witch tribe tread, the earth veins stabilized, malevolent energies dissipated. Spiritual essence flourished, and fierce beasts vanished. Some weaker beings even sought refuge, willingly aligning themselves with the witch tribe. On the Sunstar, Jun observed the spread of the witch tribes like sparks igniting a vast blaze, his expression darkening. The witch tribe has begun to establish its power? Tai clenched the chaos bell, speaking coldly. Brother, we can no longer afford to wait. If the witch tribe continues to expand, we shall find no respite. Jun's gaze flickered. Send the order down to hasten the recruitment of the primordial demon tribes and establish the heavenly court. Within the Xiao Palace, Hongjun Daozu slowly opened his eyes, the teacup in his hand shattering silently. The witch tribe has begun to organize the earth veins and suppress malevolent energies? Calculating with his fingers, he furrowed his brow. This is chaotic, utterly chaotic. Yi, what exactly do you intend to do? Gong stood at the edge of the blood pool, his silver hair glistening like frost, his fingertips entwined with Xianming true water. Pointing towards the surging blood waves in the pool. Brother, there are still members of your tribe yet to emerge. Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His gaze calm. It matters not. They shall guard Mount Buzhou when the time comes, as this is our stronghold. Just as the words left his lips, Huta's icy voice suddenly rang out. Brother, look at the blood pool. Yi turned to gaze, his pupils constricting sharply. For in the heart of the once tumultuous blood pool floated a multitude of translucent blood cocoons. These blood cocoons, the size of pigeon eggs, glimmered with dark golden patterns, each emanating a rich aura of life. What is happening here? Zhu Rong approached with his flaming axe, nearly touching the blood pool with his nose. We haven't added any blood recently. Yi closed his eyes, utilizing his spiritual sense to sweep over the blood pool, instantly perceiving everything. Upon opening his eyes, a glimmer of astonishment crossed his gaze. The blood pool is autonomously absorbing the blood and heavenly materials I previously poured in. He raised his hand, pointing to the center of the pool. Chapter 82. The Battle Flags of the 12 Divine Evils of the Du-Tu. The essence blood left from slaying the fierce beasts was being devoured frantically by the blood pool. What the heck? Zhu Rong exclaimed, nearly dropping his fire axe. So this blood pool is a bottomless pit? All those treasures we poured in before have become its nourishment? Indeed, as time passed, the blood cocoons multiplied exponentially. And in the blink of an eye, over 100 million had coalesced. The liquid within the blood pool recedes at a visibly rapid pace, revealing the ancient stone patterns at the bottom. Step back, Yi commanded in a low voice, flicking his fingers to conjure the ethereal image of the primordial atlas. Within the atlas, numerous rare bloodline diagrams circulated: dragons, primordial phoenixes, xianxiafan's, white tigers, black tortoises, and mysterious birds. A substantial quantity of blood and essence was poured into the blood pool. The instant this precious blood entered the pool, it surged once more, reversing its downward trend and beginning to swell dramatically. Yi estimated it is expected to cultivate at least hundreds of billions of descendants. Having resolved the issue of the blood pool, Yi surveyed the 12 ancestors of the witch clan. All right, inform Xing Tian to visit the Pangu Hall every millennium, taking the nurtured descendants to gather the vital energy of heaven and earth and to cleanse the ley lines. Pausing momentarily, Yi's tone grew serious. You must prepare to enter seclusion. You may utilize the merits of the great Tao to comprehend the laws. Remember, each breakthrough in realm must be solidified. Do not be greedy, or else. He left the sentence unfinished. But the glint of coldness in his eyes sent a shiver down the spines of all the ancestors. Yes, elder brother, they replied in unison. After the 12 ancestors entered seclusion, Yi did not rush to cultivate himself. Instead, he stood at the center of the Pangu Hall, his gaze profound. The 12 Divine Spirits' Great Formation was one of the witch clan's most formidable trump cards, yet each deployment required the full strength of all 12 ancestors, consuming vast amounts of energy. If he could forge corresponding formation flags, not only would it alleviate their burden, but it would also elevate the formation's power to another level. With this thought, Yi hesitated no longer. He raised his hand and summoned countless rare materials: chaos stone essence, innate blood crystal, innate metal essence, xianwang qi, and the essences of the yin and yang. He began to refine. True flames ignited in the palm of Yi as the materials melted in the flames, gradually transforming into the prototypes of 12 ancient battle flags. Each flag corresponded to the primal laws of one ancestor, with faint Tao patterns emerging on their surfaces. After several centuries of refinement, the 12 battle flags finally took shape, each a superior postnatal spiritual treasure. The Dijiang flag, silver patterns swirling, entwined with the laws of space, causing voids to rupture with its movement. The Gong flag, true water of the Xianming surging, capable of summoning the myriad waters of the primitive wilderness when waved. The Zhurong flag, the southern bright fire blazing, capable of scorching the heavens and boiling the seas when unfurled. The Ho-Tu flag, the reincarnation purple lotus blooming, stabilizing the ley lines and mountains. The remaining ancestor flags each possessed unique characteristics, interweaving laws. Next, Yi summoned the Qian Kuan cauldron, from which chaos-infused divine light erupted, and the 12 battle flags were cast within, reversing the innate, returning to the source. Within the cauldron, the qi of heaven and earth surged as Tao runes intertwined. The battle flags gradually underwent transformation under the tempering of chaotic flames. Postnatal impurities were eliminated, and innate Tao rhythms emerged, elevating all 12 postnatal spiritual treasures to innate spiritual treasures. Yi did not cease his actions. He waved his hand, and countless strands of undying innate spiritual light flew forth, merging into the battle flags. The flags trembled, and the Tao patterns on their surfaces grew increasingly vivid, each exuding a terrifying aura, remarkably reaching the level of 48 innate prohibitions. Yi, satisfied, stowed away the flags, a faint smile gracing his lips. With these flags, the power of the 12 ancestors formation will at least triple, while consumption will be greatly reduced. Should we encounter the demon clan's great star formation again, even in my absence, they shall still be crushed. Standing deep within the Pangu hall, Yi held the reincarnation purple lotus, which he had obtained from Ho-Tu, hovering in his palm. The lotus petals emanated a profound rhythm of reincarnation, enveloped in a purple glow. Yet in his eyes, this exceptional innate spiritual treasure still needed a slight enhancement. The reincarnation purple lotus, originally ranked 12th, though formidable, was insufficient to suppress the future 6 paths of reincarnation. Today, I shall enable your complete transformation. His gaze sharpened, and with a wave of his sleeve, 4 innate lotus platforms emerged simultaneously. The annihilation black lotus, the purification white lotus, the fiery red lotus, and the creation green lotus. Along with the original 12th rank reincarnation purple lotus, the 5 lotus platforms converged, their fragrance permeating the air, Tao rhythms intertwining, causing the entire Pangu hall to tremble. Yi's expression turned solemn as he extended his right hand, lightly tapping his index finger. The annihilation black lotus began to rotate slowly, as if drawn by an invisible force. As the annihilation black lotus spun, a surge of pitch-black destructive power erupted from its core. This force, like a torrent of black water, continuously gushed forth from the lotus's heart. "Draw it to me," Yi commanded, as a blazing inferno ignited in his palm. This flame exhibited a peculiar gray hue. The fire blazed fiercely, peeling away the essence of the annihilation black lotus bit by bit. This essence transformed into countless threads of black silk, flowing continuously into the reincarnation purple lotus like an inky tide. As the essence from the annihilation black lotus continued to infuse, the reincarnation purple lotus began to tremble violently, as if under immense pressure. Despite this, dark golden patterns of destruction gradually emerged on the lotus petals. These destructive patterns intertwined with the original purple lines of the reincarnation purple lotus, forming a unique design. As the essence from the annihilation black lotus flowed in, the rank of the reincarnation purple lotus began to rise steadily. Originally at 12th rank, the reincarnation purple lotus rapidly ascended to 13th, then 14th rank, ultimately stabilizing at 15th rank. At this moment, the reincarnation purple lotus had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Its size grew larger, and its intertwined purple and black hues became increasingly resplendent. A powerful aura emanated from it, encompassing both the terror of destruction and the mystery of reincarnation. Meanwhile, the annihilation black lotus gradually withered, its once pitch-black petals losing their luster. Eventually, it disintegrated into a cloud of ash, dissipating into the air. Observing this, Yi acted without hesitation, raising his hand to summon the purification white lotus, which floated upward, its heart radiating pure white light. The essence of the purification white lotus was drawn out, transforming into countless crystalline points of light that cascaded into the reincarnation purple lotus like a starry river. The purple lotus underwent another transformation. Silver-white purification patterns emerging along the edges of its petals, and its rank rose once more, from 15th to 18th.